Chapter 1. There are troublesome subjects who want to harm me. What the hell? Zhao Ning suddenly sat up from his bed, tragically realizing he had become one of the most unfortunate time travelers in history. He had traveled into the body of Song Qinzong Zhao Huan. Who is Zhao Huan? He is the one who, upon learning he was to be emperor, refused obstinately and ultimately fainted in the toilet. His name might not be well known, but his era name is very famous. Jinkong. That's right. He is the emperor of the Song dynasty from the disgrace of Jinkong, the brother of Zhao Go, the ninth princess. How disgraceful is the Jinkong shame. All royal family members were captured by the Jin state and taken north. The princesses were reduced to playthings, and 100,000 commoners were also forced north. After that, the central plains were left barren, with corpses everywhere. All of this was caused by Song Qinzong Zhao Huan and Song Huizong Zhao Ji, this bizarre father-son duo. But the problem is, he hadn't done anything bad, so why did heaven let him travel into Zhao Huan? Zhao Ning was a corporate worker in a financial company in the 21st century, dying in a dramatic car accident while leaving work. To this day, he still remembers the terrifying scene of a large truck sweeping toward him. When he was still dazed, he found many new memories in his mind. He sighed Zhao Huan. Bad luck, being given Zhao Huan. Why not Liu Che, or Li Shimin, or at least the peaceful Emperor Songrenzong would be good. Zhao Huan is facing an absolutely hellish situation. Over 100 years into the founding of the Song dynasty, internal interest groups had swollen to an outrageous extent. The treacherous ministers of the Song dynasty emerged in droves, with scholar officials and landlords, each more blood-sucking and troublesome than the last. While he was still dazed, a voice came from outside. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The eunuch Wang Huaiji entered the windy hall, sounding a bit anxious. Zhao Ning came to his senses, his head still feeling dizzy. What year is it in Jinkong now? It can't be the second year of Jinkong, right? In the second year of Jinkong, he will be captured by the Jin people and taken north. In that case, he might as well die in the palace. If it's the first year of Jinkong, he should still have a chance. Actually, the Jin people couldn't breach Dongjing, the capital of northern Song. It's just that Song Qinzong was self-destructive. At that time, there were still 70,000 troops in Dongjing, and most of the common people voluntarily contributed money to resist the Jin. But what happened? Song Qinzong suddenly believed in a sorcerer named Guojing. Guojing stood on the city wall. Urgently, as per the decree, Lord Lao Jun, quickly reveal your spirit. 6 Jia divine soldiers go. He set up formations and even opened the city gates. The Jin army, which was struggling to breach the city, was dumbfounded, hardly believing what they saw. Good heavens, the city gates opened by themselves? The emperor of the Song knew how hard it was for us to attack the city. Welcoming the Jin people into the city for sightseeing? You can't say it isn't true. The real history is just like that. Is it absurd? Absurd. It's utterly ridiculous. But Zhao Ning had traveled into this ridiculous era. He rubbed his temples, his head still spinning, memories continuing to merge. He kept saying to himself, it must not be the second year of Jinkong. It's best to be the very beginning of the first year of Jinkong. At least there is still hope. Firmly maintain the main battle. Absolutely do not open the city gates. Absolutely do not trust that Guojing. He casually replied, what is it? Wang Huaiji came in and said, Your Majesty, Lord Sun has sent someone to convey that Master Gua has already set up a formation at the South City Gate, preparing to summon the heavenly soldiers. Master Gua? Which Master Gua? Was there a minister named Master Gua in the late northern Song? Gua. What the hell? Zhao Ning, who was still a bit dazed and weak, perhaps due to the aftereffect of traveling, immediately jumped up from his chair when he realized who this Master Gua was. Yes, he jumped up. Wang Huaiji was startled and hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, are you all right? His memories were merging rapidly. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? It is now the 11th month of the first year of Jinkong. What difference does that make from the second year of Jinkong? Heaven, you're playing a big joke. At this moment, there were over 100,000 Jin troops surrounding the city. Most importantly, that old sorcerer Guojing was about to start his rituals. The Jin army would breach the city this way, and they could break in today. Outside, the weather was bitterly cold, but Zhao Ning was drenched in cold sweat. Quick, quick, prepare the horses. Hurry. Wang Huaiji was completely caught off guard by the emperor's actions, becoming flustered. Your Majesty, are you all right? Do you need to summon the imperial physician? Zhao Ning almost roared out, quick, prepare the horses for me. I'm going to the city gate myself. Wang Huaiji was startled and hurriedly scrambled to comply. Zhao Ning's memories were merging quickly, and he staggered over the palace. Maids rushed to support him. He pushed everyone away and dashed outside. However, the ancient clothes were too long, so he grabbed his clothes and continued to run wildly. Before long, he alerted the imperial guards outside. Wang Zhonglan, the commander of the palace guards, rushed over. Your Majesty, prepare the horses. Quickly. The discomfort of just having traveled and needing time to adapt to the new identity and all that, everything has become trivial. If that was sorcerer starts performing rituals on the city tower in Dongjing, who knows what might happen if the city gates open? What would you say? The disgrace of Jinkong. Do you know how tragic the disgrace of Jinkong is? I just traveled here, but hasn't even warmed the seat, and I'm about to be captured by the Jin people and taken north? Memories were still merging, and he remembered Wang Zhonglan. Wang Zhonglan was Zhao Huan's uncle. How should I put it? This guy has no ability, even worse than the former Gao Qiu. Yes, the Gao Taiwei who could kick a ball, but now is not the time to settle accounts with Wang Zhonglan. Nothing else matters right now. The most important thing is that was sorcerer. My goodness, I just traveled here. Does it have to be this thrilling? Wang Zhonglan said, Your Majesty, I have prepared your royal carriage. Zhao Ning had no mood to ride in a carriage. He mounted his horse. Fortunately, the original owner, Zhao Huan, knew how to ride, and his body retained the memory. He rode out of the palace gate, and the imperial guards, frightened, hurriedly followed him. It was the 11th month, cold and freezing, and heavy snow was falling in Dongjing. As Zhao Ning burst out of the palace gate, the scene of Dongjing unfolded before his eyes. This was the world's first city of the era. Paris and London had populations of only 100,000, while Dongjing Kaifeng had already surpassed 1 million. The so-called center of Europe, Constantinople, had a population of only several hundred thousand. Undoubtedly, this was the center of human civilization of the era, like a dazzling pearl, sitting beside the Bienne River. Human technology, literature, commerce, and art were at their peak here. But due to weak military power, they were now surrounded by the Jin army, and the order within the city was already different from before. Zhao Ning glanced around and saw someone hurriedly walking down the street with a look of panic. The wind and snow hit his face, and he suddenly disregarded everything. If the city gates of Tokyo were really open today, it would be a nightmare for this city, a nightmare for over 1 million people. In the following decades, the Central Plains would be ravaged by war, with 9 out of 10 houses empty and the land turned to desolation. Chapter 2. Gua Daxian. Don't be afraid. I am a good person. At this moment, on the Xianhua Gate Tower of the South City Gate, there was a middle-aged man dressed in a Taoist robe, holding a sword. This man was none other than the famous charlatan Guijing from the late Northern Song Dynasty. Beside him stood an old man, thin and frail, but standing upright. This man was the renowned Minister Zhang Shai from the late Northern Song Dynasty. Also present were Sun Fu, the Minister of War and Deputy Chief of the Privy Council, along with several officials from the Ministry of War. Guijing was invited by Sun Fu. There were also a few officials next to Zhang Shai. Zhang Shai's eldest son, Zhang Bofan, angrily said, Minister Sun, I have never heard of anyone successfully using ghosts and gods. Right now, the Jin thieves are besieging the city. The right course is to resist them with military force. Are you not afraid of being laughed at for your blind faith in ghosts and gods? Sun Fu was furious. You dare? Gua Daxian is sent by heaven to save our Song dynasty, and the emperor has already appointed him as the commander against the enemy. Are you all trying to go against the emperor's will? Zhang Bofan was about to say more when Zhang Shai stopped him. After all, Sun Fu was one of the emperor's most trusted individuals. Such a confrontation could cost them their positions, and, once captured, how could they defend the city? It must be mentioned that the Jin army had besieged the city twice. The first time was earlier this year, when various loyal forces gathered in Tokyo, and the Jin army retreated without success. Now, it was the second time, and during this siege, the loyal forces were still on their way and could not arrive in time. However, a force of 30,000 led by Zhang Shai fought valiantly and broke into Tokyo, with over 10,000 remaining. This was also the reason for Zhang Bofan's anger. They had organized troops, fought bravely, and defended the capital, yet they were being asked to rely on a Taoist to fool everyone. But unfortunately, Sun Fu was the Minister of War and Deputy Chief of the Privy Council. What is the position of Deputy Chief of the Privy Council? In the Song Dynasty, there were 2 governing bodies, the Eastern and Western courts. The Eastern court managed administrative officials, while the Western court controlled military affairs, which was the Privy Council. The Deputy Chief of the Privy Council was equivalent to the rank of a Deputy Prime Minister, and in front of him, Zhang Bofan was just a minor official. Even Zhang Shai's rank was lower than Sun Fu's. Zhang Shai coldly glanced at Guijing and said, When will Gua Daxian send troops? Guijing replied, I will send troops now, but there is a condition. What condition? Everyone on the tower must come down. Zhang Shai said solemnly, No. Guijing smiled and said, Minister Sun, if there are others standing on the tower, the spell won't work. Zhang Bofan couldn't help but exclaim, Absurd. Sun Fu immediately said, Follow Gua Daxian's instructions. All the soldiers defending the city must come down. Zhang Bofan protested, No, absolutely not. You dare. I am the Deputy Chief of the Privy Council and Minister of War. The Emperor has entrusted me with full responsibility for defense. This is a military order. If you do not comply, you will be dealt with according to military law. Zhang Shai quickly stopped his son. He said, Coming down is fine, but I must remain on the tower otherwise. This spell won't be cast today. Guijing's eyes twinkled as he said, That works. So everyone left the tower, leaving only Zhang Shai and Guijing on it. This scene in history was about to unfold. If the historical Zhang Shai knew that Guijing's antics would lead to the fall of Tokyo, would he have fought to stop it at all costs? The fall of Tokyo Bianliang was not simply a matter of a group of people being captured in Chinese history. It was like the fall of Constantinople in 1453, which had a tremendous impact on European history. After the Jinkong incident, A trend emerged in China for women to maintain chastity, and with the Central Plains fall, it further influenced the ideology of the Southern Song, leading scholars to become more conservative, which directly affected the Ming Dynasty in later generations. Guojing raised a long sword in his hand and chanted incantations. The soldiers he had prepared below looked up, confused at this Guodaxian. This was perhaps the most absurd scene in Chinese history, with a great Song dynasty handed over its fate to a charlatan. Guojing shouted, "Open the gates." Zhang Shai asked, "What?" "I said open the gates." "Why do you want to open the gates?" "Naturally, to let them out to fight the Jin thieves. They all have divine protection now." He pointed at the soldiers below, who were composed of thugs, whom Guojing had calculated to find within Tokyo using Taoist methods. The thugs below looked around. "Do I have divine protection now?" Before Zhang Shai could respond, Sun Fu shouted, "Did you not hear?" The immortal said to open the gates. "Hurry and open the gates." The crowd hesitated, and the soldiers, confused, went to open the gates at that moment. A voice shouted angrily, "Do not open the gates. Do not open the gates." Zhao Ning rode in at full speed, snow already piling on his head, and his hands were red from the cold, yet he felt nothing. Sun Fu was furious. Who dares to act recklessly? He turned around and was shocked to see the emperor had arrived. He quickly led everyone over, flattering, "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Zhao Ning didn't even look at them, pulling on the reins hard, causing the horse to neigh twice before it stopped. Zhao Ning took a deep breath, too lazy to search for Guojing, and shouted angrily, "If anyone dares to open the city gates today, I will chop off their head." The soldiers who were about to open the gates were immediately scared into standing still. Seeing the emperor arrive, Zhang Shai hurried down. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Zhao Ning ignored Zhang Shai and stared intently at the city gates, shouting, "Everyone, step back from the city gates." The soldiers immediately retreated from the gates. At this point, Guojing, Sun Fu, and others had all come over. Zhao Ning seemed to have turbulent waves still rolling in his heart. He took a few deep breaths, ignoring everyone, and surveyed the surroundings. Confirming that the gates had not been opened, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. It is said that Emperor Qinzong Zhao Huan lived in a thatched cottage in the north. That was close. I almost had to go live in a Wu Xingji Imawu up north. Your Majesty, on such a snowy day, you should return to the palace quickly. If anything happens to the holy body, what will happen to the common people and the state? Sun Fu hurriedly said. Zhao Ning continued to take deep breaths. His whole body was still tense. After all, he had almost faced the same fate as Zhao Huan. His palms were sweating cold. These troublesome people want to harm me. Your Majesty, I am about to cast a spell to drive away the Jin thieves. I did not expect to disturb your Majesty. My crime deserves death. Guojing came up, looking righteous. Don't be fooled by Guojing's calm appearance. He was also nervous inside. He had previously claimed to possess 6 Jia divine soldiers, but he knew his own abilities. It was all a trick to get food and drink. If he really had that ability, the Jin army would have been finished long ago. That he originally wanted to deceive for a while longer before quietly escaping from Tokyo, but unexpectedly, the pressure from above was intense. And so today, he steeled himself and brought a group of recruited thugs. Upon reaching the city tower, he prepared to put on a show. Believe it or not, historically, Guojing actually succeeded in this. The reason for his success was that Song Qinzong and his ministers, such as Sun Fu, were simply too bizarre. You'd think that Confucianism was flourishing in the Song dynasty, and at least Confucius once said, the master did not speak of strange things, force, or gods. After Zhao Ning came back to his senses, he scanned the area, and his gaze landed on a man in a Taoist robe. It was Guojing. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself. Are you Guojing? Your Majesty. I am indeed. Can you really command the 6 Jia divine soldiers? I would never deceive your Majesty. Zhao Guanjia asked again, can you immediately repel the Jin soldiers? I've already cast a spell on them. As soon as they attack, the Jin thieves will be instantly defeated. Guojing felt a bit nervous inside, but he still held his ground and pointed at the group of thugs by the city gate. Can you cast a spell today? Yes, today. Even though he knew Guojing was lying, he couldn't just kill him on the spot, because some people genuinely believed he could cast spells to repel the enemy. If he executed Guojing, everyone would think the emperor had dashed their hopes. Superstition is hard to explain clearly, but Zhao Ning had plenty of ways to deal with such people. Come, bind him, Zhao Ning ordered, pointing at Guojing. Guojing was slightly taken aback and frightened. He quickly knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, spare me. Don't be afraid. Zhao Ning's tone was very gentle, resembling a scoundrel coaxing a little girl. This eased Guojing's fear a bit. Zhao Ning looked at Wang Zhonglan and angrily whispered, what are you dawdling for? Bind him. Wang Zhonglan snapped back to attention and quickly ordered people to tie up Guojing. Guojing cried out in fear, Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, spare me. Don't be afraid, Master Gua. I won't harm you. Zhao Ning smiled gently. You've tied him up wrong. You only need to bind his waist. Why have you tied him up completely? Are you playing a game? The imperial guards quickly adjusted, leaving Guojing a bit dazed. Zhang Shai and his son were also bewildered, and Sun Fu and others were even more confused. What was His Majesty trying to do? Zhao Ning pointed at Guijing, still smiling softly, gently lower him from the city tower. Chapter 3. Am not so easily fooled. As soon as the emperor said this, Guijing broke out in a cold sweat. Your Majesty. Don't speak, conserve your magic, I understand, Zhao Ning said, then walked towards the city tower, with the imperial guards quickly surrounding him. Sun Fu and others shouted from behind, Your Majesty, it's dangerous on the city tower. Zhao Ning dashed up. Guijing was dragged up to the city tower by the imperial guards. The previous guards returned to the city tower. Once Zhao Ning reached the tower, he saw the sprawling camp of the Jin army outside, as far as the eye could see. There were armored Jin soldiers practicing in the open, occasionally shouting, as if to demonstrate against Tokyo. Not far away, there were rows of Jin soldiers marching in formation, a dark mass. It was evident that the Jin army had strict discipline and a formidable presence. In contrast, the Song soldiers on the city tower looked dejected, their eyes filled with anxiety and confusion. Tokyo had enjoyed peace for over 100 years. Having lived in peace for too long, everyone was lulled into complacency, softened by the surface prosperity. Have you heard of Along the River during the Qingming festival? It depicts the scene of Tokyo at the end of the Northern Song dynasty, and anyone who has seen it knows that there were hardly any guards at the city gate, and those few that were, they were dozing off. Thus, during the joint attack by the Song and Jin on the Liao kingdom, a few thousand Liao soldiers managed to defeat over 100,000 Song troops. However, it was also seen that a few thousand Jin soldiers could easily overpower tens of thousands of Liao soldiers. There were even miraculous instances where just over a dozen Jin soldiers defeated 2,000 Song soldiers. You might say that a few thousand Liao soldiers defeating over 100,000 Song soldiers is a defeat, meaning they broke the Song army's front lines, causing chaos, and the Song troops fled in panic. That's understandable. After all, the General Fujian was also defeated by the southern dynasties with 1 million troops during the Battle of Feishui. In the era of cold weapons, once the morale collapses, everyone will flee. Officers can't just shout to rally them. But it's outrageous that 17 Jin soldiers could defeat 2,000 Song soldiers, and half of the Song troops were injured. Not just a simple defeat, but significant casualties. Such miraculous events only happened in the Song dynasty. Oh, you can roughly understand Zhao Ning's mood right now. It's like a modern person traveling back in time, bringing along a group of Song soldiers who have been pressed to the ground repeatedly, challenging the strongest cavalry on this planet. Moreover, this was when the Jin army was at its peak, even stronger than the Qing dynasty's 8 banners in later times. Fortunately, the walls of Tokyo were thick enough, and the military technology of the northern Song was advanced enough, with crossbows, catapults, fire oil, bows, and thunderous bombs all available on the city tower. Earlier this year, under Li Gang's command, the Song army had worked together to defend the city using these technologies, forcing the Jin army to retreat. Ironically, after the Jin army withdrew, Song Qinzong Zhao Huan, wary of Li Gang, found an excuse to force him out. As a result, when the Jin army came south for the second time, Li Gang was gone, and the city was left with only surrender factions and useless individuals like Sun Fu. As a person from the 21st century, Zhao Ning had never seen such a scene and felt a bit dizzy. It was not like watching a drama facing the cold, hard reality of the battlefield. He felt an overwhelming killing intent surging towards him. He almost buckled at the knees, but forced himself to stand straight. This distance, with a wide moat in between, the Jin soldiers' arrows couldn't reach him. So there was really nothing to fear. If the emperor was afraid, wouldn't everyone else be? Even if he was scared, he absolutely couldn't show it. He waved his hand and said, Lower Master Gua. As soon as Guijing heard this, he quickly began to plead for mercy. Your Majesty, spare my life. Master Gua, don't be afraid. I'm not going to kill you. I'm here to help you. So don't be afraid. He waved his hand at the imperial guards, who then started to lift Guijing onto the battlements. But Guijing clung to the battlements, unwilling to go down. Sun Fu, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. After all, Guijing was the one he had brought. Your Majesty, although Master Gu understands magic, he probably hasn't reached the level of being invincible. What I mean is he could still be injured. It doesn't matter. Lower him down. I'm not sending him to attack the Jin army. Personally, he just needs to cast his spell from the city tower, Zhao Ning said casually. Then he looked at Guijing, who was still clinging to the battlements. Master Gua, don't be afraid. If the Jin soldiers come over, they'll have my men shoot them with arrows. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Zhao Ning's voice sounded even gentler. He then looked at the imperial guards and said, Prise open his fingers gently, don't hurt Master Gua. Yes, the imperial guards began to pry Guijing's tightly grasping fingers away from the battlements. Guijing was so scared that he trembled all over. Your Majesty, I must have those people I found leave the city for me to perform the 6 Gua divine soldier technique. They must leave the city, Your Majesty. Come here, bind them all up, and let them go down with Guidaxian. When those people heard this, they looked at Guidaxian in confusion. They didn't know if Guidaxian was really a great figure, but they tentatively believed it, so most of them remained quite calm. Seeing that he couldn't intimidate the emperor like this, Guijing thought maybe he should just admit that he couldn't perform magic. No, that would be a death penalty for deceiving the emperor. It would be better to wait until he was let down and then take the opportunity to escape? Yes, escape in the chaos. Having made up his mind, Guijing's fingers were pried open by the Imperial Guard, and he cooperated with the rest. He immediately changed his demeanor and boldly declared, "Your Majesty, wait for me to perform the spell. I will definitely drive away the Gene Bandits." With excitement in his heart, Guijing had just been let down a little when Zhao Ning said, "Archers, get ready to, if Guidaxian cannot perform the spell and tries to escape, shoot him down with arrows." Upon hearing this, Guijing's face turned pale, and he almost fainted on the spot. Zhao Ning smiled down at him, and that smile looked extremely friendly. Guijing was soon lowered down, and those people he had chosen were also let down. At this time, the Jin army had discovered the situation at the city gate and looked over curiously. Guijing felt his legs go weak as he stepped down from the city tower. Zhao Guanjia shouted, "Guodaxian, hurry and perform the spell." In this cold weather, Guodaxian was drenched in cold sweat. He looked up, and the archers were already ready. If he dared to run, he would be shot down by arrows. So, he could only brace himself and began to pretend to perform the spell. While pretending to cast a spell, he thought of excuses to justify himself, but he stood there for half an hour, 1 hour, and Zhao Ning, growing impatient above, asked Guodaxian, "What's taking so long?" Sun Fu, standing beside him, seemed to sense that something was off. This Guijing might be a fraud. He thought to himself that if the emperor saw through it today, he would also be implicated. Sun Fu's mind raced, and he quickly organized a series of statements, stepping forward to say, "Your Majesty, in this freezing weather, Guodaxian might be unwell down there, unable to fully perform his spells. Did I ask that so?" Yes. Sun Fu decided to go all out. This matter involved his political future, and he resolved to start lying with his eyes wide open. Chapter 4. I swear to live and die with Tokyo. Zhao Ning's gaze fell on Sun Fu, smiling as he said, "But he just told me that he could perform it today." Seeing that the emperor was not angry but was smiling, Sun Fu felt slightly relieved and decided to almost deceive him. "Your Majesty, why not let Master Guo come up first? Let's stop here for today and perform the magic another day." "Another day?" Sun Fu's face also broke into a smile. "Yes, perform the magic another day. We will definitely drive back the Jurchen bandits. Your Majesty, rest assured." "You say another day, and it's another day? What did you tell me yesterday? You said he could drive back the Jurchen bandits today, and today you tell me another day? Do you take me for a fool?" Zhao Ning's expression changed instantly, his smile disappearing in an instant, turning cold as if covered in ice and snow. This sentence was almost a roar. Startled, Sun Fu turned pale, his body softened, and he knelt directly on the ground, trembling. "Your Majesty, spare my life. I am also doing this for the Song Dynasty." Zhao Ning had long wanted to explode in anger. Earlier, he couldn't expose Guijing's deception, and acting rashly would indeed damage the emperor's face. Now it was good. The deception was basically exposed, and everyone was beginning to realize that Guijing was lying. "For the Song Dynasty, you still have the face to say that. You, a deputy privy councillor, a dignified third-rank official, I appointed you to defend Tokyo, and you brought me a lying charlatan. You still have the face to say it's for the Song Dynasty." Having crossed over to this troublesome era, Zhao Ning was already filled with rage. After just waking up, he encountered this matter that directly sent him to hell, and of course, his anger erupted. Other officials were also trembling with fear. Sun Fu knelt there, not daring to utter a word. In fact, Sun Fu was a hardliner and a person of great integrity. Historically, after the fall of Tokyo, he refused to surrender and was killed by the Jurchen army. But the problem was, this guy was really too stupid to have thought of bringing in a charlatan. It should be noted that this guy was a vice premier level official. Zhao Ning impatiently said, "Bring him up to me." The Imperial Guards quickly pulled the people up. As soon as Guijing came up, he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I just calculated and today is not suitable for performing the magic." But before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Ning was already furious. "Come on, execute this fraud on the spot." Everyone was slightly taken aback, and Guijing was directly stunned. "What are you still waiting for? Kill him for me." The emperor was furious, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes wide open as he shouted at the Imperial Guards. The emperor's roar startled everyone. In theory, as a person from the 21st century, he shouldn't start killing people right after crossing over. After all, the 21st century is a humanistic society that emphasizes harmony. But damn it, I am about to be captured and taken to the north to live in a 5-star shack, spending the rest of my life in humiliation. And you still talk to me about humanistic concern? It's not that I can't wield a sword, it's that you are too arrogant. Wang Zhonglan was momentarily stunned. Kill someone? He had never killed anyone. The Imperial Guards exchanged glances. They had never killed anyone either. This was the situation at the end of the Northern Song Dynasty. Seeing the Imperial Guards hesitating, Zhao Ning became even more impatient. In his past life, he was an executive at a large financial company, known for his violent temper. And now, during this special period, he completely exploded. "Zhang Shai, where are your men? Find a few who can kill." Zhang Shai was indeed someone who had fought in battles. In his youth, he had accompanied his father to guard the border in the northwest around Lanzhou, and had resolved a major issue in the northwest of the Song Dynasty with a very stable strategic maneuver. Moreover, the real Liangshan was also taken down by him. During the Second Jurchen Siege of Tokyo, he gathered an army of 30,000 and broke through the heavy encirclement of the Jurchen army to rush into Tokyo. Therefore, although he was a civilian official, he was one who fought in battles. Other civilian officials might be afraid to kill a chicken, but he was different. What was the scene on the battlefield? It was a scene where heads were constantly spinning in the air, where heads floated in a river of blood. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Zhang Shai immediately replied, "As you command." He had his son Zhang Bofan find someone strong, but Zhang Bofan volunteered, "Your Majesty, I will wield the knife." Hearing this, Guo Jing was so scared that he collapsed on the ground, quickly kowtowing, "Your Majesty, spare my life. Spare my life." A few soldiers directly captured Guo Jing and bound him with ropes. Zhang Bofan drew his knife, took a few steps forward, and with one chop, Guo Jing's head rolled to the ground. The headless body slumped to the ground, blood gushing from the neck, Guo Jing's eyes still wide open. His face frozen in terror from the moment before death. This was the first time Zhao Ning had seen a beheading, and he felt a bit unsteady but still forced himself to hold on. Standing on the city tower, the wind and snow blew his cloak. His gaze swept over everyone. And even now he still felt a bit dazed. He had truly crossed over to the end of the Northern Song dynasty, and the vast Jurchen army outside the city was real. Tokyo was as precarious as a fragile egg. The morale inside the city was low, and countless people were anxious and terrified, which allowed someone like Guo Jing to take advantage of the situation. "Come on, take Sun Fu's official cap off and throw him into the dungeon." Wang Zhonglan was very proactive, immediately going over to personally take off Sun Fu's official cap and then had him dragged away. Would Sun Fu be executed? Of course not. It would be a waste to kill him, and even useless people can be utilized. Sun Fu's flaw was that he was foolish, but his strength was that he was tough. Now that he had a handle on him, he could be used well. "Your Majesty, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please kill me, Your Majesty," Sun Fu shouted as he was dragged down the city tower. Zhao Ning was too lazy to pay him any mind and said, "I have clearly exposed Guo Jing's deception, and I could have had you shoot him to death with arrows below the city. Why did I have you all brought up?" Everyone looked at the emperor in confusion. Zhao Ning continued, "Guo Jing has deceived the emperor and committed a capital crime, but I want to kill him. I will also drag him back to kill him. I will never hand him over to the Jurchen and them." Zhao Ning pointed at the thugs and rogues that Guo Jing had brought. "They are my subjects. They were deceived by Guo Jing, and I will not abandon them. I will not abandon each and every one of you." Zhao Ning shouted almost at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing on the city tower. "I swear to live and die with Tokyo." Chapter 5. The bones of the powerful in the Song dynasty are soft at this moment. Some people's gazes had subtly changed. Zhang Bofan suddenly shouted, "Long live the emperor." Everyone followed suit and shouted, "Long live the emperor." People from afar turned their gazes over, not knowing why, and began to shout along. Perhaps it was because guarding the city had been too exhausting, and their hearts too tormented. Everyone needed to rally their spirits, as if cheering themselves on. People need a spiritual pillar in difficult times. Then, more and more people began to shout. Zhao Ning did not expect that his words would ignite everyone. In reality, the Song dynasty. The common people of the Song dynasty were truly lovable. Historically, when the outer city of Tokyo fell, countless common people spontaneously organized to resist the Jurchen. Even the common people gathered together and killed the envoy sent by Song Qinzong to negotiate peace. The next day, 300,000 people lined up to receive weapons. Historical records state that when the Jin soldiers planned to set fire and slaughter the city, the residents eager for street battles came in droves. What does 300,000 mean? If you stand on the city walls and see 300,000 common people rushing in from the streets and alleys below, it is like a tide of humanity. The Jin army, which everyone feared like a tiger, stood on the city walls, and the officials surrendered first, while the common people rose up to resist. Even teenage boys and children as young as 10 knew to fight back. At this moment, the people of Hebei and Hedong were also swearing to fight the Jin army to the death. Let us put it this way. The common people of the Song dynasty were fighting desperately, while the high officials and the emperor in the court were kneeling and surrendering. Indeed, the bones of the powerful were all soft. The common people said, "This emperor and these officials are too incompetent. They can't lead us." Zhao Ning said, "It doesn't matter if they can't lead. I will take charge now." Zhao Ning looked at the people around him, the cheers coming from nearby and afar, like waves crashing one after another. The city of Dongjing had been suppressed for too long. The court had always wavered between advocating war and advocating peace, most of the time leaning towards peace, sending envoys multiple times to negotiate. But the Jin people had no intention of negotiating at all. The people were filled with grief and anger over the court's weakness. The sounds from the top of Dongjing city were even heard by the Jin army outside the city, and many Jin soldiers turned their gazes toward the city tower. The commander of the camp, Wanyan Zhongwang, stepped out, followed by Wanyan Zhimu, Wanyan Chong, Lu Yinzong, and others. They all looked toward the city tower ahead. Lu Yinzong said, "Your Highness, it seems that the emperor of the Song dynasty is on the city tower." Wanyan Zhongwang smiled and said, "So what if the emperor of the Song dynasty is personally on the city tower? So what if the Song army and people resist again?" The weakness of the Song dynasty lies not with the common people, but with the royal family. The ruler is foolish and the ministers are incompetent. treating soldiers like grass and weeds. How can such a court win battles? Your Highness is wise. Wanyan Zhongwang, the second prince of the Jin kingdom, the second son of Jin Taizu Wanyan Aguda, was the most capable commander of the Jurchens, excelling in both tactics and strategy. However, he was a pro-peace faction and did not advocate for the annihilation of the Song. He hoped to exhaust the Song, weaken the Song dynasty, and then achieve the goal of annual tribute. Others said nothing. At this stage of besieging the city, the highest commander of the Jin army here was not Wanyan Zhongwang, but Wanyan Zhonghan. Wanyan Zhonghan was a standard hardliner, an advocate for the destruction of the Song. Zhao Ning tidied himself up and made his way back to the palace. He knew that things were actually difficult. It was impossible to just shout slogans on the city walls and expect everything to be fine. This great battle would not end simply by getting pumped up. However, the fact that the city of Dongjing, which was about to be attacked in history, had not been captured indicated that the trajectory of history had already undergone subtle changes. Next, it was time to change his own fate. He absolutely could not be captured by the Jin army and taken north. By the time he returned, it was already evening, and the sky was gradually darkening. But the snow was getting heavier. He first took a hot bath to avoid catching a cold. After all, health is the foundation of revolution. Alas, there was no soap, and he was not used to it. There was no shampoo either. Looking at the pig-hair toothbrush used by the royal family, it was still not as good as the toothbrush of an ordinary person in the 21st century. Forget it, this is not the time to be picky. After finishing his bath, he left the Tongmu pavilion, returned to the Funing hall, changed into his regular clothes, and prepared to summon Zhang Shai to discuss the defense of the city. Zhao Ning couldn't help but sigh, thinking about how colorful his life was in the 21st century. Moreover, he had just met a beautiful girl yesterday, added her on WeChat, and they were chatting happily. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Thinking about how he had no chance with such a beautiful girl was truly regrettable. Life was likely to become dull and boring from now on. What a pity. Just then, Empress Zhu Lian, Zhao Huan's wife, suddenly arrived at the Funing hall. Your Highness. A soft voice came, and Zhao Ning turned to see a delicate young woman walking toward him. Zhu Lian was the epitome of a classical beauty. Her skin was very fair, as delicate and smooth as silk. Her face was not an oval shape, but rather a comfortable oval shape. Her petite and elegant nose, along with a pair of willow leaf eyebrows, harmoniously combined. Especially her almond-shaped eyes, like autumn water, gave a sense of gentle tranquility. At the same time, she exuded a dignified and elegant aura. Zhao Ning suddenly thought of the king of the kingdom of women described by Wu Qingyan. He was somewhat mesmerized, feeling as if a beam of white moonlight had appeared before him. Zhao Ning, what? I just met a girl yesterday and added her on WeChat? Why don't I remember this? Men's love is often very focused. They always like beautiful women. Little Zhu, why are you here? In the Song dynasty, men generally referred to their wives as Nyangzi. The emperor was no exception. For example, in history, Zhao Go referred to his beloved concubine as the Lu Nyangzi and Xiao Lu Nyangzi. Zhu Lian looked somewhat anxious yet concerned and asked, Your Highness, I heard that you hurried out of the palace today and went to the city gate. Yes. Zhao Ning sighed, tugging at his collar. The clothing worn by the Song dynasty emperor was relatively simple and soft. However, compared to the clothing of later generations, it was still quite cumbersome, and he was not quite accustomed to it. The soldiers guarding the city must be quite exhausted, so I went to comfort them. I am worried that your Highness might catch a cold. You should prioritize the family and state. Zhu Lian held a jade platter in her hands, which contained a ceramic pot. This is ginseng soup that I made for you. Your Highness, please drink it while it's hot. Looking at this gentle and considerate woman before him, Zhao Ning felt a pang of reluctance. He took it and gently placed it on the table. I understand. I will pay attention in the future. Zhao Ning gently embraced Zhu Lian, feeling her slight trembling and sensing her tension and anxiety. The entire city of Dongjing was anxious, and Zhao Ning could understand her feelings. In fact, historically, Zhu Lian had a tragic fate, being captured and taken north, unwilling to submit, and ultimately committing suicide. Zhao Ning silently vowed that he must not allow the Jin army to breach the city. You should return first. I have summoned Zhang Shai to discuss important matters with him. Please drink the hot soup before you go. Zhao Ning uncovered the lid and sat down to drink it sip by sip. The cuisine of the Song dynasty was already quite refined, and this bowl of soup was also meticulously prepared. Perhaps due to the earlier tension, he had consumed quite a bit, and after finishing the soup, he felt invigorated. You should go back quickly. I will accompany you later. I will take my leave first. Zhao Ning strode toward the windy hall. Zhang Shai was already waiting there. Your Highness, let us go in and talk. Zhang Shai followed Zhao Ning inside. There are 150,000 Jin troops outside the city, and now the entire city, with over 1 million people, is quite anxious. Do we have any strategies to repel the enemy? Yes. At least Zhao Ning already had a plan in mind. Chapter 6. Resolutely advocating for war, Zhao Ning sat down and had someone bring a chair for Zhang Shai as well. In the formal occasions of the Song dynasty, ministers stood while speaking to the emperor. For example, during morning court, the ministers stood to pay their respects. Kneeling was something introduced after the Mongols took over the Central Plains and retained in the Ming and Qing dynasties. During the Tang dynasty, the emperor and his ministers would discuss matters while seated. Of course, some highly esteemed officials in the Song dynasty were also granted seats when meeting the emperor privately. For instance, figures like Fan Zhongyan, Han Qi, and Fu Bai from that time, as well as later ones like Wang Engshi and Sima Guang. There is a famous painting from later times depicting Emperor Huizong of Song playing the zither, with Kai Jing sitting beside him listening. This reflects that the relationship between the emperor and his ministers during the Tang and Song periods was relatively close. It truly began to distance after the Mongols invaded. And by the Ming dynasty, the relationship had become quite remote. Even if a minister dared to look directly at the emperor, it would be considered a great disrespect. Zhang Shai obviously hadn't slept well for a long time, looking quite haggard. Zhao Ning remained calm and instructed Wang Huaiji to pour tea. This was the most popular matcha in the Song dynasty, which, indeed, is the same matcha that became popular in later Japan, passed down from the Song era. Zhongqing, you have worked hard these days, Zhao Ning said. In the Song dynasty, the emperor could not call his ministers Aiqing, my dear minister. Aiqing was a term used by men to address courtesans. For example, when Emperor Huizong Zhaoji secretly met the renowned courtesan Li Shishir in Dongjing, he would refer to her as Li Aiqing. Song and Tang emperors referred to their ministers as Qing, preceded by their surnames. Zhang Shai said, the Jin forces are besieging the city. It is the duty of a minister to swear to defend the emperor to the death. Do you have a strategy for defending the city? Zhang Shai immediately became somewhat moved and said, Your Majesty, the people's hearts can be relied upon. The commoners all hope for a proactive war. As long as we unite as one, we can definitely defend Dongjing. I am asking if you have a strategy for defending the city. Zhao Ning pressed. Zhang Shai confidently replied, the city of Dongjing is as solid as a fortress. The military supplies on the city walls are well organized. As long as the soldiers perform their duties, and Your Majesty insists on a proactive war. If we hold out for a few months, the loyalist army will surely arrive. The Jin will not dare to linger deep in the territory of our Song. I believe that if we hold on for a few more months, the Jin will retreat just as they did last year. Good. You are right. Zhao Ning agreed with Zhang Shai's viewpoint. The Jin army was deep in the territory of the Song, and the various routes in Hebei and Hedong had not yet given up their resistance against the Jin. As long as Dongjing could hold out, over time, the Jin would actually face logistical issues and an increasingly rising tide of resistance. By then, they would find themselves surrounded by the Song military and civilians attacking them from all sides. Even if they were strong, the Jin could not possibly swallow the entire Song under such a prolonged front. If the Jin could completely conquer, after the historical incident of Jinkong, where they breached Kaifeng, they could have continued southward or attacked other cities, but they chose to quickly return to the northeast. This is because once war enters a protracted phase, it is not just tactics that matter, but resources. Zhao Ning was very clear about the current situation of the Song army. The Jin army was strong and wanted a quick resolution rather than a protracted war. Then I will insist on a protracted war against them, Zhao Ning declared. I will entrust the defense of Dongjing to you alone. What others say does not count. Your word is final. As for He Li's matters, I will handle them. So you need not worry. Zhang Shai was taken aback, quickly standing up to bow and salute, saying, Your Majesty, I will surely defend the capital to the death. But the current overall defense is in the hands of He Li. If Your Majesty appoints me, it may cause confusion and ambiguity in authority, which I believe is not feasible. Zhang Shai, as expected, was astute. He understood the stakes involved. The Song emperors often employed a strategy of appointing multiple people to share responsibility to prevent any one individual from gaining too much power. After all, Zhao Kuangyin had seized power while wearing the yellow robe, and the Zhao Song dynasty was naturally concerned about any minister emulating him. While having multiple people sharing responsibility prevented one person from holding too much power, when issues arose, no one could make the final decision, leading to delays as everyone shifted blame. In fact, the current situation was similar. Prime Minister He Li was the coordinator of the defense. But Sun Fu was responsible for guarding the city, Zhang Shai was also responsible for guarding the city, and Lu He was also in charge of the defenses. In essence, there were 4 people responsible for the city's defense. Both Zhang Shai and Lu He had combat experience in the northwest and were well-versed in military affairs. But their official ranks were lower than those of He Li and Sun Fu. He Li and Sun Fu were both incompetent, and the blunder of Guijing was concocted by them. Zhao Ning calmly said, You sit down first. Zhang Shai sat back down. I did not say I would appoint multiple people to coordinate. I only want you to coordinate alone. No one is allowed to interfere. I will handle He Li's matters. You need not worry about that. Zhang Shai did not hesitate, saying, I accept the decree. If one person were to coordinate, it would naturally be much more convenient. Earlier this year, when the Jin army first besieged Dongjing, the city's defenses were coordinated by Li Gang. The advantage of having one person in charge is that it avoids disputes, and orders can be delivered quickly. This is undoubtedly the best strategy during a critical period. Tomorrow morning, I will announce this matter to the court. I will resolutely insist on a proactive war. This time, the Jin army came very quickly, and the loyalist army would not be able to arrive immediately, so they could only hold Dongjing to prolong the situation into a protracted war. What is most important for Dongjing now? Is it military supplies? No, the military technology of the Song dynasty is still quite advanced. So what is most important? It is the emperor's attitude. It is the resolute attitude towards a proactive war. At present, the court is filled with factions advocating peace and surrender, causing chaos within the city, with all sorts of evildoers emerging. Guijing is a typical example of this. When a country is on the verge of collapse, there will surely be evildoers. The evildoers here refer not to monsters, but to those petty people with ulterior motives. They are precisely the ones who want to profit from the national calamity at this time. There are many who are even more despicable than Guijing. Historically, Emperor Qinzong of Song wavered and effectively ruined a good situation. Therefore, the emperor must insist on a proactive war. Zhao Ning said, "You should go back and rest well." The emperor's tone was firm and steady, giving a sense of solidity, which surprised Zhang Shai for a moment. He felt as if the emperor had transformed somewhat. After Zhang Shai left, Zhao Ning instructed the eunuch to notify the ministers about the morning court session the next day. At the same time, he sent someone to find a person to come over. Who? The former head of the Imperial Guard, the shining superstar of the Song Dynasty football scene. The king of football, Gao Qiu. Before Gao Qiu arrived, Zhao Ning first reviewed the financial income of the Song Dynasty over the past few years. The financial departments of the Song Dynasty were the three departments: the Ministry of Salt and Iron, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Finance, which oversaw the overall financial revenues and expenditures. The emperor had a copy of the document. Zhao Ning read quickly, and the more he read, the more alarmed he became. Chapter 7. The Path of the Dogleg of the King of Football of the Song Dynasty. Good heavens! Is the Song Dynasty rich? Yes. Rich beyond measure. Is the Song Dynasty poor? Yes. Poor to the point of clattering. Wealth refers to the officials and nobles being rich. Poverty refers to the court and the common people being poor. In the 21st century, when people mention the Song Dynasty, they say it was a time of prosperous commerce. But Zhao Ning, after reviewing these financial records, thought that no matter how developed commerce was, such spending methods could not hold up. The official salaries were exceedingly high. The annual expenses for officials were indeed too high. Moreover, the military expenses each year could not be described as flowing water, but rather a waterfall. No wonder. Toward the end of the Northern Song, Kai Jing had to play the game of minting large coins to rake in profits, because the expenses were terrifying. Behind the prosperity, the national financial crisis had already become increasingly severe. With such high military expenses, why was the military still so weak? It seems that the officials of the Song Dynasty are quite unreserved in drinking the blood of soldiers. So the question arises, how much money is left now? There are still 500,000 guan. 1 guan is roughly equivalent to 1 tael, and based on the grain prices of the Song Dynasty, 1 guan is approximately 500 yuan. This amount is not even enough to pay the official salaries, let alone military expenditures. In other words, the mess that Zhao Ning has taken over is not just about the enemy at the gates. The court's accounts are also in deficit. In fact, the finances of the Northern Song Dynasty had been in deficit for a long time, and there are many reasons for this, which will be discussed later. Without money, what kind of war can we fight? The Song Dynasty operated under the two-tax system, which means taxes were collected in summer and autumn, and this year's autumn tax has not yet been collected. Another source of income for the court comes from the revenue from monopolized goods. The so-called monopolized income refers to the income from state-run monopolies. However, due to the war and the siege of the capital, these revenues are basically in a state of paralysis. Zhao Ning suddenly felt as if a mountain had fallen upon him. The situation he faced was absolutely not as simple as just a strong foreign enemy. There were even greater internal troubles. The Song Dynasty relied on the heavy taxes of the common people to support the bureaucrats and the elite class. Moreover, due to facing multiple military threats, military expenditures increased year by year. Zhao Ning was still uncertain about how much of the enormous military expenditure had been embezzled. He quickly flipped through the fish scale ledger. Although it was incomplete, just looking at it made Zhao Ning feel an urge to overturn the table. In his previous life, he dealt with money and was extremely sensitive to data and finances. Based on the limited information from the fish scale ledger, it could be inferred that the current state of land annexation had reached a shocking level. According to certain historical records, by the end of the Northern Song Dynasty, the elite class controlled over 80% of the land, and they also enjoyed certain tax exemption privileges. Coupled with the Northern Song's policy of not restraining land annexation, the elites were still crazily annexing land. The interests of the involved groups were so intertwined that it would take time to sort them out. Half an hour later, Gao Qiu hurriedly arrived outside the windy hall. He was trembling, not from the cold, but from fear. Why did the emperor suddenly summon him? He had already resigned from his official position and returned home to be with his sister, no longer participating in court struggles. So why had he suddenly been called back? As he walked, he discreetly handed a bulging bag of money to Wang Huaiji and quietly asked, "Wang Zhongguan, why does the emperor want to see me?" "I don't know either, but the emperor suddenly said he wanted to see you." Gao Qiu felt anxious but did not ask further questions. Once he arrived, he stood obediently outside. Wang Huaiji went in and cautiously said, "Your Majesty, Gao Qiu is outside waiting." Zhao Ning did not respond, and Wang Huaiji thought he had not heard and repeated, "Your Majesty, Gao Qiu is outside waiting." "I know." Zhao Ning continued to look through the financial records, growing angrier the more he read. The old Zhao family had become too accustomed to living in peace, spending money recklessly. For example, it was recorded here that Tong Guan bought an empty city for 1 million guan. How much is 1 million guan? In the Song Dynasty, especially during the reign of Emperor Huizong, the court recklessly minted money, commonly referred to as printing money indiscriminately, and 1 million guan was roughly equivalent to 500 million yuan. A common person in the capital earned about 21 a day. 1 million guan equals 1 billion won, meaning this common person would need to go without food or drink for 50 million days, or 140,000 years. This event occurred in the 7th year of the Xuanhe period, which was 3 years ago, when the Song and Jin were still allies, jointly destroying the Liao state. Tong Guan led an army of 200,000 to attack Yuzhou, but was repeatedly suppressed by several thousand Liao troops. Later, Yuzhou fell to the Jin. The cunning Tong Guan then discussed with Emperor Huizong, "Your Majesty, I have a brilliant plan. Why don't we buy Yuzhou with 1 million guan?" After spending that 1 million guan, they would definitely have to find a way to get it back. So Zhao Ji, while painting and writing, asked Kai Jing, "Old Kai, we are out of money. What should we do?" Kai Jing waved his hand. "Your Majesty, let's continue to print money." Zhao Ning patiently continued to read. And by the time he finished some of the documents, half an hour had already passed. He took a deep breath. Of course, the mess of the Song dynasty was absolutely not created during the reign of Emperor Huizong. Many policies from the founding of the dynasty were problematic. And after more than 100 years of accumulation, the country was riddled with holes. What was left for Zhao Ning was a seemingly prosperous but internally rotten Song dynasty. Forget it, these matters can be digested slowly. First, stabilize the current situation. Everything must be approached step by step. Wang Huaiji saw that the emperor had finished reading and quietly reminded him, "Your Majesty, Gao Qiu is still outside." "I know." After a while, Zhao Ning finally said, "Let him in." "Yes." Wang Huaiji hurriedly went out, and at that moment, Gao Qiu was shivering in the snow. At over 50 years old, he looked as helpless as a child in the freezing cold. "High official, hurry inside. The emperor is waiting for you." Gao Qiu quickly took a step forward. But because he was frozen stiff, he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Wang Huaiji supported him. "Slow down, you're getting old." Gao Qiu hurriedly entered the windy hall. Inside, the warmth was ample, and as soon as Gao Qiu entered, he felt comfortable. "I pay my respects to your Majesty. May you be safe." Although Gao Qiu no longer held a specific position, he still retained his official rank, which is a characteristic of the Song dynasty where rank and position are separate. Therefore, he referred to himself as subject. Zhao Ning held a book and glanced at Gao Qiu. Gao Qiu had a slightly plump face, looking harmless. With his mustache dampened by the snow, and his body was shaking uncontrollably, Zhao Ning said lightly, "You have come. May I ask why your Majesty has summoned me?" "It's nothing much, just that someone reported you for plotting something improper." "Is there such a thing?" Zhao Ning continued to look at the book, his tone indifferent. Gao Qiu suddenly looked up, bewildered, staring at the emperor. "What is going on?" Gao Qiu, plotting something improper? I only know how to play football, okay? The imperial guards have been worn out by me. Even if I wanted to plot something, my strength wouldn't allow it. Your Majesty, you know that my dream is to form a Song dynasty football dream team. Your Majesty, this is completely a misunderstanding. I am loyal to you, as the sun and moon can witness. Is that so? Absolutely. Perhaps out of excitement, Gao Qiu's face turned slightly red. Zhao Ning smiled gently, looking calmly at Gao Qiu, and said, "Then what were you doing last year when you led the Imperial Guard south?" Zhao Ning was referring to the end of last year when the Jin army was about to march south, and Emperor Huizong had thrown the throne to his son before fleeing south. The situation at that time was as follows. Emperor Huizong did not want to be emperor anymore. And one night, he called Zhao Huan and forcibly gave him the position. Zhao Huan was unwilling to be emperor, crying faintly several times on the spot. Later, he had no choice but to secretly wipe his tears in the toilet and reluctantly ascend to the throne. After Emperor Huizong relinquished the throne, he fled south that very night. Accompanying him south were his favorite minister Tong Guan and Gao Qiu among others. At that time, Tong Guan led an army of 10,000 following Emperor Huizong, and Gao Qiu also led the Imperial Guards south, competing for favor and getting into fights along the way. Emperor Huizong of Song's southward journey was actually an attempt to establish a small court in the southeast. He intercepted the taxes coming from the southeast and gave orders along the way. This involved the power struggle between Emperor Qinzong of Song and Emperor Huizong of Song. Gao Qiu was a favored minister of Emperor Huizong, as was Tong Guan. Later, Emperor Qinzong Zhaohuan, following Li Gang's advice, deceived Emperor Huizong back to the capital, resulting in the execution of Tong Guan and others. Gao Qiu, having lost a fight with Tong Guan while on the road, returned to the capital in a sorry state, resigned from his position as commander of the Imperial Guard, and thus escaped calamity. However, he had led troops south to follow Emperor Huizong, which was a significant taboo. Because of this incident, Tong Guan lost his head. Gao Qiu was not held accountable. He simply resigned and went home to play football. Zhao Ning referred to this matter. If this issue were to be seriously addressed, Gao Qiu should also be punished. This incident teaches us that one should never get involved in the struggles for imperial power. Otherwise, you might become a victim. When Gao Qiu heard the emperor suddenly mention this incident, He was so frightened that he immediately knelt down. Your Majesty. I was confused for a moment, but later I realized my mistake and returned to the capital. Please forgive me. Seeing that this tactic was effective, Zhao Ning continued. Gao Qiu, not only are there reports of your treacherous intentions, but there are also accusations that you embezzled substantial military funds from the Imperial Guard. Is this true? As for who reported Gao Qiu, who knows? Anyway, Zhao Ning did not know who accused Gao Qiu. Perhaps people in the 21st century think that Gao Taiwei's departure caused Chinese football to not recover for over 1,000 years, which is why they reported him for neglecting his duties. In any case, Gao Qiu was unsure if anyone had reported him. He could not go around asking, who the hell said I was rebelling and embezzling in front of the emperor? Who said that? Gao Qiu did not dare to ask, as embezzlement in the Imperial Guard was as common as eating meals. At this moment, he could only tremble and say, absolutely not. Your Majesty, you see clearly. Absolutely not. Gao Qiu was trembling all over. He had been outside in the cold for over half an hour, which was bad enough. And now he was hit with a charge of rebellion, followed by another charge of embezzlement. What the hell is a surprise? What the hell is a surprise? This is a surprise. Whether this is true is not for you to decide. There are multiple people telling me that you, Gao Qiu, have treacherous intentions and have embezzled. It's a misunderstanding. Do you want to know what else they said? I am terrified. I ask you, did you dream of Tongguan after his death? Your Majesty, I am wronged. I am absolutely loyal to your Majesty. After a moment of silence, Zhao Ning said, Gao Qiu, they want me to kill you. Gao Qiu, who was already frozen like a grandson, was now sweating profusely. The emperor suddenly changed his tone, but I believe you might be wronged. Just when Gao Qiu was feeling hopeless, he suddenly perked up, as if grasping a straw while about to drown. I believe you are absolutely loyal to me, right? The emperor emphasized the last 3 words, and without even thinking, Gao Qiu hurriedly said, yes. Whatever your Majesty asks me to do, I will do it. Really? Really? If I dare to say even half a word that is false, your Majesty can cut off my head. After a pause, Zhao Ning suddenly changed the subject and asked, what do you think about the Jin bandits surrounding the city? Gao Qiu's head buzzed. Why was the emperor asking him this question? He quickly thought it through. What opinion could he have? He had none, but he still had to answer the emperor's question. Recently, the emperor had appointed hardliners, and recalling this, Gao Qiu immediately blurted out, of course, we must fight to the end. The Jin bandits are barbarians. They have no trust. They have intruded deep into our Song territory. As long as we defend the city like we did at the beginning of this year, they will naturally retreat. What you said makes sense. Zhao Ning expressed satisfaction. He didn't care whether Gao Qiu was incompetent or if he was just being perfunctory. He only needed Gao Qiu to express his stance in front of him. I will let you return to the Royal City Division to redeem your sins. Are you willing? Upon hearing this, Gao Qiu was overjoyed. But he still appeared humble. What merit do I have? If you are unwilling, I will have to execute you for rebellion. No. I am willing. I am willing to go through fire and water for your Majesty. Chapter 8. Turmoil in the court. In fact, the Gao Qiu in official history and the Gao Qiu in water margin are 2 different people. The historical Gao Taiwei was more of a favored minister of Emperor Huizong, a leisurely official who wandered around with the Imperial Guard and did not engage in serious matters. It was problematic to appoint a football star as the commander of the Central Army in the first place. Moreover, our Gao Taiwei was previously a ruffian. Such a person was of little use. Throwing him out of the court would have been acceptable. However, he had managed to build a reputation and connections in the capital over the years, so he naturally found his place. What kind of office is the Royal City Division? It is similar to the Jinyui of the Ming Dynasty, the emperor's personal troops, responsible for supervising the capital and overseeing the army. The Royal City Division is currently headed by Wang Zhonglan, the uncle of Emperor Qinzong Zhaohuan. Wang Zhonglan was a spoiled second-generation aristocrat, let alone killing someone. He wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. Zhao Ning would have loved to kick him a few times for his cowardice. But Gao Qiu was different. Although he was similarly a dandy, he had genuinely been in the military for many years. For Zhao Ning, the most important thing now was to have a reliable Imperial Guard. It's not that the previous Imperial Guard was disobedient, but Wang Zhonglan was too timid. How could they carry out executions? If the emperor gave an order and that guy stood there frozen, that would be really awkward. If Gao Qiu dared to stand there without moving, Zhao Ning could easily bring up old grievances and dispose of him. The arrangements were made very quickly. Gao Qiu immediately went to the Royal City Division to retrieve the official seal. Then, was it time to sleep? No, with the great enemy at the gates. I am too nervous. I need to relax a bit. I am definitely not indulging in beauty. I am doing this to ease my mood, so I can sleep well. And only then will I have the energy to fight the enemy. I am doing this all for the country and the people. So, little Zhu, I am coming. Your Majesty, it is late. Will you not rest? Your Majesty, shall we not come back tomorrow? Your Majesty, when did your speed in undressing become so fast? Your Majesty, you braved the wind and snow to go to the city tower during the day. Should you not rest a bit now? Zhao Ning suddenly felt that this world was not entirely a pit. The snow outside was falling heavier, and the bonfire in the Jin army's camp outside was burning brightly. The camp was illuminated by the fire, casting a faint glow. The patrolling Jin soldiers were walking back and forth. checking every corner while watching the city tower of Dongjing with a hawkish gaze. The night enveloped this currently largest and most prosperous city in the world. The southern city gate of the palace was the Xuanda Gate, and to the east of Xuanda Gate was a gate called the Zuoyi Gate. The residence of Prime Minister He Li was in this area. The northern Song dynasty was a remarkable era. The housing prices in Dongjing would often exceed 5,000 guan, approximately 2.5 million yuan. A slightly better location would be over 10,000 guan, approximately 5 million yuan. Many officials, even high-ranking ones, could not afford houses. Su Shi spent most of his life as a tenant. Later, during the reign of Emperor Shenzong, even the emperor couldn't stand it anymore. Some chancellors were actually renting houses to live in, which was embarrassing for the dynasty. Therefore, a batch of luxurious residences was built around the Zuoyi Min area, specifically for officials of the chancellor level to live in. Of course, due to the frequent changes of chancellors in the Song dynasty, the owners in this area also changed quite often. He Li, the top scholar of the 5th year of the Zheng He era. By the way, another historical figure who took the exam in the same year is Qin Hui. Qin Hui was the successful candidate that year, but he was not the top scholar. The top scholar was He Li. At that time, He Li held the position of Right Minister of the Ministry of Personnel and concurrently Deputy Minister of the Central Secretariat. The Right Minister is equivalent to the Deputy Prime Minister. If there is no appointment for the Left Minister, then he is the top leader, truly the Prime Minister, while the Minister of State Affairs is the Deputy Prime Minister. At this time, Qin Hui was still serving as the Deputy Censor-in-Chief at the Censorate. Therefore, it can be said that the Song dynasty placed great importance on examination results. As for He Li, how should I put it? He was not suited for the position. He lacked the ability to be a chancellor. Objectively speaking, Qin Hui was much more capable than him. It's just that Qin Hui lacked even the most basic integrity. Why do I say He Li was not suitable to be a chancellor? Guo Jing was brought in by him, and Sun Fu. The political situation during the Jingkong period was very complicated, with mainly two factions in the court. One faction was the pro-war faction, and the other was the pro-peace faction. The pro-peace faction remained unchanged, including people like Geng Nanzhong, Tang Ku, Li Bangyan, Zhang Bangchong, and Mo Chou. However, the pro-war faction kept changing. From the beginning of the year to the end of the year, almost a new group of people had taken their place. The pro-war faction at the beginning of the year consisted of truly capable individuals like Li Gang and Zhong Shidao. However, by the end of the year, Li Gang had resigned, and Zhong Shidao had passed away, with the pro-war faction turning into the likes of He Li and Sun Fu, who were mere figureheads. Fortunately, there were still people like Zhang Shai in the city who had genuinely fought in hard battles. At this moment, the person arriving at He Li's residence was Su Bingzhe, the acting governor of Kaifeng, who appeared hurried and anxious. Su Bingzhe was historically known to be extremely shameless. When the Jin army entered the city, he was the first to help them seize beautiful women and gold and silver, making him a standard trader. Su Bingzhe said in a terrified tone, "Sir He, it's bad. It's bad." He Li picked up a cup of hot tea and asked, "What is the hurry about?" "Sun Fu has been captured. Guo Jing has been executed." He Li's hand trembled, and he stood up abruptly, his face changing dramatically. "What did you say?" "Sun Fu has been captured, and Grandmaster Guo has been executed. What are we going to do? Who did this?" As soon as He Li asked this question, he realized it was unnecessary. Sun Fu was the deputy minister of the Privy Council and the Imperial Guard, and Guo Jing was the military commander he had recommended to the emperor. Who else but the emperor would dare to execute Guo Jing? But this defied logic. Why would the emperor execute Guo Jing? Wasn't everything fine before? Could it be that the pro-peace faction had whispered something in the emperor's ear and changed his mind? Su Bingzhe said, "It was the emperor. He went to the city gate in the evening, and afterward, he executed Grandmaster Guo and captured Sun Fu. Sun Fu is now in the Ministry of Justice's prison. This is terrible. This is terrible." He Li hurriedly put down his teacup, stood up, and said to his subordinates, "Change your clothes. Quickly change your clothes." "Where is Sir He going?" "To the palace to see the emperor." The emperor suddenly capturing Sun Fu and executing Guo Jing was clearly the pro-peace faction making trouble. Was He Li a staunch pro-war faction member? Not exactly. His pro-war stance was merely a political stance to gain power, nothing more. He had no specific tactics for the pro-war approach. If he did, he wouldn't have pushed out a charlatan like Guo Jing. Now that the situation had suddenly changed, what he sensed first was the smell of political struggle, not a reflection on his own behavior. He believed it must be that Geng Nanzhong and his group had said something in front of the emperor again. Changing into his official robes, He Li left and hurried to the palace. Zuoyi Min was not far from the palace gate, and when he arrived at the palace gate to request an audience with the emperor, he was told that the emperor had already retired for the night and was not seeing anyone. In the end, He Li used some connections to meet Wang Huaiji, who then informed him, "Sir He, the emperor really has retired. Let's talk about it during tomorrow's morning court." "Tomorrow's morning court?" "Yes, tomorrow's morning court. I was just about to send someone to notify the officials of various departments." He Li left helplessly. Meanwhile, the news of Sun Fu's capture and Guo Jing's execution had already spread throughout the city of Dongjing, especially in official circles. In the late Northern Song period, the political struggles within Dongjing were complex, with various factions monitoring each other, collecting intelligence, and often reacting to rumors as if they were facts. This was a legacy of the factional struggles during Wang Engshi's reform era, with the reformists and conservatives each raising their banners to protect their own interests, creating a murky political atmosphere. At this time, the pro-peace faction immediately sensed the political shift from the news of Guo Jing's execution. A month ago, the leader of the pro-peace faction, Tang Ku, had been dismissed, the emperor's teacher Geng Nanzhong had also fallen from power, and the wayward chancellor Li Bangyan had been exiled to the Mingdao Palace in Guozhou. The pro-peace faction had been temporarily suppressed, and the pro-war faction had taken the stage. But everyone knew that Emperor Zhao was not a staunch pro-war faction member. His pro-war stance was merely a temporary necessity, as he had always wavered between pro-war and pro-peace. Suddenly arresting the backbone of the pro-war faction and executing Guo Jing indicated that the emperor might be leaning towards pro-peace. Chapter 9. The court slang war begins on a snowy night. A man was knocking on the red door in front of him. Shortly after, someone inside said, "It's so late, who is it?" "It's me, Wang Shiyong." The door opened, and Wang Shiyong quickly walked in. Minister Tang, something big has happened. Something big has happened. Tang Ku was reading in his study when someone reported that Wang Shiyong had urgent business. Tang Ku put on his clothes and walked out. Although he had been dismissed from the chancellorship, Tang Ku's official position remained. In the Song dynasty, positions and titles were separate, and his connections and prestige still existed. "Is it you, Bolai? Why are you looking for me so late?" "Minister Tang, something big has happened. Guo Jing has been executed, and Sun Fu has been thrown into the Ministry of Justice's prison." Tang Ku's heart jolted, and he couldn't help but say, "Really?" "Absolutely true. It was the emperor himself who executed Guo Jing at the city tower and personally ordered the arrest of Sun Fu." Tang Ku frowned and fell into deep thought. "Minister Tang, Guo Jing was recommended by He Li and Sun Fu together. The emperor's execution of Guo Jing negates He Li and Sun Fu." "What do you mean?" "I believe the emperor may be considering peace negotiations. There are quite a few people in the court who want to negotiate peace now. The Jin army has surrounded the city for some time, and there is no strategy to repel them. The only option is to negotiate peace. The next step, I fear." Wang Shiyong paused here. "Continue." "The next step, I fear the emperor will need to raise funds within the city and reopen peace talks with the Jin army, giving the Jin people a sum of money. This matter obviously requires someone to coordinate and handle it." Saying this, Wang Shiyong glanced at Tang Ku. He continued, "Before I came, I received news that there will be a morning court tomorrow." "A morning court tomorrow?" "Yes, there will be a morning court tomorrow. I was just about to send someone to notify the officials." Tang Ku's eyes lit up with hope. 25 days ago, the position of deputy chancellor was still his. And at that time, He Li, who was still the acting governor of Kaifeng, had declared himself pro-war, with the public's pro-war sentiment running high, forcing Tang Ku to step down and He Li to take power. Originally, I thought He Li had some profound opinions, capable of rallying people's hearts like Li Gang at the beginning of the year, to defend the city together against the enemy. In the end, he brought in a charlatan. Even Tang Ku and Geng Nanzhong from the peace faction couldn't stand it. Tang Ku's political stance was to negotiate peace, followed by relocating the capital to Chang'an. One cannot say that Tang Ku, as a peace advocate, is shameless. After all, the military disparity between Song and Jin was indeed significant. Tang Ku was quite competent as an official in history, whether in local governance when he was young or in disaster relief in the Yellow River later on. He was very responsible. He can definitely be considered a good official who loves the people. However, he was not suited to be a minister in the central government. Or rather, he was not fit to meddle in military affairs. It was this man who was driven to death by the teachings of the masters. "Tang Xianggong, everyone is looking forward to you taking charge of the overall situation." Tang Ku said, "Tomorrow morning's court, you all watch the changes quietly. If He Li is dismissed." At this point, Tang Ku stopped. "I know what to say." The snow fell slowly, covering the prosperous capital. Zhao Ning's sudden arrival broke the original pattern, and all factions began to stir. Zhao Ning held Zhu Lian in his arms and peacefully spent his first night after crossing over to the late northern Song. He knew that the upcoming situation would be extremely difficult, so ensuring at least a minimum of sleep was essential. The next morning, Zhao Ning changed into a dragon robe. The Song dynasty was associated with the fire element, also known as Yin Song, so the dragon robe of the Song dynasty was red. Of course, in ancient times, they wouldn't describe it as red, but as crimson. The dragon robe was made of crimson gauze, featuring black borders to reflect majesty and layers, with patterns of auspicious clouds and dragons. After changing, Zhao Ning strode towards the Chui Gong Hall. The original owner, Zhao Huan, was physically weak, and Zhao Ning thought to himself, how would this body bear great responsibilities in the future? He would need to exercise more. At this time, it was around the third watch, about 4:30, and it was still dark. The morning court of the Great Song had regulations to convene at this time. Although Zhao Ning was a person from the 21st century and had never had the habit of sleeping in, he found it indifferent. Upon entering the Chui Gong Hall, the ministers had already been waiting outside the hall. Zhao Ning also had a preliminary idea in mind, mainly with 2 points. First, to declare a firm stance on war to suppress the peace faction, to prevent them from creating obstacles later on. Second, to raise funds. There were many crude methods to raise funds, like confiscating more properties. "I hope you all come up and fiercely confront me." This was also why Zhao Ning allowed Gao Qiu to return. After the formalities, the ministers entered the hall and bowed. Your Majesty, may you be at peace. I am at peace. The emperor sat above, with the ministers arranged on both sides. The chancellor of the political affairs hall and officials from the privy council at the front of the ministers. In the Song dynasty, there was no kneeling salute during court. That was invented by the Mongols. Everyone stood, and in such formal occasions as the court, they all referred to him as Your Majesty. At this time, anyone who dared to call him the official was likely to have a problem. Zhao Ning scanned the room and said, "Do you have anything to say?" He Li was about to speak, but Wang Shiyong stood up first and said, "Your Majesty, I have something to say. Speak. I have heard that Guijing is a fraud and cannot defend against enemies, deceiving the sovereign. This is a great crime." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the Chue Gong Hall instantly froze. This matter had spread throughout the court overnight, and almost everyone knew about it. Wang Shiyong was ostensibly criticizing Guijing, but he was actually condemning the war faction as incompetent, absurd, and treasonous. The emperor sat there, silent, with a dignified expression, but in reality, he had already begun to secretly rejoice. Seeing the emperor not speak, those around him did not dare to rush. Wang Shiyong continued with righteous indignation. Since Guijing is a fraud, yet was appointed as the commander against the enemies, this is the greatest absurdity in the world. His tone rose, stirring the emotions of the peace faction. Some people began to discuss privately. The emperor said in a deep voice, "Silence." The Chue Gong Hall returned to calm. Zhao Ning had already anticipated that today there would be a group of people looking for trouble with He Li without needing the censorate to intervene. This is one of the characteristics of the Great Song Court. Did they really think He Li was incompetent? Of course not. They just wanted to take the opportunity to push He Li aside, elevate themselves, and gain political capital. In chaotic times, political opportunists lurked in the shadows, ready to move. Mo Cho, the Minister of Personnel and concurrently Hanlon scholar, stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I also have something to say. Speak." Mo Cho was also part of the peace faction. The peace faction was a mixed bag. The kind of peace advocates like Tang Ku believed that it was truly impossible to fight the Jin army at this moment, suggesting to relocate the capital first. Develop for a period before making a decision. In history, after the fall of Dongjing, the Jin people supported Zhang Bangchong to act as a false emperor in Dongjing, forcing officials to sign documents of acknowledgement. Mo Cho, being the top scholar, signed without any psychological burden, calling Zhang Bangchong Your Majesty, causing even Zhang Bangchong himself to feel uneasy. However, Tang Ku committed suicide by poison due to the humiliation. Mo Cho said, "Your Majesty, with your divine insight, you have timely seen through Guijing's deception. If you had not arrived in time, Guijing would have likely opened the city gates, allowing the Jin thieves to enter, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Such an absurd incident occurring in the capital, I believe we must give the people a reasonable explanation." Zhao Ning, sitting steadily above, appeared calm but couldn't help but feel emotional. The officials of the Great Song are all sharp, capable of speaking in a way that kills without bloodshed, deftly wielding the art of leveraging power. Mo Chao's call for accountability to the common people essentially meant that this incident involving Guijing would inevitably incite public resentment, and someone needed to take responsibility for it. The implication was clear. He Li must step down quickly. This is the art of speaking. By invoking the common people and standing on the side of righteousness, even if He Li had 10 mouths, he couldn't refute it. When Tang Ku was ousted, it was due to public anger towards the peace faction, and the censorate's impeachment went smoothly. Now that He Li committed such a foolish mistake, his stepping down was a foregone conclusion. The peace faction would inevitably seize this opportunity to launch a vigorous counterattack and initiate a new round of power exchange. Both Wang Shiyong and Mo Cho were key figures in the peace faction. Chapter 10. This is your own doing, do not blame me. Mo Cho continued, "I believe the most serious issue here is the treachery against the sovereign. Certain treacherous individuals in the court, for their personal gain, deceive the sovereign, disregarding the safety of the court and the survival of the state. This is a great treachery and evil, aiming to destroy our great song. They must be severely punished." Mo Chao's words had two layers of meaning. First, when Guijing rose to power, it was with the emperor's consent, and Guijing's position was also approved by the emperor. However, this was not the emperor's fault, as the emperor was also deceived by treacherous individuals. This preserved the emperor's face very well, and from the perspective of a subject, he was undoubtedly a qualified minister. Second, He Li and Sun Fu were great traitors and evildoers who should be severely dealt with immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, many ministers echoed, "Please, Your Majesty, punish them severely." The atmosphere in the court instantly heated up. This routine was obvious. First, two heavyweight peace faction ministers stepped up to set the tone, then using some inciting words to create a wave of anxiety. After that, the atmosphere group took the stage. The officials from the war faction looked panicked, unable to speak, whereas just a while ago, they had been full of spirit. After all, Guijing's deception was exposed by the emperor on the spot, and Guijing was the leader of the pro-war faction. How could he defend himself? Su Bingzhe wanted to say something, but he didn't. This guy was clearly a fence-sitter. Retracting his head, He Li's face turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, I was also misled by Sun Fu." At this moment, in order to preserve his position as Chancellor, He Li could only shift all the blame onto Sun Fu, who was in the Ministry of Justice's prison. After all, he wasn't present, right? It's an unchanging truth that those who are absent take the blame. Wang Shiyong sneered. "Then may I ask, Mr. He, do you have any effective strategies to counter the enemy?" Zhao Ning couldn't help but laugh at this situation. It said that the civil officials in the Song dynasty were increasingly assertive in the court, and this was indeed true. Among the bureaucratic system of the Song dynasty, the hardest position was actually that of the Chancellor, especially the heads of the Political Affairs Hall and the Privy Council. Countless people were watching you, ready to attack whenever they found an opportunity. Wang Engshi, who was fully supported by Emperor Xinzong to implement reforms, was also criticized by countless people, to the point where he couldn't eat or sleep. This was actually a political game that the Zhao family accepted and even encouraged to prevent the emergence of powerful ministers. During the Northern Song period, there was basically no chancellor who ended well, so naturally, there were no so-called powerful ministers. If the Song dynasty were to have powerful ministers, it would be Qin Hui and Shi Miyuan during the Southern Song period, because they regained financial and military power. In the Northern Song, chancellors did not have financial and military authority, mostly just handling administration. Wang Shiyong's word struck He Li's sore spot. If he had any strategies to counter the enemy, he wouldn't be relying on Guijing. Before He Li could speak, Mo Cho, who had already made full preparations, said, "Mr. He, this matter concerns the safety of our great Song, so please do not speak carelessly. Deceiving the emperor is a grave crime." He Li was so angry he nearly exploded. Unable to speak for a moment, the pro-war faction was also unsure of what the emperor was thinking, each one of them looking like a child who had made a mistake, lowering their heads in silence. For example, Li Ruoshui, the Deputy Minister of Personnel, and Mei Zhili, the Minister of Revenue, were both famous officials from the late Northern Song and key members of the pro-war faction, but now they couldn't say a word. It was indeed He Li and Sun Fu who had ruined the pro-war cause. The pro-peace faction clearly held the advantage. In the end, He Li could only squeeze out one sentence. "Your Majesty, I am guilty." "You are indeed guilty." The emperor finally spoke. As soon as the emperor spoke, the ministers' hearts stirred, especially those from the pro-peace faction, who were overjoyed. The emperor had made his stance clear. He Li, as chancellor, was basically finished. He Li continued, "I am willing to resign." When He Li said this, Wang Shiyong and the others couldn't help but smile. Indeed, in the official history, after the fall of the capital, besides Su Bingzhou working hard to collect gold, silver, and beauties for the Jin army, Wang Shiyong was also there, even more eager to flatter. He forcibly captured women from the common people to present to the Jin, a typical fence-sitter, posing as a gentleman when the Northern Song was not yet destroyed. When the capital fell, he immediately turned to the Jin. And when Zhang Bangchong established the Puppet Chu regime, he quickly turned to Zhang Bangchong. When Zhao Go re-established the Song court, he immediately turned to Zhao Go, a complete traitor and lackey. Wang Shiyong then put on a righteous face and said, "Can one resign voluntarily to atone? This matter concerns the survival of the capital. As chancellor, you have been negligent." He Li was furious. "Wang Shiyong, what do you intend to do?" "Your Majesty, please dismiss He Li from his official position and imprison him in the Ministry of Justice's prison to quell the people's anger." Seeing that the emperor had already made his stance clear, Wang Shiyong immediately pressed the advantage. The other pro-peace faction members immediately echoed, "Please, Your Majesty, dismiss He Li from his position as vice-chancellor and punish him to quell the people's anger." Zhao Ning scoffed inwardly. "Quelling the people's anger? You merely want to eliminate your political rival. Do you really care about the people's anger?" "Okay." Zhao Ning waved his hand. He was not only not angry about the demands of the pro-peace faction, but actually wanted to laugh. This was the situation he wanted. He Li would definitely have to step down. Having made such a foolish mistake, there was no way he could stay. However, it was ultimately a pit left by Zhao Huan, and the emperor had allowed He Li to act this way. Therefore, Zhao Ning couldn't personally take He Li down today. He needed to use the pro-peace faction's hands to eliminate He Li, and he calculated that the pro-peace faction would definitely take down He Li. When Li Ruoshui, the Deputy Minister of Personnel, heard this, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, absolutely not. Mr. He is also devoted to the country. With the enemy army outside the city, if we rashly vent our anger, it will surely cause chaos among the people." Just as Wang Shiyong was about to continue attacking, the emperor suddenly shouted angrily, "Isn't the people's heart chaotic enough?" The ministers were startled by the emperor's sudden outburst. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Li Ruoshui wanted to say something, but was forcibly interrupted by Zhao Ning. "I have made my decision. Come, take He Li's cap and imprison him in the sky prison." Immediately, several imperial guards entered, removed He Li's cap, and took him away. There were hardly any pro-war faction members left in the court. Now that pro-war figures He Li and Sun Fu had been captured, the remaining pro-war members didn't dare to speak. Even Li Ruoshui, a pro-war member, was silenced. Su Bingzhou rolled his eyes and immediately stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty is wise." Everyone was surprised to see Su Bingzhou step forward. Wasn't he He Li's lackey? Previously, He Li had promoted him to be in charge of the Kaifeng prefecture after he became chancellor. Your Majesty is wise. I have long sensed that He Li has problems, and I have repeatedly reminded him. Not only did he not listen, but he also scolded me. Zhao Ning thought, oh, isn't this the notorious traitor Su Bingzhe from the late Northern Song? Seeing He Li lose power, he immediately jumped out to distance himself from He Li. This is a typical political opportunist. It's fine to be a political opportunist, but if you have real talent and integrity, it doesn't matter whether you speculate or not. After all, who doesn't want to take advantage of opportunities to rise? Do you think I am here to promote the pro-peace faction today? Haha. I am actually preparing to find a pro-peace figure to take down to shock the people. If you continue to outwardly support the pro-war faction, I really wouldn't know how to deal with you. But you are cooperating, afraid that I don't have a head to send to the city for public display? Since you are so sincere, how can I let you down? Zhao Ning said. Su Qing, what are your thoughts? Chapter 11. This is how I like to confront people. Su Bingzhe said, now is not the time to go to war. Are you suggesting peace? I indeed have this intention. Su Bingzhe said confidently, thinking that with the two leaders of the pro-war faction imprisoned, isn't the trend clear? The emperor wants peace but can't lower himself to say it. So as his subject, I must relieve the emperor's worries. Look, am I not a loyal minister? A truly loyal minister. Moreover, most people in the court also support peace. And by standing with the majority, I won't be implicated by He Li. I am indeed a cunning old fox. I believe the Jin are merely barbarians, greedy for a bit of wealth. Our great song is rich and can afford to give them some. As long as they receive money, they will retreat. Su Bingzhe continued speaking, while the ministers around him had already begun to curse him for his shamelessness. Zhao Ning asked, where will the money come from? The treasury is tight. Su Bingzhe replied, we can simply borrow from the common people. The court is also trying to ensure their safety. The common people won't have any objections. Objections? The smile on Zhao Ning's face suddenly vanished. His expression turned cold as ice, and his tone became sharp. I will be the first to confiscate all your Su Bingzhe's assets. Are you willing? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I am also considering strategies to repel the enemy. Originally, Su Bingzhe's statement had prompted some pro-peace ministers to prepare to echo his sentiments, but the emperor's sudden change in attitude startled those who were about to speak, causing them to quickly withdraw. The taxes of the Song dynasty were notoriously high throughout history, with all sorts of clever and arbitrary names for them. It was as if the common people had to pay taxes for merely breathing. The officials of the Song dynasty were constantly racking their brains to extort from the lower classes. Su Bingzhe was a typical example of flaying the common people and then handing the money over to the Jurchens, while he himself would contribute nothing. Faced with the emperor's abrupt change in attitude, Su Bingzhe was momentarily at a loss. Your Majesty, didn't you already dismiss the pro-war leader He Li? You should be favoring peace. Since you favor peace, let us raise some money then. I haven't said anything wrong, have I? Zhao Ning, with a grim face, said fine. Even if you give the Jurchens a sum of money, what if they don't withdraw their troops? Su Bingzhe immediately broke into a cold sweat, stammering, Your Majesty. The Jurchens will definitely. I ask you, what if the Jurchens don't withdraw their troops after receiving the money? On one side, Wang Shiyong was about to act, and the pro-peace faction was also stirring. Zhao Ning immediately grew furious. Speak. If the Jurchens do not withdraw after receiving the money, what then? Was he really furious? He was just putting on a show. The reason he was now losing his temper was to prevent more pro-peace ministers from stepping forward. With He Li losing power and the pro-peace faction rising, if today allowed this group of nonsense speakers to all stand up, the situation would be hard to control. Therefore, before Wang Shiyong and the others could act, Zhao Ning prepared to strike first. The emperor's voice echoed in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Wang Shiyong said, Your Majesty, You shut up. I am asking Su Bingzhe. Don't you all know the order of discussion between ruler and ministers? Don't you know that interrupting my questioning is a great disrespect to me? Once the emperor spoke, the ministers were instantly taken aback. Wang Shiyong was so frightened that he knelt down quickly. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I am terrified. Officials of the Song dynasty did kneel, for instance, during significant ceremonies or when being questioned. Other ministers also felt a tremor in their hearts. What was going on? Hadn't He Li just been dismissed? Why did it suddenly seem like the emperor wanted to go to war? For a moment, everyone was bewildered. What was the emperor trying to achieve today? Zhao Ning coldly scanned the other ministers, who had been prepared to speak, but after the emperor's reprimand, they dared not say anything more. Only Su Bingzhe stood in the middle, looking dumbfounded and trembling. He truly could not hold his ground and collapsed to the ground, burying his head. Zhao Ning still felt some anger. These guys acted and spoke without considering the consequences, only thinking of themselves and their political futures. In fact, there were many principled and capable officials in the Northern Song. For example, Fan Zhongyan, Han Qi, and Fu Bai from back in the day. And later Wang Engshi and Sima Guang could barely count as half. There were also Zhang Zhe, who nearly defeated the Western Xia, and even the famous General Zhong Sherdao, as well as the loyal and courageous Zhong Zhe, who was currently forming troops in Hebei to resist the Jurchens, all of whom came from scholarly backgrounds. The literati of the Northern Song had not yet sunk to the shamelessness seen in the late Ming dynasty. However, after more than 20 years of turmoil under Emperor Huizong, the central ministers in the court had become increasingly adept at nonsense, and the political atmosphere had turned murky. The current situation was essentially the mess left behind by Emperor Huizong. Of course, Zhao Ning did not plan to clean up these messes in the court for now. After all, the most important thing at the moment was to deal with the enemy. Engaging in other matters was a distraction. Once the Jurchens withdrew, he would slowly address other issues. Political matters cannot be rushed. They must be dealt with step by step. He coldly looked at Su Bingzhe. You jumped out yourself. If I don't take action against you, it would be a disservice to your heartfelt concern for me. So, what does it mean to serve in the interest of repelling the enemy? Very simple. First, dismiss useless pro-war figures like Healy. Second, kill a pro-peace minister in front of everyone to silence the pro-peace faction. Third, conveniently seize some assets and make a little money. Zhao Ning stared at Su Bingzhe, coldly saying, not speaking. Su Bingzhe trembled all over, but his mind was racing. He couldn't figure out what the emperor was trying to do now. However, with so many pro-peace ministers in the court, standing for peace meant he was on the side of the majority, so he was certainly not wrong. Even if the emperor did not want peace, so what? Could the emperor change the current situation? Thinking this way, Su Bingzhe steeled himself and said, Your Majesty, peace is the only way. I am doing this to preserve your throne and the Song dynasty. Zhao Ning sneered. Did you all hear that? He said it was to preserve my throne. I asked him what would happen if we gave money to the Jurchens and they didn't withdraw their troops. He answered that it was to preserve my throne. You all listen closely. This is how Su Bingzhe responds to my question, a governor of Kaifeng, answering my inquiry with nonsense. This is my governor of Kaifeng. This is my trusted minister. Does he often respond with nonsense like this during discussions? Chapter 12. There are no rules in this court. Some people, lacking any real ability, immediately take a moral high ground when discussing issues, acting as if they are doing it for your own good, as if debating with them is your fault. Dealing with such people is simple. Focus on the issue and don't get sidetracked. When it comes to confronting people, Zhao Ning is not someone to be trifled with. Emperor Qinzong Zhao Huan couldn't handle you, but I can't. Su Bingzhe continued to hold his ground, saying, Your Majesty, with the current military strength in the city, we cannot possibly contend with the Jurchens. Peace is the only way out. To be honest, Su Bingzhe regretted jumping into this pit himself, but at this moment, he had no way out. He could only grit his teeth and keep talking. His confidence stemmed from the fact that most people in the court were pro-peace. Moreover, even if he offended the emperor, he believed the worst that could happen would be his dismissal from office, not his removal from his position. This had essentially been the case before. As long as he was not opposed by the majority in the court, he would not be demoted. This was also one of the national conditions of the Song dynasty, a means by which the Zhao emperors controlled their ministers. Overall, the political struggles of the northern Song still had a high baseline. Furthermore, given the current situation, they simply couldn't fight back. Even if the emperor got angry temporarily, they would still have to seek peace in the end, and he would remain safe and sound. Zhang Shai. Zhao Ning's tone softened. Zhang Shai stepped forward and said, Your servant is here. Everyone's gaze fell on Zhang Shai again. Wasn't the emperor just confronting Su Bingzhe? Why did he suddenly call out Zhang Shai? The crowd was confused. Zhao Ning asked, Have you ever served in Qinfeng Road? Qinfeng Road was one of the 24 roads of the northern Song dynasty, equivalent to a province, covering areas in Shaanxi and part of Gansu. Zhang Shai replied, Reporting to your majesty, I once served as a registrar in Lanzhou. Do you have any other military positions? I once commanded the Ansu army. The Ansu army was a local military district in the Song dynasty, located in Shuzhou. Under the road, there are prefectures, states, and armies. Here, the army refers to local military garrisons, such as the Ansu army, which can be understood as the Ansu army garrison. Zhang Shai's mention of commanding the Ansu army meant he was responsible for the Ansu army. Just like being in charge of the Kaifeng prefecture, commanding the Ansu army was a military and political position. Then answer me one question. Please clarify, Your Majesty. How should we deal with a wavering military morale on the battlefield? As soon as the emperor asked this, everyone immediately understood why he had called Zhang Shai forward. Zhang Shai was also taken aback, but he quickly realized what he should say. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, According to military law, the punishment should be death. Good. Someone, take Su Bingzhe out and execute him. Su Bingzhe was dumbfounded, and the other ministers were equally shocked. They almost thought they had misheard. What? Is the emperor going to kill a minister? In the Song dynasty, killing ministers touched a sensitive nerve among the scholars and officials. Not killing civil officials was one of the basic national conditions of the Song dynasty. However, it wasn't entirely out of the question. At least during the reigns of Zhao Guangyin and Zhao Guangyi, many were executed. During Emperor Shenzong's time, Wang Engshi's reforms and Su Shi's constant opposition led to him being hated by both sides, almost losing his life in the Wutai poetry case. Later, at the beginning of the Southern Song, Zhao Go also executed many ministers. This indicated that if Zhao's family truly wanted to kill ministers, they could do so as long as the reasons were sufficient. Moreover, the current political situation was extremely special. Wen Yanbao once told Emperor Shenzong that the ruler and the scholars governed the world together. But the problem was, what have you scholars done to the world? The Jurchens have already reached the gates of Dongjing. How can you still have the face to bring this up with me? The enormous national defense crisis had a significant impact on the past political structure. In times of peace, it was indeed difficult to move against the scholars. But now, With the country in ruins and families destroyed, Zhao Ning himself had already thrown caution to the wind. He did not want to live in a five-star straw hut in the north. Furthermore, countless people in Dongjing supported a resolute war stance. He had a solid backing. The main contradiction had shifted from internal power struggles to the conflict between the Song and the Jin. With the focus of conflict moving externally, the internal consequences of killing would diminish. In such a significant crisis, executing a surrenderist while shocking the peace faction would align with the war faction's wishes. The essence of political games is that the minority submits to the majority. As long as this framework is maintained, killing is as easy as killing a chicken. Although there weren't many war advocates in the court, there were plenty among the various armies of the Song dynasty. The renowned Western Army of the Song, the southeastern troops, and the three towns of Hebei and Hedong, though fallen, still had soldiers and civilians fighting fiercely for war. Close by in Xizhou, there were Zhongzhe and soon-to-emerge figures like Yu Fei and Han Shizhong, all staunch advocates for war. At this moment, Zhang Shai was also a steadfast war advocate. Why would he fear Zhao Ning executing a surrenderist? With righteousness in hand and the people's hearts behind him, he could kill whenever he wanted. Moreover, it was Zhang Shai who suggested killing Su Bingzhe. The emperor had merely asked him how to deal with it. What is imperial power and strategy? This is it. Killing has its thresholds and methods. Therefore, when Zhang Shai answered the emperor's question, he also braced himself. He knew that once he spoke, he would deeply offend the peace faction. But he had to say it, as it was clearly stipulated in military law. If he spoke otherwise, it would be treason. From Zhao Ning's perspective, using Zhang Shai's words to execute Su Bingzhe firmly positioned Zhang Shai as an enemy of the peace faction, leaving no room for reconciliation. The court also needed a new balance. After all, political balance is merely the most fundamental political maneuver. Your Majesty, spare my life. Su Bingzhe was genuinely scared now. He had never imagined he could be killed. The current dynasty favored scholars and treated officials well. But the problem was, that was in peacetime when civil governance was necessary. Now that chaos had arrived, with the north ravaged and so many dead, including civil and military officials, employing harsh penalties in troubled times is not just talk. Wang Shiyong immediately stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, please do not speak. Do not interrupt me. Wang Shiyong continued, Your Majesty, Su Governor did not mean that. He is not a military or political official, so, did I permit you to speak? The emperor interjected. Is there any rule left in this court? Am I still your emperor? If not, I will abdicate, and you, Wang Shiyong, can take this position. At this, Wang Shiyong was frightened and quickly said, Your Majesty, please do not be angry. I dare not. I dare not. Others who had initially intended to speak fell silent upon seeing the emperor's fury. The Song dynasty had been in a period of peace for too long. People who had been in peaceful times for too long tended to become complacent. Wang Zhonglan, drag Su Bingzhe out and execute him on the spot to boost the military's morale. Wang Zhonglan, the commander of the Hull front, was bewildered in an instant. He felt countless resentful gazes boring into him. These scholars were fierce, and even he, a royal relative, did not dare to offend them easily. The power of the pen held by these scholars could write someone to death. The authority of public opinion was in the hands of these literati. So he stood there, pretending he did not hear the emperor's words. Other officials seemed to say, Wang Zhonglan, if you dare to act today, we will unite to attack you and drown you in spit. The air felt as if it had frozen. For self-preservation, Wang Zhonglan simply pretended to faint on the spot. Your Majesty, if you push me, I will faint for you. Chapter 13. Displaying the head to the public. Lord Taiwei. Seeing Wang Zhonglan suddenly faint, the Privy Councillor Feng Xie hurried over to support him. Lord Taiwei. With Wang Zhonglan fainted, Wang Shiyong grew anxious. So did Mo Cho and others. Those who usually did not care about Wang Zhonglan suddenly showed great concern for him, as if their own father had fainted. Everyone knew Wang Zhonglan was acting. And Wang Zhonglan also knew that everyone knew he was acting. Others began to cooperate with Wang Zhonglan's performance. The purpose of everyone's act was to muddy the waters, preventing the emperor from executing Su Bingzhe. Su Bingzhe was a person promoted by He Li. Wang Shiyong and the others confronted He Li, wanting him to step down. Logically, they would not save Su Bingzhe. If Su Bingzhe were demoted or dismissed, they would even be the first to agree. However, if Su Bingzhe were killed, they would not agree. Not killing ministers was the political bottom line for these people, a political baseline they fought for. If this bottom line is broken, they risk provoking deadly consequences with their reckless behavior in the future. Therefore, they must unite to uphold this bottom line, which is quite clear. Your Majesty, you can demote Su Bingzhe, even to Qiongzhou, but you cannot kill him. Faced with these fairly skilled ministers, Zhao Ning also had his ways. He shouted, Gao Qiu, come out. The crowd looked at each other in surprise, wondering who it was. Gao Qiu, wasn't he dismissed? Moreover, it was said that he was seriously ill at home. Gao Qiu was indeed ill. In the official history, he happened to die in the days following the fall of Dongjing. He was not killed by the Jin people, but rather, after being dismissed, he feared that the emperor would hold him accountable, and he lived in constant anxiety at home. However, after last night's brief conversation, Gao Qiu felt that a second spring in his life had arrived. Gao Qiu stepped out from a corner of the court, looking somewhat pale and haggard. but his overall spirit had improved significantly. As he walked out, everyone looked at him with astonishment. Gao Qiu, did you hear what I just said? I heard, Your Majesty. Zhao Ning waved his hand, and Gao Qiu shouted to the outside, Come in. The imperial guards entered. His Majesty commands that this man be dragged out and executed. The soldiers of the imperial guard were momentarily stunned, then grabbed Su Bingzhe and dragged him outside. Your Majesty, spare me. I am loyal to the Song dynasty. Loyal to Your Majesty. Gentlemen, I am a loyal minister. Mo Cho stepped forward, angrily scolding, Gao Qiu, what do you think you are? What right do you have to arrest a high minister in the court? Gao Qiu took out the official seal, which belonged to the deputy commander of the Hall Front. The Hall Front was the military authority of the Song dynasty, together with the imperial guards, known as the Two Offices. Its subordinate organization, the Hall Front Command. Along with the subordinate organizations of the imperial guards, the cavalry command, and the infantry command, were collectively known as the Three Offices. The Two Offices and Three Offices were the highest command institutions of the national army. Note that this refers to command authority. There was no authority to mobilize troops. The Five Armies command of the later Ming dynasty was similar in nature. Gao Qiu had previously been the commander of the Hall Front. This position was called the Hall Front Inspector during the Five Dynasties and was held by Zhao Kuangyin during the later Zhou period. Since Song Taizu had served in this position, the Northern Song did not set up the Hall Front Inspector. The commander of the Hall Front thus became the supreme commander of the imperial army, also known as the Hall Commander. The Song dynasty commonly referred to this position as the Grand Marshal. Therefore, Gao Taishu is not saying that Gao Qiu's official rank is that of a Grand Marshal, but rather a form of address. However, it was quite outrageous now. Wang Zhonglan, as the commander of the imperial army, pretended to be dead in the face of the emperor's orders. This was enough to prove the deterrent power of these civil officials. Fortunately, Zhao Ning had kept a backup plan and called Gao Qiu back last night. Otherwise, to establish authority today, he would have had to personally summon the external imperial army, which would have been quite embarrassing. Moreover, if the emperor directly ordered the imperial army to kill someone, wouldn't the blame fall on him? By letting Gao Qiu take action, the resentment would not be directed at the emperor, but rather at Gao Qiu. Gao Qiu waved the official seal in front of Mo Cho, cracking a standard fake smile, with an expression that seemed to say, I enjoy that you can't stand me but can't do anything about me. He was particularly shameless. After all, Gao Qiu was a rogue and had deadly leverage on the emperor. He didn't care about offending these scholars. He had almost died at home from depression, fearing retribution after being dismissed. How could he miss this hard-won opportunity? Gao Qiu, don't be too arrogant. Mo Cho shouted. Zhang Shai has said that those who disturb the military's morale shall be executed immediately. Why are you all making such a fuss? Gao Qiu left that line and walked out with the imperial guards. Your Majesty, killing a minister harms your Majesty's reputation. Please think it over. If this is what reputation means, then I don't want it. Su Bingzhe screamed like a slaughtered pig, struggling violently. He was likely to become the first minister executed outside the Chui Gong Hall in the Song dynasty. Su Bingzhe was bound and pressed to the ground, letting out a mournful cry. Then the imperial guards raised their blades. With a chop, the blade lodged in his neck. Blood splattered, staining the snow on the ground. After a final scream, Su Bingzhe could no longer cry out, as half of his neck had been severed. He could only make faint sounds, his face contorted in agony. The imperial guard, clearly not accustomed to killing, was somewhat clumsy and trembled with fear. Gao Qiu shouted, Move for the second strike. Do you all want to die? He quickly reacted, pulled out the blade, and forcefully struck down, finally severing Su Bingzhe's head. The head rolled in the snow, landing on its side. Su Bingzhe's face retained the expression of pain from the moment of death, his eyes wide open. Once the screams outside ceased, everyone knew that Su Bingzhe had been killed, and the atmosphere in the hall seemed to freeze. Gao Qiu walked back in and said, Your Majesty, Su Bingzhe has been executed. Hang his head at the city gate. Display it to the public. I want everyone to see the fate of the surrender faction. Yes. No one spoke, nor did anyone dare to speak. However, everyone's gaze was fixed on Zhang Shai and Gao Qiu, especially Zhang Shai. Zhang Shai was also a civil official, but many considered him a traitor, as he had lowered the political bottom line. The ensuing struggles in the court may no longer be about who gets demoted or dismissed, but rather a true fight for life and death. Zhao Ning continued, Zhang Shai, I am here. From today onward, all matters within the city, large and small, will be coordinated by you. I accept the order. Louis, I am here. You will assist Zhang Shai. I accept the order. The rest of you will all cooperate with Zhang Shai. Anyone who dares to speak of peace negotiations again, I will hang their head on the city wall. After saying this, the emperor waved his sleeve and immediately left the Chui Gong Hall. Chapter 14. The task for Qin Hui after the court session, before dawn. Snow was still falling outside. Su Bingzhe's head was sent to the inner city gate to be hung. Killing without confiscating property is like dating a girl without sleeping with her. That's not something a normal person would do. Therefore, after the court session, Zhao Ning sent Wang Huaiji to convey a message to the Zhongshu province's Sharon, the official responsible for drafting edicts, to draft an edict to confiscate Su Bingzhe's property. As for his family, they could fend for themselves. Originally, such matters in the Song dynasty were significant and required discussions among the officials. But now Zhao Ning clearly began to take matters into his own hands. bypassing the officials, ready to stir things up. There was no choice. The treasury was empty now, and confiscating property was certainly the fastest way to get funds. After Wang Huaiji received the order, he rushed to the Zhongshu province. The situation had just begun to open up, and there were still many things to do. For instance, there was another very important and urgent matter that needed to be addressed, strictly controlling public opinion in Dongjing. Zhao Ning returned to the Wendy Hall. At this moment, there was someone waiting outside the Wendy Hall. Who? This person is very famous in history, but for notorious reasons, and is reviled by everyone. Qin Hui. During the Jingkong era, Qin Hui held the position of the Deputy Director of the Military Ministry's Department of Personnel. What does the Department of Personnel do? It is one of the 4 departments of the military ministry, responsible for maps, city gods, fortresses, beacon towers, and matters involving overseas territories returning to allegiance. It also oversees the Ministry of Treasury. In the Song Dynasty, the military ministry was managed by the secret police, and the Minister of Military had no real power. Officials in the Department of Personnel were essentially just doing menial tasks. Qin Hui was appointed as the Deputy Director of Personnel by Zhao Huan, the Emperor of Song. Because he had previously submitted a memorial urging the court to take a hard stance against the Jurchens and firmly advocate for war. This was merely a gesture to acknowledge his enthusiasm, giving him a position in the military ministry. Indeed, during the Jingkong era, Qin Hui was a staunch pro-war figure. During the Jingkong disaster, Qin Hui was captured and taken north, returning to the south 5 years later, as if he had changed into a different person, beginning a life that was shameless, despicable, and dirty. Standing outside the Wendy Hall, Qin Hui could feel its majesty and was filled with reverence. When he saw the emperor arrive, he hurriedly bowed. "Your servant greets your majesty. May you be well." Here, Qin Hui addressed the emperor as your majesty, rather than directly calling him the emperor, which indicates Qin Hui's respect for the emperor in public, deliberately creating distance between monarch and subject. As a small official, he usually did not even have the qualification to attend court, let alone meet the emperor. To see the emperor's face was a tremendous honor. Zhao Ning glanced at this person, filled with endless emotions. This is Qin Hui. Qin Hui was an extremely shameless person, someone who could never be exonerated. And his manipulation of power and the assassination of Yu Fei had a tremendously adverse impact on history. Don't say something like Yu Fei had low emotional intelligence. Qin Hui killed Yu Fei on fabricated charges, and even someone as shameless as Qin Hui could not find justification to kill Yu Fei. How can you say Yu Fei had low emotional intelligence? Logically, such a person should not be used. However, Zhao Ning thought that even a lump of excrement in a toilet had its uses. Some dogs can be killed after use. And the degree of Zhao Ning's cunning was also at a master level. Qin, you have been waiting long. Your Majesty has many affairs to attend to. Come, let us go inside and talk. Qin Hui followed Zhao Ning into the Wendy Hall. It was very warm inside, and the emperor sat down while Qin Hui stood there. The current situation was severe. I still remember the memorial you submitted last time. Qin Hui's mind was racing. He did not know why the emperor suddenly wanted to summon him, and he did not dare to ask too much, just standing there obediently. You are correct. The court should take a stronger stance against the Jurchens, and we cannot let them think our dynasty is too weak. They are greedy. Your Majesty is wise. However, within the city of Dongjing, many still wanted to negotiate peace with the Jurchens, and I think this is a major issue. Do you have any solutions? Qin Hui was a bit stunned. He was just a deputy director of the Military Ministry's Department of Personnel, a mere departmental official. Such matters of national strategy were usually discussed by the officials of the 2 courts. When would it be his turn as a small deputy? Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and said, I believe that the current public sentiment can be utilized. We must unite everyone in Dongjing to resist the enemy. And rallying public support is the priority. Hey, you can't say Qin Hui's official position is low and his character is shameless to the extreme. But this person's ability is absolutely unquestionable. Compared to He Li, who took the imperial examination in the same year, Qin Hui was stronger in certain abilities. For instance, at this moment, he hit the nail on the head. Is the most important thing in Dongjing right now to negotiate peace with the Jurchens? Absolutely not. Is it to reorganize weapons and prepare for a decisive battle with the Jurchens? No. It is to rally public support, to unite everyone as one. Emperor Huizong Zhaoji and Emperor Qinzong Zhaohuan had already muddied the waters in Dongjing, especially in the court, where infighting was rampant, and the stance on war versus peace wavered constantly. Many people in Dongjing were anxious, and public morale was exhausted. How could they fight? Zhao Ning said, then how to rally public support? Qin Hui said, naturally, the emperor should express a resolute pro-war attitude to everyone in the city. He was still unaware of what had just happened in the court, so he advised the emperor this way. I actually have an idea. I plan to establish a temporary news office, called the Dongjing Daily, which you will be responsible for. The Dongjing Daily will issue newspapers daily in the capital, promoting the pro-war stance, calling for everyone to unite and resolutely fight to the death against the Jurchens. What do you think? Qin Hui was a bit stunned. He did not expect the emperor to summon him today because of this matter. He immediately said, I accept the order. I will not disappoint your Majesty's great trust. In fact, in ancient China, there were 2 lines of power. First, secular imperial power, namely political power. Second, the power of moral authority based on the classic texts, which belonged to the scholars and their intangible ideological authority. The imperial power managed specific administration, while the moral authority of the scholars was supreme, possessing the right to interpret everything, which is to say, the power of public opinion. The greatest check on imperial power actually came from here. The imperial power must rely on moral authority, otherwise it would become unwarranted and unjustified. This moral authority originated from the rites of Zhou, was promoted by Confucius, and was constantly refined by later Confucian sages. At this moment, Zhao Ning's intention to independently establish a news office was definitely not just to prepare for the upcoming war mobilization. He was laying the groundwork. Today, after killing Su Bingzhe in the court, it would inevitably cause a stir among the gentry. He wanted to fundamentally change the situation of the Song dynasty, and the subsequent conflict with the Confucian scholars would only escalate. Therefore, he needed to have a completely self-controlled tool of public opinion to compete for the power of moral authority with the scholars. The Dongjing Daily was just the beginning. Chapter 15, Provocation of Bureaucratic Politics. In fact, the Song dynasty had its own news office, called the Dujin Zuiyuan. The Dujin Zuiyuan existed since the Tang dynasty. The content of the news mainly included the emperor's activities, imperial edicts, appointments and dismissals of officials, official memorials, and important political and military intelligence. It was equivalent to the capital announcing certain important information to the world. The main readers of the news were officials from various regions, serving as a channel for the central commands to be conveyed to local officials. The Dujin Zuiyuan of the Song dynasty was subordinate to the Council of State, and its executive power lay with the Prime Minister of the Council of State, who was an outer court official. In contrast, the Dongjing Daily established by Zhao Ning would be directly under the emperor himself, essentially serving as the emperor's mouthpiece. Its readership would not only include officials, but also ordinary citizens. As for the many illiterate commoners, there were solutions to that. This was the deployment of public opinion institutions, which could significantly influence the populace. If one wanted to wage an all-out war against the Jin and Western Xia, a strong military was essential. To have a strong military, a sufficient logistics system was necessary, including weapons for attack, manpower mobilization, and adequate military funding. To establish a sufficient logistics system, multiple internal reforms were required. Just like Wang Angshi's reforms, although they failed, the idea of reform was undoubtedly correct. If one wanted to reform, it was necessary to wage war against the existing bureaucratic group. To wage war against the existing bureaucratic group, one had to both divide the internal factions and win over the common people. And to win over the common people, tools like the Dongjing Daily as a mouthpiece for public opinion were essential, and its influence was significant. Moreover, it could counteract the influence of Confucian moral authority to the greatest extent. Great men have said similar things. The battlefield of public opinion is right there. If you don't occupy it, the enemy will. Qin Hui stepped down to actively prepare the work of the Tokyo Daily. The sky was about to brighten, but the snow still hadn't stopped. The news of Su Bingzhe's assassination quickly spread. What? The emperor had him killed. Tang Ke suddenly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. Yes, Wang Shiyong sighed. Right outside the Chui Gong Hall, they chopped him down. We all heard the screams. They were furious. A minister was chopped like a chicken or a duck, which challenged the dignity of the scholars. The knife that struck Su Bingzhe's neck also struck the face of the Holy Way. In ancient China, there was a special group called scholars. The moral and legal authority of scholars was the supreme spiritual belonging. In an era of limited productivity, maintaining unity relied more on this moral authority. A penniless scholar could despise a wealthy merchant because that scholar was a disciple of the sage, the interpreter of public opinion and the legitimacy of governance. They believed they held the truth of governing the country and bringing peace to the world. At the end of the Tang dynasty, the 5 surnames and 7 clans were slaughtered by the Yellow River, ending the aristocratic politics. The Song dynasty initiated a civil governance to curb the chaos of the 5 dynasties, and the status of scholars rose unprecedentedly. This led to Wen Yanba's famous saying, "The emperor and the scholars govern the world together, not with the common people." The true meaning of this statement is that the scholars grasped the secrets of governing the country and bringing peace to the world. The emperor may have mundane administrative power, but if he wants to stabilize his reign, he must rely on us. Now, a person has been killed, and it was done outside the Chui Gong Hall. Like killing a chicken or duck, and the charges were not recognized by anyone. This is absolutely a usurpation of invisible power in the Song dynasty. A provocation against the disciples of the sage. Tang Xianggong, what should we do now? Tang Ke pondered for a while and said, "First, remain calm. Let's see what Zhang Shai has in mind after he takes office. If he is like He Li, all the grievances of today will surely be returned to him. If Zhang Shai achieves something, won't all the fame and fortune belong to him? What do you mean by achieving something? If he can resist the Jin army." Wang Shiyong's voice was a bit small. He wasn't confident when he said this. Impossible. Tang Ke shook his head. This is a war of unequal strength. We can't win against the Jin army. There is no chance of victory unless we negotiate peace or relocate the capital. What Tang Ke said was correct. The strength gap between the Song army and the Jin army in direct confrontation is like that between a small child and a strong man in his 20s. Continuous defeats had completely stunned the scholars of the Song dynasty. Are you saying that Zhang Shai stepping down is just a matter of time? Just a matter of time. What about Gao Qiu? Wang Shiyong said angrily. Don't you see how arrogant and disrespectful Gao Qiu is? We don't need to act. Gao Qiu has already incurred public wrath. Someone will impeach him. If the censorate doesn't impeach him, we should arrange for someone to remind them. Today's situation is something no one expected. It was originally thought that with He Li stepping down, the pro-peace faction would take power. Who knew that Su Bingzhe would be directly beheaded for saying something about peace in the court? Now his head is hanging at the city gate, attracting countless onlookers. Su Bingzhe's charges were also announced. The news spread quickly in the city, and for a moment, countless people were excited. The emperor has made a statement. The emperor has made a statement with the head of a pro-peace minister, firmly in favor of war. This is the voice of countless people. However, Su Bingzhe's death seemed to make the court politics even more tense. No one knew what would happen next. Today's drama in the court actually brought Zhao Ning several insights. First, it suppressed the momentum of the pro-peace faction. Su Bingzhe's head would undoubtedly shock Tokyo. The citizens of Tokyo eagerly hoped for war, and now with the head of a pro-peace minister, it tells everyone to firmly support war. Second, it supported Zhang Shai as the coordinator, and the efficiency of the upcoming defense would improve. The national war machine of the Song dynasty should also start moving. Third, by using Zhang Shai's mouth and Gao Qiu's hand to kill Su Bingzhe, it effectively fostered a new faction in the current situation. Why do I say that? Zhang Shai would inevitably be hated by certain bookish scholars in the future. Countless people would curse him. Since he is promoted by the emperor at this time, he can be considered as the emperor's person. Of course, in reality, all ministers are technically the emperor's people. However, Zhao Ning, as a time traveler, needs to start cultivating a faction that listens to him. It's about pulling one faction to fight another. Gao Qiu is the same. He has offended all the civil officials now, and if he wants to survive, he must become the emperor's lackey. This is exactly what Zhao Ning wants to see. Having his own enforcers will allow him to work efficiently in the future. Fourth, the biggest impact is that it has torn apart the political stability concept established after Song Taizong. After Song Taizong, the Song dynasty rarely executed ministers. When Yanba's statement about the emperor and the scholars governing together elevated the status of scholars to another peak. As a result, the entire ideology of the Song dynasty was rushing toward a distorted direction, with the status of military men declining generation after generation, and the military prowess of the Song dynasty waning, leading to today's siege by the Jin army. Today, Zhao Ning completely tore through this bottom line. Originally, it was a game of dismissing officials and relieving them of their positions, but he turned it into a physical extermination. Why did he do this? Does he not understand politics? No. Because the upcoming situation is a hell mode, without severe punishment. It is impossible to turn the situation of the Song dynasty around. After eating some light food in the morning, Zhao Ning was not idle in the palace. He had people bring over all the account copies from the Ministry of Revenue and had them send him records of taxes and farmland measurements from all dynasties. He wanted to digest this information well to prepare for the overall situation ahead. Governing a country is not something that can be accomplished with just a few people. The Song dynasty is surrounded by strong enemies on all sides while being plagued by its own ailments, without fully utilizing the potential of the country. It is difficult to survive in the cracks, and the entire southern Song is merely surviving. He spent the entire morning immersed in these taxes, discussing revenues and various expenditures of the national government, a series of numbers taking shape in his mind. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Wang Huaiji ran over quickly. What is it? Zhao Ning looked up. The officials of the Central Secretariat are unwilling to draft the edict for confiscating property. Chapter 16. From now on, you will be my enforcer and lackey. Unwilling? This surprised Zhao Ning a bit. Good heavens, the emperor's words don't carry weight anymore. It seems that these bureaucrats are going against me. Being a Song dynasty emperor is not easy. The process for issuing edicts is complicated, with multiple levels of review. Even at this point, those dog-brained fellows still want to maintain their pitiful sense of pride. In fact, before the Ming dynasty, the process for issuing edicts was very complicated, which was a constraint on imperial power. It should be noted that before the Ming dynasty, there were chancellors, who were the highest officials of the state. It wasn't until Zhu Yuanzhang abolished the chancellor system that the emperor became both the head of state and the ruling head, simplifying the political process to internal cabinet review and the emperor's approval. But this is the Song dynasty, and the Zhengshitang of the Great Song dynasty is not the cabinet. The power of the Zhengshitang is still very significant. Zhao Ning said, prepare the writing materials. If you don't write, I will write it myself. The palace maids quickly prepared the writing tools. Zhao Ning picked up the brush and began to write. After finishing, he had Wang Huaiji take it to the Zhongshu Sharon to go through the process directly. Zhao Ning handed the edict to Wang Huaiji and said, whoever does not approve, let them roll. Let those who approve come up. Whoever passes, you write down their names and give them to me. Isn't that easy? Some wanted to be tough. But let us not forget, there are plenty of people wanting to rise to power. Don't mess with me, using your so-called integrity to oppose me. If you really have integrity, go outside Dongjing City and fight the Jurchens. Wang Huaiji gritted his teeth and said, yes. By the way, who was it that attacked and killed Su Bingzhe this morning? Call them to me. Yes, I will find them right away. Zhao Ning continued to review the taxes from these years, but even after a morning, he only grasped the tip of the iceberg. He suddenly realized a critical issue. The ideological awareness of the officials in the court has serious problems. In the future, when I issue new policies and announce edicts to the world, will I still have to consider the expressions of the Zhongshu Sharon? This rule must be changed, or rather, people must be replaced. In times of peace, there are naturally methods of governance suited to peace. In peaceful times, one can be patient and play along slowly. But the problem now is that it is not a peaceful era. The enormous border crisis and national survival crisis are right in front of us. If you continue to act recklessly, don't blame me. Right now, I must win over a group of people to become my confidants. Otherwise, it will be difficult to accomplish even a small matter. Before long, a young man was waiting outside the hall. After being summoned, the young man removed his sword and entered the windy hall. I pay my respects to your majesty. Were you the one who killed Su Bingzhe? The young man's heart sank, and he became somewhat afraid. The Emperor Wu Nti wanted to dispose of him. Would he? It was me. What is your name? I am Jing Chao. Jing Chao. Zhao Ning didn't expect this guy to be Jing Chao. Jing Chao was originally a squad leader in the Imperial Guards. After the Jingkong incident, the Jurchens supported the puppet Qi regime, and Lu Yu was the puppet emperor of Qi, with Jing Chao being promoted by Lu Yu himself. In the early Southern Song dynasty, when Yu Fei attacked Yingzhou, Zhongxiang, Hubei, the defending general was Jing Chao. Yu Fei tried to persuade him to surrender, but he refused. When Yu Fei launched a strong attack, Jing Chao was defeated and committed suicide. Jing Chao was just a minor figure in the chaotic world. He chose to stand on Lu Yu's side and oppose the Song army. However, in the end, he chose to jump off a cliff to commit suicide, which can be considered as repaying Lu Yu for his recognition. This person is reputed to be a formidable opponent, mainly because of his immense strength, likely able to arm wrestle with Yang Zixing. What position do you hold in the Hall of Front Guards now? I hold the position of commandant of the various direct units. The commandant of the various direct units is a grassroots officer in the palace's Imperial Guards, a very low-level officer. From now on, you are the Duyo of the Hall of Front Guards. When the emperor said this, Jing Chao was completely stunned. What is the difference between being Duyo of the Hall of Front Guards and his original position as commandant of the various direct units? To put it simply, the Duyo of the Hall of Front Guards is one level below the commandant of the various units of the Hall of Front Guards, which is the position of the Hall Marshal, now held by Wang Zonglan, previously by Gao Qiu, known as the Grand Marshal. The three Yamen are the three major offices of the Imperial Guards, and the Hall of Front Guards has the highest status in an implicit sense. The Duyo of the Hall of Front Guards is only subordinate to the commandant of the various units and the deputy commandant. The current deputy commandant is Gao Qiu, who oversees the Royal City Office, meaning the Duyo of the Hall of Front Guards is only one step below Gao Qiu. Meanwhile, the commandant of the various direct units is 6 ranks lower than the Duyo of the Hall of Front Guards. You can understand it as suddenly jumping from a 7th rank official to a 1st rank high official. It's a direct leap to the heavens. Why do this? It's simple. To showcase the emperor's power of life and death. To show everyone, come and see, if you follow my words, what you will gain. Of course, it also conveniently adds a few capable and ruthless characters to the Imperial Guards. The emperor's uncle, Wang Zonglan, is a wasteful playboy. But for now, he won to be moved. Zhao Ning always believed that even waste has its use. Zhao Ning said solemnly, "What is wrong? You're unwilling?" Jing Chao then came back to his senses and quickly said, "What merit or ability do I have? I am grateful for your majesty's favor. This is not an easy job. You will have many people to kill in the future. Are you mentally prepared? If your majesty does not abandon me, I will definitely go through fire and water." Jing Chao was overjoyed, feeling as if he had suddenly risen to prominence. "Good. What I need is a talent like you. You go down and receive your official seal. I take my leave." Another henchman has been added. How can the emperor do things without his own henchmen? At this time, Wang Huaiji was sweating profusely. Those ministers were stubborn, especially the Zhongshu Sharon, who, after reading a few days of sage writings, kept saying they would rather die than yield. And what was the result? After changing 3 people, it was finally approved. This was only the 2nd time since the establishment of the Great Song that such a situation had occurred. The last time was during Wang Angshi's reforms, when the Zhongshu Sharon were unwilling to draft the edict, and Emperor Jinzong simply replaced them with Wang Angshi's confidants to cooperate with Wang Angshi. By noon, the emperor's edict was finally issued. It announced Su Bingzhe's crimes, serving as the court's formal declaration. The method of punishment was also included, confiscation of property. At noon, Gao Qiu didn't even have time to eat and led his men to Su Bingzhe's house in a show of power, raiding Su Bingzhe's home and driving all the Su family members out. The money, paintings, and gold and silver utensils inside were all searched and seized by the Royal City Office personnel. Some people in the Royal City Office had worked for half their lives without ever participating in a raid. This was their first time, and it was both thrilling and tense. They didn't know the depth of the situation, but going in and out was very enjoyable. Because Gao Qiu, in order to pave the way for himself, specifically set aside a little something during the raid to distribute privately to these people. The guards of the Royal City Office saw this. Raiding houses can also make money. Gao Shuai, please take us to raid some houses more often. For such matters, Zhao Ning also turned a blind eye. As long as it didn't affect the overall situation, he didn't have that much time to manage it. He was relatively humane, at least dealing with the female members of Su Bingzhi's family through a dispersal method. Once Su Bingzhi's crimes were announced, within a day, the entire Dongjing city was in an uproar. There were even people specially running around to spread the news, attracting countless onlookers. Su Bingzhi's beheading undoubtedly poured a bucket of oil onto a small fire. The sentiment for war began to burn fiercely like flames. The pro-peace faction in the court, which had just been excited all night, now shrank back, no longer daring to speak recklessly. On November 27th, the third day since Zhao Ning crossed over, he had reviewed most of the tax and commercial income reports. In the morning, he summoned Zhang Shai again. Zhang Shai submitted the city defense planning. After Zhao Ning reviewed it, he was very satisfied. After finishing lunch, he took people out of the palace, together with Zhang Shai, to inspect the site. Zhang Shai's city defense plan is actually very conventional, mainly divided into the following points. First, arrange guards at the city gates, dividing the troops into 5 routes: front, back, left, right, and center, with 10,000 men in each route, and 10,000 men stationed on each city wall, plus another 10,000 as reserves, ready to be flexibly deployed at any time, with day and night rotations, and all necessary weapons transported to the city walls. This is actually the same method that Li Gang used during the first defense of Tokyo last year. It's simple, but very effective. The Song Dynasty possesses the most advanced city defense weapons in the world, and Tokyo is the most solid city wall of its time, without exception. Even Constantinople, which is said to be unbreakable, pales in comparison to it. Second, gather a group of people to prepare military rations to supply the defending soldiers. In war, food is crucial, especially for soldiers who need to eat. If a person misses a meal, they become anxious, so food must be adequately supplied. Third, organize the common people for logistics. Stones, oil, wooden boards, and timber can all be used in city defense, and relying solely on the court's preparations is far from sufficient. The power of the people is indeed great. Chapter 17. There are always those who want to undermine my relationship with the people. Zhao Ning is someone who doesn't like to waste words or do useless things. When he goes to inspect the site, he must have a purpose. For example, this time he is not worried about Zhang Shai's defense arrangements, but is there to distribute salaries. That's right, he is there to distribute salaries. Because the court's finances are tight, the garrison soldiers have not received their salaries for several months. After all, everyone is human, as a boss. If you don't pay your employees for a long time, even the most loyal employees can't hold on. After all, every employee has a family to support. Making a living is the reality of adult life. A convoy is escorting money just taken from the treasury, acting separately. Zhao Ning heads toward the southern city gate to distribute money on site to encourage morale. Along the road, he sees some common people. Some are holding wooden sticks. Some are wielding kitchen knives, and others are pushing carts with stones, while some are holding long knives. The order in front is somewhat chaotic. In a nearby tavern, someone can be heard crying out, "We're finished. We can't win. Let's flee for our lives." This person is obviously drunk. Some around him show confusion and worry on their faces. Where can they escape to now? The Jin army has blocked the city. Didn't the court already order a war? They even executed a high-ranking official who wanted peace, the deputy governor of Kaifeng, if I'm not mistaken. What good does killing do? Can they kill the Jin people? The tone is one of despair, and the atmosphere is filled with hopelessness. People reminisce about the past of Tokyo, a peaceful era without war, where even in winter, many would come out to enjoy the snow and drink tea. But now, no one has the heart to enjoy the snow. Even the once bustling brothels outside the East Huamen are deserted. Some people quietly walk toward the city tower. Among them, some have been temporarily gathered to prepare for support. These people believe they can repel the Jin army and protect their homeland. But one must admit that with the great enemy at hand, the overall atmosphere is heavy. Coupled with the fact that the Song army has been retreating step by step in recent years, everyone has become numb to failure. The concept of the Jin army being invincible has taken root in people's hearts, and they change color at the mention of the Jin. To protect their homeland is already their greatest wish. No one dares to hope to return to their former lives. Zhao Ning sees this in his eyes and remembers it in his heart. He also hears the desperate voices from the tavern. He does not blame them. They are just ordinary common people, and even in the face of difficulties, it is easy to become discouraged, let alone in the face of disaster. Zhao Ning walks a little further. The once prosperous Tokyo seems to have completely disappeared, leaving only heaviness, oppression, and pain. Snow is still falling from the sky, and the clouds are low. Suddenly, he hears barking and some noisy clamoring in the distance. Suddenly, someone is shouting loudly, "We will definitely defeat the Jin thieves. We must defend our homeland. For our children, we will fight to the end. Defend our homeland." Suddenly, a tender voice comes from the side. Zhao Ning looks in the direction of the sound and sees a child sticking their head out from a house, shouting loudly. The child appears to be only 8 or 9 years old, cute in appearance, but with a flushed face, shouting, "Defend our homeland." Zhao Ning feels a surge of emotion and comfort in his heart. The common people can be relied upon. The people's hearts can be united. It's just that everyone hasn't reached a unified front yet. Once Qin Hui finishes the daily report, I will start writing articles in plain language. I want to tell everyone that we can defeat the Jin army. We just need to spend a little more time, and everyone needs to be patient. If the people's hearts can be relied upon, then we are invincible. This somewhat alleviates Zhao Ning's anxiety. After walking a little further, he is not far from the southern city gate. Suddenly, a series of screams comes from ahead. Several soldiers rush out from a house, and a man follows them, angrily shouting, "What kind of ability is it to rob my things? If you have the ability, go fight the Jin thieves. You beasts." A boy of about 12 years old rushes out quickly, hugging a soldier tightly and shouting, "This is all our family's food. What do you want to do? If you take this away, what will we eat? Get lost." A soldier punches the boy, who winces in pain but does not let go, instead biting the soldier's arm. The soldier immediately screams in pain, and several others rush up to roughly pull the boy away, then start beating him. Seeing this, the boy's father quickly rushes over to protect his child. One of the soldiers continues to beat the boy while angrily scolding, "We are at war. We are here under the court's orders to requisition food. How dare you defy the court's orders? Do you want to die?" Zhao Ning looks over and sees the scene in front of him. Looking at the soldiers' uniforms, aren't they the Imperial Guards? Indeed, they are the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards of the late Northern Song Dynasty are really like this. Or rather, a considerable portion of the Imperial Guards is like this. After the reign of Emperor Huizong, the Imperial Guards were basically rendered ineffective. Of course, there are truly good seeds, such as Jing Chao, but relatively speaking, they are not many. Historical records clearly state that during the Jin army's second siege of Tokyo, some Imperial Guards did not defend the city and instead took advantage of the chaos to rob the people, no different from bandits. Seeing such a scene, Zhao Ning is immediately furious. How outrageous. Jing Chao, take your men and bring those people to me. Yes, now having someone like Jing Chao is truly convenient. Gao Qiao has him handle intelligence and easy tasks like house raids since he is older. Jing Chao rushes over with a dozen Imperial Guards and captures those soldiers. One of them jokingly says, "Hey, we are our own people. We are also Imperial Guards. We are from the Imperial Guard Infantry Division." The Imperial Guard Infantry Division, one of the 3 divisions, also belongs to the Imperial Guards. Jing Chao sternly says, "Shut up." At this moment, Zhao Ning has already walked over with his men. The crowd of onlookers is slowly increasing. Zhao Ning dismounted and walked over to the injured boy, ready to help him up. The boy, clearly frightened, shrank back into his father's embrace. Seeing Zhao Ning's attire and the people accompanying him, the man realized Zhao Ning was an important figure and quickly picked up his son, stepping back a couple of paces. This feeling of being feared is actually unfamiliar and not very pleasant for someone from the 21st century. However, he had to admit a fact. He was now the emperor, and it was reasonable for others to fear him. "Are you all right?" The boy shook his head thoughtfully. "I'm fine." He was only 12 years old, around the age when children in the 21st century are just starting middle school, a time when they are still cared for by their parents and teachers. He recalled the little girl he had seen by the window earlier. When war comes, it is ultimately the common people who suffer. Zhao Ning patted the boy's head and smiled. "You are very brave." After saying this, he turned to the soldiers of the Imperial Guard, his smile vanishing and his expression darkening like ice. "This is your majesty." The soldiers immediately knelt down, trembling with fear. Clearly frightened, they stammered, "We pay our respects to your majesty." "Who ordered you to rob the common people here?" Zhao Ning asked in a low voice, angry. There were 8 of them, robbing one family's belongings. They stuttered, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. "Speak. Who ordered you to act?" Chapter 18. Produce the money to distribute salaries just a moment ago. Zhao Ning was still thinking about winning over the people's hearts and believed that uniting at this time would surely help defend the city of Tokyo. But in the blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face. "Reporting to your majesty, we also received orders from above to requisition grain." Requisition grain? Do you think I don't know the difference between requisitioning and robbing? Is this what you call requisitioning grain? Zhao Ning glanced at Zhang Shai, who calmly replied, "Your majesty, I have not issued any orders to collect grain from the common people. In fact, the government was indeed short on grain, and it seemed that issuing a decree to collect grain from the people was the best way. But that was just a semblance of a solution. The act of requisitioning grain is not a mathematical problem. It's not about calculating the right numbers and people and then expecting to see the grain regularly. It's not a game where you click a few times and the system gives you a fixed amount of grain. It's not a mathematical issue, but a sociological one. Once the court publicly issues an order to requisition grain from the common people, there will inevitably be a swarm of officials and military officers who take advantage of the chaos to rob. For example, if your decree states that each household is to provide only 20 jin of grain, believe it or not, that group of scoundrels will immediately think of 100 different excuses to collect double from each household. In the end, they will report back to you, your majesty. The common people are poor. Each household can only provide 10 jin. I did my best. Just like what is happening now. The city is under siege. If the internal common people are first robbed, before the enemy breaches the city, the common people will rebel first. Think about how Emperor Chongzhen met his end, right? The 3 taxes of Chongzhen were the last 3 mountains that crushed the camel's back. Therefore, the court cannot casually issue orders to collect grain. So what to do? What else can be done but to buy with money? This is the role of money. It can be standardized and recorded for review. One of the Imperial Guard soldiers said, "It was Commander Zhang who notified us to come requisition grain." Zhang Shai quickly asked, "What is the name of the Commander Zhang you mentioned?" "His name is Zhang Jingwen. We belong to the Tianwu army." The Northern Song Dynasty's Imperial Guard has 3 divisions: upper, middle, and lower. The upper division includes the Pengri, Tianwu, Longwei, and Xinwei armies, which are almost all stationed in the capital. Zhang Shai replied, "Your Majesty, I will investigate this matter thoroughly." Zhao Ning was too lazy to ask further details. He waved his hand and said, "Someone, take these 8 men to the South City Gate and execute them, and display their heads throughout the city as a warning." Hearing this, the 8 men quickly bowed their heads, pleading, "Your Majesty, spare us. Your Majesty, spare us." Jing Chao commented, "Wow, is the Emperor addicted to executing people? Forget it. We are just tools for execution." He did not hesitate and immediately ordered the men to be bound. After executing Su Bingzha outside the Chui Gong Hall last time, Jing Chao felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. Everyone around applauded in excitement. Soon they arrived at the South City Gate, where they had executed Guijing just a few days prior. As soon as the Emperor arrived, the guards at the South City Gate perked up. The guard commander, Zhang Bofan, immediately approached. "Your Majesty, may you be safe." "I am safe." As Zhao Ning reached the city wall, he loudly declared, "My brothers, you have worked hard. In such weather, guarding the city here, I know it's difficult for everyone. Today, I have personally brought people over to distribute your salaries." As soon as the Emperor's words came out, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A young man, around 17 or 18, suddenly laughed excitedly and shouted, "Long live our Emperor." With his shout, everyone around began to echo, "Long live our Emperor. Long live." The voices rose higher and higher, and the atmosphere on the city wall instantly changed. Many faces, previously frostbitten, now showed joyful smiles. Those a bit older thought to themselves, "Finally, we can buy a couple more pounds of rice at home." Zhao Ning raised his hand to calm the crowd, and his voice gradually settled down. He strode forward, took the axe from Zhang Bofan's hand, and swung it down at the lock of the box. He used almost all his strength, and the lock was torn off the wooden box by brute force. In front of everyone, he opened the wooden box and said, "This is what you deserve. I assure you, from now on, the court will not delay your salaries. To ensure employees' basic motivation, you must first meet their basic living requirements." After the Emperor's performance ended, a wave of goodwill surged, creating an explosive effect. Next, Zhang Shai arranged for people to let the soldiers guarding the city come one by one to receive their money. The social status of the Imperial Guard soldiers was so low that they were experiencing this kind of treatment for the first time. Once the money was distributed and the good deed was done, it was time to establish authority. Both grace and power are the ways of an emperor. Zhao Ning coldly glanced at the other side, where the 8 men were dragged up, kneeling at the South City Gate, crying out in despair. The guards on the city tower looked on in astonishment. Zhang Shai stepped forward and loudly announced, "These 8 men took advantage of the chaos to rob the grain of the common people. According to military law, they shall be executed." His voice echoed across the city wall. With a single command from Jing Chao, the Imperial Guard soldiers swiftly executed them, 5 heads rolling down. While 3 were only half severed, not yet dead, they quickly delivered another blow to ensure the heads rolled off, blood spraying everywhere. "Display these 8 heads in all directions as a warning." Yes, specialized personnel took the 8 heads down to be displayed in the 4 city gates, and their crimes were declared to the entire army. In an instant, some wicked individuals were left shocked. "Gao Qiu, present. Send the Royal City Office to investigate within the city to see where there are still soldiers randomly robbing the common people's grain." "Yes, Your Majesty, rest assured. I will take care of it right away." Since the arrival of the second spring, Gao Qiu's waist no longer aches, and his legs no longer hurt. Last night, he even dreamed that after the Jin army left, he returned to the football field to dominate once again. After Gao Qiu left, Zhao Ning took a glance at the Jin army camp from the city wall. He asked, "When was the last time the Jin army attacked the city?" "I seem to have forgotten." Zhang Shai replied, "Your Majesty, the last attack was 5 days ago." 5 days ago? Zhao Ning did not say much. He glanced at the defenses on the city walls, which indeed seemed different from a few days ago. At least now everyone appeared more spirited, having received care and money, and having been intimidated by the recent executions. Each person's posture was visibly straighter. After chatting with the soldiers on the city wall, Zhao Ning returned to the Windy Hall. The Jin army hadn't attacked the city for 5 days, and the next attack would undoubtedly be soon. The morale that had just begun to coalesce within the city needed to be quickly consolidated to prepare for the upcoming siege by the Jin forces. The sturdy walls of Dongjing kept the Jin army at bay. What both sides were engaging in now was actually a psychological battle. When the weather warms up next year, the Jin army would surely retreat. Since it was a psychological battle, it had to be played at a high level. Shortly after returning to the Windy Hall, Zhao Ning picked up his pen to write again. What was he writing? He was writing on the war between Song and Jin, intending to lay out the strategies to counter the Jin forces. He wanted to document the current situation, the trajectory of history, the Jin army strategies. The strategies available to his side, the advantages and disadvantages of the Jin army, and those of his own side, and make them public. He aimed to exert pressure on the Jin army from a strategic perspective, making it clear that the war machine of the Song dynasty had already been activated, and they should weigh carefully their intentions to destroy the Song. This was the legendary, "I'm showing my cards to play against you." What good would that do? There were indeed peace factions within the Jin court, and this provided strong material for the peace faction within the Jin dynasty to buy time for the Song. Because the war between Song and Jin would definitely be a protracted one. Of course, the initial part he wrote was not on the strategic level, but rather focused on the tactical level concerning the current siege. He wrote for a full hour. At this moment, Wang Huaiji arrived. "What is it?" Zhao Ning asked, his eyes not leaving his writing. Lord Shai said that Zhang Jingwen has been captured. Wang Huaiji presented a confession document. He carefully placed it aside. After another half an hour, Zhao Ning finally stopped writing. He hadn't finished and needed to take a break. He rubbed his temples and picked up the confession document to look at it. Upon seeing it, his expression immediately darkened. "This is ridiculous." Zhao Ning slammed the confession document on the table in anger, startling Wang Huaiji beside him. How could the Privy Council be in charge of this? An official from the Jingfang actually dared to unilaterally decide to collect grain from the common people. Chapter 19. This is political struggle at this moment. A palace servant at the door said, "Your Majesty, Gao Qiu requests an audience." "Let him in." After Gao Qiu entered, he presented a report, looking excited, as if he were a student who had just done a good deed and hoped for praise from the teacher. "Your Majesty, this is the case of soldiers robbing that I had people collect in the city." Gao Qiu carefully presented it, adding, "I also told the people from the Hall of Precedence to be more disciplined. Some robbing soldiers have been caught by me, and I gave them a beating on the spot." Gao Qiu had accurately grasped the emperor's preferences, always catering to them. You did well. Thank you for your praise." "Your Majesty, I am just doing my duty." Zhao Ning opened it and found that Gao Taiwei's handwriting was truly awful. Gao Qiu had collected 22 cases of robbery. This was definitely only a part of the whole picture. One can imagine how chaotic the city was now. In such a situation, certain officials still acted unilaterally. Zhao Ning's expression darkened. It seemed this was not so simple, since it had already involved the Privy Council. Was this merely a matter of collecting grain from the common people? No. Zhao Ning sensed the smell of political struggle. First, did some people not realize that collecting grain from the common people would lead to the lower ranks seizing the opportunity to plunder? They were very clear about it. Which of those who could hold official positions in the capital and work in core departments was foolish? They were all shrewd. Why did they do this? This incident happened precisely within the Privy Council, and now Zhang Shai was the deputy privy envoy, overseeing the military and political affairs of the entire city. Do you think it was a coincidence that such an incident occurred right after he took charge? If not stopped, the likely outcome would be that more and more imperial troops would be incited to extort from the common people. When the time was right, the pro-peace officials would submit a memorial saying, Commander Zhang Shai was negligent in his duties, causing chaos in the city. This is political struggle. Second, Jingfang privately informed some of the lower-ranking imperial troops without issuing formal documents, which perfectly catered to the interests of some military officers. In such chaos, there were already some imperial troops behaving outrageously, and Jingfang added fuel to the fire. The reason Jingfang did not issue formal documents was that it was impossible for them to pass in front of Zhang Shai and would leave evidence against them. This matter involved the infantry division, and Zhang Jingwen was just a minor captain, a 100-man leader, while two higher-ranking captains, 1,000-man leaders of the imperial troops, were also involved. Logically, with the enemy at the gates, the military should not be mobilized. Of course, it was not about mobilizing the military. It was about small-scale adjustments. If those few military officers were not moved, there would be no reason to move the officials in the Privy Council's Jingfang. If they were not moved, how could the current rampant robbery in the city be quelled? How could it be quelled? Only by using heads to appease. As long as the interests of the majority of the common people were not disturbed, and the interests of most officials were not touched, the situation could not collapse. Moreover, just after issuing 3 months' worth of salaries, the emperor's prestige in the military was at its peak. This was the best time to act. However, before acting, a scapegoat for this matter had to be found. Zhao Ning lowered his voice and said, "Go summon Feng Xie for me." "Yes." Wang Huaiji, seeing the emperor's anger, dared not hesitate and hurried out. Gao Qiu, noticing the emperor's displeasure, also did not dare to say much. "Gao Qiu, go and properly arrange the people from the Imperial City Division. If I find out again that you are using the Imperial Guards to build your own house, I will hang your head on the city wall." Yes. I will strictly follow your teachings, Your Majesty. You have performed well these days. It is all thanks to your wise guidance, Your Majesty. You may go, spend more time on reorganizing the Imperial City Division. I will also be expanding the personnel of your Imperial City Division soon. I take my leave." Stepping out of the windy hall, Gao Qiu let out a sigh of relief. The pressure of talking to the emperor was truly immense. It was proven that human potential is limitless. Gao Qiu, who had been idle under Emperor Huizong Zhaoji, suddenly transformed into a passionate warrior fighting for ideals with a sword hanging over his head. By the way, Jingfang is one of the 12 divisions under the Privy Council. It is responsible for the deployment of the infantry, procurement and management of weapons, border defense along the Sichuan and Shaanxi routes, local military organization in the capital, and the personnel organization of the Imperial City Division. This is undoubtedly a power center's office. Before long, the head of the Privy Council, Feng Xie, arrived. The head of the Privy Council is equivalent to the Privy Minister and is the top leader of the Privy Council. I pay my respects to your majesty, he said. Zhao Ning's face was gloomy. It seemed that as soon as I promoted Zhang Shai, the people in the Privy Council were going to stir up trouble. He picked up the confession and threw it at Feng Xie. Read it yourself. Feng Xie was startled and picked up the confession from the ground, feeling anxious as he read it. And the more he read, the more he broke out in a cold sweat. Your Majesty, are you saying you don't know about this? Feng Xie was momentarily speechless. He truly didn't know. However, as the head of the Privy Council, it was indeed a failure of management that his subordinates acted on their own. I am guilty. You are indeed guilty. As the head of the Privy Council, you can't even control your subordinates. What use do I have for you? Feng Xie was immediately drenched in sweat. How do you want to handle this? Remove Lu Qingqi. The assistant minister in the capital, Zhao Ning said in a deep voice. Is removal enough? Do you think simply removing an official can deter that group of people? Your Majesty, you must not kill any more people. Everyone is already on edge. On edge? Zhao Ning's gaze grew colder. Who is on edge? I just returned from outside the palace, and I saw the common people spontaneously planning to resist the Jurchens. The soldiers' morale has risen. The ones who should be on edge are those officials who are not doing their jobs and are instead trying to create trouble for me. He slammed the table, grabbed the teacup on it, and threw it out, shattering it to pieces. Outside the hall, everyone could hear the Emperor's furious voice. These people are too bold. Do they really think that with a great enemy at hand, I dare not kill them? Your Majesty, if you kill any more people, it may. What? If I kill them, this world is finished. Which one of them is innocent? Your Majesty, the Emperor interrupted him again. Enough. You can also step down from your position as head of the Privy Council. I will handle Lu Qingqi. Someone will take his place. Of course there will be someone. The Song Dynasty lacks many things, but it certainly does not lack officials. The Song Dynasty has the largest number of officials in ancient China. In the northern Song, 7 out of 10 officials held idle positions, doing nothing and supported by the court. This is one of the methods of Zhao Song's rule, to win over scholars and support them. This is the famous redundancy of officials in the northern Song. You can find another one to replace him with a twist. And sometimes, there is no need for a replacement because many positions have deputy roles. Feng Xie's concerns might jeopardize the relationship between the sovereign and his ministers, and indeed would cause another shock among the officials. But what is more important now than defending the capital? What is more important than uniting the hearts of the people in the city? Feng Xie felt somewhat lost. He took out the official seal of the head of the Privy Council, walked over, and placed it on the Emperor's desk, then bowed and said, I thank your Majesty. Zhao Ning lowered his gaze and did not look at Feng Xie. How should one describe Feng Xie? He was a rule-abiding civil servant, completely unsuitable to be the Privy Minister. Chapter 20. Bring it on. I am best at listing charges. Zhao Ning sighed, turned around, and became gentle again, saying, I know it is not easy for you. The chaos is rampant now, and the people's hearts are confused. I do not want to make things difficult for you. Upon hearing this, Feng Xie was immediately moved to tears, feeling that the Emperor still cared about him. The Emperor is a good Emperor. His anger is unavoidable. You see, this is the art of ruling over subordinates. He scolded you, removed your position, and yet made you feel like he is a good person. You may leave now. Go home and rest well. I will handle the subsequent matters, and you will still be needed in the future. Feng Xie wiped away his tears and said, I take my leave. As soon as Feng Xie left, Zhao Ning said again, Come here. Your Majesty, go have the Royal City Office arrest people. Apprehend everyone on this list. Immediately interrogate them. After the interrogation, let the Court of Judicial Review go through the process. I want their heads displayed on the city wall tomorrow. Wang Huaiji took a deep breath and said, Yes. Oh, and confiscate their properties. Continue to confiscate. Do not make things difficult for their families. Leave them enough to eat. Understood. Wang Huaiji received the Emperor's orders and quickly went to make arrangements. He was pondering in his heart why the Emperor's temper had been growing increasingly fierce these days. The head of the Privy Council has resigned. This news spread quickly. It was undoubtedly a political upheaval like a stormy wave. It should be noted that after He Li was dismissed, the position of the Deputy Prime Minister was vacant, and Zhang Shai now held the position of Minister of War and Deputy Privy Minister, which is to say, he was in the position of Sun Fu, not the Deputy Prime Minister. So, with the head of the Council of State vacant, now the head of the Privy Council is also vacant. What the hell is the Emperor trying to do? Just remove officials, but not appoint anyone? Of course, he must appoint someone. But there is no rush, right now. Fighting is the priority, and the position of the Deputy Prime Minister is not that important. Moreover, the head of the Council of State and the head of the Privy Council, Zhao Ning already had candidates in mind. One candidate is in Dongjing, and one is not. Plus, now appointing a Privy Minister would only cause trouble for the Deputy Privy Minister, Zhang Shai, right? Right now, Zhang Shai needs to coordinate everything. So removing Feng Xie is actually a very clever move. Not only did the head of the Privy Council resign, but Lu Qingqi, the assistant minister in the capital, and 2 main officials were directly arrested by the Royal City Office. They were immediately taken to the Royal City Office for interrogation. He didn't even have the chance to request an audience with the Emperor. Up to this point, people were shocked to discover that the royal city office not only began confiscating properties, but also started interrogating ministers. The royal city office seemed to have gained more power beyond its intelligence department. This caught people off guard. That evening, the news about Lu Qingqi was announced. Without court permission, he had unilaterally issued a grain requisition order, disturbing the morale at the front. The result was simple: execution and confiscation of property. As soon as confiscation was mentioned, our Grand Minister Gao became excited. Even more so than when playing with girls in the water. When confiscation was mentioned, Zhao Ning was, of course, excited as well. What the hell? I just distributed a sum of money, and now I urgently need funds. No one needs money more than I do. The next day, November 30th, early in the morning, 5 heads were displayed on the city wall. They were Lu Qingqi, the assistant minister in the capital, 2 main officials Zhang He and Yang Zhong, and 2 deputy commanders from the infantry department, named Li Ping and Wang Yun. Their charges were similar: disturbing the morale at the front. Killing people has never been for the sake of killing. Killing is done to prevent further killing. How to explain this? Killing these people is to deter those who are looting within the city, making those who have not yet looted but are considering it feel afraid. Otherwise, if more people start looting, even more people will have to be killed. Therefore, in this context, killing is done to prevent more killings. Whether it is Yu Fei managing the army, or Wang Yangming or Qi Jiguang managing the military, they all followed this rule. The 5 heads were aligned with Su Bingzhe and still had their eyes open, as if they were watching ahead, their mouths slightly open, retaining the fear from before their death. A line of blood dripped below the city tower. In the morning, their charges began to be announced throughout the city, and the people were in an uproar. Some of the imperial troops who were ready to take advantage of the chaos scrambled back to their own nests. In the court, some wanted to take this opportunity to impeach Zhang Shai, but they didn't expect Zhang Shai to remain in power. Instead, it was Feng Jie who got caught in the crossfire. Moreover, the emperor unexpectedly executed 3 officials in the capital all at once. This left not only some people shocked to the point of dropping their jaws, but also a group so excited that they couldn't sleep. Some positions were vacated. And of course, there were those eager to rise to power. The bureaucratic group has never been a monolith. There are too many factions among them. And even within the same faction, individuals have their own hidden agendas when it comes to interests. For example, in the morning, someone from the Ministry of Personnel submitted a list of recommendations to the Council of State. In an instant, the court was in turmoil. Wang Huaiji reported on the total assets seized from Su Bingzhe and Lu Qingqi. They sold antiques, paintings, gold and silver jewelry, and in the end, converted everything into cash. Su Bingzhe had 150,000 guan seized, while Lu Qingqi had 50,000 guan. Zhang He, Yang Zhong, Li Ping, and Wang Yun combined seized a total of 30,000 guan. In total, that amounts to 230,000 guan. Is that a lot? Yes. Don't think that 230,000 guan is the same as 230,000 yuan. It's different. 230,000 guan is 3 billion won, with a bowl of porridge costing 2 won. An ordinary citizen in the capital earns only 20 to 30 won a day. Without eating or drinking, it would take 270,000 years to barely reach this number. In ancient times, being able to carry 10,000 guan meant being very wealthy. Those who were executed, whether civil or military officials, were all quite rich. Now, let's look at the monthly salary of an ordinary soldier in the imperial army, which is about 300 to 1,000 per month. For a deputy governor of Kaifeng who seized 150,000 guan, that amounts to 5 billion won, which an ordinary soldier would take 30,000 years to accumulate. Looking at Zhang He, a commander in the imperial army, with 8,000 guan, or 80 million won, an ordinary soldier would have to save for 111 years to accumulate that much money. Anything can be lied about, but data does not lie. This data fully demonstrates how harsh the Northern Song dynasty was towards military personnel and how preferential it was towards civil officials. Some military personnel, relying on their officer status, arbitrarily deducted from the frontline soldiers' pay, leaving bloodshed everywhere. This data nearly made Zhao Ning flip the table. Moreover, it also indicated a problem. While the salaries of civil officials in the Song dynasty were high, they could not possibly accumulate as much money as Su Bingzhe had, indicating that both Su Bingzhe and Lu Qingqi were indeed corrupt officials. Damn it, I've been enlightened by you guys. Now I know how to make quick money. There are 70,000 soldiers in the city. Today, each of them was given 3 months' salary. The average monthly salary for the imperial army is 600 won. So 3 months equals 800 won, or 18 guan. A total of 380,000 guan was distributed today. The treasury originally had 500,000 guan. After distribution, only 120,000 guan remained. Now, with the additional 230,000 guan seized, it totals 350,000 guan. Although the finances are still tight, it feels great. Seizing property is exhilarating. Zhao Ning, who else? Who else is dissatisfied and wants to court death? I excel at listing charges. Bring it on. Chapter 21. Ignite the capital up to now. The situation can be said to have been basically sorted out by Zhao Ning. The surrender faction has temporarily retreated, the morale of the imperial army has been boosted, and the heads of the defense system have been arranged. This series of operations has also let the public know the court's attitude. The atmosphere among the people is also heating up. What's left? What's left is to ignite the entire city. How to ignite the whole city? As night approached, Qin Hui finally arrived. Your Majesty, the Tokyo Daily you instructed me to handle is ready. Good. First thing tomorrow morning. The front page of the Daily must ensure sales across the city, and the first edition of the Tokyo Daily will publish my article. Qin Hui was somewhat surprised. Your Majesty, do you want to personally write it? I've already written it. Zhao Ning picked up the manuscript and handed it to Qin Hui. Yes, I will publish it as is. Zhao Ning confirmed some details about the newspaper with Qin Hui, such as how the newsboys would sell it and what slogans to shout, and went over everything. After Qin Hui left, he began to see what the emperor had actually written. Upon reading it, he was immediately taken aback. The next morning, as soon as it was dawn, Zhao Ning dressed in common clothes and sneaked out of the palace. The streets were filled with youthful voices. There were some children around 10 years old, holding sheets of paper and loudly shouting, "Extra! Extra! Zhao Guanjia strategy for defeating the enemy. Zhao Guanjia strategy for defeating the enemy. Come and take a look. Hey kid, what's this?" This is a newspaper, the Tokyo Daily, which contains an article by Zhao Guanjia. Guanjia? Child, are you mistaken? The emperor wrote this himself? Several people gathered around. Yes, let me see it. One want a copy. One want a copy? I can buy a steamed bun for that. Are you trying to rob me? Kid, give me a copy. I want one too. Clearly, those were all literate people. Someone exclaimed, hey, this is actually written in plain language. This is actually in plain language. So vulgar, so unbearable. Zhao Ning sat nearby for a while, listening to their discussions, and didn't mind. He wanted to write in plain language so that anyone who could read could understand. He aimed for rapid dissemination. He counted, and a total of 38 people bought newspapers from that boy. Qin Hui had arranged a total of 20 newsboys. Today, they could surely sell nearly 1,000 copies of the newspaper. Selling newspapers was not for profit, but for spreading the word. Zhao Ning also had Qin Hui arrange for some storytellers to narrate in various parts of the city. For example, near the heavily trafficked Daxiangguo Temple, there were quite a few storytellers. Zhao Ning got into a carriage and strolled around the city, quickly making his way to Daxiangguo Temple. He began to see and hear discussions taking place. The headline of today's Tokyo Daily was not lengthy. It was quite simple and mainly divided into 2 points. First, it introduced the Jin army's tactics, besieging the city and cutting off reinforcements, while simultaneously negotiating to achieve the goal of annihilating the Song dynasty. Second, it outlined countermeasures. The Jin army besieging the city and cutting off reinforcements? That's right, besieging and cutting off reinforcements. The Jin army had 150,000 troops outside the city and outside Tongguan. There were another 50,000 Jin troops blocking the eastern advance of the Shangxi troops to support the emperor. Wanyan Lushi and Wanyan Xiyin took turns overseeing the battle outside Tongguan. As for the concept of besieging while negotiating, Zhao Ning also explained this in the newspaper. The capital city of Tokyo is as solid as a fortress, with 70,000 defenders still inside. It has been proven impossible for the Jin army to forcibly breach the city. Since the beginning of this month, the Jin army has attempted several times to break the city, but has failed. Therefore, the Jin army must exert immense psychological pressure on the defenders while simultaneously hinting at a willingness to negotiate, in order to sow discord within the Song dynasty's united front. On November 20th, Feng Jia was sent to the Jin camp to negotiate. The talks ended in failure. Ultimately, Zhao Ning concluded that the Jin people's goal was to destroy our Song dynasty and annihilate our homeland. We must fight the Jin to the end, until the last person. I swear to coexist with Tokyo in life and death. In reality, when the Jin army approached the city, most common people had no concept of the Jin people's tactics. And even the ministers in the court were unaware of the Jin people's intentions. The common people only know that the Jurchens want to attack the city, so we must defend it. The officials believe that the Jurchens are here to extort money. After all, the Song dynasty has previously placated the Xia and Liao states with money. Only a very few truly realize that the Jurchens' tactics are extremely cunning. They intimidate with military force, feign peace negotiations to induce division within the Song dynasty. Are the Jurchens that clever? Indeed, this is the shining moment for the Jurchen people. And now the Jin court not only has Jurchens, but also Khitan officials from the already fallen Liao state and Han officials. It is a time full of talent. In contrast, the Song dynasty is not only being suppressed militarily, but is also being outmaneuvered strategically. Zhao Ning's article, The Jurchen Strategy for Attacking the City, undoubtedly exposes the Jurchen's methods to the entire city of Dongjing. This serves as a precautionary measure, preparing everyone psychologically. So when the Jurchens propose peace negotiations, everyone should understand that they are feigning peace and not to be deceived. Zhao Ning wants the public to deeply recognize this. Only when the public is aware of this will the pro-peace faction in the court be restrained by public opinion when Wanyan Zonghan speaks of negotiations next time. This way, the emperor will not need to personally confront those treacherous surrenderists. This is like raising a sword of public opinion over the heads of the surrenderists, completely cutting off their opportunities. This is killing not just bodies but hearts. As for the second point of countermeasures, Zhao Ning points out the enemy's shortcomings. The enemy's strength lies in their capability for open field battles, but their weaknesses are also evident once they penetrate deep into the heart of the Song. Their logistics will be strained, which is why the Jurchens want a quick victory. Zhao Ning further tells everyone not to rush for a quick resolution with the Jurchens, but to understand the importance of patience and to wait for the loyalist army to arrive. Today's newspaper is spreading quickly, and Qin Hui has even arranged for people to disseminate the newspaper's content in the bustling areas through storytelling. Now, with the safety of their homes at stake, ordinary citizens are very concerned about this matter, and everyone is listening attentively. In front of Daxiangguo Temple, a middle-aged man, after hearing the speaker, said, "What we hear is that the Jurchens are deliberately deceiving us by saying they can negotiate, actually trying to give some people in our city false hopes to undermine our will. Is that right?" "Yes, that's right." "Then we must fight to the death and not surrender. Anyone who dares to negotiate, we will kill him. For this period, we will be on the streets. If any dog official dares to negotiate, we will be the first to strike with our clubs. Yes, beat the dog officials who negotiate to death. The officials have said they will fight to defend Dongjing with us to the death. What are we afraid of?" Recently, the officials have killed surrenderist ministers and even beheaded several soldiers who robbed the people, and it is said they will execute several officials related to this matter. Long live the officials. Long live our emperor. In front of Daxiangguo Temple, a group of people excitedly shouted out loud. At first, there were only about 10 people shouting, but gradually the voices increased. The heated discussions spread quickly, from 10 to 100. Everyone began to quickly understand the content of Zhao Ning's article, The Jurchen Strategy for Attacking the City. This is the first time the emperor has communicated so closely with the many common people of Dongjing, albeit through the medium of a newspaper. It cut out the filtering of the middlemen, directly conveying the emperor's intentions to the grassroots level. This scene reminds one of more than half a month ago when Tang Ku and Gung Nanzhong sent officials to surrender, but before they could leave Dongjing, they were killed by the common people there. However, this time, the people's emotions are even more fervent. Moreover, the Jurchen's deceptive intentions for peace negotiations are starting to take root in people's hearts. This is called a united front. Just as the emperor's article topped the Dongjing Daily, the Jin army began its military assault on the city of Dongjing. Chapter 22. The Jin army attacks the city on the evening of November 30th, the first year of Jinkong, just as it was getting dark. In the Jin army camp, Lu Yinzong said, "Marshal, it has been 7 days since the last attack on the city. It is time to prepare for the next one." Wan Yinzong Wang, after finishing his drink, said, "Isn't this a bit frequent? If the marshal wants the Song emperor to surrender soon, he must intimidate with military force." Wan Yinzhamu said, "Continue to besiege the city. They will also grow weary and think of negotiating. The Song people are soft-hearted." This statement is wrong. The Song dynasty currently has a large number of loyalist troops on the way. Once they all arrive, our army will fall into a passive position. Wan Yinzhamu further said, The troops from Shaanxi are all blocked by Wanyan Lushur at Tongguan. How can they come to support the loyalists?" "Not at all." Lu Yinzong. "What do you mean?" Wan Yinzhamu angrily retorted, "This Lu Yinzong always goes against me. He is just a Han." The Jurchen nobles naturally do not hold Han people in high regard, but Lu Yinzong, after surrendering from the Liao state, not only received significant favor, but also rose to the position of Minister of the Central Secretariat. Lu Yinzong said, "There are many loyalist troops in the south. We must not underestimate them. If the Song army in Hebei and Hedong enforces a strong defense, we will face a huge logistical crisis. Penetrating deep into enemy territory is a major military taboo. If it weren't for the Jin army's strong military might, they would never dare to fight this way." Wan Yinzhamu angrily said, "Then concentrate our forces and take Bianliang immediately." Lu Yinzong smiled without speaking, that smile filled with contempt for Wan Yinzhamu. As if to say, "Stupid pig, if we could take it, would 150,000 troops still be here drinking the northwest wind?" Wan Yinzong Wang put down his cup and said, "The left minister, Lu Yinzong, is right. Tire the Song, primarily by besieging and secondarily by attacking. The goal is to negotiate. I do not advocate annihilating the Song. We currently do not have the capability to destroy the Song. If we truly engage in a death struggle with the Song, we will also suffer great losses." Wan Yinzong Wang's considerations are not only about war, not just at the strategic level, but more about the political level. Within the Jin, several major factions are standing tall. If we really annihilate the Song, the annihilation faction led by Wan Yin Gao and Wan Yin Zonghan will completely lose restraint due to their achievements. And the power within the Jin court will expand and distort completely, which would be very unfavorable for Wan Yin Zongwang. Tomorrow we will attack the city, and after the attack, we will negotiate with them. Zhemu, this subordinate will lead the charge. I will carry out the order and will not fail the marshal's heavy trust. Just then, a voice came from outside. "Report. Marshal, the Song army has shot a few arrows at our army, and there are letters on them. Come in." The scout came in, still holding the arrows. These arrows were shot by the divine arm crossbow. The Song dynasty's divine arm crossbow can shoot up to 400 meters. What does this mean? A 21st century handgun, like the Desert Eagle, can shoot up to 500 meters. Just think about how terrifying the power of the divine arm crossbow must be. It is undoubtedly one of the most advanced cold weapons of this era. However, the divine arm crossbow requires a foot to step on to pull the bow, needing great strength, so the threshold for use is not low. Wanyan Zhongwang was curious. Is the Song army going to negotiate? Others thought the same. Wanyan Zhongwang is part of the negotiation faction. This is no secret, and his subordinates naturally support him. Wanyan Zhimu laughed heartily. It seems we won't need to attack the city tomorrow. The Song dogs are about to surrender. Wanyan Zhongwang opened it, and was somewhat surprised. It wasn't like a letter, but more like a government report, though the layout was denser than that of a government report. Wanyan Zhongwang naturally knew Chinese characters, and he began to read the content above. The title is Strategies for the Golden Man to Attack the City. When everyone first saw him, his expression was calm. But after a moment, he slightly furrowed his brows, and after another moment, his brows were tightly locked. Then his face darkened. Finally, his complexion turned ashen. Lu Yinzong was somewhat puzzled. Commander, what's wrong? Wanyan Zhongwang handed the newspaper to Lu Yinzong, who quickly read through it, and his expression also sank. Wanyan Zhimu and Wanyan Chong were confused. Wanyan Zhongwang stood up, walked out of the tent, and gazed at the tall city towers of Bianjing. He exclaimed, "The Emperor of the Song Dynasty actually knows our true intentions." It should be noted that 10 days ago, the Song Dynasty's Chief Minister Feng Xie had quietly come to discuss peace, indicating that the Zhao family of the Song Dynasty was very willing to cease hostilities and repair relations. After Feng Xie left, both Wanyan Zhonghan and Wanyan Zhongwang agreed to take this opportunity to extort from the Song, first expressing a willingness to negotiate peace, then proposing conditions for the Zhao family to find a way to raise funds. But now the contents of this newspaper show that the Zhao family is determined to defend the capital of Dongjing to the death. Wanyan Zhongwang was momentarily confused. The contrast was quite large. If the Song people are truly determined to defend the city to the death, it would be a serious problem. Currently, the entire army has 150,000 men, 150,000 mouths to feed, requiring 300,000 jin of grain daily, consuming nearly 10 million jin of military provisions in a month. Right now, there are Song troops in Xianzhou and Xizhou in Hebei. There are also anti-Jin volunteer armies appearing in Shandong, and the loyalist army from the southern Song is on its way. The Song General Zhongzhe in Xianzhou is exceptionally brave, and there have been rare instances of the Song army defeating the Jin army, although these are small-scale battles. It indicates that the combat capability of the Song army is gradually growing. Once the Song army conducts large-scale fortifications and scorched earth tactics in Hebei, Hedong, and Shandong, it will inevitably lead to a crisis in military supplies. Once there is a supply crisis within the army, morale can easily collapse. These are all factors that Wanyan Zhongwang must consider, and they are decisive factors. Lu Yinzong said, "There is no need for the commander to worry. The Emperor of the Song Dynasty is probably just being impulsive. Perhaps they think we are unable to attack since we haven't besieged the city for 7 days. What you mean is, even if the Song people know our strategy, so what? We will still follow this strategy, in the face of overwhelming military force. Everything else is easily defeated? That is exactly what I mean. This further indicates that we need to continue the siege without interruption. It may not break through quickly, but it will definitely shake the morale of the Song army and undermine their internal cohesion." You are right. Wanyan Zhongwang held the newspaper. This so-called Dongjing Daily was deliberately shown to us by the Song army. They want us to know that they have seen through our siege strategy. But war is not won solely by strategy. Go deliver this Dongjing Daily to General Zhonghan. Yes. In General Wanyan Zhonghan's camp, after reading the Dongjing Daily, he laughed heartily. The Song people have finally made some progress. Even if they know our intentions, what of it? The destruction of the Song is at hand. We will attack the city tomorrow. On the first day of December, early in the morning, Zhao Ning received news that the Jin army would attack the city. He immediately said, "Hurry, quickly gather all civil and military ministers and have them wait at the palace gate." Wang Huaiji said, "Your Majesty, what are you planning to do? Hurry up." Yes. Zhao Ning was in full armor. Shortly after, Empress Zhu Lian arrived. "Your Majesty, where are you going?" "I am going to the South City Gate to put on a good show." "Your Majesty, I have heard that the Jin people are going to attack the city. It's very dangerous there." "Do not worry, they cannot break in. I will be back soon." "Your Majesty," Zhu Lian wanted to say something more, but Zhao Ning suddenly embraced her and kissed her on her peach-like lips. So soft and fragrant. Zhu Lian's face instantly blushed, and her body felt a bit weak as she softly called out, "Your Majesty, wait for me to return." Zhao Ning, clad in armor, accompanied by the imperial guards, exited the palace. Chapter 23 The Voice of the People. A unified front in the city. The civil and military ministers were waiting at the palace gate. Those present were all qualified officials to attend court. Almost all the bigwigs from the 2 offices and 3 departments were there. When everyone saw the emperor in full armor, they were taken aback. Mei Zhili, the Minister of Revenue, stepped forward. "I am here. How is the procurement of grain going?" "In response to your Majesty. Within 3 days, the Ministry of Revenue has procured 50,000 sure, 6 million jin of grain within the city, and it was all handed over to Lord Shai early this morning." You have done well." war is imminent. And I have notified the palace to reduce daily expenditures by 2/3. Your Majesty is wise. I hope all of you can also be strict with yourselves at this time and get through this tough period. As for your salaries, I have instructed the Ministry of Revenue to keep track, and once the Gene people retreat and tax revenues come in, they will be distributed as per the facts. Everyone said, "We will remember your Majesty's teachings." Good. Everyone, let us go to the South City Gate together. The Gene people are attacking the city today, and we will go cheer on the soldiers. Upon hearing this, many officials present turned pale. What? Your Majesty, are you dreaming? The left Assistant Minister of Personnel, Chinjiran, immediately stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I have recently caught a cold and am unwell. Please allow me to go home to recuperate." As soon as he said this, other relatively better ministers were eager to follow suit, clearly unwilling to go to the city tower. What nonsense. We are all scholars and officials. How can we go to such a dangerous place? You go, Your Majesty, don't drag us along. Zhao Ning said, "Doctor Hu, go take Chen's pulse." Doctor Hu responded and stepped forward. Chen Jiran did not expect that the emperor had even prepared a physician. Doctor Hu grabbed Chen Jiran's hand, ready to take his pulse, but Chen Jiran, as if burned by fire, immediately recoiled. "Your Majesty, I suddenly feel much better." Seeing that the emperor had even prepared a physician, the others all shrank back. "Since there is no problem, then let us go." Zhao Ning did not investigate further on the spot. The key now was the city defense battle. The emperor led everyone out of the city, heading south. Along the way, the common people of Dongjing City were everywhere. Some shouted loudly, "The Gene thieves are coming. Let us go near the city tower and see if the guards need help." "Hey, I've brought half of my family's grain out. I'm going to deliver it to the South City Gate. I've brought mine out too. I also plan to help defend the city. Not a single Gene thief will get in today." Everyone was very enthusiastic. Even neighbors who often quarreled normally stopped arguing and exchanged some supplies, forming groups of 3 or 5 to join the larger crowd. In some places, members of certain organizations were distributing weapons. There were swords, axes, wooden sticks, and even hoes. At this time, the court no longer prohibited the appearance of weapons. In the eastern part of the city, some people were lining up to receive weapons. Since the publication of the Dongjing Daily, it seemed that the entire city had been ignited overnight. The bravery of countless people and their desire to protect their homeland diluted the panic and confusion within the city. The emperor is out, and the idle people should avoid him. Suddenly, a voice came from ahead as heavily armored soldiers from the imperial guards cleared a path for the emperor. The emperor led the ministers as they walked along. The streets of Dongjing City were crowded with people. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "Long live our emperor! Long live the Song Dynasty!" This shout completely ignited the crowd. "Long live our emperor! Long live the Song Dynasty!" The voices surged like ocean waves, quickly sweeping through the imperial street, from in front of the palace, wave after wave. Pushing to the southern city gate of the inner city, the first phase of the united front had been achieved. Zhao Ning was surrounded by the imperial guards. Looking at the sea of people around him, he saw women carrying baskets, delivering eggs to the accompanying guards. Some were offering their homemade steamed buns. Their eyes were filled with a longing for the safety of their homes. As war approached, individuals felt as insignificant as ants. A month ago, the Gene army was at the city's gates, and a huge iron curtain shrouded the city. The entire city had been oppressed for far too long. Countless people had been repressed for far too long. The Zhao family's non-resistance policy had left many who wanted to protect their homes and country feeling stifled. And within just a few days, the deputy governor of Kaifeng was beheaded, the officers of the imperial guards were beheaded, and the officials of the privy council were beheaded. This showed everyone the new attitude of the Zhao family, when everyone still had doubts in their hearts. Wondering if the Zhao family would suddenly change their attitude like they had in the past year, the Tokyo Daily was published. For the first time, the emperor spoke directly to the entire city as populace. The mood for war was fermenting throughout the city. Finally, today it erupted. Zhao Ning wanted to tell the accompanying ministers, "Look, this is the voice of the people. No one can stop this voice. Those who follow will prosper. Those who oppose will perish." Zhao Ning waved his hand to the people around him. He wondered if someone would suddenly come out to assassinate him. However, it was highly unlikely. The Zhao family of the Song Dynasty, though somewhat weak, had always been relatively mild-mannered towards outsiders. On ordinary days, even parts of the royal gardens were open for the common people to visit freely. Otherwise, how could the historical shame of Jingkong still lead people in various places to bargain with the Jin people to support the Zhao family again? The calls continued to spread. Even the women from the brothels outside the East Huamin rushed over. Even the guards on the city tower heard it. Snow was falling from the sky, but today, Tokyo City was more boiling than any other day. Outside the city, the Jin army, which was forming ranks, also heard the voices from within. Wan Yinzongwang in the west of the city glanced at Lu Yinzong. "What is happening? It must be the Song Emperor going out." Wan Yinzongwang said solemnly. "Does he dare to go up to the city tower at this time?" No one answered his question, as the voices within Bianliang City seemed ready to break through the clouds. For the first time, the Jin people felt the momentum of the Song people. Wan Yinzongwang said, "Commander, I will give you 2,000 men. You will lead the vanguard. I accept the order." In the south of the city, The commander Wan Yanhong had a grim expression and ordered, Inju Ko, the so-called little god of war of the Jurchen. Wanyan Inju Ko stepped forward. I will lead the vanguard to attack the city. I accept the order. Zhao Ning quickly arrived in the south of the city, while Zhang Shai went to the west. The road from the inner city to the outer city had been cleared to make way for the transport convoy. The people were very disciplined and did not act chaotically. The enormous disaster, combined with a series of actions from the emperor, finally brought unprecedented unity to Tokyo City. We can win. As long as we hold on, we can protect our homes. The emperor's first words were an inspiring declaration. He held something rolled in paper that resembled a microphone. His voice echoed near the city tower, filled with power. Countless eyes were fixed on him. As the wind and snow fell on everyone, making a soft pattering sound, the emperor stood on the city tower and loudly declared, Next, the Jin bandits will launch countless brutal assaults on us. It's all right. Let them come. As long as they attack, we will defend. If they breach the city, I will take up my sword and fight alongside you. Since ancient times, who has not faced death? Let us leave our names in history. Zhao Ning's last words completely dispelled the last trace of fear. Individuals can be clear-headed when alone, especially sensitive to fear and the unknown. However, once individuals enter a group, and the group takes the same action, shouting the same slogans, it immediately drives away individual thinking, quickly integrating the individual into the group. Once individuals are integrated into the group, it becomes difficult to think independently. Zhao Ning did not need everyone to think independently now. He needed everyone to achieve a united front. After speaking, the emperor ascended the city tower, and the ministers were also forced to follow him up. The outer city wall of Tokyo was 13 meters high, equivalent to 4 stories, and built of bricks. Such walls were nearly impregnable in the cold weapon era, unless bombarded by the red-haired cannons of the late Ming Dynasty. Moreover, there was a barbican, making the defensive capabilities even more astonishing. Chapter 24. Psychological warfare before the battle. This was also the fundamental reason the Jin army adopted tactics of besieging the city and negotiating for peace. Because as long as the Song army was willing to hold the city walls, the Jin army could not break this city, unless they sent Guijing, the great god, to dance in the square. Zhao Ning arrived at the city wall, and the ministers followed the emperor up. They saw the soldiers around them and were filled with panic and disdain. When they saw the neatly lined up, dark mass of the Jin army outside the city, they were even more frightened, their faces turning pale as paper, trembling all over. Li Ruoxue advised, It's dangerous here, as the supreme ruler. Your Majesty should quickly return to the palace, and we will stay here. Li Ruoxue did have some courage, but the other officials did not share his bravery. Some officials were trembling in their legs, feeling weak all over. It's fine. Zhao Ning looked down at the Jin army still forming ranks. In the Jin army's camp, the subsequent large forces were gathering. Looking down from the city tower, a dark mass was rapidly converging like a rushing flood. The officers shouted loudly, reprimanding the soldiers. Before a war, all troops need to be mobilized. Mobilization is to quickly get the soldiers into combat mode, increasing the combat effectiveness of the group. Elite forces like the Jin army mobilized very quickly. After conquering the Liao state, they captured a large number of siege weapons. And this time, they were fully prepared for the siege of Tokyo City. Tall ladders, catapults, and other siege engines were pushed out from the snow. There were also special personnel clearing the accumulated snow ahead. The Jin army was composed of Jurchens, Khitans, Bohai people, and Han people. Among them, the Jurchens were relatively few, but they were all elite among elites. The rest were remnants after the fall of the Liao state. Myuk, the Jin army centurion, generally commanding 300 men, shouted loudly, Use all your strength. One by one, tall Bohai people pushed even larger and heavier catapults. Of course, in ancient China, this was not called a catapult, it was called a pao, with the character for stone beside it. It had already been deployed on the battlefield during the Three Kingdoms period, but it started to evolve during the Song dynasty. The reason is simple. Firearms began to be introduced into military affairs. On the Song side, the barbican was filled with defenders. There were archers and crossbowmen. The barbican extended outward in a semicircle, allowing the Song army on the barbican to have a very wide range of fire when the Jin army attacked the city. The soldiers of the Song army on the city wall were all ready. Everyone had finished their breakfast in the morning, which consisted of steamed buns. The steamed buns of the Song dynasty were filled with meat. The military supplies were currently being coordinated by Zhang Shai. His ability to streamline the army's supply chain in such a short time speaks volumes about his competence. If it were that incompetent Sun Fu, many of the soldiers defending the city would probably not even have enough to eat and would have to watch Guijing open the city gates. Zhao Ning looked at the Jin soldiers being mobilized outside the city and once again felt the oppressive atmosphere of the ancient battlefield crashing down like a tidal wave. The wars between the Song and Jin dynasties represented the peak of cold weapon warfare in ancient China, with both sides continuously investing and mobilizing massive armies of millions to unleash ruthless slaughter across the land of Huaxia. This was just the beginning. As a 21st century office worker, he found himself in this era, this brutal era. His mindset had slowly begun to change during this time. War is brutal, but it can also forge a person's will like steel. Compared to the day he first crossed over, He was now much calmer as he looked out at the scene beyond the city. He turned to ask Zhang Bofan, Bofan, who is the commander of the Jin army? It is their Marshal Wanyan Zonghan. Oh, so it's Wanyan Zonghan. Just like in early this year when they first advanced south, the Jin army was divided into two routes, led by Wanyan Zonghan and Wanyan Zongwang respectively. The marshal is Wanyan Zonghan, and Wanyan Zongwang is the deputy marshal. The main driving force behind them is the most powerful minister in the Jin court, Wanyan Gao. Zhao Ning shouted into his microphone. Who is coming? A fierce general like Yingzhu could definitely had to learn Chinese. After all, the Jin dynasty had annexed the Liao dynasty. And the true backbone of governing the Liao dynasty was precisely the Han people. After the fall of the Liao dynasty, these high-ranking Han officials entered the Jin court. Wanyan Aguda, in order to better accept the rule, began to require some members of the Wanyan family to learn Chinese. Yingzhu was one of them, but his Chinese was relatively weak. Therefore, during both Jin advances southward, they brought along a large number of Han officials. For example, Wanyan Zongwang had Lu Yinzong with him, while Wanyan Zonghan had Shi Lingai and others. Yingzhu shouted loudly, I am Yingzhu. Which Song general is here? I am the emperor of the Song dynasty. Let Wanyan Zonghan come to speak with me. Upon hearing that it was the emperor of the Song dynasty, Yingzhu immediately sent someone to report. Report, Marshal. The emperor of the Song dynasty requests to speak with you. Wanyan Zonghan was somewhat surprised. The emperor of the Song dynasty wants to talk to me? Yes. Where is he? He is currently on the city tower. What does the emperor of the Song dynasty want? Wanyan Zonghan wondered. Wanyan Xin said, Marshal, the Song emperor probably has some apprehension seeing us attack the city again. Wanyan Zonghan said, but the city is filled with voices. The Song people are highly motivated today. Marshal, I'm afraid that is just a show put on by the Song emperor for us. What do you mean by that? Marshal, think carefully about what kind of person the Zhao Song emperor is. Wanyan Zonghan's eyes glinted with greed. Foolish, fearful of death, indulgent. Such a person as emperor is a great opportunity for us. And consider how the Song army is positioned. Xin, I know all of this. The Song army is weak and merely a facade. If it weren't for the fortifications of Bianjing, our army would have already taken this place, and the Song dynasty would long have perished. Why is the Song army so weak? Naturally, it is a problem with the Han people themselves. They are a flock of sheep. How can a flock of sheep fight against us, the tigers and wolves? Not at all. Marshal, I dare to say, please do not look down on the Han people in terms of war. The Han people have established several martial virtue-rich dynasties, and they once swept across the borders. The weakness of the Song dynasty is due to the Zhao family's own issues. What does what you say have to do with the current situation? The Song emperor himself is wary of the military and cautious of his subordinates. At present, there is no Li gang in the city, and most of the court officials are fearful for their lives. The behavior of the Song court over the past year has proven that the Song emperor cannot truly unite all factions to fight against us. Wanyan Zonghan seemed to understand Wanyan Xin's words and said, You mean to say, the Song emperor today is boosting morale in the city not to truly fight with us, but to negotiate? Exactly. Then what about the Tokyo Daily we received yesterday? At this time, the Han official Shi Liai stepped forward and said, Marshal, this is even easier to explain. The Song emperor wants to tell us that he knows we also want to negotiate with him. He wants to have a bit more initiative at the negotiation table. Zhao Ning did not expect that his actions would be overly analyzed by the Jin commanders. However, this could not be blamed on the Jin commanders. Their thinking habits were still stuck in the times of Song Huizong and Song Qinzong, and the Zhao Song court had indeed shown too much weakness. Then I might as well go meet the Song emperor. Chapter 25. A stray dog dares to bark madly in front of my army. Wanyan Zonghan arrived at the front lines, surrounded by layers of heavy infantry from the Jin army. The Jin army's commander was most wary of the Song army's crossbows, which had a range of 1,500 meters, comparable in power to a sniper rifle from the 21st century. Back in the day, when the Liao army was at Chanyuan City and was about to crush the Song army there, they could have advanced straight in and besieged Kaifeng. At a critical moment, Liao General Xiao Talon was killed by a Song army crossbow, shaking the morale of the Liao army, which led to the historical Treaty of Chanyuan. The crossbow was said to be made from 3 large bows combined, requiring 30 people to draw it. It could also serve as a siege tool, with arrows that could penetrate city walls, allowing soldiers to climb up the walls along the ropes. Even if the Jin army wore heavy armor, they were still afraid of the crossbow. Surely AI did not approve of Wanyan Zonghan going to the front lines, as aside from the powerful crossbows, the divine arm crossbow was no joke either. But Wanyan Zonghan was eager to go forward and humiliate the Zhao emperor. Wanyan Zonghan was a fierce figure, possessing the charisma of a hero. He had followed Wanyan Aguda in battles, making him one of the greatest contributors to the establishment of the Jin dynasty, even earning the respect of the Jin emperor Wanyan Wuchimai. Moreover, since Zhao Ning had invited him to speak, if he did not show up, Zhao Ning could easily propagate to the Song army that their commander was a coward. At this moment, it was all about morale for the Song army. Therefore, on multiple levels, Wanyan Zonghan had to come out. He watched as a man in dark heavy armor, surrounded by layers of protection, approached the front lines. Zhao Ning instantly perked up. Li Ruoshui also became alert. Your Majesty, that is Wanyan Zonghan. Should we use the divine arm crossbow? Zhang Bofan shook his head and said, It's useless. At this distance, the lethality has already diminished significantly. Not to mention armor. Even the shield's defense might not be penetrated. Li Ruoxue, being a civil official, was naturally not very knowledgeable about these matters, while Zhang Bofan, who was familiar with battlefield killing, understood very well that trying to kill the opposing commander through such means during a battle was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Not to mention shields. Even armor is not as easily pierced as depicted in TV dramas. Ordinary arrows cannot penetrate armor. Otherwise, the Jin army would not be able to act wantonly on the North China plain. The divine arm crossbow indeed has greater power than ordinary arrows, but at this distance, trying to shoot Wanyan Zhonghan would also be a dream. Back then, the Song army used a bed crossbow to shoot down Xiao Talon. One can only say that the Song army was lucky, as Xiao Talon was so unlucky that even drinking water would get stuck in his teeth. There's nothing that can be done, just accept it. Is that person Wanyan Zhonghan? Wanyan Zhonghan's real name is Wanyan Zhonghan. Phonetically transliterated. As the emperor of the Song dynasty, are you here to surrender to me? Are you really the commander of the Jin army, Wanyan Zhonghan? Zhao Ning's voice echoed near the city tower. The loudspeaker in his hand was quite powerful. Wanyan Zhonghan pointed at the city wall and arrogantly said, Emperor of the Song, my 150,000 troops are now at your doorstep. And your Kaifeng city has been besieged to the point where not even water can flow through. The loyal troops from the various towns in Shaanxi have also been blocked by my army at Tongguan. Those who understand the times are wise. Why not open the gates and surrender? I can still be lenient with you. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxue instantly became furious and was about to curse Wanyan Zhonghan, but was stopped by Zhao Ning. Zhao Ning loudly said, Zhonghan, if you could really capture Bianjing, why come to see me? You merely want to humiliate me in front of your army and undermine my troops' morale. Right now, the soldiers and civilians of Desong are united and vow to fight you to the end. Haha, with you cowardly pigs who fear for your lives. If you do not open the gates, once I break through the city, there will be a different treatment for you. At this moment, Shirley Ai interjected, shouting loudly, Zhao Guanjia, since last year, the Song army has been retreating step by step against my forces, with no victories at all. My Jin army has advanced south from Yuzhou, as if it were uninhabited territory. You know very well the gap between us. Why not open the city and surrender now? The marshal is merciful. As long as you prepare enough wealth, everything can be discussed. Who are you? I am Shirley Ai. So it's you, old thief. Upon hearing Zhao Ning's words, Shirley Ai was momentarily stunned. Before he could speak, Zhao Ning continued. You, as a Han person, have read the classics. Yet you assist the tyrant. How are you different from a beast? Shirley Ai did not expect Zhao Guanjia to not only curse, but to do so harshly. He was instantly filled with rage and shouted, Dog Emperor, you are foolish and unjust. The Song dynasty has lost its virtue, and the hearts of the people have collapsed. Now the heavens have changed, the divine artifact has changed hands. It is the natural order. If you go against the heavens, you will surely suffer divine retribution. Shirley Ai, as a Han person, indeed elevated the topic to the level of governance and legal principles, while Wanyan Zhongwang only knew how to threaten with brute force. If you surrender now, my Jin nation's marshal can still spare your life. I hope you do not fail to recognize this opportunity. Having long heard of your virtues in Liao, today I see you are nothing but an ignorant person. Zhao Ning instantly raised his voice. Powerful and resonant. I have a word. All three armies listen carefully. Shirley Ai, as a Han person, having read the classics. You do not think of the land of Huaxia, serving the barbarian for generations, and take pride in it. If you had even a shred of shame, you would immediately return to Desong and fight against the bandits with me. Yet you covet official rank, without lord or father, assisting the tyrant. You are a rat-eyed thief, a stray dog. You, an old man with white hair, dare to bark wildly before me. Step back. Do not sully my Desong soldiers' precious swords. Shirley Ai, being 72 years old, upon hearing Zhao Ning's insults, was instantly enraged, gasping for breath. He held his chest, pointed at the city tower, and shouted, Dog Emperor! Dog Emperor! Wanyan Zhonghan was also taken aback by how well the Song Emperor could curse. It was truly shocking. Seeing that Shirley Ai was nearly incapacitated, he quickly called out, Quickly take Minister Shi down to rest, and call for a doctor. Yes, Shirley Ai was escorted down. Although Shirley Ai was a Han person, he was highly valued by Wanyan Zhonghan. Shirley Ai and Liu Yanzong, these Han ministers, aside from their moral stance, were indeed very capable. Shirley Ai himself was a scholar from the Liao dynasty, born in the Yinyun region. It was the Song dynasty's failure to reclaim the Yinyun region that left the Han people there living under Liao rule. Moreover, Shirley Ai was not a detestable person. When the Jin army launched a massive attack on Hebei, he did his utmost to prevent the Jin army from plundering, making him a fairly decent individual. One should not blame Shirley Ai's stance, but now it was war, a war between nations, and war is the continuation of politics, which is about positions. The officials on the city wall were all dumbfounded. What is this? When did our Zhao Guanjia start cursing so fearlessly? Chapter 26. The flames of war rekindle. Meanwhile, Zhang Bofan and the soldiers in the army felt their blood boil. The Song court had been bowing and scraping to the Jin people for the past 2 years. How lowly had they become? Earlier this year, during the first defense of Dongjing, some Song soldiers captured a Jin soldier and brought him into the city, leading to cheers from the people. However, when the court learned of this, they executed the Song soldiers who captured him and hung them on the city tower for display, and humbly sent the Jin soldier back. Only those who have experienced such humiliation could understand how satisfying it was to hear the emperor scold the enemy at this moment. Zhao Ning cleared his throat and continued to shout, "Wanyan Zonghan, you will undoubtedly be defeated." He spoke with great confidence, as if stating a mathematical formula. Wanyan Zonghan became furious. He had come to humiliate Zhao Ning and to dampen the morale of the Song army, but unexpectedly, this Song emperor's words were sharper than a knife. Moreover, his face was thicker than the city wall. He had been surrounded by over 100,000 troops for a month, yet he still had such confidence? Clearly, he was besieged. Yet he spoke as if he held all the advantages. "Emperor of the Song, listen. Open the gates now and welcome me into the city. And I promise not to harm you in any way and will treat everyone in the city kindly." "Ha! Barbarian." Zhao Ning looked at the soldiers around him and said, "Remember this. Barbarians are untrustworthy. They fear authority but do not possess virtue." The crowd replied, "We will remember it." Zhao Ning rolled up his sleeves, placed his hands on his hips, and with one foot on the city parapet, continued to shout, "Zonghan, how much food do you have left? If you cannot capture Kaifeng within 2 months, what do you plan to do? I have plenty of supplies, so you need not worry about that. Rather, how much food do you have left in the city? My Dongjing is wealthy beyond compare. We cannot even finish our food, so you should worry about yourself." Wanyan Zonghan continued, "My logistical team is collecting supplies all over your Desong, so you need not worry about me. Worry about yourself." Zhao Ning retorted, "My Hebei and Hedong troops and civilians are still united in resistance. Your logistics team will find it difficult to obtain the supplies your army needs. Listen to me, retreat back to the north swiftly. If my loyal troops from Hedong and Hebei arrive, you will not be able to leave." Upon seeing that this Song emperor showed no signs of fear, Wanyan Zonghan found it quite strange. He had dealt with the Song court for a year. And since early this year, the Zhao Song royal family had been notoriously weak. How could the person on this city tower today seem like a completely different person? There was only one conclusion. This person was not the real emperor of the Song dynasty. Just like before when the Jin people demanded the Song dynasty send a prince as a hostage, Zhao Go was sent, and he boasted in the Jin camp, scolding the Jin people, leading them to believe Zhao Go was not from the old Zhao family. In their view, the men of the Zhao family were all cowards, one more so than the other. Such bravery could not possibly belong to a Zhao. This situation also had a process. A few years ago, during the Maritime Alliance, the Jin state did not understand the Song and thought this Central Plains dynasty was very powerful. However, when the Song army attacked the Liao's Yinyun area, Tongguan's hundreds of thousands of troops were thoroughly defeated by a mere few thousand of Yeldashi's forces. Their ally, the Jin state, was stunned when they heard that the Song army had come seeking help. "Don't you have an army of over 100,000? The Liao army in the south only has a few thousand, and they're all struggling to survive. Are you really coming to us for help? Is there a mistake here?" Since then, Wanyan Zonghan has completely seen through the essence of the Song dynasty's facade, with the desire to destroy Song deeply engraved in his mind. As for the entire year of the first year of Jinkong, the series of unbelievable operations by the Song court further convinced Wanyan Zonghan that he could definitely destroy Song. Wanyan Zonghan no longer paid attention to Zhao Ning. He turned his horse around, not wanting to waste any more time, and said, "Prepare to attack the city." The sound of war drums from the Jin army began to resonate. "Your Majesty, you should hurry back," Zhao Ning said, shaking his rolled-up sleeves. Did everyone see that? Wanyan Zonghan isn't that terrifying. After descending from the city tower, Zhao Ning quickly left the battlements. Because war was about to begin. This wasn't a joke. No matter how brave he was, he couldn't stay any longer. If a stone cannon from the Jin army hit him, wouldn't that be the end? However, he didn't rush to the palace. The most important thing now was to maintain the momentum he had just stirred up. Soon, the vanguard of the Jin army was already in formation. The main force followed closely behind, ready. Then, outside the city, the Jin army shouts could be heard. The roar of tens of thousands of people surged forth like a tidal wave. The Song army was not to be outdone either, as Zhang Bofen shouted hoarsely from the city wall. After Zhao Ning's earlier reprimand from the battlements, the morale of the Song troops had already surged. Now both sides shouted at each other. The meaning was simple. Jin army, come down. Song army, you come up. Jin army, come down. Song army, you come up. The sound of the Jin army's war drums grew denser, banners fluttering like clouds in the air, and soldiers in armor formed a military formation that looked like a sea of steel. The 3,000 strong vanguard was the elite of the Jin army, composed of Jurchens, Chitons, and Han people. Behind the vanguard, 10 large catapults were lined up. These catapults were forced to be made by Han artisans after the Jin army captured them. Wanyan Yinshu looked disdainfully at the city tower and ordered the attack to begin. 5 large siege ladders were pushed out, each with dozens of strong soldiers behind them. They shouted rhythmically as they stepped in time. The 5 ladders advanced toward the city tower like 5 giant monsters, creating an immense sense of pressure. These ladders were not like the past. They combined with a goose cart. The so-called goose cart resembled a large box covered in iron sheets to protect against enemy arrows. By the Song Dynasty, gunpowder began to be used for military purposes, so an additional layer of iron was necessary. It also had 4 wheels, with holes in the front, allowing people to hide inside the box and emerge when close. This combination of goose carts and ladders meant that once people emerged, they could go directly up the ladders. Thus, the military equipment of this era was almost the pinnacle of the cold weapon era, transitioning into the era of hot weapons. The sound of horns from the Song army rang out from the battlements. Zhang Bofan shouted loudly, "Fire arrows ready." The Song soldiers immediately took out their fire arrows, ignited the oil on the tips, and drew their bows to shoot at the ladders below. Instantly, a dense rain of arrows descended from the sky. Chapter 27. The siege fire arrows struck the iron sheets of the goose carts, making a clanging sound and bouncing off. They were embedded in the wooden stakes and wheels, not immediately igniting a large fire. But as more arrows surged in, the wooden stakes began to catch fire. Seeing this, the Jin army immediately began to extinguish the flames. The Jin army was well prepared. Before the siege, the goose carts were uniformly filled with barrels of water to prevent fire attacks from the Song army. Moreover, to quickly extinguish fires, the designers had left a half-foot wide gap beneath the goose carts, allowing water to be poured out to extinguish flames. The small fire that had just started was extinguished by the water poured from the goose carts. The Song army did not give up, but continued to cover with dense fire arrows, aiming to embed them in any part of the goose carts and ladders. Fire coverage aimed for the highest probability of success. Soon, some goose carts were filled with arrows and began to burn fiercely. The flames in those areas were clearly difficult to extinguish, and the Jin army did not waste time. The troops behind accelerated their advance. They quickly entered the moat area. Since the end of the Tang Dynasty, the climate in the Huaxiao region began to cool, ending 1,000 years of warmth. The winters of the Song Dynasty were already very cold. The moat had frozen over, and the goose carts moved across it without any response. As the Jin army advanced to the moat, the Song army stopped firing arrows. The archers on the battlements immediately retreated to make way for the stone-throwing soldiers. When the goose cart supporting the ladder crossed the moat and leaned against the city wall, the Jin soldiers inside the goose cart pulled tight ropes, and the ladder rose from the cart like a long arm extending to the city wall. This ladder was fixed at the bottom to the goose cart, forming a certain angle with the wall, making it very difficult for the soldiers above to push the ladder down. Also, the top of the ladder was still a meter away from the parapet, making it unrealistic for the soldiers on the tower to push it down by hand. Thus, the Song army began to throw stones, hurling them down at the hole in the top of the goose cart. A Jin soldier who just emerged was struck by a falling stone, producing a crunching sound as his iron helmet was dented, his skull shattered, and he died on the spot, falling from the ladder of the goose cart. The surrounding Jin soldiers immediately filled the gap. The discipline of the Jin army was very strict. At this time, they could only advance. Anyone who retreated would undoubtedly die upon return. The soldiers behind quickly filled in, moving like agile monkeys. With a loud bang, a huge stone was launched into the air, arcing toward the city wall. The Jin army activated the catapults, beginning to bombard the city wall. 10 large catapults operated simultaneously, striking the battlements. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, 5 men were knocked to the ground, and those hit directly by the stones died on the spot, shocking the others. 3 stones crossed over the city wall and landed inside the city, bouncing on the ground, shattering and scattering debris everywhere. Wanyan Yenshu shouted loudly, "Where are the ladders? Pull them all up. They are still in the back." Yenshu was furious. "Go and behead the commander in charge of the ladders, and replace him." Soon, a head was delivered up. Wanyan Yenshu shouted, "You all see this. This is the consequence of delaying military operations." The Jin army roared, "Kill, kill, kill." From the rear, another 20 ladders were pushed up, all combined with goose carts. Yenshu asked, "Why are there only 20? Didn't we say there would be 50? Reporting to the general, "There are only 20. Wasn't it said there would be 50? Vice Marshal Zhongwang took away 25, leaving us with 25. Yenshu commanded, "Push them all up." "Yes." Zhang Bofan saw another 20 cloud ladders appear below the city wall and immediately shouted, "Prepare the thunder and fire oil. The whole army will engage them. Let's fight." The logistics of the Song army began to transport boxes of fire oil up, avoiding the stones that were being hurled down, and place them on the city wall. At this time, some Jin soldiers had already climbed up the cloud ladders. The first wave to reach the top was shot down by the Song army's arrows, letting out terrible screams as they fell to their deaths below the city tower. The subsequent soldiers immediately filled in. Each goose cart could accommodate about 40 people, and this scale was already quite large. With 5 goose carts leading the charge, it meant that the Jin army had sent 200 people over at once. Wanyan Yinju's strategy was clearly to let the vanguard attract as much firepower from the Song army as possible, reducing the pressure on the main force behind them, making the assault on the city more effective. Indeed, the Song army's fire arrows covered the first 5 carts, of which 2 had already caught fire, and the Jin soldiers inside escaped. Some of those who fled were immediately crushed to death by falling stones from the city wall. In the gaps between the Song armies fighting with the vanguard, the following goose carts were quickly pushed forward. Strong Jin soldiers ran forward, pushing the goose carts. Quick! Prepare the fire arrows. At this moment, part of the city wall had been occupied by stone throwers, leaving noticeably less space for archers. The second wave of fire arrows naturally weakened. The 20 goose carts reached the base of the city, and the cloud ladders extended up. About 5 goose carts had parts that were set on fire by the arrows, and the soldiers pushing the carts rushed forward to extinguish the flames. While the Gene soldiers inside roared, raising their shields to climb up. The goose carts had arrived, the cloud ladders were set up, and the sound of the Gene army's charge echoed. Wanyan Yenju shouted loudly, "Attack!" At his command, over 2,000 Gene soldiers surged towards the city tower like a dark tide. The main force behind them began to shout, "Attack! Attack! Attack!" Tens of thousands of troops, their voices rolling in like giant waves, seemed ready to crush the walls of Bianjing City at any moment. The Song archers began to shoot freely, a rain of arrows filling the sky, resembling a dark cloud descending. The arrows struck the armor of the Gene soldiers, making a clanging sound. Unlucky Gene soldiers were hit in the face or in weakly protected areas. More arrows were blocked by the Gene soldiers' armor, causing no harm. Soon, the siege team from the rear had surged to the base of the city. At a glance, they looked like a swarm of insects, starting to climb up the cloud ladders. Stones rained down, killing one soldier at a time. Next to the archers, there were people with long spears poking down. Each time a Gene soldier came up, they would stab one. In no time, people were continuously falling from the city tower. In just a short quarter of an hour, nearly 100 Gene soldiers had died. The Song army was also struggling. The Gene army's stone throwers kept bombarding the city tower, and the Song army defended the tower in fear, with some sections of defense being breached. There were even instances of Gene soldiers climbing up the city tower. Chapter 28. The Black Technology of the Song Dynasty. A stone cannonball struck the head of a Song soldier who had just shot an arrow. With a dull thud, his face was crushed beyond recognition, his nasal bone shattered, his eyeballs exploded, and his facial bones sunken in. The tremendous force even sent his body flying backward, knocking down 3 others behind him. Finally, he fell onto his comrades. Those around him were splattered with blood. Some felt terrified. Just that morning, they had chatted together, and everyone remembered that this young man was the only child in his family. Now he was dead. Someone quickly dragged him back, shook him twice. But he only twitched slightly, and then lay still. No one had time to grieve. Those prepared behind immediately surged forward. Everyone, be alert. The enemy is starting to use stone cannons. Hold your shields tight. Zhang Bofan shouted. Officers like him, who fought alongside ordinary soldiers on the front lines, were rare. And it was precisely because he was there that everyone's morale was high. The soldiers behind raised their shields, forming a defensive layer at the city battlements. Bang bang. More stones came crashing down. This time, the stones were different from the last. They were smaller in size, but significantly more numerous. They struck the shields with a series of thuds. Some soldiers' hands gripping the shields were pained by the powerful force, and some even had their wrists broken. Stone cannon! Stone cannon! Zhang Bofan shouted loudly as he walked quickly. The Song soldiers at the corner tower began to use stone cannons. This stone cannon was a type of small catapult, positioned at the corners of the city wall. Unlike the stones fired by the Gene army, the Song army directly used explosive gunpowder. Specifically, they used spiny fireballs. What is a spiny fireball? The spiny, ziji, is a type of spherical plant covered in spikes. The spiny fireball is a bomb-like weapon created by the Song army. Inside it are 3 6-bladed iron edges, equipped with specially made gunpowder, and spikes inserted all around. A hemp rope runs through the center of the fireball, forming a ball. After igniting the fireball, it is launched via a catapult to the key transit routes that enemy cavalry must pass, using the explosive force to scatter the iron spikes and injure both soldiers and horses. At this moment, the Song soldiers on the corner tower launched the spiny fireballs. They traced parabolic arcs in the air, and after falling, when the fuses burned out, the black powder exploded, sending spikes flying in all directions, piercing through iron armor and killing Gene soldiers. In an instant, 5 Gene soldiers fell to the ground, 3 dead, 2 severely injured. This was the spiny thunder. Speaking of spiny thunder, the Song soldiers on the city tower had already begun to throw them down. Spiny thunder was a type of firearm from the late northern Song, akin to a hand grenade. It came in 2 types, long-fused and short-fused. The long-fused type was launched from a catapult, just like the spiny fireballs from the corner tower earlier. The short-fused type was ignited and thrown directly down from the city tower. Throughout the northern Song, battles were mainly defensive, and from the founding to the fall of the nation, they were constantly at war, leading to the development of many military equipment not seen in previous generations. Soldiers continuously threw down spiny thunders, with explosions ringing out one after another, fragments piercing through armor and embedding into Gene soldiers' bodies. Below, the Gene soldiers fell in droves. This effect was much better than throwing stones. However, the quantity of spiny thunder was limited. At this time, the Gene army also began to replace the stones in their catapults with explosive iron fire cannons. Indeed, the Gene army had them as well. The source of these weapons for the Gene army came from 2 places. First, the Liao state, which they had destroyed. Liaodong had always been a place rich in iron ore, and the Liao state was not purely nomadic. It was a half-nomadic, half-feudal empire that had a significant number of Han craftsmen skilled in various crafts, who were later entirely taken in by the Jin state. Second, the three military strongholds in the northern part of the Song dynasty. The northern Song set up a series of military defenses in Hudong and Hebei to defend against the Liao state. The three strongholds mainly referred to Taiyuan, Hejian, and Zhongshan. At the end of the first year of Jingkong, which was at this time, the Jin army captured the three strongholds and acquired most of the Song army's firearms, which were then imitated and produced by craftsmen. Suddenly, the iron fire cannons of the Jin army traced arcs in the air, pressing down toward the Song army on the city walls. Bang bang bang. Explosions occurred after striking the city walls, creating a terrifying destructive force among the Song soldiers. Cries of anguish rose and fell, as the Song soldiers, who were originally forming formations to counterattack the Jin soldiers on the siege ladders, were injured and fell to the ground, causing widespread panic. The surrounding Song soldiers immediately rushed forward to fill the gaps in the defense. The Song army demonstrated a brave and tenacious spirit. Ultimately, there was no way back for anyone. The Jin had already reached their doorstep. If they retreated, the Jin would enter the city and inevitably massacre it, leading to many deaths. No one could guarantee that those killed wouldn't include their own family members. In such a moment, it instead stirred everyone's bloodlust. Coupled with the various maneuvers of the emperor, the morale of the Song army was high. However, with over 20 siege ladders, spanning more than 100 meters wide, countless Jin soldiers were climbing up, and the city wall was crawling with Jin soldiers. The speed at which Jin soldiers were eliminated couldn't keep up with the speed at which they were replenished. As more and more Jin soldiers were about to climb up, the Jin's iron fire cannons continued to bombard. Zhang Bofan shouted, "Bring up the fire oil." One by one, soldiers behind him carried cabinets, while the frontline Song soldiers quickly made way for them, and the infantry beside them held up shields to protect them. Those cabinets were the fire oil cabinets, one of the northern Song's firearms. The Eastern Roman Empire prided itself on Greek fire in naval battles, which involved spraying flames from the ships about to burn enemy ships. This kind of weapon existed in the Song dynasty as well, and was even more powerful than that of the Eastern Roman Empire. It was just a small cabinet, easily carried by one person, very convenient. Moreover, it was designed very scientifically, utilizing the principle of air compression, similar to later flamethrowers. The Song soldiers held the fire oil cabinet, which had a horizontal piston mechanism connected to the oil cabinet, allowing for about 3 pounds of oil to be injected each time. The front of the piston was equipped with a fire tower containing ignition powder. The soldier would use a heated iron awl to ignite the ignition powder in the fire tower, creating a high-temperature zone inside the fire tower while also preheating the oil passage in front of the oil tank through conduction. Then, by forcefully pulling the piston, they compressed air in the oil cabinet, causing the fire oil to spray out and ignite upon contact with the hot surface, shooting flames from the fire tower's nozzle. It immediately resembled a fire dragon. A Jin soldier who had just climbed up was instantly engulfed by this fire dragon, letting out a scream as he fell down. The Song soldier pulled back, and the cabinet began to suck in oil, then pushed forward, spraying fire again. Chapter 29. The battle breaks the ice with such fire oil cabinets. The Song army brought out a total of 40, spaced every 3 meters. Flames erupted unpredictably on the city tower, and some of the Jin soldiers who had just climbed up were immediately consumed by the terrifying flames. Some had their clothes ignited and fell engulfed in flames, while others were scorched and fell down immediately. With a bang, they hit the ground, their insides shaken to pieces. The Jin soldiers continued to climb up relentlessly, undeterred by the Song army's use of fire oil cabinets, showcasing their tenacity in battle. Although the fire oil cabinets had limited offensive capabilities, they were sufficient for defense. Thus, both sides fiercely fought on the city walls, and after more than half an hour, the number of Jin soldiers killed had exceeded 500. The casualties on the Song side were also considerable. As the defenders, the number of severely injured exceeded 100, with over 20 dead. Continuously, soldiers climbed up the city tower to carry down the injured and the dead. Nearby, doctors had already prepared, and upon seeing the injured being brought over, they hurriedly gathered with some civilians, bringing medicine. Quick, remove their armor. The soldiers and civilians helped take off the heavy armor from the soldiers. Some heavy armor was struck by stones, with armor pieces embedded in flesh, cutting down to the bone, causing soldiers to scream in agony as the armor was removed, their faces pale and cold sweat pouring down. Those watching were horrified, tears streaming down. Some were struck on the head. Although they wore helmets, the immense force deformed the helmets. When people carefully removed the helmets, they found long cracks on the head, blood oozing, a shocking sight. Some fallen soldiers were covered with white cloth and carried away. Their bodies would be sent home to their families. Perhaps a child lost a brave father, or a mother sewing at home lost her newly adult son. The military and civilians guarding the city saw the bodies wrapped in white cloth being taken out and fell into silence. Humanity is most easily deceived by prosperity. Believing peace is the norm, until the moment war arrives, when they realize how close destruction and war truly are. The battle continued. The thunderous war drums and chaotic shouts from outside the city like a massive hand pressing down on everyone's hearts. Time seemed to slow down. After another half an hour, it felt as if a century had passed. The soldiers on the city walls began to change shifts. The relieved soldiers walked down laboriously, collapsing at the foot of the city tower, having exhausted all their strength. Sweat soaked their inner garments. When the soldiers and civilians below helped them remove their armor, they discovered that the sweat had frozen, sticking to the armor. The fighting on the city walls showed no signs of weakening. The Jin soldiers continued to climb up frantically. The Jin army's stone cannons relentlessly bombarded the city walls, creating countless small breaches, with shattered stones and exploding iron fire raining down on the city walls. Song soldiers kept falling, and more kept climbing to fill the gaps. The stone cannons on the Song army's corner towers also continued to retaliate. Once the stones ran out, they resorted to close combat, both sides clad in armor. Their weapons in fierce battle included axes, iron cudgels, and hammers. No one used swords, as swords could not penetrate armor. From the start of the Jin army's siege until now, an hour and a half had passed. The Song army's fire oil had been replenished countless times. The Jin soldiers climbed up the city walls only to be driven back down, then climbed back up again. A back-and-forth battle 4 or 5 times, with the foot of the city tower covered in Jin corpses. Wanyan Yinzhu was about to mobilize more men forward when an order arrived from the rear. The marshal ordered an immediate retreat. Before Wanyan Yinzhu could say anything, the sound of gongs and drums came from behind, signaling the retreat. Wanyan Yinzhu shouted with a stern face, "Withdraw." The attacking Jin soldiers retreated like a tide. Wanyan Yinzhu rode his horse to the commander's position and asked, "Marshal, why the retreat?" Wanyan Zhonghan's face looked somewhat grim. "Now is not the time to attack the city. We have already made it halfway. We are close to breaching it." Wanyan Zhonghan angrily replied, "Where do you see that we are about to breach it?" This proud and arrogant Yinzhu was of course displeased. He was undoubtedly a fierce general. In field battles, cavalry charges, and infantry formations, he was skilled, but in siege warfare, perhaps not so much. Wanyan Zhonghan added, "Go to the west city gate and inform Zhongwang to retreat." "Yes, Marshal, I don't understand. The situation has changed." Wanyan Zhonghan only said this one sentence. Then, surrounded by his personal guards, he returned to the main camp. The Wanyan Zhongwang's troops at the west city gate are not in a much better situation, having besieged the city continuously with over 1,000 deaths already. In ancient warfare, those at the forefront are definitely not the cannon fodder people imagine. The ones charging at the front are seasoned veterans. Warfare is not a one-on-one duel. It is an extremely complex discipline. It encompasses social psychology, individual psychology, organizational behavior, finance, craftsmanship, management, and more. Among these, the most important factor is morale, which has always been valued by famous commanders throughout history, both ancient and modern. For example, the Sima Law, Section 4 mentions, in battle, strength is sustained for a long time, morale prevails, fortifications are strong, and danger is overcome. The original intent is solid, and new morale prevails. Western writings, such as on war, also discuss the elements of war: the spiritual element, material element, mathematical element, geographical element, and statistical element. Among these, the spiritual element and all its effects belong to the first category. The spiritual element runs through the entire field of warfare, closely intertwined with the will that drives and governs all material power, as if they are fused into one. You see, Karl von Clausewitz, the author of On War, is regarded as the father of modern warfare. He also highly praises the role of spiritual power in warfare, which aligns with the interpretation of morale in ancient Chinese military strategy. Xiao Gui's discussion of warfare illustrates this principle well. Even the most formidable troops can experience a decline in morale. The reason you see those troops fighting to the last man is that their commanders and military philosophy quickly restore their temporarily damaged morale. However, rapid restoration must allow the troops a chance to breathe. Zhongwang also called off the attack. He realized that the morale of the Song army's defenders was strong now, quite different from earlier. Attacking a city when the enemy's morale is high is not a decision made by a competent commander. Once the Jin army called off the attack, the news was immediately sent back from the city walls, and the tense atmosphere inside the city finally eased a bit. The commanders and senior generals of the Jin army gathered in Wanyan Zhonghan's tent. "I almost flattened the west city gate," Wanyan Zhonghan shouted as he sat down. "What is the meaning of retreating at this time? The situation has changed." Chapter 30. The situation is in my hands. Your Majesty, the Jin people have stopped the siege. Gao Qiu immediately conveyed this good news to Zhao Ning. As expected, Your Majesty is wise. It is not my wisdom, but the loyalty and bravery of the soldiers on the city walls. Yes, Your Majesty is right. The news also reached the 2 courts and 3 departments, as well as various offices in the capital. The siege, which lasted nearly 2 hours, had finally ended. The Jin's attack was once again repelled. If the last successful defense led the people inside the city to believe it was somewhat due to luck, this time undoubtedly further strengthened their confidence. For Zhao Ning, this successful defense undoubtedly raised his prestige in the capital to an unprecedented height. However, Zhao Ning knew that this was merely a small success in defense, not a victory, let alone a final victory. Nevertheless, he still intended to use this success to widely promote the idea that we can win among the populace, further instilling the concept of victory in their minds. If he could engrave the idea of inevitable victory into the minds of the populace and the army, that would be even better, but that was unlikely. The casualty figures quickly came in, At the South City Gate, there were 86 dead, 112 severely injured, and 363 lightly injured. At the West City Gate, there were 60 dead, 87 severely injured, and 238 lightly injured. As the overall coordinator, Zhao Ning now had only one task: to maintain the confidence of the defending soldiers and civilians. Only by sustaining the current state could they stabilize in the upcoming confrontations. Victory in war is not just about repelling the enemy once or twice. War is a long-term process, so stability is essential. The core meaning of stability is to maintain current morale. How to maintain it? Through actions. 1. Publish the names of the deceased soldiers in the Tokyo Daily and commend them throughout the city. 2. Distribute compensation, with each deceased soldier receiving 30 strings of cash. 3. Establish a shrine for loyal martyrs, placing all the deceased soldiers there for the public to pay their respects. This approach aims to comfort the families of the deceased materially and spiritually, demonstrating to everyone the government's recognition. To encourage others to be willing to sacrifice for the country in war, the government must provide corresponding affirmation. Zhao Ning briefed Qin Hui, asking him to organize the front page of tomorrow's Tokyo Daily. Zhao Ning also wanted to write a summary of this defense battle, informing the populace what to do next, reminding everyone to remain grounded and stable. However, he temporarily gave the front page to the commendation and praise for the fallen soldiers. In the afternoon, he called back Zhang Shai to discuss the compensation for the deceased and severely injured soldiers. Ultimately, Zhao Ning decided each deceased soldier would receive 30 strings of cash, with an additional 10 strings for each rank above that. Severely injured soldiers would receive 15 strings, with an additional 5 strings for each rank above that. What level is this amount? An ordinary frontline Imperial Guard earns about 401 a month, while a higher-ranking ordinary guard earns only about 601. 30 strings is equivalent to 30,001, or 60-month salary, about 5 years. How does this compensation compare to previous standards? The Northern Song had its own compensation system. The court stipulated, for those severely injured while capturing bandits, 2,001 would be paid, and for those lightly injured, 1,001. Here, 2,000 refers to 2 strings. For those in the Imperial Guard ranked deputy commander or higher, for severely injured, 7 bolts of silk would be given, for lightly injured, 5 bolts. During the reign of Emperor Huizong of the Northern Song, the price of 1 bolt of silk was about 15 strings. 7 bolts of silk equal 105 strings, mainly for severely injured officers at the level of military commanders. So, looking back at the temporary compensation amount set by Zhao Ning, one can see how much it has increased. Why did he set it so high? To be honest, this is indeed high compared to previous standards. But it is not high compared to the salaries of civil officials in the Song dynasty. A chancellor earns 900 strings a month. Therefore, the salary structure in the Song dynasty is too pyramid-like, which is unreasonable. Although this is just temporary compensation, it is actually Zhao Ning's way of starting to plan military and political reforms. This is merely a subtle beginning. To defend the country, one must rely on soldiers. To get soldiers to work for the country, their most basic needs must be guaranteed. The total for the deceased is 380 strings. For the severely injured is 3,000 strings, totaling 380 strings, and with the lightly injured, it comes to over 8,000 strings. Currently, Zhao Ning lacks funds, but he can still manage to come up with this amount. Zhang Qing, have someone complete this task today, delivering all the money to the families of the deceased, to be given to their relatives, and it must be done today. Yes, Your Majesty, rest assured, I will arrange this immediately. Zhang Shai also understood the importance of this matter. It is meant to show others the court's current attitude towards the deceased. Just as Zhang Shai left, Wang Huaiji arrived. Your Majesty, Prince Yun requests an audience. Prince Yun? Zhao Kai? What does he want? Zhao Kai is a rather unique figure in the Northern Song royal family. The throne almost became Zhao Kai's. Let him in. Not long after, Zhao Kai entered. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. What does the Prince of Yun want from me? I heard the Jin army has retreated, so I specially came to congratulate you. What is there to congratulate? Zhao Kai was the third son of Zhao Ji and was the most favored by Zhao Ji because he was handsome, talented, and had once participated in the imperial examination under an alias and achieved the top rank. It was said that Zhao Ji had always wanted to depose Zhao Huan and establish Zhao Kai as the heir. If it weren't for the sudden southern advance of the Jin army, Zhao Ji, in a state of confusion, might have passed the throne to Zhao Huan, and perhaps Zhao Huan would indeed have been deposed. It was also said that when Zhao Ji was passing the throne to Zhao Huan refused to take the throne, while Zhao Kai outside the palace wanted to force his way in, hoping Zhao Ji would pass the throne to him. The Jin people are ambitious, and our army bravely fought and repelled them, which is naturally something to celebrate. After speaking, Zhao Kai took out a sealed document and said, By the way, Your Majesty, this is a confidential memorial from the ministers. The confidential memorial, or Mishu, was a system of secret reports in the Song dynasty, essentially a small reporting system. These memorials could be delivered to the emperor through various channels, one of which was through royal family members or relatives. Zhao Ning took it. It was a strictly sealed memorial. The Song dynasty had very strict rules regarding confidential memorials, and if any signs of tampering were found, there would be severe consequences. Curious, Zhao Ning opened it. What could the ministers be uncomfortable about saying publicly? Upon opening, he discovered it was written by Mo Cho, and it was actually a letter requesting to go to battle related to the recent victory in defending the city. The gist of Mo Cho's message was that the court could take advantage of the victory and actively send troops to attack the Jin. Isn't this nonsense? Actively attacking. After just achieving a slight victory, they're getting carried away. No, this isn't just getting carried away, it's definitely speculative behavior. They're trying to curry favor. Believing that the emperor's recent stance is one of fighting to the death, so upon seeing today's victory, they immediately start to cater to that. Zhao Ning looked at Zhao Kai, unsure why Zhao Kai was the one delivering this memorial, or if Zhao Kai knew its contents. He said, "It's Mo Cho's memorial," suggesting that I actively send troops to pursue the Jin. Zhao Kai replied, "I actually think Mo Cho has a point. Our army's morale is high right now, and we can definitely take the initiative." You think so too? Zhao Ning immediately became alert. If only Mo Cho thought this way, it would be one thing. But Zhao Kai thinks so too? It's important to note that, like Mo Cho, Zhao Kai is also a pro-peace faction member. Their sudden call for an offensive is absurd. Isn't it? Yes, I also think so. Seeing that Zhao Kai seemed to have more to say, Zhao Ning interrupted. "All right, I understand now. You can leave. Your Majesty, I'm a bit tired. Let's discuss this another day. I take my leave." At this moment, in the camp of the Jin army's commander, Wanyan Zhongwang's tone was relatively calm. But there was a hint of gloom in his expression. The situation has changed. Today's siege is entirely different from the last. The morale of the Song army is drastically different. After a moment of silence, Lu Yinzong stated, "This is all my fault. I misjudged the situation and advised the deputy commander to attack the city." Wanyan Zhemu immediately took advantage of Lu Yinzong's admission of guilt. "Lu Yinzong, how do you plan to explain this?" Zhongwang said, "We can't blame Lu Yinzong. This time is different from the last." Surely AI added, "Commander, the morale of the Song army is currently high. We cannot rashly attack the city again. What good suggestions do you have? We should build more catapults. We currently have too few. If we can increase the number of catapults to 200, attacking the city will be much easier. For now, we should focus on besieging the city, depleting the morale of the Song army, and waiting for the best opportunity." Chapter 31. Oh, not bad. I can boost my popularity while lying down. Surely AI was almost enraged to the point of meeting his ancestors this morning, but now he finally came to his senses. His words were now being recognized by almost everyone. Previously, some in the Jin army wanted to quickly capture Dongjing, advocating for a swift resolution. For instance, Wanyan Zhonghan himself wanted a quick victory. From his perspective, it was normal to think this way. After all, with 150,000 troops, they consume millions of Jin of grain every month. If they were to stay in Kaifeng for 3 months, they would need 30 million Jin of grain. Now, in the 12th month of winter, there is no grain in the fields, and the grain has been hoarded by the Song people. A considerable number of Song people have already fled south, and the surrounding provinces are implementing a strategy of fortification and clearing. The Song people north of the Yellow River are still resisting. If they want to prepare for an attack lasting 3 months, they need to stockpile at least 5 months' worth of food. It is quite difficult for Wanyan Zhonghan and Wanyan Zhongwang to prepare more than 5 months' worth of food for the army. Historically, the downfall of the northern Song was a series of accidental events, primarily driven by the self-destructive actions of Emperor Huizong, Emperor Qinzong, and the officials of the Song dynasty. A careful review of historical records reveals a series of absurd and fantastical maneuvers they undertook. Despite the Jin army's formidable advance, they had not managed to swallow Hebei, Pudong, Shaanxi, and other provinces. Ultimately, Wanyan Zhonghan and Wanyan Zhongwang's approach to Kaifeng was more of a decapitation operation against the Song dynasty. Despite the Jin people's strong fighting ability, they are still human and need to eat. In Zhao Ning's words, the Jin army's greatest weakness is that they have extended deep into the territory of the Song, creating a long front line and insufficient logistical support. The Jin army's attempts to seize grain would be met with resistance from the Song people everywhere. Even if they couldn't win in direct confrontation, the Song people would still occasionally disrupt them, setting fire to their grain supplies. This would inevitably exhaust the Jin army. This is why Wanyan Zhonghan and Wanyan Zhongwang wanted a quick victory. However, the defenses of Dongjing do not allow them to achieve that. Thus, they thought of besieging while attacking and negotiating at the same time. They used false negotiations to undermine the internal cohesion of the Song people, tricking them into coming out of Dongjing. Now, however, Zhao Ning has once again blocked the possibility of negotiations. This is the current situation. Wanyan Zhongwang said, "It is acceptable to temporarily halt the siege, but for how long? If it drags on too long, it will be detrimental to our army. The Song's loyalist forces are on their way. If it becomes like the beginning of this year, we will have to retreat." He referred to the first siege of Dongjing earlier this year, where hundreds of thousands of loyalist troops gathered in Kaifeng. Surely AI said, "The most elite troops from Shaanxi are blocked at Tongguan. But the Song army is not just from Shaanxi. Troops from the south, Shandong, Huai East, and Jinghu are all on their way." Wang Yanxin said, "Commander, why not talk to them again, release the intention for negotiations, and have their people come here to discuss? After that, we can make a decision." Wanyan Zhongwang added, I also think negotiation is the best strategy. If the resistance in Dongjing is too strong, we should change our objectives, take some wealth from the Song people, and then return north. Once Wanyan Zhongwang said this, the tent fell into silence for a moment. This involves the political struggles within the Jin court. Commander Wanyan Zhonghan is a staunch pro-destruction faction who besieged the Song dynasty's northern military stronghold, Taiyuan, at the beginning of this year for 9 months, and forcefully took it down. Wanyan Zhongwang, on the other hand, bypassed the northern military strongholds during his first southern expedition. From this point, one can see their completely different political ideologies. One wants to systematically flatten the Song dynasty, while the other only wants to strike quickly and take a bite out of the Song before retreating. Both individuals are significant figures in the Jin royal family. Wanyan Zhonghan can be considered the first meritorious minister of Wanyan Aguda, with remarkable military achievements and high prestige. Wanyan Zhongwang, the son of Wanyan Aguda, also possesses outstanding military talent and has many followers in the court. After a moment of contemplation, Wanyan Zhonghan said, "We can negotiate, but we must also fight. These are not contradictory. Have the men create 200 trebuchets within a month." Wanyan Zhongwang asked, "What if we still cannot breach the city?" The tent fell silent again. Only Wanyan Zhongwang dared to speak to Wanyan Zhonghan like this. Lu Yinzong stepped in to mediate, saying, "Our food supplies are insufficient, and the supplies in the city may not be adequate either. We should negotiate first to probe the enemy's situation." Thus, the Jin army commanders reached a consensus again, pretend to negotiate while secretly constructing more siege equipment, waiting for the next full-scale assault. On the morning of December 2nd, the Song army on the city walls received a request from the Jin people to negotiate. This news quickly spread throughout the city. People unanimously dug out the emperor's strategies for defending against Jin attacks. Isn't this just what the emperor predicted? This is a blatant scheme. I predicted your actions and told you my prediction. Knowing that I know your actions, you still have to follow my prediction. This truly opened the eyes of the common people in Dongjing. Wow, the emperor was right. This also made the high-ranking officials of the Jin army feel a sense of helplessness, as if they had been seen through. Of course, the Jin officials said nothing about this, and everyone tacitly believed that it was just a stroke of luck for the Zhao emperor. Moreover, victories in war are not determined by predictions, so they remained confident. However, when the request for negotiation reached the city, some common people jumped up in anger. Which dog official dares to go out and negotiate today? I'll kill him right here. Yes, absolutely no negotiations. Fight to the end. Defend our homeland. What is there to fear? The emperor can even predict their intentions to negotiate. He surely has more strategies. It can be said that the Jin's request for negotiation immediately boosted Zhao Ning's popularity among the people of the city. Zhao Ning thought, "Oh, not bad. I can gain popularity even while lying down." However, some individuals in Dongjing did not think so, mainly in the official circles. This group began to submit petitions to Zhao Ning, analyzing the current pros and cons. The main argument was, if we defend the city successfully, it shows that the Jin cannot break in. Now that the Jin know our strength, they come to request negotiations, which is the best time to negotiate. Are the officials in the court dumber than the common people? No. Then why do some officials think of negotiating? Their positions dictate their thoughts. For the common people, a court negotiation means they will have to pay, and the court will inevitably extort money from them. Even if the Jin break into the city, it is still the common people who suffer. For officials, a court negotiation also means they will have to pay, but the court will not take money from the officials' pockets. If the court were to take money from the officials, they would immediately raise their books of sages and criticize the emperor. Moreover, the powerful fear death more than ordinary commoners and are more willing to compromise. Because they have endless money, they do not want to die impulsively. This is the reason for the weaknesses of the powerful class. This is the current situation. Chapter 32. Negotiation is not determined by the Jin army. Of course, not all officials were thinking of seizing the opportunity to negotiate with the Jin. Just yesterday, Imocho secretly advised Zhao Ning to take the initiative while victorious. Based on the basic political struggles in the Song court, this is not isolated. There is naturally a group of people who think this way. It can only be said that at the end of the northern Song dynasty, having been manipulated by Song Huizong Zhao Ji for decades, the lower ranks were filled with opportunists. Never believe their nonsense. The previous Song Qinzong had done similar things before. When the city of Dongjing was first besieged, General Zhong Shidao led an army of 100,000 to come to the aid of the king, and the situation in Dongjing was very favorable. At this time, a self-important fellow named Yao Pingzhong jumped in, volunteering to launch a surprise attack on the Jin army. Zhong Shidao opposed it, but Song Qinzong Zhao Huan agreed. As a result, before the attack could occur, the news leaked, and Wanyan Zhongwang set up an ambush to wait for the Song army, leading to a severe defeat. At this moment, Yao Pingzhong fled in panic and disappeared. Historical records state that during the Southern Song era, in a remote temple in Sichuan, a monk claimed to be Yao Pingzhong. This fellow earned the title of the most escapable general in history, without exception. This caused the pro-peace and surrender factions within the city to immediately raise their heads and start attacking. Therefore, do not engage in reckless operations. Staying steady is everything. Also, do not believe the fervent proclamations of those people. They have become accustomed to living in an era of peace and have a flaw. They speak without thinking. On the morning of December 2nd, just after Zhao Ning finished breakfast, Gao Qiu rushed in. Your Majesty, it is being said outside that the Jin want to negotiate with us, and some say the court has already agreed to negotiate. Oh, are many people spreading this? Some. But there are also some saying the court will not negotiate. Gao Qiu, besides reporting, mainly came to probe the emperor's attitude. How do the Jin want to negotiate? They say we should send someone to talk. So, what is the mainstream opinion among the people now? No negotiations. Zhao Ning shifted the topic and asked, how did your investigation into the food reserves in the common people's homes go? Yesterday, I inquired about 300 households. They have enough food stored for 3 months. Good, I understand now. You may leave. Gao Qiu could not fathom the emperor's thoughts, so he said, I take my leave. 3 months put some pressure on Zhao Ning again. It is now early December. They can hold out until March of the second year of Jinkong. In March, the temperature will rise, and the armies coming to aid should be arriving as well. The Jurchens are very afraid of heat. They definitely will not fight in the summer. Although March is still spring, the Jin army cannot hold out for long either. If Wanyan Zhonghan insists on holding out, he will have to do so to the bitter end. If that happens, the losses for Dongjing will be very significant. At present, since the Jin siege has failed, with Wanyan Zhonghan's character, he will not give up easily. He will certainly create more trebuchets. Therefore, Zhao Ning must now prepare sufficient defenses for the city. In the morning, there was a lot of discussion in the city regarding the Jin's intention to negotiate. Soon, the latest front page of the Dongjing Daily was released and was snatched up immediately. Everyone is now very interested in the Dongjing Daily. Even women who usually have no interest in state affairs are paying attention. Today's headline was a commendation and praise for the fallen soldiers from yesterday. This surprised everyone. After all, the status of military personnel in the Song dynasty is very low. In the past, rewards for military personnel were limited to military merit bonuses, salaries, and compensation, basic operations. Public recognition and praise for military personnel were definitely unheard of. Take the famous General Di Qing of the Northern Song during the reign of Renzong. His name alone would make the Xixiao people wish to dig a hole and bury themselves. Di Qing led a remarkable life on the battlefield, achieving great military accomplishments. However, when Emperor Renzong wanted to appoint him to the Privy Council, he was nearly driven to suicide by a group of civil officials who vehemently opposed the idea. According to these officials, the Privy Council was a place for the high-ranking officials of the two ministries, a crucial site for national military and political matters. How could someone of lowly military background be allowed to tarnish its sanctity? Nevertheless, Di Qing was eventually promoted to the position of Privy Councillor. During his tenure, he was relentlessly attacked by these civil officials, with even great literary figures like Ouyang Xiu expressing their disdain for him. Ultimately, Di Qing was demoted and died in depression. It can be said that he is a tragic figure, a renowned general who was effectively strangled by the coalition of Northern Song scholars and officials. Celebrating military personnel? That would be a slap in the face for the civil officials. There is a saying in the Northern Song, the hall is filled with esteemed officials, all are scholars. This is not just a casual remark. In the Song dynasty, the belief that good men should not serve in the military was deeply ingrained. The stigma of being a soldier was so strong that people thought it was a sign of disgrace, leading to a general societal disdain for military service. Consequently, in the later years of the Northern Song, a considerable portion of the army consisted of either refugees or beggars. The Tokyo Daily represents the voice of the emperor, and the recent praise for fallen soldiers indicates a shift in the emperor's attitude towards military personnel. The original text clearly states, without a nation, there is no home. Soldiers are the ones who defend the nation and home, and they give their lives for it, so we should respect them. For people in the 21st century, this is a commonplace understanding, but for those in the 12th century Song dynasty, it was revolutionary. In fact, during the Song dynasty, the initial concept of nationhood began to take shape in Chinese history. Why is this the case? Before the Song, the term used was the world, where the emperor was considered the ruler of the world, and there were no clearly defined borders. Even during the Three Kingdoms period, there were no explicit boundaries. Each of the three powers that declared themselves emperors believed they were the legitimate rulers, while others were regarded as usurpers. However, after the Treaty of Chanyuan, the Song dynasty established clear borders with the Liao state, which shattered the concept of the world. This further influenced the ideological realm, leading scholars to become more passionate about distinguishing between the Han Chinese and the barbarians and enhancing their vigilance against foreign threats, thus further promoting the formation of the concept of nationhood. The current severe situation could be seen as a potential for national collapse, but on a more positive note, it provides Zhao Ning with an opportunity to unify the internal front. This has played a role in shaping the concept of nationhood. Today's headlines have resonated with many people. Clearly, many have begun to recognize the importance of military personnel and no longer discriminate against them as they did in the past. Zhao Ning aims to gradually change people's mindset. To strengthen the military, soldiers must be respected by society. On the third day of December, the Jin army did not receive news of peace talks. On the fourth day, there was still no news. At this time, in a grand mansion, former Vice Minister Tang Ke met with former Minister of the Left Geng Nanzhong. Geng Nanzhong was not just a former minister of the left. He was also the teacher of the Song Emperor Qinzong Zhaohuan. He was a more shameless faction of surrenderists. Minister Geng, you've come to see me suddenly. What brings you here? Tang Ku sighed. Minister Geng, you must know about the recent events? I know. What do you think? Geng Nanzhong said. The emperor must have his own thoughts. Having just successfully defended the city, the morale of the Jin people has taken a hit, and they are proactively seeking peace talks. Yet the emperor does not express his stance. I heard that the Ministry of Rights was organizing something called the Loyalty and Valor Shrine yesterday to honor the fallen soldiers. Isn't that nonsense? Upon mentioning the Loyalty and Valor Shrine, the shrewd Geng Nanzhong's expression darkened. Praising in the Tokyo Daily is one thing, but actually establishing shrines for those common soldiers? Tang Ke said, you are the emperor's teacher. The emperor is now overstepping his bounds, recklessly executing ministers. The imperial city department is increasingly lawless, and the status of military personnel is being elevated without restraint. If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. Don't be anxious. Can I not be anxious? Even Feng Xie has been dismissed, and the emperor is indifferent to the Jin's peace talks. I ask you, does the emperor have the people's hearts now? I do not know. Geng Nanzhong set down his teacup and said, don't forget that the retired emperor is still in the palace. If the current emperor does not have the people's hearts, the retired emperor will not sit idly by. Tang Ku was slightly startled. What do you mean? Minister Tang, the situation has reached a point beyond our control. The emperor's path is becoming narrower. And when everyone is dissatisfied, people's hearts will naturally lean towards the retired emperor. The retired emperor he referred to as Emperor Huizong Zhaoji. Chapter 33, The Songjin Arms Race. On the 5th day of December, heavy snow fell. Zhao Ning crawled out of the warm bed of Zhu Lian, still smelling fragrant. Women are made of water, soft and fragrant. Your Majesty, are you leaving so early? There is something today. Zhao Ning dressed, returned to Tongmu Pavilion for a hot bath, and instantly felt invigorated. After finishing breakfast, he left the palace just as dawn broke. Zhang Shai was already waiting outside the palace. On the way, he saw some common people running out, chopping a few trees by the roadside to take home as firewood. Jing Chao initially wanted to stop them, but Zhao Ning held him back. Your Majesty, cutting down roadside trees is strictly prohibited by the court. Let them be for now. This is a special period. Zhao Ning squinted at those hunched figures, quickly running through the snow with firewood in their arms, feeling a bit emotional. Jing Chao said, Your Majesty cares for the common people, and they will understand your good intentions. Jing Chao came from a humble background, and he could empathize with their struggles. This might also explain why he ultimately chose to jump off a cliff instead of surrendering to Yu Fei in the historical narrative. After all, it is incredibly difficult for those at the bottom to climb up, and when someone is promoted, they remember the gratitude in their hearts. In fact, the management of the city is now much more relaxed than before. It could also be that officials no longer have the will to govern, or perhaps everyone feels that it is not the right time to spark internal conflicts. However, some people do not think this way. Some feel that their interests are being harmed and are beginning to strike back. The carriage soon arrived at the North-South workshop. Zhao Ning got out of the carriage, and several officials from the military equipment office were already waiting at the door to greet him. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. Zhao Ning stepped down from the carriage and said, No need for formalities. Thank you, Your Majesty. The military equipment office is the official agency in charge of weapon manufacturing in the Song Dynasty, but this place is not the military equipment office itself. Rather, it is the North-South workshop. The military equipment office is an official office, but the actual manufacturing of weapons occurs at the North-South workshop. The military equipment office was originally a weapon manufacturing office established during the Tang Dynasty. The Song Dynasty initially did not have a military equipment office. It was just the North-South workshop, managed by a subordinate office of the Salt and Iron Department within the three departments. Later, Wang Engshi's reforms established the military equipment office, which was personally overseen by the reformist General L. Huiqing, creating a nationwide military equipment management system for the Song Dynasty. However, the actual manufacturing office in Kaifeng was still at the North-South workshop, and by the time of Emperor Shenzong, the North-South workshop was renamed the East-West workshop. The leading official here is the military equipment office, where office is an official title. Li Chong of the military equipment office said, Your Majesty, this way please. Li Qing. I am here. I came today primarily to discuss some weapon requirements with Sir Shai for the purpose of defending against enemies. I understand that both the Emperor and Sir Shai can make any requests, and we will do our best to fulfill them. Li Chong spoke very eloquently. Let's first look at the manufacturing of the trebuchets. Please, this way, Your Majesty. Wanyan Zonghan is currently playing the false peace negotiation while rapidly preparing for the next larger-scale siege. Zhao Ning naturally cannot be idle. Since the war machine of the Song Dynasty has started moving, it should operate at full capacity. Wanyan Zonghan besieged Taiyuan City for 9 months this year, taking it by force. The entire garrison of Taiyuan City perished for their country. The brutality of the Battle of Taiyuan is unimaginable for those who have not experienced it firsthand. It also illustrates Wanyan Zonghan's terrifying will and fierce methods in warfare. The enemy Zhao Ning faces now is undoubtedly the strongest legion in the world. Moreover, Wanyan Zonghan is currently leading all the famous generals of the Jurchen and the most talented Han officials who have defected from the Liao dynasty, the European Crusaders. at this moment, would be crushed into dust before the Jin army. With such an opponent, preparations must be made with full effort, and there can be no relaxation. Zhao Ning led everyone to the place specifically for making trebuchets. By the time of the Song dynasty, the craftsmanship of these machines had reached its peak. The Jin learned about these during the Song-Jin War and during the Jinkong incident. The Jin swept away all the military supplies from Dongjing City and took them back to the north, along with all the skilled craftsmen. This led to the later rise of the Mongols, who destroyed the Jin state and inherited all of the Song dynasty's armor forging, gunpowder technology, trebuchet technology, etc. The Mongols further brought these to the west during their western campaigns. Thus, you can understand that the northern Song was at the highest level of human craftsmanship at that time. The Song dynasty was not only culturally advanced. 3 of the 4 great inventions originated from the Song. The imperial examination was not just about the 4 books and 5 classics. Zhao Ning felt a shock in his heart as he saw the rows of trebuchets standing there. A few days ago, the trebuchets on the corner tower were somewhat damaged, and most needed to be replaced. These were the replacements. Zhao Ning asked, "How many trebuchets can be placed on a city wall?" Zhang Shai replied, "If we place one every 3 zhang, we can fit at least 600 or more, but we wouldn't need that many. The enemy won't spread out their siege line. How many do you think would be appropriate for a city wall?" 200 would suffice. So we need to deploy a total of 800? Yes. All right. Then let us go with this number. Is that all right? Zhao Ning asked Li Chong. Li Chong felt a tightness in his heart and said, "How long does your majesty need this quantity?" "Within a month. A month might be a bit tight. I recall the workshops have about 5,000 people. And the imperial armory has another 3,000. Yes, there are indeed that many, but producing 800 within a month. What is the difficulty? Is it manpower or raw materials? Mainly a lack of raw materials. What about small trebuchets?" The military armory supervisor Wang Si said, "If it's small trebuchets, it could work." Zhao Ning's eyes lit up at this person and said, "Then let us make small trebuchets. It's south not suitable to place large ones on the city tower." He then asked, "What is your name?" "I am the supervisor of the military armory, Wang Si." "Oh, so you are Wang Si. Is Wang Boyan your father?" "Indeed. He is my father." Goodness, Wang Boyan is a notorious traitor at the turn of the 2 Song dynasties. At this time, Wang Boyan was the governor of Xiangzhou. A little over a month ago, Emperor Zhao Huan sent Prince Kong Zhao Go to the Jin army's camp, where he was intercepted by Zhongzhe and Xizhou. Zhao Go then turned to Xiangzhou and stayed there. According to the historical narrative, by this time, Dongjing City had already been breached, and Zhao Go was appointed the Grand Marshal of all troops in the world, gathering loyal forces in the Xiangzhou area, then retreating east and south to proclaim himself emperor in Yingtianfu, present-day Shangqiu, and establish his reign. Among those supporting Zhao Go's ascension was Wang Boyan, this treacherous traitor. Returning to the topic, Zhao Go should be in Xiangzhou recruiting loyal troops by now. Meanwhile, Zhongzhe and Xizhou should also be organizing his forces. And the young Yu Fei must have already joined in, soon to pledge allegiance to Zhao Go, though he would not reveal his talents just yet. Considering this, Zhao Ning planned to go back and write a letter to Wanyan Zhonghan and Wanyan Zhongwang to analyze the current situation thoroughly and urge them to retreat northward as soon as possible. Looking at Wang Si before him, Zhao Ning suddenly recalled that historically, Wang Si was captured by the Jin after the fall of Dongjing City and was later ransomed back by Wang Boyan. Then these 800 trebuchets will be your responsibility. Are you willing to take on this task? I accept the decree. Moreover, the trebuchets I want are not just simple stone throwers. I want them to be combined with cannons. Chapter 34. I want to manufacture cannons for the Song dynasty. Trebuchets combined with cannons were also quite common in the Song dynasty. After all, the Song had already developed firearms, and gunpowder was being used extensively on the battlefield. For example, the Jin army's iron cannons were modeled after those of the Song. Li Chong and Wang Si did not find this strange. Wang Si said, "Your Majesty, we currently have some in the military armory." "How many?" "About 8, for 156, according to my count from 7 days ago." "You mean the thunderclap bombs?" "Yes. This is far from enough. For 800 trebuchets, each needs 200 rounds, which totals 160,000 rounds." Upon hearing this, Li Chong and Wang Si were both taken aback. Li Chong said, "Your Majesty, this might exceed our capacity. Is it a lack of raw materials?" When Zhao Ning said this, he was not looking at Li Chong, but at Wang Si. Wang Si replied, "Your Majesty, this quantity is indeed large, but I will do my best to find a solution. I may need assistance from the Ministry of Works." "No problem. You can ask for any assistance you need. You provide what I want, and I will give you what you need." Zhao Ning enjoyed dealing with people like Wang Si. Negotiations were straightforward. Any task will inevitably encounter many problems. If subordinates see a problem and think it's impossible, it becomes a headache. Why do some people work their whole lives without advancement? It's because they block their own paths. Why do some people rise quickly? Because they focus on solutions rather than difficulties. You say the Jin army has 150,000 troops besieging the city. Is it difficult for the Song dynasty? Yes. Zhao Ning now faced such a situation, a hellish mode. With a group of officials who only knew how to talk and more elite troops who had never been on the battlefield, resisting the strongest army on this planet. Is there anything more difficult than this? But he didn't say anything like, "It's over, let us give up." Instead, he thought of every possible way to withstand the physical and psychological attacks from the Jin army. Then, he reorganized internally, uniting all parties to face the enemy together. A man, when facing difficulties, should charge forward. Wang Si said, "I accept the decree. I will do my utmost." "Good." Zhao Ning patted Wang Si on the shoulder. Wang Boyan was a shameless traitor, but unexpectedly, his son turned out quite well. "How is the other military equipment?" "Armor, iron bone darts, knives, swords, helmets, and arrowheads." Li Chong said, "Reporting to your majesty, there are still 100,000 pieces of armor, 60,000 iron bone darts, 200,000 knives and swords each, and 4 million arrowheads." "Oh, take me to see the armor." "Your majesty, the armor is stored securely, and it will take some time to unseal it to see." "No problem. I have plenty of time today." Li Chong continued, "Why not let your majesty first see the fire workshop?" "That works too. The fire workshop is the place for making firearms." Upon arriving at the fire workshop, Zhao Ning felt something was off. Why was it so difficult to see some armor? He refrained from questioning Li Chong further and began to tour the fire workshop. At that moment, a person approached. "I pay my respects to your majesty. You're here. What business do you have with me?" "Nothing much, just wanted to invite you to tour the military factory with me today." Zhao Ning glanced at the person. This man was Zhao Ding, a renowned minister at the turn of the Song dynasty. Zhao Ding, the prime minister among the 4 famous ministers of the southern Song dynasty. If Zhao Ding is not a capable minister, then no capable minister existed at the turn of the Song dynasty. It can be said that in the early southern Song dynasty, he helped stabilize the entire domestic situation while balancing the disputes among various factions. His decisiveness commands respect. The position of Chancellor He Li was vacant, and Zhao Ning had not appointed anyone to it. Why? Because it was reserved for Zhao Ding. At this time, Zhao Ding was still a minor official in the Kaifeng prefecture. The minor official in the Kaifeng prefecture was responsible for signing and stamping documents during personnel appointments. Zhao Ding was puzzled as to why the emperor suddenly summoned him and brought him directly to the military factory. He did not ask further and simply replied, "Yes." "Zhao Ding, come here. Your majesty, come and see. This is the thunderclap." Zhao Ning picked one up, startling those around him. Li Chong quickly said, "Your majesty, be careful. What is there to fear? It won't explode on its own." Zhao Ning handed the thunderclap to Zhao Ding and said, "I plan to have them produce 160,000 of these. What do you think?" Zhang Shai, standing nearby, pondered. The emperor's sudden summoning of Zhao Ding was already strange, and now he was asking Zhao Ding such questions. It seems the emperor intends to reuse Zhao Ding. 160,000 is a large number. "I don't know much about the affairs of the military factory, so I dare not make a hasty conclusion," Zhao Ning said. "The workshops under the military factory have nearly 10,000 people, and there are currently over 1,000 in the fire workshop." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ding realized the emperor was determined to have him respond. Zhao Ding said, "In that case, the manpower is somewhat tight. To ensure completion, we can dispatch some personnel from the military and civilians." Zhao Ning did not express any opinion, just looked at Wang Si and said, "Did you hear that? Zhao Shichao has given you an idea. Dispatch personnel from the military and civilians. You need to write a detailed execution plan by tomorrow and provide me with 1 copy. 1 for Prime Minister Shai and 1 for Zhao Shichao. You need to specify how many people, how much money, and how the Ministry of Work should cooperate with you. And everything must be written clearly. If it's not clear, I won't recognize it." Wang Si immediately replied, "I understand. Why write it clearly? To do anything, one must first draft a plan, especially when completing a task through teamwork. Without a plan, everyone is scattered, and when things go wrong, there won't even be a document for review and summary. Everyone will blame each other, and in the end, nothing will be accomplished. This is project management." Why is Zhao Ding considered a talent? He is a top expert in this area. Zhao Ning took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and said, "Wang Si, I am here. Take a look. Can the military factory produce this?" Wang Si took the paper from the emperor's hand. It was a rough sketch of a large tube sitting on a 2-wheeled frame. Wang Si, being a person of the Song dynasty, did not know what this was. If it were the late Ming officials Su Guangqi or Sun Yuanhua here, they would instantly recognize it as the Red E cannon. The Red E cannon has specific requirements for the quality of iron, but with the iron of the Song dynasty, manufacturing cannons is not too difficult. Given the craftsmanship of the great Song dynasty, making cannons is not impossible. However, it would definitely not be produced immediately, nor could it be mass-produced at once. But Zhao Ning needed to give the military factory a hint and let them explore it themselves. "Your Majesty, what is this? Please forgive my ignorance." "This is called a cannon. It is cast from iron and hollow in the middle. You can understand it as an iron bamboo." "Iron bamboo? That's right. Place an iron ball inside and fill it with gunpowder. When the gunpowder explodes, it generates thrust to launch the iron ball. The principle of a cannon is not difficult. The Song dynasty had already widely applied gunpowder, making it even simpler to understand cannons. But it still requires some time and practical foundation. I understand. I will try it. No rush. I won't ask you to present this to me quickly. The urgent matter now is weapons like the trebuchet and thunderclap that can be immediately mass-produced." "Yes." After saying this, Zhao Ning changed the subject. He looked at Li Chong and said, Li Qing, let's go see the armor. Chapter 35. Inferior armor, forcing me to kill? Li Chong said, Your Majesty, I will have someone bring the armor. No need, I will go see for myself. Your Majesty, the place where the armor is stored is under repair. It may be inconvenient to go there. Where is the armor? In the military armor warehouse. Where are the crossbows and knives? Li Chong answered, In the military crossbow warehouse and the southern outer warehouse. Take me to take a look. Your Majesty, what inconvenience do you speak of? There is no inconvenience. Zhao Ning first went to the military crossbow warehouse and inspected the crossbows, including the crossbow and the divine arm crossbow. The military crossbow warehouse is a weapons depot for storing crossbows. But the place that produces crossbows is called the Bow and Crossbow Institute. The production capacity of the Bow and Crossbow Institute in the Great Song Dynasty was very high. According to historical records, the Bow and Crossbow Institute produced over 16.5 million items annually, including various bows, crossbows, arrowheads, and bowstrings. This indicates that the assembly line division of labor in the Great Song Dynasty was already well developed, and the specialization of each position was also quite high. Although the external military power was weak, the production capacity of military equipment surpassed that of any other country in the world at that time. Moreover, the military equipment manufacturing system had a complete management system. For example, it was stipulated that every 7 people would produce 8 bows in 9 days. 8 people would produce 5 swords in 6 days, and 3 people would produce 150 arrows in 2 days. All of these were clearly defined tasks. Zhao Ning then went to the southern outer warehouse to take some knives, swords, and iron bone darts. Finally, he arrived at the military armor warehouse. Li Chong originally planned to arrange for someone to fetch a few pieces of armor, but was stopped by Zhao Ning, who personally entered to inspect the military armor warehouse. He then took out several pieces of armor and ordered people to hang the armor on wooden figures. He then had the imperial guards test these armors. First, they shot at the armor with crossbow arrows. The arrowheads could not penetrate the armor, only leaving some shallow dents. Next, they tried slashing with knives. The knives could not cut through, but when they used the iron bone darts, the armor clearly dented significantly, and some of the stitching even became loose. Zhao Ning couldn't help but feel alarmed. The iron bone armor was indeed not an exaggeration from historical texts. The fish scale armor of the Song Dynasty had very high defensive capabilities, weighing as much as 50 pounds. And combined with the heavy axes and blunt weapons like the iron bone, a Song infantryman's load was nearly 70 pounds. With such equipment, swords and blades were ineffective. Only blunt weapons could kill. Thus, if you look through historical records, you will find that the famous generals of the Song used blunt weapons. This type of heavy infantry in the Song Dynasty was called Burinjia. It is said that the well-known Iron Pagoda of the Jin army was modeled after the Burinjia. Go, check some armor, Zhao Ning commanded. Zhao Ding, take people to conduct the checks. Yes. Zhao Ding led the Imperial Guard to randomly inspect the area. He first took a careful look around, then began to sample at random with his men. Eventually, they hung the extracted armor on a wooden figure for testing. Li Chong, standing by, was already sweating profusely. Jing Chao held a crossbow, shooting an arrow at the recently retrieved armor, and with a dull sound, the armor was pierced by the arrow. Zhang Shai was taken aback. He quickly approached and felt the spot where the armor was shot through, examining it closely. This iron is problematic, Zhang Shai said solemnly. Zhao Ning replied, Try those several sets too. Jing Chao proceeded to test 10 more sets, 8 of which were pierced. Zhao Ning picked up a sword and struck, leaving a deep mark. After a few more strikes, the armor was actually cut through. He casually tossed it aside, his face darkening. Is it that the power of this crossbow and sword is too great, or is the material of this armor too poor? Li Chong, terrified, quickly knelt. Your Majesty, forgive me. These armors are very old. They may have deteriorated over time. Zhao Ding said, These armors were all cast in the last 3 years. I checked the markings during selection. What is going on? Speak. Your Majesty, spare me. We don't know. You, as the supervisor of the military equipment. Tell me you don't know? Zhao Ning snatched a piece of iron bone and smashed it onto the armor in front of him, breaking a large piece, and angrily shouted, What use do I have for you? Li Chong trembled on the ground. Zhang Shai, Zhao Ding, Jing Chao stay. The rest go out. Yes, the others left. Zhao Ning looked at Li Chong and said, Speak, what is going on? Li Chong hesitated. Zhao Ning said, Do you not want to live? Do you not want your family to accompany you in death? Don't think I dare to eradicate your clan. Your Majesty, spare me. Spare me. When I took over the military equipment office, I had already discovered some inferior armors. I was going to report it, but at that time, Kai Jing was in power. And with the national court uniting with the Jin people to destroy the Liao, it was a chaotic period, so no one paid attention. Li Chong was clever. Knowing Kai Jing was already dead, he figured it was best to shift the blame onto a dead person. Who did you report to? I deserve to die? Speak. What is going on? I deserve to die? Jing Chao, present. Take him out and behead him. Yes. Your Majesty, spare me. I will speak. I will speak. Stop. Jing Chao halted. It was Wang Yun who made me do this. Wang Yun. Zhao Ning was stunned. Zhao Kai? Do you know what you were saying? I am clear. It was Wang Yun. Why did he make you do this? Li Chong timidly said, Previously, an armor cost 40 guan, and this inferior armor is 20 guan each. Zhao Ning took a deep breath. It felt as if a volcano erupted in his heart. How many of these inferior ones did you produce? Produced. Speak. Produced 150,000 sets. The rest were there before I came. Your Majesty, the rest were there before I came. It has nothing to do with me. It seems that the military preparedness of the late Northern Song was lax, and the weapons were decayed. The rumors are not false. Do you not know that soldiers at the front wearing this armor will die? Zhao Ning angrily paced. Do you think they will die anyway? So it doesn't matter what they wear. Shameless. You even greed for this kind of money. Parasites of the national court. Parasites. Zhang Shai quickly said. Your Majesty, calm down. Your health is important. Do you have evidence of Wang Yun's involvement? Bring it out. Li Chong looked bewildered and said, I regularly give money to Wang Yun. Where is the evidence? You can't expect me to investigate a prince just based on your word. Li Chong's face turned pale as paper. The iron used to forge the armors was all provided by Wang Yun. It was transported from his ironworks. Zhao Ding said, the inferiority of these armors is related to the method of forging, not the raw materials. This statement does not prove Wang Yun's involvement. Chapter 36. The retired Emperor Zhao Ji Zhang Shai said, Your Majesty, we cannot extract much in a short time. Let us hand it over to the Court of Judicial Review. Zhao Ning did not question the matter further. He waved his sleeve and walked out. Zhao Ding, you will temporarily take over the Military Equipment Office, thoroughly investigate the military supplies, identify all the unqualified military weapons, and report how many need to be replenished quickly. Yes, there is another matter for you to handle. Please command, Your Majesty. This case is serious. I need the Court of Judicial Review, the Ministry of Justice, and the Censorate to cooperate in the investigation, with the Royal City Office overseeing it. You should also participate and assist. What do you think? Zhao Ding was suddenly tasked with so many duties and did not dare hesitate, only saying, Your Majesty, I am insignificant. I fear I cannot handle it. This is easy. You will also take the position of Deputy Governor of Kaifeng. Once you sort out the affairs of the Military Equipment Office, you can withdraw. I originally thought of having Zhang Shai handle it, but he is busy with defense and cannot attend to it, so I can only trouble you. I accept the decree. Zhao Ding quickly said, Your Majesty, there is one more thing. Speak. The craftsmen who forged the inferior armors also need appropriate punishment. What good plan do you have? It is understandable that craftsmen are coerced and dare not report. However, they are all aware and concealed the truth, which cannot go unpunished. However, since the National Court is in need of personnel, it would be better to fine them 3 months' salary as a punishment. This serves as a deterrent and does not delay future work. Good, it shall be as you say. Thank you, Your Majesty. After giving the orders, Zhao Ning walked out, leaving the East and West Fangs. Meanwhile, Li Chong was taken to the large prison of the Ministry of Justice. This case involved military supplies and was serious. From raw material supply to production processes to weapons management, it must be thoroughly investigated. At this time, the focus was not on strict investigation but on quickly resolving the problem. If soldiers at the front were to fight wearing such armor, what good would it do? But then again, investigate. Do a thorough job. It would be best to involve more officials. I am in need of money now. When Zhao Ning returned to the palace and just sat down, Wang Huaiji said, Your Majesty, the retired emperor summoned someone and said he wants to see you. The retired emperor? Zhao Ji. Oh no, Zhao Ji. Did he say what it was about? He did not say. All right, I will rest for a moment and then go. One could easily guess what Zhao Ji wanted to see him about. Now, the Jin army had actively expressed a desire to negotiate peace. While there was public opposition to the negotiations, however, within the officialdom, there were a group of people eager to negotiate peace as soon as possible. After all, their fertile fields are outside the city. The longer the Jin people stay, the greater the damage to their land. Moreover, these guys have long planned to scrape together money from the common people to negotiate peace. But with the road to negotiation blocked here, they naturally thought of the retired emperor in the palace. Zhao Ning took a few sips of hot tea and set off. After Zhao Ji abdicated, he lived in his beloved Yanfu Palace. When Zhao Ning arrived at Yanfu Palace, he found Prince Yuan Zhao Kai was also there. Zhao Kai saw Zhao Ning and greeted him, Your Majesty. Zhao Ji, dressed in Taoist robes and looking as if he had indulged excessively, had a pale complexion with dark circles under his eyes. He was writing and, upon seeing Zhao Ning, said with a stern face, You're here. What does the retired emperor want with me? I heard you killed 2 ministers? Zhao Ning looked at the pen in Zhao Ji's hand and the words on the paper, and couldn't help but marvel that Emperor Huizong's slender gold script was indeed well-deserved. It is true, Zhao Ji said coldly. You will not be a good emperor. Zhao Ning was not angry and smiled as he replied, What high opinions does the retired emperor have? You killed them. How will the other ministers think? How will they think? Zhao Ji said, They will think you are harsh and ungrateful. Who will still be dedicated to helping you? Being lectured by Zhao Ji on how to be an emperor, isn't that ironic? There is a saying in history that evaluates Zhao Ji. He can do everything, except be a ruler. This means Zhao Ji is actually a genius, proficient in many things, but just cannot be a good emperor. If Zhao Ji had been born in an ordinary wealthy family, he would have certainly been a very talented person, or if he were just a prince. He would also have made a name for himself in history because of his talents, but he just had to become an emperor. During his reign, The people in the court were not just corrupt individuals, but a whole group of corrupt individuals. If you talk about imperial means, using cruel officials and treacherous ministers, that would be acceptable if done well. But the problem is Zhao Ji does not know how to use them well. He only understands to hold the ultimate power of judgment in his hands, while lacking the most basic judgment on various national affairs. Being an emperor is not just about being adept at manipulating power. It requires the ability to handle national affairs, financial income and expenditure, talent selection, critical decision-making, and macro-level strategic planning. If one only knows how to manipulate power, naturally, they will not be able to distinguish between loyalty and treachery. Therefore, if Zhao Ning were to listen to Zhao Ji's words, that would truly be a fool's errand. Zhao Ning smiled and said, "It seems the retired emperor has quite a bit of insight into governance." Zhao Ji put down his pen and said, "After all, I was emperor for over 20 years. A father in front of his son is inherently different, naturally exuding an air of authority." Zhao Ning smiled even more warmly, but his words were as sharp as a knife. So what has the world become under the retired emperor's governance in these 20 years? The authoritative expression on Zhao Ji's face instantly froze, and his demeanor darkened. "I am your father. I am the emperor." Zhao Ji angrily said, "You have grown wings. What exactly does the retired emperor want to say today? I have already killed the people. Do you want to plead for them? Should I send their heads to the retired emperor for you to perform a ritual for them? You are outrageous." Zhao Ji was so angry he nearly jumped up. "I am your father. How dare you speak to me like that?" Zhao Kai hurried over to support Zhao Ji. "Father, please don't get angry. It's not good for your health. In the Song Dynasty, there was no such title as Father Emperor. Your Majesty, father is advanced in years. Please do not anger him. If he becomes ill, it will also reflect poorly on you. And how will the world view you?" Zhao Ning coldly observed this father-son duo. Zhao Kai was Zhao Ji's favorite prince. During Zhao Ji's reign, he wanted to depose Zhao Huan and establish Zhao Kai instead. Unexpectedly, they were still together now. Zhao Ji said, "The Jin people want to negotiate peace. Why have you not expressed your stance for so long? Are you trying to kill us all?" "I said it. The retired emperor summoned me, not just to talk about killing ministers. When you were emperor, did you ever consider the lives of the ministers? Stop talking nonsense. Peace is imminent. Why have you not expressed your stance? Did someone mention this to the retired emperor today? No one mentioned it to me. I only heard that the Jin people want to negotiate peace. Why have you not expressed your stance? Do you think you can fight the Jin people to the death? Since the retired emperor has abdicated, you should not worry about these matters. I will handle them properly." Zhao Ning pondered. It seemed someone had been gossiping in front of Zhao Ji. It appeared those guys could not sit still anymore, and their grievances against him were quite large. "Zhao Huan, what exactly do you want to do? The retired emperor called me here because of this matter?" "Yes, I want to discuss the peace negotiations with you." "There is no need. The retired emperor should enjoy his old age here. Do not inquire too much about state affairs." Zhao Ning did not want to waste more words with Zhao Ji and turned to leave. Zhao Kai, acting like a good person, said, "Your Majesty, although you are of the highest rank, this is still your father." Zhao Ning had just taken 2 steps when he stopped, turned around, and glared at Zhao Kai, angrily saying, "Prince Yuan, do you still have the face to speak in front of me? I went to the armory today. Do you know someone reported you for embezzling funds from the armory?" Zhao Kai's heart trembled, but he quickly said, "Your Majesty, this is absolutely impossible. As a royal prince, how could I embezzle that little money? Please investigate thoroughly." "I will investigate thoroughly," Zhao Ning said and walked away. Behind him, Zhao Ji's voice came, "Zhao Huan, you ungrateful son." Chapter 37, Another Shocking Conspiracy? People like Zhao Kai, who just a few days ago were saying to take advantage of victory to strike, are now mingling with Zhao Ji to inquire about peace negotiations. Isn't that contradictory? This is not contradictory at all, because they are surrenderists themselves. Talking about taking advantage of victory is just empty words, a spur-of-the-moment idea. If one truly believes their nonsense, they will ultimately harm themselves. Moreover, Zhao Ji's actions today must be due to some ministers whispering in the background. Zhao Ning knew that having killed a few ministers, some people would definitely jump to the already abdicated retired emperor. This logic is simple. When Li Yuan abdicated, there was still a large group of ministers who were dissatisfied with Li Shimin, trying every means to re-establish Li Yuan. Moreover, Zhao Ji had only abdicated for a year. His influence was still significant. This issue cannot be resolved now, unless Zhao Ji is killed. But killing Zhao Ji carries too great a risk. If this were to leak out, Zhao Ning's prestige would plummet, especially his reputation among the common people. Killing one's father is a great taboo in human relations. This is a mutually destructive move, which would only benefit Zhao Kai the most. Only someone with a hole in their head would do that. So is there no solution? Of course not. Political games do not emphasize that one must immediately eliminate the opponent, but rather require careful planning to develop one's own power. Politics is a zero-sum game. One side's gain is another's loss. When one's own power is strong enough, the other side's power will naturally weaken. For example, Li Shimin. Li Shimin's rise to power was certainly not because he killed the crown prince to ascend. Killing the crown prince Li Jiansheng was only the result. The reason is that he single-handedly created the Tang Dynasty, with a host of fierce generals under him and a very high reputation. Even if Li Shimin is unwilling to eliminate Li Jiansheng, The group who followed him to establish the Tang dynasty will not agree. After all, they loyally assisted Prince Qin, waiting for their positions in the court, not just to be subordinates of the Prince Qin's manor. Therefore, what can be done now is to continuously cultivate one's own power internally, while gradually weakening the previous forces. Once the past forces are weakened to a certain extent, even if Zhao Ji and Zhao Kai jump around every day, it will be of no use. After returning from the Yinfu Palace, Zhao Ning found that Wang Huaiji had sent a large number of memorials. The ministers were no longer playing with secret memorials, but were sending direct memorials. One by one, the memorials were presented, analyzing the current situation with various lengthy arguments. There were mainly two voices. First, Your Majesty, we are not the ones initiating peace talks. It is the other side that has proposed negotiations. Your Majesty should think carefully. This is a rare opportunity. Second, the Jin people actively proposed peace talks, indicating that they are also struggling, so we should take the initiative to send troops immediately. After reading a few of them, Zhao Ning began to doze off. He completely lost the motivation to continue reading. It was all cliché and utopianism. This shows the current corruption of the Song dynasty's bureaucracy. This broken ship is filled with a bunch of opportunists who do nothing. Zhao Ning picked up his pen and began to write an analysis of the current war situation. The most important thing now is to stabilize the overall situation. He no longer expects the officials to have any effective solutions. It is crucial to maintain the morale of the people and a united front, and to continuously convey his judgment on the situation, so that most people can understand and not be incited by certain clowns taking advantage of the opportunity to stir up trouble. On December 6th, a new article appeared in the Tokyo Daily on the early stage of the Songjin War. This article objectively and comprehensively analyzed the Songjin War, explaining it from spatial and temporal perspectives, in multiple aspects, and in an easily understandable manner. Zhao Ning divided the Songjin War into three stages. First, the early stage, where the Jin army was strong on the front lines. Second, the stalemate stage, where the Song army established deep defensive garrisons, and both sides invested massive resources. Third, the decisive battle stage. The detailed content focused on the early stage. The main points were as follows. First, the Songjin-Liao War, where the Song dynasty allied with the Jin to destroy the Liao, was a strategic mistake. Zhao Ning completely denied the previous maritime alliance. Second, in the Songjin War, the Song dynasty believed that money could buy back the old territories of Yanyun, which was a mistake, as the Jin people were insatiable. Third, weak nations have no diplomacy. Peace talks are a diplomatic means, but they must be based on equal military strength. Currently, there is a considerable faction within the court that pretends to negotiate peace, but is actually pro-surrender, wanting to extort money from the common people to give to the Jin, in order to secure their own safety, without spending a single penny themselves. Fourth, the rapid resolution faction is also wrong. The Song dynasty does not have the strength for a direct large-scale battle with the Jin. We must objectively recognize this and view it rationally. At the same time, we need to identify the weaknesses of the Jin and leverage our strengths. The Jin's weakness is their deep penetration into our Song territory, leading to an extended front, and their administrative capabilities cannot keep up with the people of Hebei and Hudong yearning for the Song dynasty. Fifth, during the First Battle of Tokyo, the enemy's deep incursion into Song territory was a military gamble. When Wanyan Zhongwang retreated, the Song should have launched a full counterattack, which would have made the Jin wary and cautious in their future actions against the Song. Zhao Ning also denied the appeasement policy from earlier this year, when Wanyan Zhongwang's 60,000 troops failed to capture Tokyo and retreated in panic, while Tang Ku and Gung Nanzhong were unwilling to pursue and ordered the various garrisons along the way not to engage with the Jin. This was equivalent to letting Wanyan Zhongwang go free. Sixth, the Jin's second southward advance was due to the Song's excessively weak attitude, leading the Jin to believe that we were easy to bully and could act with impunity. Seventh, during the siege, the Jin adopted a strategy of besieging the city and cutting off reinforcements. At this time, the Song's western army was blocked by Wanyan Lusher at Tongguan. The Jin hoped to use force to intimidate us into feeling scared and then send someone to pretend to negotiate peace with us, causing us to become complacent and weaken internally. This led to a proliferation of pro-surrender factions in the court, causing internal depletion. What we need to do is to firmly maintain a united front and unite all forces that can be united. The Jin want a quick resolution, but we must not seek a quick resolution. We need to wear down the Jin. Regarding negotiations, in a situation of unequal military strength, negotiations amount to surrender. The Jin will inevitably demand huge amounts of gold, silver, and silk, and even ask us to give them our women. Eighth, the purpose of war is nothing else but to preserve ourselves and eliminate the enemy. Ninth, we are currently in the early stage of the Songjin War. At this stage, our dynasty has long been weakened militarily, and it is normal for us to continuously lose to the Jin on the front lines. This is the price we have paid for a century of self-imposed military decline, so there is no need to worry. The Jin will utilize their powerful cavalry mobility to advance triumphantly in Hebei and Hudong, winning all the time. At this stage, they can capture Hebei and the three towns of Hudong. Then, the main battle faction led by Wanyan Gao and Wanyan Zhonghan intends to break through Tokyo, plundering vast wealth. With the Han officials led by Liu Yinzong and Shi Lia as their allies to secure their footing in the Jin court, will inevitably assist them wholeheartedly. As long as we fight to the end, they will not be able to capture Tokyo. The loyal armies from all directions are on their way. And the righteous armies in Hebei and Hedong are also resisting the Jin with all their might. They have deeply invaded our Song territory. And our troops in Hebei and Hedong can conduct guerrilla warfare, spreading out to harass the enemy's rear without engaging in direct confrontation, exhausting the enemy. The millions of common people in our Song provide us with intelligence. 10th, after the Jin army is exhausted, they will face a food crisis. And their morale will be shaken. As the temperature rises, the Jin will experience discomfort and will withdraw. Before withdrawing, they will try to scare us and extort a large sum of money from us, but we must not be fooled. 11th, after the Jin withdraw, they will support a puppet regime north of the Yellow River to balance the Han people there and will focus on developing the 3 towns of Taiyuan, Jinding, and Zhongshan in preparation for another southward advance next year. This article caused an unprecedented sensation in Tokyo. Not only did the common people spread the word, but even pro-peace figures like Tang Ku and Gung Nanzhong rushed to buy and read it. Even Zhao Kai bought a copy and sent it to Yanfu Palace for Zhao Ji. After reading it, Zhao Ji disdainfully said, "Absurd. Such completely irrelevant arguments. And he dares to publicly promote them in the city, not only losing face for our royal family, but if things do not develop this way, how will the officials view him as the ruler?" Zhao Kai said, "Father, the emperor is becoming increasingly willful. If things really develop into an uncontrollable situation, I hope father can step in to take charge. I have chatted with the officials recently, and everyone misses you very much." Chapter 38, I am waging war. Playing politics. Zhao Ji held today's Tokyo Daily in his hand, frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, "Let Zhao Huan continue to stir things up. If he goes on like this, he will lose the people's hearts, and we won't need to take action." Upon hearing Zhao Ji's remarks, Zhao Kai knew that Zhao Ji had completely given up on Zhao Huan. Previously, when Zhao Ji commented on Zhao Huan, he had some criticisms, but he did not say he wanted to find a way to force him to abdicate. However, at this moment, he no longer concealed his desire for the current ruler to abdicate. If the current ruler abdicates, it would naturally be Zhao Ji who ascends, and after Zhao Ji ascends, the crown prince would inevitably be Zhao Kai. This is exactly what Zhao Kai has been dreaming of. After reading this article, everyone's attitude is completely different. Zhao Ji and Zhao Kai believe that Zhao Ning is courting death. Meanwhile, Tang Ku and Gung Nanzhong are profoundly shaken. This article directly negates the policies of these two individuals in multiple places. For example, after the First Battle of Tokyo, Wanyan Zhongwang's 60,000 troops fled north in panic, and Tang Ku and Gung Nanzhong were unwilling to pursue, ordering the various towns along Hebei not to disturb the Jurchens, with violators facing execution. The article sharply criticized this behavior, almost accusing it of treason. Additionally, the so-called peace negotiations in the early stages were proposed by people like Tang Ku, Gung Nanzhong, and Li Bangyan, which are also thoroughly denied in this article. Officials who relied on Tang Ku felt that this article from the Zhao family was practically naming them directly. As for Mo Cho and others who were previously pro-peace, they immediately jumped to the pro-war faction, declaring they would take the initiative to attack. And they were also criticized mercilessly in this article. In short, Zhao Ning used the most concise language to characterize everything that happened from the alliance with Jin to the current second defense of Tokyo, predicting the Jurchen's future actions. This made some of the old citizens in the city firmly believe it, and their confidence surged. In the afternoon, Wanyan Zhonghan was inspecting the construction of catapults when Shirley hurried over. "Marshal, what is it?" Shirley handed over a copy of today's Tokyo Daily headline to Wanyan Zhonghan. "Marshal, look at this. It's something the Song army actively send out with their divine crossbows." "The Song army sent something out again?" Wanyan Zhonghan laughed. "Have they agreed to negotiate?" Shirley remained silent. Wanyan Zhonghan took it, opened it, and read quickly. After finishing, his expression darkened. He turned back to the main camp and notified all senior officers to gather. Naturally, Wanyan Zhongwang received the news, as he was the one who had someone hand it to Shirley. The atmosphere in the tent was tense. Everyone knew why it was tense. Because this article provided a very accurate summary of the past battles between Song and Jin, and made predictions about the direction of the conflict in the next 6 months. This prediction seemed irrefutable to Zhonghan, Zhongwang, and others like Shi Li and Liu Yinzong. This newspaper bore the Zhao family's name. It was as if it was telling Zhonghan and Zhongwang, "I will do this next. The situation will develop in this direction, and when it does, you will do that." If a common soldier in the Jin army knew this content, he would definitely mock the Zhao family for being foolish enough to tell the enemy what they would do. But Zhonghan and Zhongwang could not laugh at all, because they all felt the power of the contents in this newspaper. It was as if it was telling them to add clothing when it's cold and remove clothing when it's hot. You cannot operate in reverse. This is a strategy. I am openly showing you my cards. I am not afraid you will know what I will do next, because whatever I do, you cannot escape your intelligence system. It's better for me to tell you how we will confront each other. If the previous article on the Jin army's siege strategy only analyzed the situation at that time, causing Zhonghan and Zhongwang to believe the Zhao family was being pretentious, then this article on the early stages of the Song-Jin war completely changed their minds. They also knew why the Song army sent such a newspaper to them. The reason was simple: to make someone among them believe the contents and influence the Jin court's attitude towards the Song dynasty. For example, Wanyan Zhongwang had always believed that the Jin could not swallow the Song, and he wanted to support a puppet regime in the north to balance the Song, making the Song a vassal state of the Jin, paying tribute annually. If they still could not capture Tokyo City next, they would have to withdraw, and the situation would develop according to the Zhao family's predictions. That way, the Jin's actions would be enveloped in the Zhao family's predictions, which would be a significant psychological blow to them. It would also provide reasons for the pro-peace faction in the Jin court to start effectively balancing the pro-war faction. So, war is an extension of politics. You think Zhao Ning is just writing articles for the people in the city, but in fact, he wants Zhonghan and Zhongwang to see it, making the pro-peace faction in Jin raise their heads. This is a political maneuver. Zhonghan said. What does everyone think about this article? Shirley said, Marshal, the Zhao family is demonstrating against us. I believe the key to breaking the deadlock is capturing Tokyo City. As long as we capture Tokyo, this article will be the grave digger for the Zhao family. We won't even have to act. And the various factions within Tokyo will make him suffer greatly. Liu Yanzong was about to speak, but was stopped by Wanyan Zhongwang. Wanyan Zhongwang knew he wanted to say, what if we can't capture it? Discussing this question now is meaningless. We can only take one step at a time. Zhonghan said, you're right. The Zhao family's behavior of demonstrating against us with this article seems very childish and weak to me. What really matters is strong military power. Time flew by quickly, and it was already mid-December. Gao Qiu reported daily to the palace about the situation in the city, including the people's condition, how much food the common people had at home, and the security in the city, etc. Zhao Ning needed to be informed at all times. If someone incited chaos at this critical moment, it must be suppressed immediately, and no negligence could be tolerated. How many people are in the Royal City Division now? Reporting to the ruler, there are currently 320 people. I will give you more people. Be prepared. Yes, rest assured, I will manage it well. Zhao Ning wanted to turn the Royal City Division into an agency, like the Ming Dynasty's Jinyue, to further strengthen the emperor's control over intelligence and expedite the handling of special cases. Just as Gao Qiu left, Zhao Ding arrived, presenting the current progress of the military equipment supervision on the construction of catapults and thunderclaps. Good heavens, the execution is impressive. In half a month, they had already manufactured 360 units, averaging 24 units per day. The progress on thunderclaps was also very fast, with 70,000 units produced, averaging 667 units per day. Such a pace of armament made Zhao Ning very satisfied. Zhao Ning asked, how is the investigation of Li Chang's case? Chapter 39. Are you making fun of me? Zhao Ding said. The preliminary review from the Ministry of Justice indicates that a total of 5 officials are involved. Li Chuanha, the principal official of the Ministry of Revenue's Finance Section; Sun Ji, the registrar of the Finance Section; Zhang Daoming, the deputy supervisor of the Military Equipment Supervision; Wang Yuanshan, the registrar of the Military Equipment Supervision; and Lu Chong, the registrar of the Salt and Iron Department. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ning was furious. Good heavens. Are they really making a fool of me? After half a month of investigation on such a significant case, they only came up with 5 people. And the highest ranking among them is just a principal official. The principal official is a 7th rank officer, the registrar is a 9th rank minor official, and the deputy supervisor is also a 7th rank officer. What about the Supreme Court? Didn't the Supreme Court investigate? The Supreme Court did investigate, but they sent someone over citing that there are too many criminal cases recently. And the person they sent is said to have caught a cold and is on sick leave at home. What about the inspectorate? The officials from the inspectorate primarily recorded as witnesses to make indictments. They did not directly participate in the questioning. Zhao Ning slammed the table in anger, stood up abruptly, wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing. This is making a fool of me. After such a significant case, there are only a few minor officials behind it. The main ledger for the Salt and Iron Office has been released. The ledger is merely a record of iron accounts managed by a grassroots official. Do you think he was involved in the corruption of armor in the Military Equipment Supervisory Office? Do you take me for a fool? Zhao Ding said, Your Majesty, please calm down. This case is still under investigation, and I will do everything I can to pursue it. If it weren't for Zhao Ding, the deputy minister of the Kaifeng Prefecture, getting involved in this matter, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to hold these 5 people accountable in the end, and it would just be left unresolved. At this moment, Zhao Ning deeply felt the corruption and darkness of the bureaucratic system in the Song dynasty. What about Prince Yan? Wasn't it said that he was involved in this matter? Is there any new evidence? Not at the moment. I have investigated. And the iron was not sold to the Military Equipment Supervisory Office by Prince Yun, but rather by a merchant named Wang Sun from an ironworks in Xizhou, Hebei. However, this merchant sells a large amount of iron to the Military Equipment Supervisory Office every year, ranging from 100,000 to 500,000 G. What kind of background does he have, and why does the Military Equipment Supervisory Office procure his iron? The Song dynasty has a strict system of state monopolies. The monopoly refers to state-run sales, such as salt and iron. However, unlike the Han dynasty, private mining of iron was not allowed in the Song dynasty. But iron smelting was open to private enterprises. This system was established to fully utilize the iron smelting technology of private enterprises and increase iron production. After all, the demand for iron in the Song dynasty had unprecedentedly increased, and both military and agricultural sectors urgently needed it. Collaborating extensively with private merchants was also one of the characteristics of the Song dynasty. There were quite a few ironworks in Suzhou, Hebei, and it is said that later archaeologists have excavated many Song dynasty ironworks in Suzhou. However, while cooperation is one thing, not every merchant can collaborate with the court. Those who can collaborate usually have some background. The volume of iron sold by Wang Sun indicates a large-scale collaboration. What is behind the figure of 500,000 Jin? However, I inquired with Wang Si, and Wang Sun was recommended by a man named Li Zhong, who happens to be in charge of Prince Yun's estate. Has this Li Zhong been captured? I went to inquire at Prince Yun's estate, and they said Li Zhong returned to his hometown 2 months ago. Zhao Ning was slightly taken aback. What the hell? Zhao Ning thought for a moment about how to handle this matter. This is no longer just a case related to the Military Equipment Supervisory Office. It also involves bureaucratic laziness, and even officials protecting one another, covering up the matter. Let's investigate along 2 lines. Let the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court conduct the hearings. You should not interfere with their investigations anymore. I will temporarily establish a special case office for you, allowing the Imperial City Office to assist you. You will have full authority to review the case and report directly to me without needing to report to the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. Zhao Ding immediately understood what the emperor wanted to do. The Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice had only produced 5 minor officials, which clearly did not satisfy the emperor. If they continued to mix the cases together, it would be fruitless. By separating them into 2 lines, allowing the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court to conduct the hearings, the emperor did not expect them to provide genuinely useful results. Rather, the other line would be key. Once that line produces results, it would go directly to the judicial process for sentencing. This way, the temporary special case office would slap the faces of the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice, further highlighting the inaction of those officials. This would provide a reason to carry out personnel reforms in the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice. Brilliant. Zhao Ding couldn't help but praise the emperor's arrangement in his heart. Previously, he had heard that the current Emperor Zhao was an extremely low-key and simple person during his time as crown prince, not showing any grandiosity. Now it seemed that he was a decisive and capable ruler. He said, I accept your orders. You can rest assured to investigate. Don't hesitate about who you uncover. I don't believe this country has no laws. I am waiting for you to uncover them and execute their families, seize their wealth. I am eagerly anticipating it. Yes, Zhao Ding was assigned a position in the Military Equipment Supervisory Office, given the title of Deputy Minister of the Kaifeng Prefecture. And now a temporary special case office was established with assistance from the Imperial City Office. Why? To provide opportunities for merit. As long as he achieves something, he will be promoted immediately. This is how to cultivate and support one's own people. Once capable officials like Zhao Ding enter the corps, Zhao Ning's reforms can truly take flight. On December 20th, the governor of Suzhou, Zhongzhe, who was in charge of the Hebei Volunteer Army, arrived in Xiangzhou and met with the Grand Marshal of Hebei, Zhao Go. I pay my respects to the Grand Marshal. The young man in his 20s sitting in the middle was Zhao Go. At that time, Zhao Go was still the 9th prince, Prince Kong. He had been sent by Emperor Zhao Huan last month to meet with Wanyan Zonghan, who was still in Hebei, to request a peace negotiation, but was intercepted by Zhongzhe in Suzhou. This was a historical coincidence. If Zhao Go had not been intercepted by Zhongzhe and had been captured by Wanyan Zonghan, he would undoubtedly not have been let go, and at that time, the Zhao Song royal family would have had no escape, and there would have been no southern Song. Zhao Go put down his teacup, stood up, and bowed to Zhongzhe. General Zong, you have my respect. I did not know that the Grand Marshal summoned me for what purpose? This marshal acts on the emperor's orders and opens the Grand Marshal's office to recruit the loyal army of Hebei. The capital city is in a precarious situation, and this marshal is eager to recruit talented individuals. I appoint General Zong as Deputy Grand Marshal to command the right flank in order to resist the Jin army. Zhongzhe immediately said, I am grateful for the Grand Marshal's trust, and I will not fail your expectations. Zhongzhe came with his own demands. Since Zhao Go had now issued the order for the loyal army from Hebei and Hedong, troops from various regions would inevitably arrive one after another. Then, when would they march south to Kaifeng to support the king? This was the urgent issue. Historically, Zhongzhe was absolutely loyal to the country. He was also a tragic figure. After the fall of the capital, Zhongzhe had always wanted to march south to support the king, continuously sending letters to Zhao Go. Zhao Go ignored him. Zhongzhe called on other generals to march south to support the king, but they called him arrogant. Arrogant? In the second year of Jingkong, Zhongzhe fought 13 battles against the Jin and won them all. He was a renowned general who had been overlooked. Chapter 40. The Loyal Army. When does the Grand Marshal plan to mobilize the army to support the king? Zhao Go sighed and remained silent. The governor of Xiangzhou, Wang Boyan, said, General Zong, the situation is severe now. The capital has been besieged by the Jin army, and according to the news from the south, there are 150,000 troops outside the city, including Wanyan Zonghan, Wanyan Zongwang, and Wanyan Zongbi, Wanyan Wushou. Zhongzhe had a very strange expression, What does this have to do with marching south to support the king? Wang Boyan smiled, but was cursing Zhong Zhe as an idiot in his heart. General Zhong, the current situation is dire. We must plan for the long term. Plan for the long term. Zhong Zhe's voice immediately rose. At this time, Zhong Zhe was already 67 years old, with white hair and beard. But his voice was like thunder, causing Wang Boyan to involuntarily take 2 steps back. Now the capital is in imminent danger, concerning the state and the world. Even if the Jin bandits have 1,000,000 troops, as loyal subjects of the state, we should risk our lives. General Zhong, please calm down. We're not saying we won't march south to support the king, but the loyal army is still on the way, and the Grand Marshal's order has just been issued. Then when will we march south? We need to set a target deadline, right? Wang Boyan added. General Zhong, the urgent task now is to quickly organize the troops. How many troops do you have under your command? Zhao Go replied. There are 10,000 troops, all in Xiangzhou. Zhong Zhe said. My troops in Xizhou number 8,000, and I can recruit several thousand more. However, Zhong Zhe no longer looked at Wang Boyan, but excitedly said to Zhao Go, please, Marshal, give the order to march south. We will meet at Lidu by the Yellow River and intercept the Jin thieves on their way back. They will surely be filled with fear and chaos. Once we recruit more loyal troops, we will reach Chanyuan, establish camps and fortifications. In this way, our army will be close to the Jin army, and they will not dare to attack the city with full force. If the Jin army wants to seize grain in the capital region, our army can respond at any time. Wang Boyan still wore a smile, but in his heart, he had already completely dismissed Zhong Zhe's plan. Wang Boyan said, Marshal Zhong's plan is indeed brilliant, but the Grand Marshal is a bit fatigued at the moment. It would be better to discuss it later. Zhong Zhe, however, grabbed Zhao Go's sleeve and said, Grand Marshal, the Emperor has been longing for assistance day and night. Zhao Go was startled when Zhong Zhe tugged at his sleeve, and Wang Boyan quickly went over to pull Zhong Zhe's hand away. General Zhong, let go quickly. The Grand Marshal is unwell today. If you disturb him, how can we assist the Emperor? Zhong Zhe took a deep breath and reluctantly released his grip. Grand Marshal, General Zhong, I understand your urgency. Please return to Xizhou first. As soon as I have a plan, I will immediately send someone to inform you. I take my leave. Zhong Zhe turned to leave, but then turned back again, reluctantly saying goodbye. Zhao Go was 20 years old this year, and this year marked the highlight of his life and history. Earlier this year, when the Jins first marched south, Zhao Go and Zhang Bangchong went to negotiate with the Jin camp. Zhang Bangchong was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe, while Zhao Go calmly rebuked the Jins, displaying a demeanor full of youthful vigor. He stunned Wanyan Zhonghan and Wanyan Wushou. Wanyan Zhonghan thought, this Song Dynasty prince is so brave, he must be a fake prince. Consequently, the Jins released Zhao Go and demanded that Dong Jing send a real prince for negotiations. As a result, when Zhao Go returned, Prince Su came, who was so terrified that he rolled and crawled, ultimately getting captured. In early November, Zhao Go was again ordered to go to the Jin army's camp, but he was intercepted by Zhong Zhe on the way. At this time, he established the Hebei Grand Marshal's office in Xiangzhou, widely recruiting loyal troops. What was Zhao Go's mindset at this moment? Why did he appoint Wang Boyan as vice-marshal? Wang Boyan was a person who was extremely shameless and had no principles. A surrenderist trained by Qin Hui himself. Naturally, Wang Boyan had his own needs. As the governor of Xiangzhou, he wanted to climb higher, which would take a long time. But right now, he had caught Zhao Go, this Hebei Grand Marshal, and his opportunity to achieve merit had arrived. He needed to firmly hold on to Zhao Go, get close to him, and make Zhao Go trust him. However, last month, Zhong Zhe had saved Zhao Go's life by intercepting him. And Zhong Zhe had troops and had won several battles, so his prestige was high. He calculated that Zhao Go would definitely use Zhong Zhe. He could not let Zhao Go listen to Zhong Zhe, otherwise, he would have no chance. Therefore, he had to exclude Zhong Zhe. The means to exclude Zhong Zhe was to stabilize Zhao Go and go against Zhong Zhe. It can be said that Wang Boyan was a psychological master. He had actually seen Zhao Go's current state. What was Zhao Go's state? Zhao Go was somewhat scared. After all, a person, having experienced the fearless bravado of youth, will eventually calm down and start to seriously reflect on their actions. During this time, Wang Boyan's conversations with Zhao Go revealed that the Prince of Kong vaguely expressed a pessimistic outlook on the current situation. This was exactly Wang Boyan's opportunity. If Dong Jing were to fall, the Jins would surely capture the current emperor, and since the Prince of Kong was the Grand Marshal, the world could not be without a leader for even a day, and he could soar to greatness. One could say that Wang Boyan, this opportunist, was very skilled in this regard. Zhao Go sighed and said, have I disappointed General Zhong? Wang Boyan immediately replied, Your Highness, you flatter me. I dare to speak frankly. General Zhong is somewhat impulsive. Right now, there are 150,000 troops outside Dongjing, and we are currently understaffed and cannot assist the Emperor. Your Highness need not blame yourself. Then what should we do once we gather enough manpower? At that moment, the front commander Lu Hao came in. Grand Marshal. What is it? Our troops have recruited up to 20,000. When shall we march south to assist the Emperor? Zhao Go pondered for a moment and said, You will immediately lead 10,000 troops southward towards Junzhou and Huazhou to create a diversion for Kaifeng, making the Jins wary. Lu Hao said, I take my leave. After Lu Hao went out, he quickly assembled the troops. Near the military camp in Xiangzhou, they could finally march south to assist the emperor. In the wind and snow, a young soldier sighed and said, picking up his twin hammers and walking forward. Someone beside him said, "You Fei, I heard that the Genes are fierce. Did you fight against them in the north?" "Yes, I have fought against the Genes. They are indeed brave, but our great song also has fearless young men." No one knew yet that this young man would one day become a renowned general who instilled fear in the Genes and became famous throughout the world. Inside the room, Wang Boyan continued, "Your Highness, since the troops have already been dispatched, why don't we immediately head north to Daming Prefecture to continue recruiting loyal troops?" Zhao Go thought for a moment and said, "Good." Zhao Go embarked on his historical trajectory. Meanwhile, Zhongzhe was on his way to Cizhou. Mobilizing troops southward to Ligudu, it seemed that fate could not be changed. No. Zhao Ning never expected Zhao Go to immediately march south after gathering the loyal troops. If he had crossed over a month earlier, he definitely wouldn't have written any wax letters to have Zhao Go serve as the Grand Marshal. As long as Zhongzhe and Chen Gue could successfully arrive and enter the territory of Kaifeng, or even nearby, the game could still be played out. Chapter 41. The situation has changed. The Hidden Dragon should not be used. The forces of the Grand Marshal's office in Xiangzhou began to mobilize towards Daming Prefecture, Beijing, in the Song Dynasty. In Hudong and Hebei, the border troops that had been defeated began to receive the order to assist the emperor, gathering towards Zhao Go. When one is young, healthy, and full of male hormones, they may develop an illusion of being invincible and capable of anything. This illusion is like an ant roaring that it can move a piece of wood 100 times larger than itself. However, one cannot completely deny the arrogance and blind passion of youth. It is precisely this arrogance and blind passion that allow the young to carve their own path through thorns, becoming wise and resilient in their youth. Yet, for some, the youthful fervor cools down rapidly in their youth, transforming not into wisdom and resilience, but into something trite. For example, Wang Boyan. For example, Zhao Go. Perhaps this is the power of authority. It can turn a once heroic youth into a ferocious dragon. According to Zhao Ning's predictions, his arrival and the things he has done so far would not bring about significant changes to matters outside Dongjing in a short span of 1 or 2 months. At least, it doesn't seem so. In the main line of history, the only thing he has done is to prevent the fall of Dongjing in November, allowing the situation to enter a stalemate. Why say it doesn't seem so? Because this butterfly effect has yet to manifest. As the saying goes, let the bullet fly for a while. What is the impact of Dongjing falling versus Dongjing holding on in the grand scheme of things? Let's put it this way. If the city of Tokyo falls on November 25th, just like in history, a considerable portion of the loyalist army will develop ulterior motives. How do we explain this? The reason is simple. If the capital falls, the sacred artifacts may be tarnished, and the emperor could be captured. The world might change hands. Various factions will naturally consider their own escape routes. When a power center is shattered and a power vacuum emerges, there will inevitably be a group of people eyeing the position of the power center. Historical figures like Wang Boyan and Huang Qinshan were like this. As for Zhao Go at this moment, has he already revealed his ambition and coldness? That's impossible. Zhao Go is only 20 years old at this time. In the first 20 years of his life, he grew up in the imperial palace. As the 9th prince, if the Jinkong humiliation did not happen, he would have lived his life as a peaceful prince. Most of those who claim that Zhao Go has ambition this year are judging him from a later perspective, as if they are God. At this time, Zhao Go is even less ambitious than Zhao Kai. At this moment, Zhao Go is more likely to be at a loss, confused, and even a little fearful. Of course, there is also the excitement of initially holding power. Princes do not have much power. But now he is the supreme commander of the armed forces, and the loyalist and righteous armies from Hebei, Hedong, Shaanxi, and Shandong are almost all gathering around him. At this moment, Zhao Go's actions are influenced not only by himself, but also by those around him. Zhao Ning thought for a moment. Who would be around Zhao Go at this time? Wang Boyan. Soon, Huang Qinshan. These two surrender factions are full of foolish schemes. Zhao Ning took a deep breath, walked to the map, and looked at the area north of the Yellow River. Many states and prefectures in Hebei and Hedong, Shaanxi, have fallen, but at this moment, righteous armies are rising everywhere, and the war is not over. This is his biggest trump card and the key to forcing the Jin army to retreat. To be honest, Wang Boyan is not a born surrenderist. It's all about interests. Earlier this year, Wang Boyan even presented the 10 strategies for the Hebei border defense to Zhao Huan. And only then did the court send him to Xiangzhou as governor to oversee border defense matters. However, the situation is very delicate. After the fall of the capital, there is a strong trend of changing hands in the world. In this sensitive period, everyone reveals their true colors and begins to plot their escape routes. People like Wang Boyan start to grab Zhao Go without any bottom line, hoping to rise to power. This is the difference between the capital being attacked and not being attacked. Therefore, it seems that what Zhao Ning is doing at the moment has no impact on the overall situation, but in reality, it affects the whole game. As long as the capital is still standing, the loyalist army will gradually gather. Even if Zhao Go develops various thoughts in the following time. As long as the rightful ruler is still in the capital, Others will urge him to march south to support the emperor. In the afternoon, Zhao Ning ascended the city tower again. In the wide expanse of ice and snow, the Jin army's camp surged like endless waves of the sea. In the distance, the Jin army was forcing some civilians to build large-scale catapults. The next larger-scale siege should not be far off. On December 20th, the Yellow River froze, and snow fell for thousands of miles. It seemed that only the sound of wind and snow remained in the world. This area is sparsely populated, and many people have already fled south. Most of the remaining ones cannot escape. At the entrance of a small village ahead, there are faint sounds of cursing mixed in with the wind and snow. A group of Jin soldiers is forcibly conscripting at the village entrance. A leading Jin officer shouted loudly, "Hurry up! If anyone dares to delay, I'll cut off their head." The officer's official language was somewhat stilted, and his pronunciation of Chinese was not very accurate. It seems he is not Han, but rather Khitan. Some villagers in front had pale faces, shivering all over, struggling to walk in the snow. A few people had just resisted but were killed in public, and no one dared to resist anymore. After all, everyone wants to survive. There are wives and children at home. If they die, they have nothing left. Move faster, or you will end up like them. This Jin officer roared at the civilians. Suddenly, a small cavalry unit appeared in the snowy field, charging swiftly toward them. Wang Gui said, "You Du Xiong, is there a possibility of an ambush by Jin thieves around?" Yu Fei did not answer, but led 300 cavalrymen quickly forward. The Jin officer turned around and saw that the other Jin soldiers also noticed that a group of people was approaching them. Enemies. The Jin soldiers immediately became vigilant, and everyone quickly formed a formation to meet the enemy. Yu Fei came like the wind. Initially, these few hundred men were reluctant to engage the Jin people in direct combat. Everyone had their fears. But Yu Fei took the lead, wielding dual hammers, charging ahead. Seeing their commander, the Song army centurion, like this, everyone followed suit and charged. As they got closer, Yu Fei swung his right hammer and struck the nearest Jin soldier on the head with a muffled thud, deforming his helmet. This Jin soldier immediately fell to the ground. Dead. The warhorse neighed, but Yu Fei was the first to charge in. How is Yu Fei's personal combat strength? According to historical records, Yu Fei followed the martial arts master Zhou Tong during the late Northern Song, famous for his archery skills. Historical records state he possessed divine strength. Before he reached adulthood, he could draw a bow of 300 pounds and shoot a crossbow of 8 stones, learning archery from Zhou Tong and mastering his techniques. Able to shoot accurately to the left and right. At that time, the highest record in the Song dynasty was only 3 stones. But Yu Fei could draw an 8-stone bow, weighing 798 pounds, and his crossbow could shoot 536 pounds. In this world, there are geniuses in various fields. For example, Emperor Huizong of Song Zhaoji is a genius in painting and calligraphy. Similarly, Yu Fei is a genius in military strategy and warfare. Geniuses are not inherently perfect. They simply learn and grow faster than others. Chapter 42. About to enter a deterrent situation when the Jin army faced the Song army. They were initially confident, but did not expect the newcomers to be so formidable. 3 people attempted to advance and attack Yu Fei. However, Yu Fei's speed was significantly faster than theirs. Before the 3 could act, Yu Fei's dual hammers seemed to have eyes of their own. The left hammer swung fiercely, striking the shoulder of the Jin soldier on the left. This blow from Yu Fei could probably crush a cow, let alone a person, and this Jin soldier was unarmored. He fell to the snow, sliding a short distance before colliding with his own men. His shoulder bone was shattered and caved in. He did not die immediately but twitched in the snow. Yu Fei's movements were very simple, without any excess. His right hammer simultaneously smashed down, hitting the head of the Jin soldier on the right. With a cracking sound, the head split open, brain matter oozing out from beneath the cap, and he died instantly. The 3rd Jin soldier had just moved when he was stabbed to death by Wang Gui. The rear Song soldiers surged forward, quickly tearing apart the Jin soldiers' defenses with the impact of cavalry. The 2 sides began to engage in fierce combat. This group of Jin soldiers was not elite and hardly worthy of mention. They were merely a logistics unit conscripting civilian labor nearby. By the time of the Song dynasty, the armor rate among soldiers had indeed greatly increased, but it was still not at 100. The Jin army was known for its iron armor, but such logistical troops would not wear armor. Soon, this group of Jin soldiers was defeated by the Song army. The war was over. Yu Fei did not allow anyone to pursue, as there were too many Jurchen soldiers in this area, and it could easily lead to the enemy discovering them. He only brought 300 men, sent by Lu Hao to scout for news at Ligu Crossing. He had heard that Zhongzhe was going there, and it would be best if they could meet up with him. A captured Myuk was brought before Yu Fei. Yu Fei wanted to extract some information from him, but this person was just a minor Myuk and a logistics soldier at that, completely unaware of the overall situation. He didn't even know how many Jurchen fortifications had been built near Ligu Crossing. He only knew where his main force was, and he was clueless about how many men were with them. Essentially, he was of no use. Yu Fei dismissed him and ordered his execution. The Jurchen soldiers begged for mercy, but were dragged into the snow by the Song army. The blade came down, cutting into their necks with a crunch, their heads rolling in the snow, staining it red. The surrounding civilians who had been captured all applauded in delight. Yu Fei then asked these villagers, and they only said that the Jurchens were forcibly conscripting labor everywhere, with no other information to provide. It was a bleak, white day, and snow was still falling. Yu Fei looked southward, towards the direction of Bianjing. A surge of ambition rose within him, an impulse to rush forward and fight the Jurchens to the death immediately. However, he suppressed this emotion. The reason the Song army could defeat this group of Jurchens was that they only numbered a little over 200 and were merely logistics troops. If they encountered a regular Jurchen army, Yu Fei's small force would be insufficient to pose any threat to them. Nevertheless, even so, other Song soldiers were somewhat inspired by this small battle. Yu Fei immediately led his men to hurry towards Huazhou. The world was silent, the stars streaking across the sky. Zhao Ning stood at the entrance of the windy hall, gazing up at the starry sky. The night after the snow was clear and bright. At that moment, Queen Zhu Lian arrived. Seeing Zhao Ning standing alone outside the hall, she took a cloak and draped it over him. "Your Majesty, be careful not to catch a cold. You've come. What are you thinking about?" "Waiting," Zhu Lian asked in confusion. "Waiting for what?" "Waiting for this year to end. Rest assured, next year will surely be a prosperous year." The year end was approaching, and in previous years, during this time, the city of Dongjing would be brightly lit, with firecrackers exploding and people joyfully walking the streets. Children would wear tiger shoes, laughing and playing. The streets would be filled with lanterns. People would speak auspicious words, bidding farewell to the past and welcoming the new year. However, this year, there was nothing. At that moment, the city of Dongjing was very quiet. Everyone dreamed every night of Jurchen soldiers attacking the city, sometimes waking suddenly and hastily grabbing their weapons by the bedside. The entire city remained in anxiety. The person most anxious in his heart should actually be Zhao Ning, because only he knew what kind of scene would unfold after the Jurchens breached the city. He was waiting for changes in the situation. What he could do now was to do his utmost to defend Dongjing. The rest depended on Zhao Go, Zhongzhe, Yu Fei, and the armies from various routes in Shaanxi. If he remembered correctly, according to the trajectory of history, at this time, Yu Fei had already joined Zhao Go's army to defend the country, assigned under Lu Hao. He was leading 300 cavalry, advancing towards Li Gu Crossing to gather intelligence. Zhongzhe had also begun to take action, and soon Lu Hao's troops would be transferred to Zhongzhe's command. This meant that Yu Fei would officially become Zhongzhe's subordinate, which should happen within the next half-month. Next month, in the first month of the second year of Jingkong, Zhongzhe would arrive at Kai Prefecture, Puyang, only 200 miles from Dongjing. Zhongzhe would achieve 13 victories in 13 battles here. Yu Fei would also begin to show his prowess in these campaigns. Of course, they would not be facing the elite main forces of the Jurchens. However, it would still boost morale, making the likes of Wanyan Zhonghan and others think twice. If they could hold Dongjing, the forces of Zhongzhe north of the Yellow River would at least put tremendous pressure on the logistics of Wanyan Zhonghan. If Zhao Go's army to defend the country gathered fully, even if he did not send troops, the Jurchen army would be more apprehensive, if nothing unexpected occurred. Within 2 months, both sides would enter a state of mutual deterrence. The Jurchens would threaten Kaifeng, while Zhongzhe would threaten the Jurchens' northern supply lines and fortifications. Zhao Go would claim to have 100,000 troops ready to defend the country, even if he did not send troops. It would make the Jurchen forces deep within the Song territory more wary. This situation would be about who had more supplies, who had a steadier morale, and who could withstand the pressure, rather than a direct confrontation on the battlefield. This was the situation Zhao Ning wanted. But before this situation arrived, Wanyan Zhonghan would surely launch another large-scale siege. He definitely would. Time passed quickly, and it was already late December. On December 28th, Zhao Ning personally went to the Military Equipment Supervisory Office again. Wang Si, with dark circles under his eyes, said, "Your Majesty, everything you requested is here." Wang Si looked noticeably thinner and more haggard than a month ago. It was clear that he had not rested well over the past month. "Your Majesty, the quantity of raw materials is about to reach its limit. We can't go out," Zhao Ning said. "I know, you've all worked hard during this time." He looked at the people around him and said, "Thank you all for your hard work." He then turned to Mei Zhilin, who had accompanied him, and said, "Check with the Ministry of Revenue and release a batch of salaries for everyone so they can have a peaceful new year." Mei Zhilin replied, "Your Majesty, rest assured. I will coordinate with Supervisor Wang." Zhao Ning said, "Go to the Ministry of Personnel and inform them to promote Wang Si to Deputy Supervisor of the Military Equipment Supervisory Office." Wang Si quickly said, "I thank your Majesty." At that moment, Gao Qiu suddenly arrived at the Military Equipment Supervisory Office. The personnel inside reported in a tense tone, "Your Majesty, Grand Marshal Gao is outside requesting an audience. He says the Jurchens are about to attack the city." Chapter 43. Behind us is our homeland. We have no retreat suddenly. The sound of drums could be faintly heard outside. Zhao Ning turned to look outside. This was the signal for the entire city to be on alert. The Jurchens were attacking the city? Good heavens! Wanyan Zhonghan and Wanyan Zhongwang were indeed quite proactive. They didn't let me have a moment's peace this early in the morning. Zhao Ning turned and left the Military Equipment Supervisory Office. He had originally intended to check on the progress of the artillery, but now was not the time. Along the way, Zhao Ning saw people coming out of the houses by the roadside from the window of his carriage, all gazing towards the South City Gate. The Jurchen bandits were coming again. A thin young man rushed into a house, holding an iron rod, and then went back outside. Before leaving, he instructed, "Make sure to close the door tight. Don't come out." His wife pulled their son inside and shut the door. "Let's go to the old place," the young man said to a middle-aged man next door. Everyone immediately grouped together, some holding iron rods, some holding sickles, and others wielding long knives. These people were the most ordinary common folk of Dongjing, living peacefully during prosperous times. An elder called out from behind, "Don't walk in the middle of the road. Soon Zhao Guanjia might come to the south city gate. Do not obstruct the emperor's procession." The young men at the front then realized and quickly moved aside, calling out to those ahead, "Don't walk in the middle of the road. Make way for Zhao Guanjia." Also, soon the military and civilians will need to transport military supplies and grain. Clear the main road completely. It's hard to imagine that these are the spontaneous words of the ordinary people in Tokyo. No one is guiding them. No one is forcing them. Everyone has already formed this consciousness. It is a collective awareness. In the face of danger, what was once a scattered group quickly comes together. It's the emperor's carriage. Someone suddenly shouted, "It's the emperor." The crowd became lively. Zhao Ning heard those voices from outside. An unprecedented unity emerged in Tokyo, which is a good thing. The Song dynasty is still a scattered group, with the military acting independently and officials arguing endlessly. But at least Tokyo has come together. Suddenly, the carriage slowed down. There were people moving slowly ahead. The imperial guards were preparing to negotiate. Zhao Ning pulled back the curtain and saw that in front, soldiers and civilians were transporting military supplies. There were boxes of arrowheads, armor, and catapults. He called to the imperial guards and then instructed the carriage to change direction. Jing Chao said, "Your Majesty, the roads in various places might be congested. The only main street is the smoothest." The main street was originally designated for the emperor's travel. From the palace to the South City Gate. The main street in northern Song's Tokyo is nearly 200 meters wide and nearly 10 miles long, making it a very broad street. Then let us follow these soldiers and civilians. Now, everything is prioritized for soldiers and military preparations. After more than half an hour, the emperor's carriage arrived at the South City Gate. Zhao Ning got off the carriage, and Zhang Bofan came over with people. The surrounding soldiers and civilians were busy transporting military supplies, including armor, swords, and containers of incendiary oil, crossbows, and so on. Teams of soldiers pushed catapults up the slope to the city gate. Many catapults had already been added to the towers. The Military Equipment Supervisory Bureau was both manufacturing and transporting equipment. The 800 catapults were basically completed, and boxes of thunderous explosives were being pushed up. Even the moat had been equipped with catapults and filled with crossbows. At the South City Gate, there were also 10 large crossbows set up. The officers below were shouting, directing everyone to move things in an orderly manner. In the nearby houses, doctors were also ready with medicines, along with personnel specially organized by the Kaifeng government who resembled nurses. They were all prepared. At this time, nearly 2/3 of the herbs in the city had been requisitioned and purchased by the government to be made into urgently needed war supplies. "Your Majesty." Zhao Ning strode up to the city tower, asking as he walked, "What is the situation?" "The Jin thieves have mobilized a large number of troops. There are 100 catapults, countless siege ladders, nearly 300 of them. This time, there will be even more attackers." The weight of the words "even more" carried a heavy feeling. Just from the number of catapults, it could be seen that it was 10 times that of the last time. And the siege ladders had skyrocketed from 5 to 300. If the last time was just intimidation, this time Wanyan Zonghan and Wanyan Zongwang were serious. This year in Taiyuan City, Wanyan Zonghan also used hundreds of catapults, digging tunnels and cutting off water, using the limits of what humans could conceive. Now attacking Tokyo is nearly the same. As Zhao Ning went up, he saw that in the icy and snowy expanse, the Jin army had already lined up. The infantry was at the front, arranged in blocks, as orderly as if measured with a ruler. Unlike the logistical troops of the grain transport teams that Yufei attacked, these Jin troops were the elite of the elite, all clad in heavy armor, the strongest warriors of this era. In front, a long row of catapults was set up, and people were pushing the siege ladders forward. From the city wall, one could hear the rhythmic sounds of the Jin soldiers. Looking down, it was a vast sea of steel. Zhang Bofan said, "Your Majesty, you must leave this place quickly. The Jin people are about to attack the city." Zhao Ning turned around and saw some soldiers with a heavy expression on their faces. He quickly walked to the city tower's entrance and shouted, "Brothers!" Everyone's gaze unconsciously gathered to this side. "Brothers! The Jin thieves are attacking the city again. They are using those things to scare us." His eyes quickly scanned everyone. 1,000 years ago, the Huns, sweeping across the grasslands, considered themselves invincible and were annihilated by the Han. 700 years ago, the Hu people descended south. The central plains were in peril. Can you still hear the names of those Hu people now? 500 years ago, the Turks came and went like the wind in the northern desert. Sheli Khan was at the gates of Chang'an. Where are the Turks now? More than 100 years ago, the so-called invincible Khitan also came here. Then they fled in panic. He was referring to the incident during the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period when Khitan's Liao Taizong, Yeldeguang, captured Kaifeng City. The Khitan believed that capturing Kaifeng would allow them to dominate the central plains, but the Han people rose up against them. leading to a complete defeat of the Khitan army, which was beaten back to Hebei. Before the establishment of the Song dynasty, the Han people were very brave in battle. At the beginning of the Song dynasty, inheriting the legacy of the later Zhou, when Zhao Kuanyin was still around, the military prowess was abundant, almost striking wherever they pointed, sweeping across the world. Even the Liao kingdom did not dare to confront the Song army head-on. That was the most glorious moment of the Song dynasty's founding. The Imperial Guard's strong troops and the silent iron cavalry were all renowned existences. Unfortunately, they were all defeated by Zhao Guangyi, the chariot god. Zhao Ning felt a strong sense of crisis, and a strong counteraction against this crisis surged in his heart. His voice echoed between the city towers. At first, the people below were still communicating, but after he spoke a few sentences, everyone's gaze shifted, and they fell silent. They have all disappeared into history, but we remain. Only we, the Han people, passed down from generation to generation. Enemies are coming. Countless righteous men and women will take up swords to defend our home and country. There are heroic souls in the loyalty and valor temple. Today, if the gene thieves want to battle us, then we will fight to the end. He pointed to the city and shouted loudly, "Behind us is our home. We have no way to retreat." Chapter 44: The Decisive Battle of Tokyo. Defend the homeland. Fight to the death. A thunderous roar erupted from the city walls. Outside the city, the Jin army camped, their armor like a sea. Inside the city, soldiers and civilians were united, their blood boiling. Half an hour later, the snow fell heavier, and the wind grew stronger. On both banks of the Yellow River, 1,000 miles were frozen, and 10,000 miles were snowing. At some point, it seemed as if the world had fallen into a heavy silence, leaving only the sound of wind and snow. After a moment, the heavy sound of horns could be heard from outside the city. Everyone inside knew that the Jin army was preparing to attack. The echo of the horns slowly dissipated in the heavens and earth, entering a brief silence again. After a moment, the people inside the city could faintly hear the sound of footsteps approaching. It was not the footsteps of one person, but the footsteps of countless people. They were uniform, thud thud, echoing in the heavens and earth. The snow on the city walls seemed to tremble slightly. If one stood on the city walls, they would see orderly military formations advancing steadily like a gathering of steel on the open ground outside Tokyo. The snow was kicked up in large flakes, resembling rising white mist. In the gaps of the military formations were large catapults, each towering 6 or 7 meters high. Behind each catapult, dozens of people were pushing, leaving long traces in the snow. Next to the catapult, there was a cloud ladder combined with a goose cart. They looked like monstrous creatures advancing towards Tokyo City. Wanyan Zonghan drew his sword and shouted, "Kill!" Those around him began to chant, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The sound rolled quickly like ocean waves, growing louder and louder. 100,000 troops. There are 100,000 troops at the South City Gate. They spread out horizontally, stretching for miles, shouting, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The roar grew louder, echoing between heaven and earth, as if transforming into gigantic waves several dozen meters high, crashing towards Tokyo City. In the face of such a steel ocean and such a roaring tide, individuals felt like a small boat in a stormy sea. This momentum was a fatal psychological blow to the defenders. However, at that moment, someone on the city wall also began to shout loudly, "Defend our homeland. Fight to the death." The voice spread quickly, and the city wall erupted with a sound like a raging tide. "Defend our homeland. Fight to the death." Every soldier of the Song army was armored and wore helmets that covered almost the entire head, leaving only the eyes exposed. They held crossbows in their hands and had iron bone clubs at their waists, some tightly gripped axes and halberds. Soon, the war drums of the Jin army began to sound. Suddenly, a massive stone tore through the sky, crashing towards the city wall. The Song soldiers quickly raised their shields and hid behind them. With a loud bang, the giant stone smashed into the shield, deforming it, and the arms of the soldiers holding the shield were shattered. The immense impact surged in, shaking their internal organs violently, causing them to faint immediately. The Jin army launched 100 such stones, bombarding the city tower. Some struck the Song soldiers like the first one, while others hit the city wall. Next, hundreds of tall cloud ladders began to approach the city tower. Each goose cart beneath the ladders concealed Jin soldiers. The Song army began to fight back, archers taking advantage of the gaps in the enemy's catapults to shoot arrows. Instantly, fire arrows rained down like a red storm, striking the goose carts and embedding themselves between the ladders. The Jin soldiers behind were unaffected by the Song army's arrows and continued to rhythmically push the ladders forward. After firing the fire arrows, the catapults on the city tower began to counterattack, launching thunderous projectiles. When they landed, they exploded on the ground. Some thunderous projectiles shot out hooks, while others served only to scare. But their effect was clear. The loud explosions, though not very powerful, were enough to instill fear. The speed of the Jin army's ladders noticeably slowed. 2 ladders struck by fire arrows began to burn in small areas. But it seemed like heaven was against the Song dynasty, as the wind and snow quickly extinguished the flames. Soon, the next wave of catapult strikes from the Jin army followed. Injured Song soldiers were dragged away by those behind them to immediately change defenses. The speed of the catapult slowed, yet they continued to advance. Both sides thus entered the initial stage of the siege battle. When the catapults were close to the city, the Song army began to throw thunderous projectiles down. Some Jin soldiers were injured and fell to the ground, howling, while the remaining Jin soldiers fiercely pushed the goose carts. As the goose carts reached the base of the city, the Jin army's charge sounded suddenly. The main force of the Jin army, which had not moved, surged forward. They quickly rushed towards the city tower, and at a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of them, like a swarm of locusts invading, rapidly filling the area outside the south gate of Tokyo City. War immediately entered a completely different rhythm. Kill, 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 shouted the Jin soldiers. Leading the charge was Wanyan Wushu's regiment, a fierce general in the Jin army, second only to Wanyan Zonghan and Wanyan Zongwang, the Jin army's heavily armored cavalry. The Iron Floating Tower was founded by him. His troops were brave and skilled in battle, invincible in attack. Faster, shouted the Jin soldiers inside the goose carts. Someone immediately began to pull the ropes vigorously, and the ladders on the goose carts quickly rose from a horizontal position, pressing towards the city wall. The moment the ladder rested on the city wall, Jin soldiers immediately poured out of the goose carts as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Faced with the overwhelming Jin army, the Song archers and crossbowmen no longer needed to aim. They could shoot forward with their eyes closed and still hit the Jin soldiers. Release arrows. The archers immediately drew their bows and began to shoot, a dense barrage of arrows shooting up into the sky, instantly forming a black cloud that pressed downwards. Ding ding ding. The arrows densely struck the Jin soldiers' armor. Even if they couldn't pierce through, the sheer quantity created a powerful impact. Some Jin soldiers were knocked off balance and fell to the ground, tripping those behind them. Instantly, a small chaos ensued. Next were the crossbow arrows, which had even greater power. Countless metal arrowheads struck the armor like a torrential storm, producing sounds of metal clashing, echoing like thunder. It was as if steel was about to shatter. Numerous marks appeared on the Jin soldiers' armor. Some unfortunate Jin soldiers were struck in unprotected eyes, blood spraying out immediately. The sharp crossbow bolts pierced directly into their brains, killing them instantly. Soon, chaos in front of the city tower expanded, and patches of red blood appeared in the snow. The Jin soldiers behind seemed unaffected, continuing to charge forward madly. The Jin soldiers in the goose carts quickly climbed the ladders. Thunderous projectiles. Hurry! Thunderous projectiles fell, exploding with deafening sounds, knocking the Jin soldiers below into the snow. At this moment, the Jin army's catapult strikes came again. This time, the Jin army used explosive iron cannons. They crashed down on the city tower, exploding and injuring a group of Song soldiers. The Jin soldiers below skillfully climbed up. The Song army's swordsmen, holding iron bone clubs, were already prepared. Chapter 45. Iron-blooded Bianjing. The Jin army's iron cannons continued to rain down, streaking through the air like meteors, densely crashing onto the city tower. Bang bang bang. Countless explosions erupted along the city wall. Thin shards of iron struck the stones of the parapet, carving out countless fine lines. The shields in the hands of the Song soldiers were embedded with thin shards of iron. Some shards pierced through the shields, hitting the armor. Thankfully, the armor provided protection. Otherwise, these shards could easily slice through flesh and enter the body. Also, fortunately for the Song dynasty, the power of gunpowder was not yet that great. Had it been the explosive shells of the 19th century, the city tower would have been devastated. Moreover, the production capacity for gunpowder during the Song dynasty was still inadequate, and the Jin army's supply was limited. At this time, the first Jin soldier to climb the ladder suddenly swung an axe at the Song soldiers on the parapet. Fortunately, the Song soldiers reacted quickly and immediately blocked with their shields. The sound of the impact was drowned out in the chaotic siege battle, and the Song soldier felt a jolt in his arm, while his comrade quickly drew his iron bone club. The Jin soldier, who had not even had time to withdraw his axe, was struck in the head by the iron bone club, causing a dent in his metal helmet. Don't be fooled by its small size. The skull below is basically shattered. He fell unwillingly, crashing down onto the Jin army below, tossed aside, and trampled underfoot. No one cared about him. The Jin soldiers below were packed tightly together, frantically climbing onto the siege ladders. From a high vantage point, one could see the southern wall of Tokyo City almost entirely covered with Jin soldiers. It was a dark mass, resembling a swarm of ants. It's worth noting that there were 300 siege ladders, and even if each was spaced only 20 meters apart, it would amount to 12 miles. The width of Tokyo City was exactly that wide. So many people crowded below, climbing up like hungry wolves. At this moment, they cared nothing for tactics or formations. They were attacking the city using the most brutal, simplest methods to take it down. This was also Wanyan Zonghan's demand. Ultimately, war is both politics and business. The Jin army had invested a significant amount of manpower and resources moving south, all of which cost money. The money spent had to be recouped from the war. There are two ways to recoup. First, the opponent pays directly. For example, during the First Battle of Tokyo earlier this year, Wanyan Zongwang extorted 5 million taels of gold and 50 million taels of silver from Song Qinzong to convince the Jin army to retreat. Song Qinzong and his ministers plundered in Tokyo City, ultimately raising the funds to give to Wanyan Zongwang. This time, Wanyan Zonghan had a bigger appetite, demanding 10 million taels of gold and 250 million taels of silver. This amount of silver nearly exceeded the total silver supply of the era. After all, the main currency of the Song dynasty was copper and iron coins, not silver. Second, by capturing Tokyo City, they could plunder the resources inside and collect taxes later. This is a question of investment and return. If there is only investment and they cannot capture Tokyo, they won't get any money, making the war a loss. Having invested so much money into a losing war, it would be difficult for Wanyan Zonghan, one of the main proponents of war, to explain himself to Wanyan Wuqi upon returning. At the very least, it would affect his political prestige in the court. This further drove Wanyan Zonghan to use any means necessary to capture this city. Zhao Ning also knew the critical nature of this war. Therefore, no matter what methods were used, he had to defend this city. The situation on the city walls was chaotic, with the Jin army's trebuchets launching iron fire projectiles, while the Song army's trebuchets sent thunderous projectiles flying. Countless Song soldiers were hit and injured by the explosions. Cries of agony echoed from the battlements. The soldiers at the back continuously dragged the wounded down, while new soldiers took their places. Similarly, countless Jin soldiers were injured by the thunderous projectiles. Pain and madness intertwined. Blood burned in the flames. Jin soldiers who just climbed up were struck down by the Song army's axe wielders and heavy weapons, falling down. For every soldier that fell, several below were hit and collapsed. More and more soldiers fell, while more climbed up the siege ladders. A new wave of Jin soldiers surged onto the battlements, and the Song army swung their axes to chop. Suddenly, an iron fire projectile came crashing down, hitting a Song soldier and knocking him to the ground, causing an explosion that affected several nearby Song soldiers. Taking the opportunity, the Jin soldiers quickly leapt up and actually reached the city tower. This Jin soldier was swift and fierce, bringing down his mace hard onto a Song soldier's helmet. With a loud bang, half of the helmet was crushed inward. Moreover, the spikes on the mace pierced down. Although it didn't penetrate the metal, it crushed part of the soldier's skull, killing him instantly. Without time to think, a nearby Song soldier swung his axe at the Jin soldier. There was no time to aim or consider. The axe struck the Jin soldier's shoulder. With a clang, it didn't penetrate but left a deep mark on the armor. However, due to the tremendous force, the Jin soldier was knocked back 2 steps. During this process, other Song soldiers had already rushed in. The heavy weapon struck the Jin soldier, making loud banging sounds. The Jin soldier was besieged and fell to the ground. Yet, in this very brief moment, a gap in the defense opened up, and Jin soldiers quickly rushed up, 3 at once. This breach in defense was equivalent to being torn open. The 3 Jin soldiers engaged in a fierce fight with other Song soldiers, while others from the Jin army surged up without obstruction. The 3 in front were killed, but 5 more had already climbed up. More and more were coming. Kill! Kill! The Song soldiers roared, some swinging heavy hammers down onto the Jin soldiers. Others struck with axes. More Song soldiers surged in from both sides. The frontline Song soldiers, blinded by rage, even embraced the Jin soldiers and crazily pushed forward. Those who couldn't push from behind joined in, pushing until they reached the battlements. And together they fell down. Human bodies wrapped in armor fell from the battlements, crashing into the dense wave of Jin soldiers below, instantly losing their last sense of consciousness. The bodies and the Jin soldiers they crushed fell to the ground, subsequently trampled by the Jin soldiers surging in from behind. The corpses piled higher and higher. Fire oil barrels. Quickly, amid the chaotic sea of people, a Song officer shouted from the battlements. Strong Song soldiers carried fire oil barrels in one hand, roaring as they ignited them and charged toward the battlements, spraying fire at the newly climbed Jin soldiers. However, the wind and snow were too strong. The Jin strategists had also considered the Song army's fire oil barrels, choosing to attack under such weather. The effectiveness of the fire oil barrels was much less than before. The flames were blown off course by the fierce wind, greatly reducing their lethality. More and more defense gaps on the battlements were torn open, and waves of Jin soldiers climbed the walls. Chapter 46. The blood and fighting spirit aroused the Song soldiers in the encircled city continued to throw thunderous projectiles. However, with the Jin army attacking so densely, even if the thunderous projectiles were thrown faster, their lethal range was ultimately limited. After the effectiveness of the fire oil barrels diminished, the battlements fell into close-quarters combat. The sounds of blunt instruments striking metal armor echoed everywhere. The Jin army surged onto the battlements in waves, only to be cut down in waves as well. Some areas of the battlements changed hands multiple times. The Jin soldiers fought fiercely, repeatedly breaching the lines and expanding their area of operation. The Song army displayed remarkable tenacity, resisting fiercely. Some needed 3 Song soldiers to surround and kill a single Jin soldier, and there were even instances where 4 or 5 were needed to take down one. The discipline of the Song army had long since deteriorated, and many no longer knew how to fight. If not for the time spent recently with Zhang Shai training soldiers in the city and Zhao Ning continuously mobilizing and instilling ideas into everyone, the current situation could have been even more brutal, perhaps even worse. One by one, Song soldiers fell quickly, only to be immediately replaced by those behind. The steps of the battlements were filled with Song soldiers, who anxiously watched above. As soon as a gap appeared, the ones in front would fill it, and those behind would move up in succession, creating a steady stream of reinforcements. In the wind and snow, everyone's backs were soaked with sweat. Death was so close, right before their eyes. But no one flinched. Knowing they were going to their deaths, no one said a word. Everyone remained silent, seemingly engaging in a foolish act of perseverance. The officers shouted in their ears, "For our homeland, for our children." Although his voice was drowned out in the clamor of the city walls, everyone knew what he was saying. Bang, bang, one by one. Iron cannons flew over the city walls, crashing down and exploding on the ground in front. The people around hurried to evade. The officers continued to shout, "We cannot retreat. Fight to the death against the enemy." An officer who had been promoted to the position of Duho, due to his merits, quickly climbed the steps. "Move aside. Move aside. I will fight alongside you." Everyone watched as one young man after another went up, but did not come back down, their hearts filled with sorrow and anger. The sounds of battle and screams could be heard throughout most of Tokyo. The common people anxiously looked this way. Fear was evident on everyone's faces. But many still held their ground, gripping the iron rods tightly. As soon as the Jin army breached the walls, they would form a new defensive line here and engage in street fighting against the Jin army. Zhao Ning looked towards the southern and western city gates. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inside he was quite nervous. He must overcome this hurdle. Once he does, the path ahead will gradually open up. For the past month, he had been poring over the financial reports of the Song Dynasty, various policies, and past memorials in the Windy Hall. This included policies from the founding of the dynasty to the reforms during the Qingli years, why they failed, and then the rise of the Tangxi, the Treaty of Chanyuan, Wang Engshi's reforms, the expansion during the Chongning period, the Maritime Treaty, and finally the battle for Tokyo. The Song dynasty had experienced a century of upheaval, but had accumulated a century of problems, becoming impoverished and weak. He had listed corresponding reform policies for various issues facing the Song dynasty and devised a strategic plan and goals for strengthening the nation and its military over the next several decades. Therefore, he must overcome this hurdle. At this moment, he knew that vibrant lives were being lost atop the city walls. As a person from the 21st century, encouraging those people to go to the battlefield to die was a tremendous psychological challenge. He felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his heart. However, since he had crossed into this war-torn era, he must constantly challenge himself and endure. Because the situations ahead would only become more difficult, with countless such moments to come. The stone throwers on both sides tirelessly hurled explosive projectiles at each other until the Jin army's iron cannons ran out first. The pressure on the Song army atop the walls was significantly reduced. After a bloody battle lasting more than an hour, the Song army regained the city walls. During this time, some Song soldiers jumped down from the walls while holding onto the attacking Jin soldiers, but they jumped inward. They landed below, convulsing a few times. Some medical personnel rushed over. They removed the soldier's helmet, preparing to rescue him, but found he was already gone. He wanted to say something, "My name is," but he never finished and breathed his last. Then he was carried away. On the city tower, a Song officer shouted, "Brothers, charge!" The Jin soldiers also roared, "Kill these Song dogs." The Jin army continued to climb relentlessly. One could not help but admire their fighting spirit and combat strength. Their strikes were more forceful, their speed greater, their killings more decisive and ruthless. This was all honed from long-term battlefield experience, something ordinary people could never achieve. Meanwhile, outside the city, the corpses had piled up like small hills. There were bodies of both Jin and Song soldiers. Even Wanyan Wuzhu felt a heaviness in his heart upon seeing such a scene. Report: Meng Yan's entire army has been annihilated. Meng Yan was a commander of the Jin army. The number of troops under him varied depending on the importance of his position. A commander did not mean just 1,000 men, but rather 3,000. The Meng and Muk system was the Jin army's integrated military and agricultural system, similar to the Tang dynasty's Fubbing system and the Ming dynasty's Weisua system. One Muk consisted of 300 households, with one person conscripted from each household during wartime. A Muk typically comprised around 300 men. 10 Muk equaled 1 Meng Yan, and Meng Yan's forces usually numbered around 3,000. Report: the Dujamuk has been defeated. Report: the Shujamuk has been defeated. Under the big flag, Wanyan Wuzhu listened to these reports, feeling a sense of heaviness in his heart. After regaining the city walls, the Song army began to chop the ladders below with long knives. By cutting the upper parts, the height of the ladders was insufficient for those below to climb up to the battlements. Others used iron hooks to pry the ladders. The hooks snagged the ladders, and about 10 men simultaneously pushed outward with all their might, causing a long line of Jin soldiers to fall from the top and die instantly. The war had been ongoing for several hours, and both sides were clearly fatigued. From the pile of corpses at the base of the city wall came continuous cries of agony, as those who had not yet died struggled to crawl. "Help me. I'm not dead yet." No one paid them any mind. Just then, the Song soldiers on the city walls began to hoist up pots of boiling hot oil with ropes. They then started pouring it down. As the hot oil cascaded downward, it quickly burned through the iron armor, seeping into the gaps. And the Jin soldiers on the ladders let out painful screams, tumbling down. In many places, the Song army also drew up molten iron from below in iron containers. The falling snow did not create a single ripple in the molten iron. Everyone exerted their strength. Chapter 47. You are forcing me to flip the table. Some strong Song soldiers pulled with all their might to raise pot after pot of molten iron. They placed it on a plank and pushed it on a cart. The molten iron slightly rippled inside. Dense steam billowed from it, and even a slight proximity made it hard to keep one's eyes open. The other Song soldiers quickly pushed the bodies of the dead soldiers aside to clear space. Everyone move aside. Everyone exert your strength. A group of people pushed the large cart, grasping the handles extending from the iron pots to stabilize it. Upon reaching the battlements, they forcefully pried the cart. The golden molten iron erupted forth, resembling lava spewing from a volcano. When the first Jin soldier was doused, he had no time to make a sound. His head collapsed instantly, and he fell like a piece of scrap metal. The molten iron poured down, lightly touching. It burned through the armor, melting flesh and bone. The people on the ladders had no time to react as a torrent of golden molten iron surged down. 7 or 8 Jin soldiers died in agony, their faces unrecognizable, and some even had half of their heads melted away. By the time those below noticed, it was too late to escape. 7 men were drenched on their heads. The molten iron's temperature reached 1,000 degrees, penetrating their helmets upon contact. Their fates mirrored those above. Furthermore, as the molten iron fell, it splashed onto the pile of corpses, creating a large wave. Nearby people were burned as well. They wanted to escape, but there was no way out. The Jin soldiers were surging forward en masse. A crowd of bodies pressing against one another. Where could they run? The Song army prepared 20 cauldrons of molten iron and poured them down from different locations. From a distance, it looked as if 20 golden dragons were slanting down from the city walls. Anything that came into contact with it would collapse. Wanyan Wushuan's hands trembled slightly. It had already been nearly 3 hours. This city seemed to be forged from adamant. Just when it looked like the city walls were about to be breached, the Song army always managed to reclaim it. No matter what sacrifices were made, they could always take it back. This left Wanyan Wushuan feeling a headache. The Jin army clearly sensed fear. Many soldiers were unwilling to press forward any longer. The officers could only use the threat of execution to coerce them. However, this method could only intimidate temporarily and could easily lead to mutiny over time. Wanyan Wushuan rode towards Wanyan Zonghan. Marshal. Wanyan Zonghan's face was frozen, unmoving, as if he wore an iron blue mask, his eyes fixed on the city walls ahead. What is it? Our army has suffered heavy casualties. I know. Marshal, I request a retreat. Wanyan Zonghan's sharp gaze pinned Wanyan Wushuan, his eyes seemingly capable of piercing through a person. Wanyan Wushuan was no pushover either. He was equally brave and skilled in battle. Being the #1 enemy of Yufei, the infamous iron floating tower in the Songjin War was his elite guard. Historically, he was also the one who chased Zhao Go around in panic. He had planned and led multiple attacks on the Song, and had even used the traitor Qin Hui to murder Yufei. Of course, he was also the younger brother of Wanyan Zongwang, the 4th son of Jin Taizu Wanyan Aguda. Wanyan Zonghan coldly stared at him for a long time before taking a deep breath. If a strong assault cannot succeed, we should continue with the city-locking strategy and avoid rash advances, Wanyan Xin suggested. Marshal, Xin makes a valid point, Yinshur Ai added. Wanyan Zonghan reluctantly said, convey my order to retreat. Soon, the Jin army began to sound the retreat. Upon hearing this, the soldiers below the city walls retreated like a tide. The Jin thieves are retreating. Someone shouted from the city walls. The Jin thieves have retreated. Upon hearing this, the people inside immediately looked up. Zhao Ding quickly approached and said, quick, everyone go find the injured. The prepared medical personnel and doctors immediately took herbs to look for the wounded. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Zhao Ning was also busy. Your Majesty, these are the moldy buns you asked me to prepare. The inner eunuch Song Shuyuan entered the windy hall with a tray. Zhao Ning quickly stood up and walked over. When he saw the moldy buns, it was as if he had found treasure. And these are juices made from rice and taro, fresh. Great, these are exactly what I need. 20 days ago, he began attempting to write a recipe for making penicillin using traditional methods and had people prepare moldy buns half a month ago. However, it was now the cold winter of December, and the dry air required a special environment to grow moldy buns. Finally, he had that now. He didn't know if it would succeed, but he had to try. If he could really make penicillin, that would be fantastic. It's worth noting that in ancient times, an infected wound could cost a life. The truly life-saving medicine was the birth of penicillin, which was only purified and put into use during World War II. It could be said that penicillin helped the Allies win World War II, saving millions of lives. Of course, Zhao Ning couldn't produce high-purity penicillin. After all, he didn't have the refined equipment. Even a rough version would do. He wanted to see what the treatment effects would be. He couldn't let uncertainty stop him from trying. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he had to attempt it. As for how to inject it into the body later, he hadn't thought of a good method yet. One step at a time. Song Shuyuan hesitantly asked, Your Majesty, what do you need these for? You'll know later. Come. Strip all this mold off and put it into these porcelain containers filled with rice and taro juice. Yes, Your Majesty, I can handle this with them. Song Shuyuan was quite skilled. She was an inner official. The palace maids were also used to doing detailed needlework. A total of 10 ceramic culture dishes were prepared for variety to conduct more precise experiments. Once the moldy penicillin was placed in the ceramic dishes, They sealed the openings with a light gauze coated with oil. Your Majesty, it's done. Good, place these over there. Yes. Wang Huaiji. Your Majesty, what is your command? No one is allowed to touch them, understood? Yes, I understand. I will keep a close watch. You may leave. Song Shiwan said, I will take my leave first. By the way, prepare 10 portions of rapeseed oil in 7 days. Yes. Although she didn't know what the emperor needed rapeseed oil for, Song Shiwan readily agreed. At that moment, an inner eunuch entered and said, Your Majesty, the retired emperor has come. What does he want? Before the inner eunuch could continue speaking, Zhao Ji had already reached the doorway, shouting at the guards, I am the retired emperor. How dare you stop me? Zhao Kai supported Zhao Ji as they walked in. Zhao Ning said, What brings the retired emperor to me in such leisure? Zhao Ji angrily replied, Listen to the sounds of the siege outside. Do you really intend to let the Jin people invade before discussing peace? Is the retired emperor tired of staying in the Yanfu Palace? What do you mean by tired? You're tired of it, so you come here to shout at me. Zhao Ning reprimanded him without holding back, raising his voice for those outside to hear. So everyone would know that our retired emperor is a coward afraid of death. You. Zhao Ji didn't expect his son to dare to speak to him like that. You ungrateful son, how dare you talk to your father this way? Zhao Kai said, Your Majesty, father hasn't been well lately. Please be a bit more accommodating. Zhao Ning's expression immediately darkened. He flipped the table with one hand, causing the teacups to scatter on the ground, startling Zhao Ji and Zhao Kai. Zhao Ning shouted, The retired emperor should settle down. Do I need to replace the guards to keep watch over the retired emperor day and night for peace? Zhao Ji angrily retorted, You ungrateful son. The thing I regret most is passing the throne to you. Zhao Kai then said, Your Majesty, all the officials are outside. They all hope you can negotiate peace with the Jin people. Chapter 48. You all question whether my sword is sharp. All officials? Huh. Zhao Ning strode over and took down the emperor's sword. This action nearly made Zhao Ji and Zhao Kai's legs buckle in fear. Zhao Ning, however, ignored them and marched outside. Wang Huaiji hurriedly followed, and the inner eunuchs and palace maids quickly followed suit. As Zhao Ning emerged, the imperial guards outside the windy hall quickly surrounded him. Zhao Ji and Zhao Kai were both terrified and confused. Zhao Ji said, What is this ungrateful son up to? Saying this, he followed them outside. Zhao Ji naturally had his own plans in mind. After the last siege by the Jin army, he had actively proposed negotiations, and the majority of the ministers in the court secretly supported the idea of a truce. Due to the previous assassination of Su Bingxia, no one dared to speak openly about it. In that chaotic moment, some ministers secretly communicated with Zhao Ning to take the initiative. The key here is the secrecy of the communication. Secrecy means that this person has not publicly stated the intention to take action, and other ministers do not know he is pro-war. Yet, in front of other ministers, he appears to be pro-peace. For example, Mo Cho. This allows him to cater to the emperor while flattering other officials, balancing both sides and speculating on both fronts. But at its core, he is still pro-peace, surrendering. Let me clarify, this is not high emotional intelligence. This is shamelessness. Essentially, the ministers who secretly advocate for action all share this mindset. They did not expect the Jin army to launch a large-scale attack today. When the Jin army did attack, they panicked. Once they realized the scale of the attack exceeded their imagination, they were not just panicked, they were utterly lost. They had no other options left. The only option was to quickly surrender, cede territory, pay reparations. In their eyes, the common people of Dongjing had become non-humans, merely cash machines for reparations. Zhao Ning held a sword in one hand and walked swiftly. The palace attendants, maids, and female officials all stepped aside. Even Jing Chao could feel the emperor's anger at that moment. Zhao Ji and Zhao Kai followed behind. They wanted to see what Zhao Ning could do at this point. With so many officials already at the palace gate demanding a peace agreement, they were eager to see how he would resolve this. When Zhao Ning reached the palace gate, he saw that the civil and military officials had indeed gathered there. The wind and snow fell on Zhao Ning, but he was oblivious. There were sounds of commotion in the distance. As soon as the officials saw the emperor come out, they immediately regained their spirits. Your Majesty, the Jin army is attacking the city. The Jin army is launching a large-scale attack. The one speaking was Wang Shiyong, the Minister of Personnel. Wang Shiyong appeared flustered, his voice trembling slightly. Zhao Ning, still holding the sword, glanced around, and finally his gaze landed back on Wang Shiyong, coldly saying, I know. Your Majesty, quickly negotiate peace. For the sake of the ancestral land and the state, it is not too late to negotiate peace now. Wang Shiyong spoke without hesitation, and the other officials also seemed inclined to follow his advice. Wang Shiyong was the Minister of Personnel, and his power was considerable, overseeing the performance evaluations of various types of officials. He was equivalent to one of the vice presidents of personnel in the Song Dynasty. Why one of? Because our Song Dynasty is known for having a large number of officials, often hindering one another, and there are 2 ministers of personnel, the other being Mo Cho, responsible for different groups. That's another story. Zhao Ning stood there, the wind and snow swiftly passing over him, the cold wind cutting at his face like a knife. Yet he was completely unaware. He coldly observed this scene, looking at these ministers, and suddenly recalled the words of a villager in the temple hall. Rotten wood serves as officials. Between the palace halls, beasts feed on the salary. Those with wolf hearts and dog actions roll along the main path, while sycophants and slaves eagerly hold power. As a result, the state is in ruins, and the common people suffer. Is this not the case for the current Song dynasty? The Song dynasty gathers the strength of the entire nation to support a special class, known as the officials. The result is a group of cowardly, ungrateful, and utterly shameless individuals. You all press me about the sharpness of my sword. Zhao Ning coldly looked at Wang Shiyong and said, Mo Cho. Mo Cho stepped forward. I am here. I remember. Did I not say that whoever speaks of peace again shall have their head cut off? Mo Cho hesitated, not daring to speak. Zhao Ning's tone intensified, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixed on Mo Cho. Did I say such a thing? Mo Cho shivered and remained silent, knowing that it was best not to speak recklessly at this moment. Mo Cho was a very cunning person. Meanwhile, a military officer stepped forward, named Fan Xiong, the inspector of the four walls of Dongjing. During the Jingkong disaster, this man had forced the Zhao family women out of the city to offer to the Jin army. The Lu Miao rebellion during the Jinyan period was also caused by this man indulging his subordinates to enter the city and loot. Fan Xiong said, Your Majesty did say that after killing Su Bingzhi that day, but this is a different time. Now the Jin army is launching a large-scale attack, and there is an imminent danger of the city falling. If we do not negotiate peace now, there is a risk of losing the country. We are also acting for the sake of Your Majesty's state. Both civil and military officials had come forward. Zhao Ning said, Fan Xing, why are you here? As the inspector of the four walls, should you not be defending the city? I am concerned for Your Majesty's safety. Well, since you all know I have said such things, today I shall not spare you. As soon as the emperor's words came out, the expressions of the crowd changed instantly. Wang Shiyong shouted loudly, Your Majesty, you cannot randomly vent your anger on the ministers. Otherwise, the state will be in peril. Zhao Ning noticed that the ministers who had followed him were also reacting, and he immediately shouted, Come here. Drag Wang Shiyong aside and execute him. And Fan Xiong too. The imperial guards hesitated for a moment. Zhao Ning suddenly drew the emperor's sword, and in the cold weather, veins popped on his forehead as he roared like an enraged dragon. What are you waiting for? Execute them. Jing Chao was incredibly quick. He instantly drew his knife, and in a moment, it was pressed against Fan Xiong's neck. Fan Xiong immediately dared not move. Two imperial guards came up and forced Fan Xiong's arms behind him, rendering him unable to resist. He shouted loudly, Your Majesty, you cannot do this. This will lead to the downfall of the country. Wang Shiyong was also apprehended by the imperial guards. The other ministers never expected the emperor would dare to execute people right at the palace gate. Their expressions changed dramatically. Zhao Ji also did not expect this, but he was overjoyed. If Zhao Ning were to kill someone here today, the other officials would surely not remain silent and would rise to resist. If all went as expected, he would be able to ascend the throne today. Wang Shiyong shouted, Your Majesty, if you kill another minister today, you will lose the support of the people. Shut up, you sycophantic slave. As the Minister of Personnel, you read the classics, yet you do not think about the way of employing people. In times of crisis, you forget your loyalty and dare to speak in front of me. Do you think I do not dare to kill you? Chapter 49. Turning against you faster than turning a page, Fan Xiong shouted. Tyrant, by doing this you will lose. Jing Chao was quick and decisive. He swung his knife and struck. The imperial guards of the Song dynasty had strict selection standards, and someone like Jing Chao, known as a one-man army, had immense strength that no one knew the extent of. He was probably only slightly less powerful than someone of Yu Fei's caliber. With one stroke, Fan Xiong's head was instantly severed. Blood sprayed wildly, and the head spun in the air, finally landing in the snow, rolling near the officials, causing them to turn pale with fright. The snow had already turned a large patch red. Fan Xiong's mouth was slightly agape, his eyes wide open, as if he were staring at Mo Cho. Mo Cho's legs weakened, and his whole body trembled. This scene felt surreal. Just moments ago, Fan Xiong had been walking alongside him, chatting casually. Now he had lost his head. The other officials also dared not look in that direction. Tyrant, you will face retribution. Wang Shiyong did not speak, and with a crack, a head rolled into the snow, blood gushing from the neck and staining a large area red. As the headless corpse fell limply to the ground, the Minister of Personnel died just like that. The palace gate fell into a deathly silence, with only the sound of the wind and snow howling in people's ears. Zhao Kai gently tugged at Zhao Ji's sleeve, seemingly signaling him. Both father and son knew the moment had come. Zhao Ning's killing had gone too far, surpassing these people's threshold of tolerance, and he had begun to be despised by them. Killing a minister in front of many officials, is that something a human would do? Zhao Ji, no, I. Zhao Ji, am here to rescue you from peril. Now is the best time to stand up, rally the officials, depose the current emperor, and take the throne myself. These people would surely agree. Once I ascend to power, I will negotiate peace with the Jurchens, hand over this rebellious son to take the blame, and tell the Jurchens that he was the one advocating for war, and that all matters should be directed at him. Whatever compensation is needed can be paid. After all, the capital can be plundered again. Everything will be just fine. Zhao Ji's thoughts were not naive. In fact, according to normal logic, Zhao Ning had already reached his limit. This act of killing a minister at the palace gate is tyrannical. Indeed, according to normal human values, this is tyranny. But it should be noted that a tyrant refers to a hot-tempered ruler, not a foolish one. Was Qin Shi Huang a tyrant? Yes, he was a tyrant. Was Liu Che a tyrant? He was also a tyrant. Even Li Shimin has a hint of tyrannical quality. Yet they are all emperors of great renown. The Confucian definition of a tyrant merely suggests that this person is brutal and ruthless. Let it be tyranny. Throughout history, who has achieved great things without being ruthless? Take Zhao Kuangyin, the founding emperor known for his benevolence and righteousness. Was he gentle with his subordinates? Did he hesitate to kill? Look at Emperor I of the Western Han. Was he virtuous? How many people did he kill? And in the West? Caesar and Napoleon. Who among them has not been called a tyrant? Tyrants are not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is a tyrant who is also a foolish ruler. A tyrant kills with reason and justification. A foolish ruler kills out of desperation. For example, Zhao Ji is a typical foolish ruler. Since Zhao Ning has already trampled the rules, is he now in danger? Was Zhao Ning's earlier act of killing done in a moment of rage? No, it was not. All matters must be analyzed within a broader context to see the essence of the problem. What is the current environment? The enemy is forcefully attacking the city. And the situation is dire. What is the biggest contradiction now? Is it the conflict between ruler and subjects? No. Compared to the national conflict, the current ruler-subject conflict is insignificant. If the Jurchens break in, most people will suffer terribly. Even high officials will face dire consequences. A significant number of high officials might become hostages. Over a month ago, the Jurchens stated they would take the prime minister and princes as hostages. The ones benefiting are some petty sycophants who will sell the common people and those unwilling to submit to ensure their own safety. This is the real contradiction. As long as Zhao Ning can resolve this contradiction, then he could kill a few more people here today without any issue. So why doesn't Zhao Ji know all this? Zhao Ji knows, Wang Shiyong knows, and Mo Chou knows. But they believe that the city is on the verge of falling, and Zhao Ning is at the brink of losing power. Therefore, the key now is whether they can defend the capital. In fact, all problems boil down to whether they can defend the capital. If they can defend it, Zhao Ning will be the lord of everyone. He can do whatever he wants. Just when Zhao Ji thought he had succeeded again, a figure came running through the wind and snow. Everyone faintly heard the sound of hooves, turned around, and saw a figure rushing toward them. It was Gao Qiu, the deputy commander of the palace guard, one of Zhao Ji's former good luck charms, and now Zhao Ning's most loyal lackey. He dismounted and rushed through the snow, shouting, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." At this moment, our Gao Qiu was as happy as a little girl seeing her boyfriend come to pick her up from work, brimming with joy. He was practically dancing with excitement. Compared to the grim atmosphere here, Gao Qiu appeared much more endearing. His chubby face shook as he reached Zhao Ning, gasping for breath, and said, "Your Majesty, good news, good news. The Jurchens have retreated." As soon as he said this, an eerie silence fell over the scene. Mo Chou's thoughts raced. What? The Jurchens have retreated? He had heard that this time the scale of the Jurchens' attack was unprecedented, and there was no doubt that the capital would fall. Now the Jurchens have actually retreated. This was completely unexpected, and it caught everyone off guard. Your Majesty is wise. Mo Chou was the first to shout. Under your wise leadership, the Jurchens have retreated. What is a weathercock that shifts with the wind? This is it. If the Jurchens had breached the city, the first to betray Zhao Ning might have been Mo Chou. In the absence of Shou Zai and the chief minister, the position of the Minister of Personnel was extremely high. As soon as Mo Chou spoke, the other officials hurried to echo, "Your Majesty is wise. The Jurchens have indeed retreated as you predicted on the early stages of the Songjin War." Everyone rushed to speak, fearing they would be too slow. Because everyone knew that if the Jurchens breached the city, Zhao the Emperor would be reviled by all. But now that the Jurchens have retreated, all the soldiers and civilians would support this Zhao the Emperor, and these officials would not dare to oppose him. Moreover, the city has been defended, indicating their own safety. So why go against this hard-won sense of security? Now it was Zhao Ji who found himself in an awkward position. He had already prepared a grand speech, ready to deliver an impassioned oration, only to realize, what the hell? You all turned on a dime. Chapter 50. There are no heroes who fear death. Only heroes who are willing to die. Zhao Ji stood there, wanting to say something, but he found himself at a loss for words. It was time for Zhao Ning to continue his performance. He said, "Lords, I know you are worried about the city's defense. I understand your concerns." Zhao Ning's tone softened, even becoming quite magnetic, filled with care and understanding. The crowd's hearts raced, and they looked at the emperor in confusion, utterly stunned. Why has he suddenly become so gentle? Looking at Zhao Ning's calm face, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Mo Chou, your servant is here. Is there anyone in this world who is not afraid of pain? Mo Chou was slightly taken aback, unsure of what the emperor was getting at by suddenly asking about pain. Mo Chou replied, "There is no one who is not afraid of pain. Pain brings suffering, and everyone tries to avoid it." Well said. Zhao Ning continued, "There is no one who is not afraid of pain. Likewise, there is no one who is not afraid of death. Yet some cherish life, while others are willing to die. This is the difference between people. You all have come here, and I understand your thoughts. You do not wish to die, and I do not wish to die either. Those people fighting desperately on the city walls, they do not wish to die either. But they sacrifice their lives, and some want to sell that sacrifice so easily. Do you think it is right for me to kill? At this moment, the emperor's tone was almost as calm as water. Yet beneath this calmness lay a force. An irresistible force. Emocho said yes. The emperor's teachings are to be remembered, right? Remembered? Nonsense. If you all agreed with my words, would you still follow Wang Shiyong here? Since Zhao Ning knows that this group of fools cannot change their nature and are just acting for themselves, why bother appealing to their emotions and reasoning? Indeed, to outsiders, it appears that the emperor has begun to appeal to emotions and reason. In fact, this is what the emperor wants them to think. The so-called way of the emperor is to combine kindness and severity. One cannot only erupt in anger. That would strain the relationship between ruler and subjects, eventually affecting the harmony of governance. A monarch must also understand how to show sincerity. Of course, this sincerity is also a tactic, a means to soothe everyone after they have been frightened. An official said, huh? The emperor is actually quite nice. Look how gentle he is now. You all go back, rest well, and regroup. You are all my loyal ministers, the good officials of the Song dynasty. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, we take our leave. The ministers fled like the wind. Only Zhao Ji and Zhao Kai remained, feeling disheveled in the wind. Someone, escort the retired emperor back to the Yinfu Palace. Yes, Zhao Ning continued. Today is very cold. The guards at the Yinfu Palace have caught a cold and cannot continue their duty. Replace them all. The retired emperor is my father. You must choose guards loyal to me, so they will diligently protect the retired emperor, understand? We understand. The imperial guards approached Zhao Ji and said, retired emperor, please. Zhao Ji paused and said, unfilial son, this matter is not over. As long as the Jin soldiers do not fully retreat, the crisis will not be resolved. Just wait and see. Zhao Ji was unwillingly taken away. Zhao Ning turned and walked back into the palace, casting a cold glance at Zhao Kai, who stood awkwardly before entering. To be honest, Zhao Ning really did not have the time or energy to engage in palace intrigue with someone like Zhao Ji. What lay before him was a pile of matters to handle. Right now, defending the city has undoubtedly resulted in many deaths. Compensation will inevitably be a huge sum. There is also the issue of food supplies in the city, which are major problems. The people in the city were very happy, but many were also very sad. The Jin army had retreated from the south and west gates. However, the city walls were littered with corpses. Many parts of the outer city walls were stained red. From a distance, it looked like a long blood river lying between heaven and earth. Below the city, corpses were piled like mountains, with blood spreading horizontally for 10 miles, resembling a huge scar along the yellow river, telling its sorrow in the wind and snow. The snow quietly fell upon the bodies of the fallen, slowly covering them. In the evening, the Song army lowered ropes, and some soldiers began to descend along the ropes to search for the bodies of the fallen Song soldiers. In fact, each one of them was an ordinary person. Just as Zhao Ning said, everyone fears death, but that does not prevent them from sacrificing their lives. Those who died may have been lazy, greedy for small gains, or even quarrelsome before, but that does not change the fact that at this moment, they are heroes. There are no perfect heroes, nor heroes who are not afraid of death. There are only heroes who are willing to sacrifice their lives. One by one, the bodies were pulled up with ropes, and the Song soldiers on the city wall remained vigilant. If the Jin army attacked at this moment, they would continue to fight. That night, one body after another was brought into the city. People by the roadside lit oil lamps or held torches. They stood quietly at the side of the street, watching the fallen soldiers being taken away. Everyone was silent. Some bowed in respect, while others quietly shed tears. There was no fear, only sorrow and remembrance. This is perhaps one of humanity's most genuine emotions. Today's Tokyo seems to be an insomniac night. Flames lit up the streets. The wind stopped. But the snow continued to fall, covering the footprints left behind. The fallen soldiers were cremated and sent to the martyrs' shrine. Their names would be inscribed on a monument for the living to pay their respects. After dark, Zhang Shai entered the palace. Your Majesty, the casualties have not yet been counted, but I estimate they are no less than 10,000, with the seriously injured reaching 20,000. So many. Remember, this was just a defense of the city. This is truly a battle between inexperienced novices and seasoned players. The death toll of the Jin army should not be less than ours. Zhao Ning sighed and said, first, count them. We must account for every fallen soldier and distribute the compensation. The fallen have already paid the price with their lives, and we cannot owe their living relatives. Yes, we can have the statistics by tomorrow at the latest. 10,000 fallen, at least more than 300,000 guan in compensation, and then there are the seriously injured. Compensation will need to be at least over 500,000 guan. This is an enormous sum for Zhao Ning at present. But he already has a way to raise the money. To say raise money is not quite accurate. It should be said make money. And it is a very quick, legal, reasonable, and compliant method. He called Zhao Ding to discuss this matter. While Zhao Ning was discussing money late into the night, outside the city, Wanyan Zhonghan and others were also working overnight to come up with a response plan. Surely AI proposed the strategy of locking the city, which is a very extreme tactic. What is the locking city strategy? Chapter 51. You have a Zhongliang plan, and I have a ladder over the wall. Zhao Ning pointed to the map and said, The Jin thieves have long been unable to take Tokyo, and they will inevitably begin to lock the city. Zhang Shai and Zhao Ding also looked at the map. Therefore, food is more important than anything else right now. The so-called locking the city means to capture all the surrounding cities of Tokyo and turn Tokyo into an isolated city cut off from the outside world. This way, even the troops supporting the emperor cannot enter this area. This is how Wanyan Zhonghan attacked Taiyuan this year. He sealed off the entire Taiyuan prefecture, preventing reinforcements from reaching Song Shizhong. This is the stalemate of this stage. It's a matter of who has enough food to eat. Over the past month, I had Gao Qiu send people to investigate household by household. Ordinary families have only enough grain for 3 months, and better-off families can last 4 months. Zhao Ding sighed and said, if the Jin thieves besiege the city until March, we will be in big trouble. If they besiege the city until March, plus this month, that makes 4 months, and ordinary families will have run out of food. Even if they stretch it out, eating for 4 months is an ideal situation. Because no one can guarantee that the Jin thieves will really besiege until March. This involves group psychology issues. By March, if the city cannot hold out anymore and runs out of food, what will happen to the large-scale unrest? When there is no food, human civilization will regress to the age of beasts. Those who have no food to eat, will they go rob those who do? If unrest occurs in the city, what battle can we still fight? Zhao Ning said, here, in Xizhou, and here, in Xiangzhou, and here, in Daming Prefecture, in this area, in Taiyuan, Hejian, Zhongshan. The loyal army here is all heading south. I have sent Zhongzai to Xizhou, who must have already recruited the loyal army, as well as Wang Boyan from Xiangzhou. These two were sent by Zhao Huan a few months ago, and Zhongzai can be considered one of Zhao Huan's few correct moves. The Jin army must have established many fortifications near the Yellow River, intercepting the northern loyal army while providing logistical support with food. If Zhongzai can defeat the Jin army's fortifications here, the time for the Jin bandits to besiege the city will be shortened. Zhao Ning pointed to the area north of the Yellow River. He certainly knew that in the historical record, in January of the second year of the Jinkong era, Zhongzai's troops launched a fierce attack on the Jin army in this area. 13 battles, 13 victories. For a time, Zhongzai's reputation was greatly shaken. It should be noted that Zhongzai had only served in the military for a year. He was previously a civil servant, a 67-year-old old scholar. In a time when everyone was terrified of the Jin army, this old scholar stepped forward and took on the responsibility of resisting the Jin in Hebei. Zhao Ning then pointed to Daming Prefecture and said, I also wrote to King Kong, appointing him as the Grand Marshal of the Hebei army. He will surely gather the loyal army in Daming Prefecture, and within 3 months, the situation will surely change. Zhang Shai said, Your Majesty is wise. The Jin army has just failed in their siege, and the people's morale is low. If Zhongzai can attack the Jin army's fortifications in this area in January, it will be the best opportunity. I am just worried that the loyal army is afraid of the enemy like a tiger. Zhang Shai's concern is reasonable. After all, in the past couple of years, the Song army has been in a state of total defeat in the north. The 3 major military strongholds in the north have all fallen, and the Central Plains defenses have been breached. Renowned generals of the Western Army, such as Zhong Shizhong, Zhikaqiu, and Yao Gu, have all been defeated. Zhong Shizhong and Yao Gu's forces were almost completely annihilated, and the Zhe family of Fugu, known as one of the strongest military families in the Song, surrendered to the Jin. This has had a devastating impact on the Song, especially on people's confidence. As a result, many commanders of the loyal army in the north are now hesitant. Zhao Ning said, I have seen General Zhongzai. He has the spirit of Yan Qingchen. The Yan Qingchen he referred to is a famous figure from the Tang Dynasty, a renowned calligrapher who steadfastly defended his city during the Yanshi Rebellion and ultimately died heroically for his country. Zhang Shai had not seen Zhongzai, but he was still somewhat worried. If so, that would be great. Zhao Ning brought the topic back. Let's discuss how to solve the food issue in the city. In fact, Zhao Ning already had a plan in mind. It is the Ruzhong Law. The Song Dynasty's existing institutional system can be utilized at this time. What is the Ruzhong Law? The so-called Ruzhong Law refers to merchants supplying necessary materials to the station troops in border areas. The court then provides the merchants with items that are in short supply in the market as compensation. For example, salt vouchers. The Song Dynasty had many monopolies that had to be state-run, and private individuals could not engage in them, such as salt and iron. At this time, salt vouchers can be used for trading with merchants. For instance, the court gives merchants 500,000 guan worth of salt vouchers, and the merchants provide the court with military rations worth 500,000 guan. The merchants transport these military rations to the location designated by the court to exchange for salt vouchers. Then the merchants can go back to the market and exchange the 500,000 guan worth of salt vouchers for salt, selling it for 600,000 guan and making a profit of 100,000 guan. This way, the court solves the military supply issue. Why was China able to rise in the 21st century? Many people think that the governance level of China in the 21st century is already very high, and indeed it is. But they do not realize that the governance level of ancient China was already world-class. In ancient times, there was no paper currency, and currency was scarce. The ancients would come up with this method based on the actual situation. The Ruzhong Law is one of them. The Song dynasty's commerce was developed and did not suppress merchants. Cooperation between the court and merchants was common. This is also one of the characteristics of the Song dynasty. Zhao Ding said, "Your Majesty, I have a plan. Please tell me." The court can sell salt vouchers to the wealthy in the city, using the salt vouchers to exchange for equivalent food, and then store the acquired food and distribute it to those in need according to the actual situation. Zhao Ding is indeed Zhao Ding. He quickly thought of the Ruzhong Law. The so-called capable minister is not merely someone who engages in power politics like a talented strategist. A capable minister is someone who can govern the country. A capable minister is someone who can solve problems. And the so-called governance of the country prioritizes people's livelihoods. Food prices, commodity prices, transportation, commerce, agriculture, iron smelting, public safety, etc. These are what a qualified minister should consider. Mastering power politics is merely an auxiliary means. Uncle Shai, what do you think? I think Yuan Jin's suggestion is reasonable. Since the wealthy families have surplus food, they will surely be willing to exchange food for salt vouchers. However, some wealthy families may be concerned about when the Jin bandits will retreat to the north. Zhao Ding continued, "In special times, we can exchange at a high price for salt vouchers, and our successful defense of the city will also encourage the people. I believe many wealthy families will be willing. All right, then let's do it this way. I will leave this matter to you, Zhao Ding, to arrange. I accept the order." In fact, this logic is somewhat akin to financial logic. Salt vouchers are equivalent to state credit. Merchants use food to purchase state credit, which they then exchange for essential goods like salt and sell at a profit. By the way, why not directly urge the wealthy to do good and offer their surplus food? Some wealthy families might do this, but certainly not many. People are selfish. This is human nature. Zhao Ding went down to arrange this matter, which is a means to adjust the market's food supply. Meanwhile, the homes of Wang Shiyong and Fan Xiong also need to be raided. Money must be taken, and relief funds must be distributed. In the Jin army's camp, Shirley AI said, the cities surrounding Dongjing must be sealed off and fortifications built in this area. Within 3 months, Dongjing will inevitably face a food crisis. However, Wanyan Zongwang disagreed with his approach. Chapter 52. The situation is uncertain. Wanyan Zongwang did not disagree with Shirley AI's tactics. Shirley AI's method of locking cities is a very sophisticated tactic. He just does not support Wanyan Zonghan's strategy. What strategy is Wanyan Zonghan advocating? A resolute policy of destroying the Song. After this large-scale siege, the situation has already begun to develop towards Zhao Guanjia's article on the early stages of the Songjin War. In fact, most people in this room have sensed it. It's just that everyone has tacitly avoided mentioning Zhao Guanjia's article. Marshal Wanyan Zonghan said, "This commander agrees with Sir Shi's statement. Does anyone have anything to say?" Others remained silent. Wanyan Jimu said, "Locking the cities is good. Just lock them all up, and I'll go rob." No one paid him any attention, as they all knew he had a violent temper. And no one would provoke this butcher for no reason. Zonghan glanced at Wanyan Zongwang and said, "Zongwang, do you have anything to say?" Wanyan Zongwang said, "If we lock the cities, it will just be a contest of who has more food. We are now deep in the Song's territory, and there are still some remnants of the Song army in the north, while other areas have begun to fortify and clear the land. How much food do we have left?" Wanyan Xin, who is in charge of the army's logistics, said, "We originally had enough rations for 3 months. But after today's battle, there are many casualties. If we conserve our rations, we can still last for nearly 4 months. Does that mean that by April this year, our food will be exhausted?" Wanyan Xin said, "On the books, it appears so, but we can collect grain from the surrounding towns." Lu Yinzong interjected, saying, "How much can we collect within a radius of several hundred miles?" Wanyan Xin replied, "I conservatively estimate that we can still gather enough grain for 2 months. Wanyan Jimu interjected, not politely, saying, "Those cunning Han people have hidden all their grain. Marshal, give me 3,000 troops, and I will sweep through those areas and kill all those who are hiding grain." Lu Yinzong said, "No. If we continue to slaughter the Han people, there will only be more resistance from Hebei and Hedong." Wanyan Jimu said, "We are at war now, and war is about seizing grain. What do you know? You civil official. Jimu, do not be disrespectful to Lu Push," Wanyan Zongwang coldly said, and Wanyan Jimu withdrew her head. Lu Yinzong continued, "Right now, many Song military and civilians are gathering in Hebei and Hedong to resist us. If we carry out widespread slaughter at this time, it will only cause more Han people to join them, which would be greatly harmful to us." Although Wanyan Zonghan is brutal and warlike, he still understands these principles. Most importantly, the Han people's grain is also almost gone. Over the past 2 years, there have been constant battles in Hebei and Hedong, leaving the land barren for thousands of miles, and many fields have been abandoned. Even if we forcefully collect, in this cold weather, we won't be able to gather much. Moreover, the Jin dynasty has almost inherited all the legacies of the Liao dynasty. The Liao dynasty was not an ordinary nomadic state. It was a combination of feudalism and nomadism. The Jin dynasty is naturally the same. It has various nomadic ethnic groups, as well as Han cities, pastoralism, agriculture, iron smelting, and so on, which are all very developed, and it also inherited the bureaucratic system of the Liao dynasty. The Jin dynasty has been fighting too quickly in recent years, and the speed of territorial expansion is too fast. The increase in the bureaucratic system cannot keep up with the speed of land expansion, making it impossible to effectively assimilate the acquired land. Feudalization is currently a consensus in the political direction of the Jin dynasty. Since feudalization is necessary, it must rely on the Han people, so large-scale slaughter of Han people was something the Jin dynasty did in the early stages, but has since reduced. This is somewhat restrained. There are political factors involved. Wang Yanxian said, Lu Push is right. Marshal, regarding military grain, I will think of a way. There should still be some in Luoyang and Zhengzhou that can be dispatched. Good, you take care of this matter. We must gather supplies, even if it's only for a month. This marshal will continue to contend with that dog emperor, and see how long he can hold out. After saying that, Wanyan Zhonghan raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go. Once we capture Bianjing, all the treasures and women of Bianjing will be ours. Everyone raised their cups and said, the marshal is wise. Wanyan Zhongwang said nothing. He would not dissuade Wanyan Zhonghan. Just like if you were a vice president and discovered that the president's strategy was wrong, you would not remind him. Not only would you not remind him, but you would also hope he would run wild down the wrong path. Suddenly, Shirley AI said, Marshal, I have one more thing to say. Sure, please go ahead. Here, in Xizhou and Xiangzhou, I have heard that many Song troops are gathering. This year, we let go of that King Kong Zhaogo, who has established a military command in Xiangzhou and issued a call to arms. Zhaogo, Wanyan Zhonghan said in surprise, I remember that name. A prince of the Zhao Song, the only real man. If Wanyan Zhumei heard Wanyan Zhonghan say this, what would her reaction be? It should be noted that in actual history, after Wanyan Zhumei became the emperor of the Southern Song, she shamelessly wrote a cringeworthy letter of flattery to the Jin Emperor Wanyan Wuqi and Marshal Wanyan Zhonghan, the only real man. One can only say the old Zhao family. Shirley AI said, I am worried that a large number of Song military and civilians will gather and cut off our return route. Our army is naturally not afraid of them in field battles, but our troops have been on a long expedition. If we encounter Song military and civilians on our way back north, it will be unfavorable for our army. Shirley AI's concerns are absolutely not unfounded. In fact, in military operations, retreating is much more difficult than attacking. When attacking, everyone is mobilized to charge. At this time, the army is in an excited state. However, during a retreat, everyone is eager to return home and has no thought of fighting. If at this time, the Song army gathers in large numbers in the north, it will be a headache for the Jin army. So what clever plan do you have? Shirley AI stroked his beard and smiled. We can spread false news that the dog emperor has agreed to negotiate with us, making them hold their positions. Good. Upon hearing this, Wanyan Zhonghan immediately laughed heartily. This plan is excellent. On the 10th day of the first month, in Daming Prefecture, Zhao Go is preparing a large army. Currently, there are already 100,000 loyalist troops that have arrived in Daming Prefecture, and more people are gathering. Marshal, Grand Marshal, Zhang Jun suddenly rushed in, visibly excited. Grand Marshal, news has come from the capital. What news? Zhao Go immediately became alert. The official has already reached an agreement with the Jin people. Wang Boyan said, Grand Marshal, since an agreement has been reached, we should best hold our position. Zhao Go fell into deep thought, picking up the teacup on the table to drink. After finishing, he paced back and forth in the room. After seemingly thinking for a long time, Zhao Go finally said, hold our position for now. In Hebei, Xizhou, Deputy Marshal Zong. Commander Qin Shui rushed in hastily. Deputy Marshal Zong. Zhongzhe was changing clothes and said, what is the matter? News has come from the south. Zhongzhe was taken aback and said nervously, how is the situation in the capital? It is said that the official has reached an agreement with the Jin people. An agreement? Zhongzhe was stunned and said, this is either the official's confusion or a trick by the Jin people. Quickly organize the army. This marshal will go to war with the Jin people. Chapter 53, Zhongzhe's Rage. The Jin army is in a panic. Li Chui hurriedly said, Deputy Marshal Zong. Since the official has agreed to negotiate, if we send troops again, will we disturb the Jin people and they might not be willing to negotiate? Li Chui was clearly afraid of the Jin people. In history, in the second year of Jin Kong, in the first month, Zhongzhe reached Decayed Prefecture and wanted to go to war with the Jin army, but Li Chui did not dare. Zhongzhe was furious and declared he would execute Li Chui in front of the generals. Only then did Li Chui, under pressure, go into battle, resulting in a rout of the Jin army and a victory for Li Chui. This incident tells us, people are forced into action. Upon hearing Li Chui's words, Zhongzhe immediately said in a deep voice, the Jin thieves are cunning and cannot be trusted. Pass down this marshal's order. The entire army will march to Puyang immediately. Deputy Marshal Li Chui still wanted to persuade him, but Zhongzhe immediately exploded. Are you afraid of the Jin thieves? No. Li Chui turned and ran out, saying, I will go and mobilize the troops right away. On the 17th day of the first month, in Dongjing City, the homes of Wang Shiyong and Fan Xiong have all been searched, totaling 200,000 guan. Previously, there were 350,000 guan, 30,000 guan was spent on salaries for the military equipment supervision, leaving 320,000 guan. Adding the current 200,000 guan from the home searches, it totals 520,000 guan. The last large-scale city defense resulted in 51 deaths and 450 injuries. According to the new compensation rules, the compensation for the deceased amounts to 320,000 guan, and the injured amount to 340,000 guan. In total, 660,000 guan is needed. It's simply not enough. Not enough? How could it be insufficient? Just yesterday, the corruption case in the military equipment supervision made significant progress, involving officials from the Ministry of Revenue to the Ministry of War, totaling more than 10 people. The highest-ranking official is Li Ji, a director from the Ministry of Revenue, along with 5 officials from the Department of Finance. The Department of Revenue is responsible for managing financial income and expenditure, and all departments must go through it to draft their budgets. Among the 5 officials, the highest ranking is the director of the Department of Revenue, Chao Yuan, who is definitely using his power for personal gain, cooking the books, and colluding with Li Chong from the Military Equipment Bureau to pass off inferior goods as quality ones. There are also several other officials from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Public Works. Last night, these individuals just confessed, and the officials from the Imperial City Division started knocking on doors. Open up, the community brings warmth. This afternoon, after all the finances were totaled, plus the previous officials handed over by the Ministry of Justice, the total came to 150,000 strings of cash. Adding to the current 520,000 strings, that makes 670,000 strings. Zhang Shai's compensation application has been submitted for several days, and today Zhao Ning finally made a decisive move, stamping it with the Great Seal. Take it to get the money, distribute it. In the end, only 10,000 strings were left in the treasury. It is indeed poor, but there is nothing that can be done about it. By evening, Zhao Ding entered the palace to report on the recent exchange of salt coupons for grain from the central government. Your Majesty, in the past half-month, a total of 1.5 million strings of salt coupons have been exchanged, about 100,000 strings per day. How much grain is that? Zhao Ding hesitated for a moment and said, a total of 300,000 stones of grain. So little grain exchanged? Is a stone of grain 5 strings? My goodness. The price of grain is outrageous. You have to know that during the reign of Emperor Shenzong, grain was only 700 won per stone, which is 0.7 strings. Zhao Ding said, grain is urgently needed now, so I am guilty. This is not your fault. Zhao Ning sighed, feeling somewhat angry. This exposed a problem. What problem? The wealthy families in Dongjing are not being properly monitored. The previous Song Dynasty court treated them too well. In times of national crisis, they still dare to extort from me. I have already given you face by allowing exchanges with salt coupons. I will remember this account today. Zhao Ning asked. Have all the exchange lists been preserved? They have all been preserved. Good, that's enough. Don't take it too seriously. Right now, gathering grain and distributing it is more important than anything else. Zhao Ding was quite moved. He was afraid that Zhao Guanjiao would be unwilling to continue the exchanges after hearing about this matter. After all, those people were asking too high a price. But evidently, Zhao Guanjia understood the importance of the overall situation. Dongjing City now has 1.2 million people, of which about 800,000 might face food shortages in 3 months. Each person needs to extend their grain supply for another 2 months, saving their rations to 1 pound of grain per person per day. That's 800,000 pounds a day and 48 million pounds over 2 months. 48 million pounds is about 400,000 stones, meaning there is still a shortage of 100,000 stones. This target is not far from being achieved. Zhao Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief regarding this matter. Next, it depended on Zhongzhe. On the 20th day of the first lunar month, the sky gradually darkened. A troop quickly advanced east from the area of Huazhou. According to the information previously obtained by Yu Fei, the Jin army had established numerous camps from Huazhou to Puyang. The martial official Lu Hao was forced to retreat eastward. Upon hearing that Zhongzhe's army was about to head south to Kaifu, Lu Hao planned to go to Kaifu to join Zhongzhe's army. On the 23rd day of the first lunar month, Lu Hao encountered Zhongzhe's army at Linha. The two sides gathered their forces, totaling 20,000 troops, and quickly advanced toward Puyang and Kaifu. Lu Hao was originally unwilling to engage in direct combat with the Jin army, and he urged Zhongzhe to go north to Damingfu to find Zhao Go, but was angrily rebuked by Zhongzhe. Thus, he followed Zhongzhe to advance east to Puyang. On the 24th day of the first lunar month, Zhongzhe's letter arrived at the Northern Road Governor Zhao Yi, the Northeast Road Pacification Envoy Fan Na, and the Governor of Xingren Prefecture, Zheng Mao, hoping they could send troops to march on Dongjing City and fight the Jin people to the death. Zhao Yi, Zhongzhe is just a scholar, extremely arrogant. Fan Na, Zhongzhe only learned about Sizhou last year and has never led troops into battle. How dare he look down on the Jin people? He is overestimating himself. Zheng Mao, Zhongzhe's actions are self-destructive. We should still go to Damingfu to pay our respects to the Grand Marshal. Clearly, the various armies were unwilling to head south. Why? Because they were afraid. On the evening of the 25th day of the first lunar month, Wang Yanxin received military reports from the rear, stating that a Song army had suddenly appeared in the vicinity of Kaifu. He reported this news, but Wanyan Zhonghan did not take it seriously, until Until 3 days later, another military report came in. The two forts in Kaifu had been captured by the Song army. This news caused a small stir among the Jin army's high command at the front, but they did not take it seriously. On the 27th day of the first lunar month, another piece of news arrived. The city of Puyang in Kaifu had been recaptured by the Song army. This shocked Wang Yanxin and drew some attention from the Jin army's high command. But it was only a small amount of attention because the Jin high command did not believe the Song army could pull off anything significant in the rear. While the Jin army was still unconcerned, Zhongzhe's army recaptured Kaifu and quickly advanced west, breaking through the Jin lines like a hot knife through butter, reaching Huazhou north of the Yellow River in one go. 13 battles and 13 victories. Whenever the Jin army heard that Zhongzhe's troops were coming, they were all terrified, with some even shouting Grandpa Zhong. In this unexpected war, an unknown soldier also shone brightly. His name was Yu Fei. By the 29th day of the first lunar month, when news of the drastic changes north of the Yellow River arrived, it finally caught the attention of Wanyan Zhonghan and others. At this time, Zhongzhe had already gained a great reputation in the Hebei region. All the military and civilians in various states were cheering, eager to join Zhongzhe's army. In just half a month's time, the blockade line established by the Jin army north of the Yellow River had been breached by Zhongzhe. Zhongzhe's army was like a sharp sword, hanging over the Jin army's rear. At this moment in the Windy Hall, Zhao Ning thought, the situation outside should have changed by now. Wanyan Zhonghan, I wonder how long you can remain arrogant? Chapter 54. The burning Yellow River front. Wanyan Zhonghan truly felt a thorn in his back. But this did not mean the tide of battle had turned. First, although Zhongzhe was fighting against the Jin army's regular troops, they were not elite forces and had not harmed the Jin army's core. Second, Zhongzhe had been continuously engaged in rapid combat over a short period and was already exhausted. If he continued fighting, it would be difficult. After all, he only had 20,000 troops and was on a long-distance march. Inside the Jin army's camp, Wanyan Zhonghan angrily shouted, "Why has a capable Song army suddenly appeared in Hebei? Who told me? Where did they crawl out from?" This completely overturned Wanyan Zhonghan's understanding. 5 years ago, in the 4th year of the Xuanhe era, Tong Guan led over 200,000 Song troops to attack the Liao capital in Yanjing, but was defeated by several thousand Liao troops. This news reached Wanyan Zhonghan's ears, instantly opening a new door to the world for him. From then on, in Wanyan Zhonghan's mind, the Song army was merely a group of pigs dressed in human skin. In the 7th year of Xuanhe, the year before last, the Jin army invaded Song and marched southward. The supreme commander of the Song army, Tong Guan, upon hearing of the Jin army's southward advance, was so frightened that he abandoned the entire army and fled back to Dongjing City alone, resulting in the Song dynasty losing unified command over the military defense it had built in the north for 100 years, leading to chaos within the Song army. The Jin army's southward advance was like entering an uninhabited land, until they reached the 11th month of the lunar calendar in the 1st year of Jingkong. Just before Zhao Ning's arrival, the Jin army was sweeping across the land. The more the Jin army fought, the more momentum they gained. And Wanyan Zhonghan increasingly believed they could destroy the Song dynasty. Many people in the Jin court believed they could completely annihilate the Song and unify the world. Especially after Wanyan Zhonghan spent a huge cost this year to capture the military stronghold of Taiyuan, the most fortified in the northern Song dynasty. The Jin army seemed poised to sweep across the world. Just think about it. You've been fighting your opponent for 2 whole years, often hearing reports of our hundreds defeating their tens of thousands. How do you think the Song army feels? Furthermore, in the official history, after the humiliation of Jingkong, the capital of the Song was breached, and thereafter, the Jin state became increasingly arrogant, sending troops throughout Shaanxi, Shandong, Hebei, and the southeast, putting pressure on all fronts. Wanyan Zhonghan and others pushed forward in such a hostile environment. Although taking Taiyuan was extremely difficult, as the entire military and civilian population of Taiyuan committed to martyrdom, they eventually succeeded. However, at this moment, they suddenly heard that a Song army had defeated their own troops, and that the Song army was the attacking side while they were the defenders. For the high command of the Jin army, this was akin to hearing that a 5-year-old child had killed a strong adult with a punch. The entire high command of the Jin army was momentarily bewildered. When faced with Wanyan Zhonghan's question, no one answered. After a moment of silence, Wanyan Zhongwang said, "How many troops does this Song army have?" Wanyan Xin replied, "We cannot yet determine the exact number of the enemy. I have already arranged for people to scout the situation. Who might this Song general be?" "I heard it is a Song general named Zhongzhe." "Zhongzhe?" Wanyan Zhongwang said, "The commander of the righteous army in Hebei for the Song state." Wanyan Zhonghan said, "Do you know this person? I heard someone mention him on the way south. He is said to be brave and courageous." A faint smile appeared on Wanyan Zhongwang's face, even though he was nearly 70 years old. When Wanyan Zhongwang spoke, everyone was even more surprised. 70 years old. Wanyan Zhonghan was also astonished that the Song state had such a capable general, of whom he had never heard. Wanyan Zhongwang said, "It seems that if Zhongzhe had replaced Tong Guan to attack Liao back then, the situation might have been different." Lu Yinzong interjected, "Absolutely not. The Song emperor is foolish, and the court is filled with dogs and rats. A general like Zhongzhe has no chance to rise." If it weren't for our large-scale southward advance this time, Zhao Guanjia would have lost his composure, and Zhongzhe would absolutely have no opportunity to enlist. This was indeed the truth. When the Jin army marched south for the second time, Zhongzhe was originally sent out as an envoy for peace talks. However, Zhongzhe told the officials of the Song dynasty, "I do not intend to return alive from this trip." When someone asked him why, Zhongzhe said, "If the Jin can repent and withdraw their troops, that would be great. Otherwise, how can we bow to the Jin and disgrace the emperor's command?" This frightened Song Qinzong Zhao Huan and that group of surrenderists, leading them to quickly replace the prince with Prince Su. They then sent Zhongzhe to Cizhou as the governor and appointed him as the commander of the righteous army in Hebei. Only then did he have the opportunity to emerge militarily. Wanyan Zhonghan said, "Such talents, if they could be used for our great Jin, wouldn't that be even better? Who is willing to lead troops to persuade Zhongzhe to surrender?" Wanyan Wushou said, "Marshal, I am willing to go." "Good, you shall go." Wanyan Wushou led his cavalry across the Yellow River to meet Zhongzhe. On February 3rd, Zhang Jun arrived at Huazhou and met Zhongzhe. Indeed, he was one of the 4 generals of the Southern Song's revival, Zhang Jun, the same one who knelt before General Yu with Qin Hui. "Vice Marshal Zhong, you? I am Zhang Jun, a military officer under the deputy minister of the Hedong control." He mentioned Zhong Shizhong, who was the younger brother of Zhong Shidao. In water margin, he was known as Little Zhong, and both he and his elder brother Zhong Shidao were famous generals in the Song military. Unfortunately, he died in battle while supporting Taiyuan in the first year of Jingkong, with the entire Song army of 20,000 perishing. Of course, the main reason for this was the corruption in the Song military and government, as well as the betrayal of his comrade, Yao Gu. Little Zhong did his best and ultimately sacrificed his life for the country, while Zhang Jun managed to break through with his men. At this time, he mentioned Zhong Shizhong's name to elevate his own status and to pressure Zhongzhe. The implication was, "My friend, I come from the Hedong army, and fighting is a routine matter for me. So it's Commander Zhang. How many troops have you brought?" 500. "What? 500? Why didn't you bring more troops to go to the capital together?" Zhang Jun looked at Zhongzhe as if he were insane, but he still wore a smile. He was an extremely hypocritical opportunist who had spent his life scheming, and he also had a part in the demise of Yu Fei. At the same time, he was one of Zhao Guo's sycophants. "Vice Marshal Zhong, I am here on the orders of the Great Marshal to inform you to cease hostilities with the Jin army." "Why is that?" "News has reached the capital that the emperor has reached a peace agreement with the Jin. You are here engaging in a fierce battle with the Jin army, putting the emperor in a dangerous position. What is your intention?" "Absurd." Zhongzhe slammed the table, nearly breaking it, startling Zhang Jun. Although Zhongzhe's hair was white, his spirit was as strong as a bell. He angrily said, "This is the treachery of the Jin thieves. The Great Marshal actually believes the words of scoundrels like Wang Boyan." Zhang Jun was taken aback. He did not expect Zhongzhe to dare to reprimand Zhao Guo like this, and he could not help but inwardly curse Zhongzhe for being foolish and incapable of governing. Zhongzhe continued, "Commander Zhang, are you willing to send troops here to join me in marching south to support the emperor?" "I, of course, am loyal to the emperor, but at this moment, the Great Marshal has given orders, and I absolutely will not disobey military orders." "Yu Fei," Zhongzhe shouted, and Yu Fei entered with a few people. "General, what is your command? Throw this person out." Zhang Jun did not expect Zhongzhe to be so bold. He hurriedly said, "Zhongzhe, I am sent by the Great Marshal. What right do you have to throw me out?" "Zhang Jun, go back and tell the Great Marshal to keep away from scoundrels like Wang Boyan. The emperor is still in the capital." The military governor of Damingfu, Zhao Yi, Fan Na, and Zheng Mao all had troops, but they were all looking at the face of the Great Marshal Zhao Guo. They were unwilling to send troops. Zhao Guo was now the shield they feared and were reluctant to send troops against. Yu Fei stepped forward and said, "Please leave." "What are you? Get out of my way." Zhang Jun was furious. Just as he finished speaking, Yu Fei seized Zhang Jun and pressed him down with one hand. Zhang Jun was caught off guard and was immediately subdued. Chapter 55. Zhonghan, is that right? Everything is developing according to my predictions. Even though Zhang Jun was from the army, he had no power to fight back against Yu Fei. Zhang Jun's men were also shocked and did not dare to make a sound. Yu Fei took Zhang Jun out. Zhang Jun shouted, "Zhongzhe, how dare you treat me this way? The Great Marshal will not let you off." Zhang Jun was expelled from Huazhou. Zhongzhe said to the returning Yu Fei, "Yu Fei, do you know why I drove him away?" "General, I do not know. Please enlighten me." Zhang Jun was sent by the Great Marshal to keep us from moving, only because they heard rumors that the emperor has reached a peace agreement with the Jin. "Yu Fei, if it were you, what would you do?" Yu Fei thought for a moment and said, "General, I would not believe the emperor has reached a peace agreement with the Jin." "Why?" "The Jin do not negotiate peace. The Jin have wild ambitions and want to destroy our great song. Even if the Jin want to negotiate peace, it would be to deceive us." The young Yu Fei's gaze was resolute. At this time, Yu Fei had not yet grown into the well-known general of all under heaven. He had just recently become a subordinate of Zhongzhe. Historically, at this time, Zhongzhe had a significant influence on Yu Fei, and their relationship was both mentor and friend. Zhongzhe smiled and said, "What does this have to do with my expelling Zhang Jun?" "The marshal must make a statement to the 3 armies. Anyone who dares to speak of not fighting will be severely punished. Good. Good job, Yu Fei. Well said. But it's not necessary to fight the Jin people head-on. Restraining them is also a form of combat. I expelled him to boost our army's morale. I cannot allow anyone to waver the resolve of the soldiers at this time. Zhongzhe was very fond of this young man before him. He truly seemed to see a younger version of himself, with passionate blood and the brilliance of ideals burning in his eyes. Yu Fei, let me give you a reminder. Please teach me, Marshal. You cannot only fight field battles. You fight field battles very well, but you must also learn to defend cities, divide troops, arrange formations, command troops, wield life and death, govern with virtue, and rule with authority. Do you understand? Thank you for your guidance, Marshal. I will remember it. Zhongzhe patted Yu Fei on the shoulder. On February 4th, scouts reported that a Jin army had crossed the Yellow River and advanced towards Huazhou. It was said that there were quite a number of cavalry. Lu Hao said, General Zhong, why not take advantage of our morale and fight the Jin thieves again? No. The troops coming from the south of the Yellow River must be the elite forces of the Jin thieves. Our army has been fighting for over half a month. Our men and horses are exhausted, and there are many wounded. It is not suitable to stay here for long. Then what should we do? Send my order. The entire army must quickly withdraw from Huazhou. We just won a victory, and now we have to retreat? Retreat. This is an order. Yes. Wanyan Wuzhu originally planned to go to Huazhou to persuade Zhongzhe to surrender, but when he arrived at Huazhou, the people were gone, and the army was also missing. Wanyan Wuzhu said, it seems this old General Zhong is unwilling to surrender. He wants to play hide and seek with us. I'll play along with you. On February 5th, heavy snow fell. While marching, Lu Hao asked, Marshal, are we going to keep avoiding the enemy's blade? No, wait for the righteous army. Many people have already written to me. They will arrive soon. Lu Hao was overjoyed to hear there were reinforcements. Time flew by, and soon it was late February. Wanyan Zhonghan asked, what about Wuzhou? Marshal, there has been no news from Wuzhou. Wanyan Zhonghan became a bit anxious. It was already late February. Have we gathered food supplies? News just came today. We have collected for more than a month. Only a month? Surely, I said. Zhengzhou and Luoyang have no food left to collect. So, our supplies can only be delayed until mid-April? That's the case. What if we forcibly take from the villagers around? Marshal, there is nothing left to take. Many villagers have fled south or become bandits, and all the food that could be hidden has been hidden. As of now, no one is spring plowing in the fields. You go arrange for someone to see how the situation is inside Bianjing. Yes, I will arrange it right away. After Shirley I left, Wanyan Zhonghan fell into deep thought. If they retreated, it would mean they had suffered losses in this battle, and when he returned, there would inevitably be people in the court who would use this against him. Wanyan Zhonghan was in a very bad mood. He believed the current situation was already very bad. His situation could not be worse than it was now. It was just a matter of seeing who would be in a worse position, himself or the Dog Emperor. He thought that the first to crumble would definitely be Zhao Ning. However, he did not expect that as soon as Shirley I left. Another piece of news came that made him jump in anger. What news? Wanyan Wuzhu went to persuade Zhongzhe to surrender, but didn't he find him? As a result, half a month later, suddenly hundreds of thousands of troops and civilians appeared in Hebei, gathering under Zhongzhe's banner. They gathered around Huazhou and Kaifu with great momentum. From noon today until 3 days later, similar news kept coming in. The Song army from Hebei is gathering in response. If it had been 2 months ago, Wanyan Zhonghan would have had no concerns. But now, with no progress in capturing Bianjing and little food left, suddenly having so many Song troops appear, he had to take this matter seriously. This Zhongzhe made him worried. Wanyan Zhonghan was a strong and valiant figure, but he was not the kind of person who was blindly arrogant. On the contrary, he was very skilled in marching, fighting, strategic deployment, and using people. Having learned a lot while following Wanyan Aguda in campaigns, why did so many Song troops suddenly gather in Hebei? In fact, to be precise, they were not Song troops, but righteous troops. That is, temporary forces formed by the people, which could be called militia. They didn't even have armor. And most were like the common people in the capital, fighting to defend their homes. Zhongzhe achieved great victories in Hebei, and his reputation spread far and wide. At this time, when he called for recruitment, naturally, many responded. However, Zhongzhe was not taking the tactic of fighting the Jin army head-on. Instead, he was using flanking intimidation to make the Jin army wary. Clearly, Zhongzhe was also aware of the Jin army's current pain points. As the saying goes, the situation of troops is not constant, and water has no fixed form. Warfare is not just about having one trick to eat all. On the second day of March, Wanyan Zhonghan asked, have we found that Zhongzhe? Shirley I smiled bitterly and said, he suddenly avoided battle. What about inside Bianjing? No reaction at all. I don't believe the Dog Emperor's food can't be finished. All of this was being coldly observed by Wanyan Zhongwang. Shirley I said, Marshal, it's already March. We must make some objective decisions. Are you saying we should retreat? What I mean is that we need to prepare in advance. After all, there are quite a few Song troops gathering in Hebei now. If we retreat in a hurry, it would not be good for our army's situation. Wanyan Zhonghan fell silent and entered a calm state of contemplation. The ice and snow of March melted, and by April, lunar calendar, the temperature rose, marking the beginning of summer. For someone like Wanyan Zhonghan, who grew up in the northeast, the heat was very uncomfortable. Surely, I said. The marshal need not be overly fixated. We have also gained from this southern campaign. Taiyuan has been captured by us. And the 3 important towns in Song's Hebei and Hedong have been taken. They have lost their barriers. We can come whenever we want. Wanyan Zhonghan sighed and said, I am not unwilling to retreat. I just have something in my heart. He stopped and did not say more. Surely I understood what Wanyan Zhonghan wanted to say. He wanted to say that he remembered the Dog Emperor's article on the early period of the Songjin War. The trends of the past few months had all developed according to that article. Chapter 56. Hello everyone. My prophecy has come again. Wanyan Zhonghan would never say that sentence. He would never admit Zhao Ning's article. If he admitted it, it would be tantamount to acknowledging that the Jin state could not destroy the Song state. This is not merely a matter of pride. It is a political issue that involves his personal interests. He is a faction that advocates the destruction of the Song. While the core idea of that article is that the Jin state cannot destroy the Song, that article would inevitably allow the peace faction in the court to rise, posing a political threat to him, a staunch pro-war faction leader. In fact, Zhao Ning wrote on the early period of the Songjin War with several purposes. First, as long as the situation develops as described in the article, the peace faction in the Jin court will inevitably have material to validate their ideas, launching political attacks against the pro-war faction. Second, in terms of combat ideology, to unite the fragmented Song dynasty. In the face of a huge national crisis, every faction has its own ideas. Since the founding of the Song dynasty, the phenomenon of separation and obstruction, with each faction acting independently, has reached an outrageous level. How did Zhong Shizhong die in battle? He was supposed to meet with Yao Gu, but Yao Gu did not arrive as scheduled, and his lone forces were annihilated by the Jin army. Yao Gu's Yao family army also met a similar fate. Then there's Li Gang, who successfully defended the capital city of Dongjing in early the first year of Jin Kong, but was marginalized and sent to Hebei as the governor of Hedong, where he found that no one was willing to follow his orders. Everyone acted independently. At that time, Zhongzhe wanted to gather a large army on the banks of the Yellow River to deter the Jin army, but various forces ran to Zhao Gu's side. This was the norm in the Song dynasty. This article can actually provide guidance on major strategic directions to avoid excessive and useless strategic debates later on. Of course, Zhao Ning did not expect that one article could unite people's hearts. That was impossible. To make the Song dynasty strong again, it must undergo a reform that would cost many lives. Wanyan Zhonghan was unwilling to speak out, and surely AI naturally would not either. Currently, the mainstream opinion in the Jin court was to destroy the Song, and the second most powerful figure in the Jin dynasty, Wanyan Gao, was also a staunch supporter of this viewpoint. Only by destroying the Song could they continue to gain merits and rewards, thereby strengthening their power in the court. However, at this time, Zhongzhe was definitely not avoiding battle. He was merely retreating to advance. He would occasionally send troops to attack the Jin army in its weaker areas, but he did not engage in direct combat with Wanyan Wuzhu's cavalry, or when Wanyan Wuzhu sent small cavalry units to scout enemy positions. If he encountered them, he would immediately eliminate the opponent. Zhongzhe's victories were not solely due to bravery. He had his own methods. Given the lack of cavalry on his side, he summarized the previous wars where the Song army often collapsed at the charge of enemy cavalry. In the era of cold weapons, battle formations were crucial. Once an army collapsed, it lost all combat effectiveness. Imagine being in a defeated army of 8,000 people. People are running everywhere. If you run slowly, you might get trampled to death. And if you tell everyone not to run and to advance in that direction, your voice might be drowned out by the shouts of many others. At that moment, an individual is merely a small boat in a vast ocean. This is also why the Battle of Feishui was lost. The army collapsed. Therefore, warfare is not a mathematical problem. It is not like playing a game where you just click a mouse and overwhelm the opponent with numbers. At this time, to hold back the enemy cavalry, one needs a strategy. He created many war chariots to deal with the cavalry. 1 person drives the chariot, 8 push it, and 2 support the wheel. 3 hold shields to assist the chariot, 20 carry long spears to support the chariot, and 18 use strong bows for long-range shooting. Each chariot involves a total of 55 people. For every 10 chariots, 1 chief would lead them, forming a team. When in motion, they would form a formation. When stopped, they would set up camp, specifically to counter the enemy cavalry's attacks. In the absence of heavy infantry, this approach would be much more effective. This is one reason why Zhongzhe could win battles. He was both brave and cunning. As mid-march approached, Zhao Ning found himself more relaxed. The capital city of Dongjing had been relatively calm in these 2 months, as everyone had food to eat and the Jin army had not attacked the city again. From time to time, Zhao Ning would go out for a stroll. However, more often, he was absorbed in making penicillin using traditional methods in the palace. Indeed, he was still quite inexperienced. After more than 2 months, he had failed each time. But he did not give up. He continued to produce and improve, recording every step of the process. Not only that, he was also refining many of his upcoming strategic plans, including various reforms. These included, but were not limited to, financial reform, monopoly reform, bureaucratic system reform, transportation reform, personnel reform, and more importantly, military reform, including the construction of defensive strategies after the Jin army retreated. In fact, He had already planned many things and was just waiting for the Jin army to leave so he could begin recruiting talents from all sides and take office. Of course, reform is not just about talking. It cannot be done haphazardly or by simply mimicking others. It must be based on specific realities and at certain stages. Many systems cannot be changed arbitrarily. They cannot be carelessly altered, and one cannot take overly large steps that lead to failure. This is also the reason why he had not made any changes to the Song dynasty in the past few months since he traveled back in time. Changing things now is useless because Dongjing is cut off from the outside world, and many government offices are paralyzed. After Wang Shiyong was executed, Zhao Ning promoted the Deputy Minister of Personnel, Cheng Zhun, to Minister of Personnel. These matters were all trivial at the moment. He had already compiled a list of talented individuals from the transitional period between the two Song dynasties. On April 1st, Zhao Ding came to say, "Your Majesty, there is not much food left in the city. A few days ago, there were cases of food theft, and such incidents have been increasing recently." He added that the big households also had little food left, and now among the defending troops. Some proposed to take the initiative to leave the city and fight the Jin army. Such thoughts are normal. When food is running low, naturally, some want to fight. Are there many who think this way? Not a few, and even among the common people, there are worries. Zhao Ding hesitated for a moment and said, "I am concerned that at this time, someone with ulterior motives might incite the situation. I understand, you need not worry. I will handle this matter. I will inform everyone in the Dongjing Daily that the Jin army will retreat within this month." Zhao Ding was slightly taken aback and said, "Your Majesty, if the Jin army does not retreat, it will greatly damage your authority. The reputation you have worked hard to establish. The Jin army will definitely retreat, you can rest assured." Zhao Ning remained calm and composed. On April 2nd, early in the morning, the headline of the Dongjing Daily was published. In an instant, rumors spread throughout the city that the Jin army would retreat within a month. Almost all the common people chose to believe it. After experiencing these past few months, Zhao Ning's reputation in Dongjing had reached an unprecedented height. Once this article was published, the people's hearts in Dongjing were instantly calmed. Some believed it, but certainly some did not. For example, Zhao Kai, who was hiding at home, buried under the covers, sneered at the contents of this newspaper. Zhao Kai said, "If the Jin army does not retreat by then, let's see how you step down." Of course, there were other officials who shared similar thoughts with Zhao Kai. Some officials said, "Tyrant, you are bringing disaster upon yourself. If the Jin army does not retreat, and the city runs out of food, everyone will be angry. Let's see how you explain it." Chapter 57. What? The Jin army is besieging Zhaogo. Wanyan Zonghan wanted to drag this out and hoped to delay for another month by cutting the soldiers' rations at each meal. This mindset is akin to buying stocks. I see my investment falling, but I refuse to sell, thinking it might go up tomorrow. This is a gambling mentality. His gambling opponent is Zhao Ning. Perhaps tomorrow someone will jump off the walls of Bianjing in despair. Perhaps next month, the Dog Emperor will collapse. Surely AI said, "Commander, our food supplies are running low. If we are to retreat, we must start acting now." Surely AI even had a plan for retreat ready, just as Wanyan Zonghan had thought. On the north bank of the Yellow River, there are hundreds of thousands of Song troops, and that little Wanyan Wuzhu is playing tricks on the north bank. Wanyan Wuzhu is indeed playing tricks. He is deliberately avoiding large-scale direct combat with the Song army. If his cavalry were truly to engage with the Song army, it would not have taken this long without any results. By now, many senior generals within the Jin army wanted to retreat, but no one spoke up. Wanyan Wuzhu was trying to use this method to force Wanyan Zonghan to withdraw his troops. Wanyan Zonghan's withdrawal would definitely have an impact on his prestige in the Jin court. Politics is a zero-sum game. Not only did Wanyan Wuzhu have such thoughts, but Wanyan Zongwang also did. He didn't advise Wanyan Zonghan. Instead, he spent his days drinking and sleeping with women in his general's tent, clearly waiting for the order to withdraw the troops. Therefore, leading the troops was not easy. Even the most formidable troops have internal gaps that cannot be stitched together. It seems that Wanyan Wuzhu, like Wanyan Zongwang, is a pro-peace faction? No. Wanyan Wuzhu, like Wanyan Zonghan, is a hardliner advocating the destruction of the Song. Historically, the fourth prince was not an easy character. The iron floating tower and the crooked horse made the Song army tremble with fear. The Song people referred to him as Jin Wuzhu. Since Wanyan Wuzhu is a hardliner advocating the destruction of the Song, why is he playing mind games now? As mentioned, politics is a zero-sum game. The Song dynasty is also a saturated market. If he attacks me, there will be nothing left to attack. The cake is only so big. Political struggle boils down to two words: interests. Wanyan Zonghan pondered for a moment and said, "Let us hold on for another month and withdraw the troops in early May." How about that? Surely AI glanced at Gao Qingyi beside him, clearly hoping he would say something. Both of these men were former ministers of the Liao kingdom. After Jin destroyed Liao, they surrendered to the Jin and were valued by Wanyan Zonghan. Especially Gao Qingyi, who came from the famous Gao family of Bohai, was well respected. Fluent in both Jurchen and Han languages, and played a significant role during the initial years when the Jin quickly conquered the Liao kingdom. Gao Qingyi said, "General, if we delay for another month, I'm worried that the situation in Hebei might change. It's not that we can't retreat, but we may have to pay a certain price to succeed in withdrawing, which would be unfavorable for the general. What he meant by unfavorable for the general referred to the political disadvantages Wanyan Zonghan would face in the court. War is an extension of politics and is always linked to it. Wanyan Zonghan already had the suspicion of overshadowing the emperor, and Wanyan Wukamai had been secretly trying to weaken him. Furthermore, this also involved the dispute over the Jin crown prince. Wanyan Zonghan supported Wanyan Gao, who was the brother of Wanyan Aguda and Wanyan Wukamai. Wanyan Wukamai actually wanted to pass the throne to his son Wanyan Zongpan. Wanyan Zongpan was close to Wanyan Chang, who was also close to Wanyan Zongwang, leading to conflicts between the two sides. Ultimately, withdrawing the troops now is the most suitable timing, and the losses would naturally be minimal. Wanyan Zonghan thought for a moment and said, "Let us hold on for another month. I don't believe that Bianjing's food will run out. Besides, even if Bianjing doesn't open its doors a month later, there will probably be little food left. Even if we withdraw, Bianjing will also be unable to secure sufficient food supplies and will be in chaos. If I can't capture Bianjing, I won't let Bianjing have it easy either." Surely AI and Gao Qingyi exchanged glances and said nothing more. Surely AI asked, "Should we continue to divide our troops to advance to Damingfu?" They would advance half a month before the withdrawal. Yes. The division of troops to advance towards Damingfu refers to the surprise attack on Zhao Go in Damingfu, attracting Zongza to rescue him, thus allowing the main Jin army to retreat north from Huazhou. Zongza is difficult to deal with. If we engage the other Song troops, we can divert Zongza's attention, right? In this plan, the Jin army had already regarded the Song troops in Damingfu as a group of easily defeated fools. Time flew by, and soon a day had passed. Just when Wanyan Zonghan was making his final stand, a message suddenly arrived that made him feel an urge to flip the table. What was the message? A royal army appeared south of the capital. The royal army from the south has arrived, led by Chun Gui and others. The southern royal army reached the vicinity of Zuxianhen and engaged in several battles with the Jin army there. This made Wanyan Zonghan remember a name. Chun Gui. By now, Wanyan Zonghan had already memorized 3 names from the Song dynasty: Zhang Shai, who fought fiercely at the border, Zongza, who was stationed in Huazhou, and Chun Gui from Zuxianhen. How come several capable Song generals appeared at such a crucial moment? Can Chun Gui fight? He really can. However, he is more defensive and specializes in troop deployment. He is a technical expert in military fields, and he loves military strategy, being a civil official who has read many military classics. The first tubular firearm in human history was invented by this guy, the Tuhua gun, with a range of 230 meters. Chun Gui may not be as bold and composed as Zongza, who can suppress the situation in the northern capital like a stabilizing force, but he can steadily maneuver and engage the Jin army south of Kaifeng. This is already quite satisfactory for the battlefield. This shattered Wanyan Zonghan's idea of continuing to hold on for another month. After confirming that the southern royal army had arrived, Wanyan Zonghan immediately sent orders to Wanyan Wuzhu to quickly advance east and attack Damingfu. At the same time, he ordered Wanyan Yingzhu to advance from the right flank towards Damingfu. He also sent orders to Wanyan Lushir at Tongwan to prepare to withdraw the troops. At this time, Zhao Go was still unaware that he had suddenly become the target of the Jin army. After receiving Wanyan Zonghan's orders, Wanyan Wuzhu guessed that Wanyan Zonghan intended to withdraw the troops. He was naturally willing and immediately advanced quickly from Huazhou and Kaifu towards the northeast Damingfu. On April 9th, Zongza received intelligence that a large number of Jin cavalry had withdrawn from the area. To prevent the Jin army from feigning a retreat, Zongza immediately dispatched Yu Fei to lead a small cavalry unit as scouts to quickly investigate the enemy situation. On April 12th, Yu Fei sent someone back to report that the Jin cavalry had already reached Damingfu, which was 300 miles away. At this time, Zhao Go was still pondering the current situation within the Grand Marshal's residence. He had already excluded Zongza from his command. He believed Zongza was too disobedient and that Zhang Jun, Wang Boyan, and Huang Qianshan were better choices. Chapter 58. My military talent has arrived. Historically, Wanyan Jume wronged Yu Fei and also let down Zongza. After the humiliation of Jinkong, Zhao Go ascended the throne in Nanjing, Shangqiu, and began his journey southward. In the first year of Jinyan, Zhao Go fled to Jinling, while Zongza defended Bianjing. After experiencing the Jinkong disaster, Bianjing was in chaos, already in decline, with people selling human flesh and rampant banditry, leaving the populace in despair. When Zongza arrived in Bianjing, he first established military laws against the bandits, hanging a row of heads of bandits on the city walls, and then vigorously restored order in Bianjing. By the second year of Jinyan, people in Bianjing were already holding lantern festivals, and order was almost restored to its former state. Moreover, he restored transportation, stabilized the market, dredged the rivers, established 24 camps along the Yellow River, and stationed tens of thousands of troops. At that time, there was Wang Shan, who claimed to have a population of 700,000 and thousands of war chariots, wanting to attack Bianjing to establish a power. Zongza went alone to meet Wang Shan, persuading him, and Wang Shan was moved by Zongza's charisma, thus choosing to join Zongza. At this time, the Jin army was advancing south again, with Wanyan Wuzhu's iron cavalry heading straight for Bianjing. Zongzi remained calm and coordinated the defense against the enemy. With Zongzi in command, all factions felt reassured. The Jin army's multiple attacks were repelled, and Zongzi wrote to Zhao Go, urging him to return to Bianjing to stabilize the people's hearts. Hey, our Wanyan Jiumei just pretended not to see anything. The art style goes like this. Zongzi, when will you return to Bianjing? Zhao Go, why do you ask? Zongzi, do you plan to cross the Yangtze River? Zhao Go, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you clearly. Zongzi, do you plan to cross the Yangtze River in your lifetime? Zhao Go, I really can't hear what you're saying. Zongzi, let's talk about the recruitment of troops. Zhao Go, I can hear you now. The dialogue did not happen in history. It is just used to describe the artistic style of the time. Zhao Go does not return. Zongzi guards Bianjing. Eventually, Zongzi grows old and falls ill from overwork. On his deathbed, in his final moments, he cries out 3 times, cross the river, cross the river, cross the river. In the end, he dies in despair. What he meant by crossing the river was to cross the Yellow River and march north. Unfortunately, he encountered Zhao Go. After Zongzi's death, Zhao Go sent a little gem named Du Chong over. The Jin army attacked again. And our little gem, Du Chong, did nothing but one thing. He opened up the Yellow River, flooding the 2 Huai regions. Thus, the lower Yellow River became a flood zone for hundreds of years thereafter. As for Zhao Go, you could say he was scared stiff by the Jin army. And indeed, he was scared stiff. But he himself was muddled, and there was absolutely no way to wash that away. You could say he was wary of the temporary militia recruited by Zongzi. That makes sense. After all, once Zongzi died, those people either fled or betrayed. But why did you send Du Chong over? Great Marshal, I have received the latest news. The Jin army is currently sending a large force to encircle Zongzi in Weizhou, Huazhou, and Kaidfu. Wang Boyan always had a smile on his face, squinting his eyes like a kind neighbor. Zhao Go was somewhat surprised and asked, should we support Zongzi? Zhang Jun, on the side, said, Great Marshal, Vice Marshal Zong has a strong army. He may not need our support. However, we already have hundreds of thousands of troops and should break the siege of the capital. Zhao Go was a bit confused. This 20-year-old young man still had not gotten used to the identity of a ruler. Faced with such a complicated situation, he did not know how to handle it. Nor did he have the resolve to lead the army westward immediately. It turned out that sitting in a high position was not as simple as he had imagined before. He even feared in his heart, feeling angry at Zongzi for not listening to him. The overall commander of the northern route, Zhao Yi, said, Zongzi is arrogant. And the current situation is his own doing. Previously, Zongzi had written to them, asking them to gather in Bianjing, but they ignored Zongzi. Now, hearing that Zongzi was being besieged by the Jin cavalry, they felt a bit gloating. If Zongzi had been willing to go to Damingfu and work with the Great Marshal to reorganize the troops, and then look for an opportunity to march south, the current situation would not have occurred. The pacification envoy of the northeastern route, Fanna, also said. These people had previously heard that tens of thousands of righteous soldiers were gathering in Huazhou to join Zongzi, and they were quite envious. Now, finally, they felt a sense of relief. Wang Boyan said, Everyone, we can't say that. After all, we are all officials of the same dynasty. And the emperor is still in the capital. Then what does Vice Marshal Wang mean? We still do not know the Jin army's movements. Let Zongzi probe first. And our army can send scouts to reinforce at any time. Wang Boyan's words were very subtle. At first glance, it seemed he wanted to reinforce Zongzi. But in fact, it was to let Zongzi be the cannon fodder first. Once Zongzi had worn down the Jin army, Zhao Go would then march south to claim the credit for saving the country. Zhao Yi said, I agree with Vice Marshal Wang's proposal. I agree too. Zhang Jun also expressed his support. Fanna also said, I agree as well. Others also expressed their agreement. Zhao Go said, in that case, let's wait a bit longer. Just as Zhao Go finished speaking, an urgent report suddenly came from outside. Report. Marshal, bad news. A rout of Jin troops is heading towards Daming. Everyone in the room was momentarily stunned, and after a brief silence of a few blinks, they immediately panicked. Since entering the territory of Damingfu on April 12th, Wanyan Wushou's troops had been sharp and unstoppable, winning 5 battles in a row. The Song army was in a rout. On April 13th, Zhao Go prepared to withdraw from Daming, but it was already too late. After Wanyan Wushou arrived in Daming from the west, Wanyan Yenshu could immediately arrive from the south, blocking Zhao Go's escape route. A large number of Jin cavalry gathered near Daming. At the same time, the Jin army in Kaifeng had already withdrawn overnight. The Jin army's retreat was very fast, giving the Song army almost no chance to react. On April 14th, heavy rain poured down in the capital. A troop came out from Bianjing City, led by Zhang Shai's second son, Zhang Zhongxiong. Zhang Zhongxiong saw many tents in the former Jin army camp, but the tents were mostly empty. Whether the Jin army had truly retreated was still uncertain. To guard against deception, Zhang Zhongxiong explored the surroundings. By noon, Chen Gui's troops arrived at the foot of Bianjing. Your Majesty, Zhang Shai excitedly walked into the palace, saying there was a troop outside claiming to be the righteous army from the south, led by someone named Chen Gui. Zhao Ning was having lunch, and upon hearing Chen Gui's name, he suddenly stood up. My goodness, my military talent has arrived. He threw down his chopsticks, spat out the food in his mouth, and excitedly ran to the entrance of the Windy Hall. Wang Huaiji chased after him, "Your Majesty, you're not wearing your shoes." Zhao Ning had already reached the door. He turned around and took the shoes from Wang Huaiji's hands, quickly putting them on. Zhang Shai was puzzled. "Your Majesty, where are you going?" "To find Qin Gui. I want to personally welcome the righteous army." "Your Majesty, it's raining heavily outside." Zhao Ning shouted as he ran. "If they can come in the rain, why can't I go out in the rain? I have longed for talent for too long." Chapter 59. I want to rearrange this game. Zhang Shai quickly followed behind Zhao Ning. He did not expect Zhao Ning would actually go out in the heavy rain to welcome them, and he felt quite moved. "Your Majesty, please slow down." Zhang Shai caught up with Zhao Ning's pace. "Your Majesty, we still cannot confirm whether the Jin thieves have truly retreated. It is unwise for you to leave the city. No need to worry. Let us first go to the city wall and take a look." Zhao Ning did not take a carriage, but wore a raincoat, rode a horse, and led the imperial guard out of the Xuanwu Gate, the north gate of the palace, and soon arrived at the Jinglong Gate. Outside was Jinglomen Street, where it was raining heavily and there were not many people on the street. The citizens in the houses on both sides looked out curiously when they saw a troop coming out. The Wuzhong River, which runs through the capital from east to west, was ahead. This river is one of the 4 major transport rivers of the Song Dynasty. At this time, the willows by the Wuzhong River danced in the wind and rain. Green grass covered both banks, and some people were still sleeping in the boats on the river. Zhao Ning galloped along, hearing the sound of rain hitting the ground and the croaking of frogs. Zhao Ning was starting to slowly get used to this identity. Being an emperor, especially in chaotic times, requires a change of method. He could no longer play the way previous Zhao emperors had. After all, the world had changed, and the rules of the game had to change as well. When he reached the new Xuanzhou Gate, the north gate of Bianjing, Zhao Ning saw the soldiers on the city gate standing guard, all standing straight, loyal to their duty. The attendants accompanying His Majesty were about to announce his arrival, but were stopped by Zhao Ning. After dismounting, he walked up to the city wall. Just then, a troop was rushing towards them, led by Zhang Zhongxiong's scouts. Zhang Shai saw that his son had returned and immediately asked, "Meng Ping, how was your investigation?" Zhang Zhongxiong was just saying to let the people on the city wall open the gate when he heard his father's name. He looked up and saw many people on the city wall. Reporting to Zhang Xiangong, "The Jin army has retreated." "Are you sure?" "The lads have checked within a radius of 200 miles. The Jin army has already crossed the Yellow River." As soon as he said this, the people on the city wall couldn't help but cheer. Zhao Ning did not stop them, after being besieged for months. It was natural to cheer now that the Jin army had finally retreated. He quickly descended from the city tower and said, "Open the city gates. Hurry." The soldiers were still a bit unaccustomed and stood there dazed for a moment. Zhang Shai hurriedly said, "Open the gates quickly." Only then did everyone awkwardly open the city gates, and the soldiers' hands trembled as they did so. Once the gates were opened, Zhao Ning rushed out with his men. "Where is the royal army?" "They are stationed 20 miles to the northwest." Zhao Ning led his men at lightning speed. This was his first time leaving Bianjing since he crossed over. The rain fell heavier and heavier, as if it would drown the entire world. But Zhao Ning's mood became increasingly excited. After circling around the grove ahead, they quickly arrived at the location of the royal army to the south. "Report, County Magistrate Chun. A troop is coming towards us." Chen Gui was checking the condition of the injured and became alert upon hearing this news, and others also became vigilant. "Didn't they say the Jin army had retreated?" Chen Gui thought for a moment and said, "It might be people from the court. Let's go." The soldiers of the royal army, armed with swords, some even holding iron rods and hoes, surged over. After Zhang Shai sent someone forward to communicate, he learned that they were indeed from the court. "The emperor has arrived. The emperor has arrived." The crowd began to shout, "It's the emperor." Chen Gui and the others quickly heard this shout and were taken aback. The crowd parted to make way, and Chen Gui immediately stepped forward. "I, Chen Gui, pay my respects to your majesty." Zhao Ning grasped Chen Gui's hand and said, "You have finally come." After being locked inside the city for months on the eve of the Jinkong humiliation, he could finally come out today. The people of the Song Dynasty were finally beginning to arrive one after another. It was truly exemplary for a small county magistrate like Chen Gui to organize the royal army from the south to rush over. Just like during the Jiasai incident at the end of the Ming Dynasty, when Chongzhen issued a royal order, Lu Xiangxing, a well-known county magistrate, organized troops to rush to the capital to support the emperor. "I am late to rescue the emperor." Chen Gui never expected that Zhao, the emperor, would personally come out of the city to greet them in such heavy rain. Others also didn't expect that His Majesty would come in such rainy weather. The crowd was spreading the news, and everyone was greatly encouraged. No, you have done very well. I am very pleased." "Rain? What does it matter how heavy the rain is?" After that, Zhao Ning did not immediately pull Chen Gui into the city, but personally visited this royal army. Why did he want to visit this royal army in person? Because of the people's hearts. Those who traveled thousands of miles to the capital to support the emperor were all good seedlings for the new army. The court was urgently looking to form a new army. As the end of the year approached, once the weather turned cold, the Jin army would inevitably launch another large-scale southward advance. If a new army could be quickly assembled, Zhao Ning would have no problem standing out in the rain for 3 days and nights. "Lads, you've worked hard." In the rain, Zhao, the emperor, shouted loudly as he walked, his gaze sweeping over each person. You are all doing great. I have finally awaited your arrival. Such simple words were effective. These people were mostly farmers, and it was useless to speak lofty words to them. Everyone was clearly very excited. The most important thing was that money would surely be distributed. After expressing his gratitude, Zhao Ning then led Chen Gue into Bianjing. At this time, soldiers on horseback were shouting in the streets of Bianjing. The Jin army has retreated. The Jin army has retreated. This news was like sweet dew after a long drought for the people of Bianjing. People poked their heads out. The Jin army has retreated. The Jin army really retreated. Zhao, the emperor, was right. The Jin army really left this month. The news of the Jin army's retreat quickly spread throughout Bianjing. Countless people took to the streets to cheer. No one cared about the heavy rain. Clearly, Zhao Ning's reputation in the capital had reached its historical peak. At this moment, in the residence of Prince Yun, the steward rushed in and shouted, "Your Highness, the Jin army has retreated." Zhao Kai was taken aback. Retreated? It spread throughout the city. Zhao Kai's expression was blank as he sat down, like a deflated balloon, muttering to himself, the emperor actually predicted this. Meanwhile, at Tang Ke's residence, Tang Xiangong. What is the hurry? The Jin army has retreated. Tang Ke stood up abruptly, shocked. Really? It spread throughout the city. The news not only spread among the common people, but also quickly reached the official circles of Bianjing, and the nobility and royal family had all heard of it. Everyone was cheering. After hearing this news, Zhu Lian hurried to the Windy Hall to find Zhao Ning and celebrate with him. However, when she arrived, she was informed that the emperor was discussing state affairs with the ministers inside. Zhu Lian then realized that while the entire city was rejoicing, her husband was not happy. Because the Song dynasty was currently a mess, with countless issues waiting for him to deal with. At this moment, it should be said that the one under the most pressure in the entire city was Zhao Ning. As a time traveler, he knew that soon the Jin army would launch a second attack. He could not afford to rest for a moment. At this time, he was in the Windy Hall discussing the next steps with Zhang Shai, Chen Gue, Zhao Ding, and others. They needed to get moving immediately. Of course, Zhao Ning also sent someone to find someone to come to the capital. The position of Privy Seal was reserved for him. Zhongzhe? No. Zhongzhe had more important matters to arrange afterward. So who was it? That Zhang Jun, who was good at losing battles. Chapter 60 Zhao. The Emperor's strategic deployment Zhang Jun is not Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun is one of the revival generals of the Southern Song dynasty, who became a revival general by flattering Zhao Go. Objectively speaking, Zhang Jun has no qualifications to be compared with Yu Fei, but Zhang Jun is different. Among the 4 generals of the Southern Song revival, 3 were brought out by him. What makes this person remarkable? First, he is the leader of the anti-Jin faction in the Southern Song. Second, his personal battle record is certainly not as good as Yu Fei's. Moreover, he has had several famous defeats. Indeed, he has had several famous defeats, the most famous being the Battle of Fuping in Shaanxi. In the Battle of Fuping, the Song army of 300,000 collapsed. Indeed, under Zhang Jun's leadership, the Song army of 300,000 collapsed. After the collapse, Zhang Jun returned and was given an important position. Does this historical record seem illogical? If an ordinary commoner knew about Zhang Jun's defeat, they would surely scold him. But now Zhao Ning is the emperor, standing at the highest level to formulate national strategy, and he must understand the overall situation. Zhang Jun is a person who will be closely related to Zhao Ning's defensive strategic deployment and is absolutely indispensable. The Battle of Fuping attracted the main force of the Jin army, greatly alleviating the crisis in southeastern Southern Song. It is a tactical defeat, but a strategic victory. Zhang Jun is a person who acts boldly, takes responsibility, and dares to act. He knew that Shaanxi would lose, yet he resolutely forced an army of 300,000 to fight against the Jin army. You have to understand, if all the generals are willing to fight to the death, the commander will have an easy time. If the generals are unwilling to fight, the commander will have a headache. Persuading them to fight is itself an extremely difficult task. Moreover, knowing that defeat is inevitable and still going for it, what kind of responsibility is that? Most people would have already thrown the responsibility and run away. Therefore, Zhang Jun can be entrusted with important tasks. What? I am absolutely not looking for a scapegoat, so don't say that. Of course, the people looking for Zhang Jun are already on their way. Right now, however, there is another matter that is even more important and needs to be prioritized immediately. What matter? Recapturing the 3 towns of Taiyuan, Hejian, and Zhongshan? No. With the current strength of the Song dynasty, they cannot be recaptured. It is already a good situation that the Jin army can withdraw. Developing firearms and artillery? Nonsense. During the reign of Emperor Shenzong, the total iron production of the Song dynasty was about 100,000 to 150,000 tons a year, which is roughly 200 million to 300 million Jin. The common currency of the Song dynasty, iron coins, weighed about 30 Jin each, and 10 million strings of coins would be 300 million Jin of iron. This is still the finished iron coins, not counting the consumption during production. Not to mention the iron armor used by the infantry. Each suit of armor weighs over 60 Jin. Agricultural tools also require iron. By the time of Emperor Shenzong, the cultivated land in the Song dynasty had already reached 700 million mu, and with more fields, the demand for agricultural tools naturally increased. Coupled with a developed commerce, weights, and transportation tools all require iron. Producing 200 million gene a year seems like a lot, but considering the population base and the consumption of iron, it is not sufficient. Before the Jinkong incident, the northern Song had a population register of 13.6 million households, with an average of 5 people per household, totaling nearly 70 million people. Adding in tax evasion, corruption, and many invisible populations, it was about 90 million, nearly 100 million people. Moreover, firearms and artillery cannot be produced overnight. Even if Zhao Ning is a genius and creates a prototype, it is impossible to equip everyone immediately. Mass production of firearms and artillery relies on national production capacity, which in turn depends on an industrial system. From iron smelting, scheduling transportation, standardizing parts, manufacturing molds, gunpowder ratios, to refining processes. This entire production line is very complex and requires many people to participate. This is not a game. This is not a game. This is not a game. So does that mean we should stop researching firearms? Not exactly. We should start with the technology tree, but it's not the top priority. So what should we do next? Deploy defenses. The urgent task now is to deploy defenses. Once national defense is secured, many internal matters can be addressed slowly. Therefore, we must quickly establish strategic depth north of the Yellow River to respond to the next Jin Army's southward advance. The Hebei military commissioner Zhao Ning has also thought of a suitable candidate. Zhongzhe. No one but Zhongzhe. Ordinary people take one step at a time, or look 2 steps ahead when taking a step. But as a strategist, one must look 5 steps ahead with every move. Not only has the Hebei military commissioner determined Zhongzhe, but the military and political system must also be reformed. How to reform the military and political system? Not a major reform. A major reform would be self-destructive. The Privy Council should not be touched, and the original military and political system should remain unchanged. The Privy Council involves national military and political affairs, and its complexity is beyond what most can imagine. Just the matter of bureaucratic stamping, if we want to change it. The seals must change, and what about the processes? The Jin Army might arrive by the end of this year. If we start to change things now, by the time we begin, the Jin Army will already be here. If the military and political system fails at this time, would I not have to live in a 5-star straw hut in the north? So what should we do? The Privy Council is filled with inefficiency and many corrupt officials. Can we manage without changes? We cannot avoid change, but we should not change it now. There is a way now. We will establish a separate comprehensive office to handle military affairs on the northern bank of the Yellow River, separate from the Privy Council, preventing that group of bureaucrats from interfering. Firming up the defense line north of the capital is of utmost importance. This comprehensive office will be called the Military and Political Institute, led by Zhang Shai, who will be transferred from the Privy Council. And Zhongzhe will go to the front line as the military commissioner, overseeing the overall situation at the front. Chen Gui will assist Zhongzhe in fortifying city defenses. Coincidentally, Chen Gui is a military technology talent, skilled in troop deployment. Let him establish hundreds of miles of strategic depth in Hebei for me. And capable officials like Zhao Ding will remain in the Political Affairs Hall, promoted to Chancellor, to handle internal affairs. As for the young and highly promising generals, most can be sent to the Hebei defense line. This is the new army, a cradle for future military talents. As for the so-called military academy, the Song Dynasty already has them. The Song Dynasty has institutes like the Jingwu Hall. We can further standardize the processes. This is a matter of detail. So what will Zhao Guanjia do? Raise funds, find people, then control the grand strategy and direction. The goal at this stage is to establish the defense line and draw the battlefield into a protracted war. Everything else can wait. At this moment, Zhao Ning explained the Hebei strategy to several people and shared the idea of the Military and Political Institute. He also discussed Zhang Shai's future position and then arranged for Chen Gui's position. Everyone listened and felt a bit dazed for a moment. The amount of information was too large and needed to be digested. However, Zhao Ding's mind was racing. He focused on the map pointed out by Zhao Guanjia. From the northern bank of the Yellow River, going west are the various towns of Shaanxi, to the east are the 2 Huai regions, and to the north is Shandong. If he guessed correctly, Guanjia intended to establish a large-scale arch strategic defense line in this area. Chapter 61. The return of the capable minister Chen Gui did not expect that as soon as he arrived in Bianjing, he was pulled in by the emperor to discuss such important military and national affairs. He knew that he was just a county magistrate at this point. What the emperor had just said should have been discussed with the chancellors. Being in the Windy Hall at this moment was already beyond his status. He said, Guanjia, I'm afraid I can't. Zhao Ning did not wait for him to finish and said, the national court is in urgent need of talent. You should take on this great responsibility. Chen Gui's heart trembled at once, recalling how the emperor personally came out to welcome him in the rain, and could not help but say emotionally, I will follow your arrangements and do my utmost. Zhao Ning said, good. He then asked, Sir Shai, how do you see the defense arrangement in Hebei? Zhang Shai replied, Your Majesty is wise. The urgent task is indeed, as you said, to quickly deploy defenses in Hebei. If that is the case, then you shall lead the Military and Political Institute, quickly select skilled warriors from the various armies for fortifications, and organize the new army accordingly. How about that? I accept the decree. I will provide you with a comprehensive document within a month. Zhao Ding asked, Your Majesty, Who will take charge of the Hebei provincial administration? I have someone in mind. Zhao Ding did not ask further. He probably guessed it might be Li Gang. As for the Privy Council's minister, he could not guess who it would be. Chen Gui said, Your Majesty, all those people I brought will be incorporated into the new army, and Lord Shai will arrange everything. You need not worry. I will not treat them unfairly. Thank you. Your Majesty, the defense equipment here in Hebei still needs to rely on you more. Chen Gui immediately replied, Your Majesty, please rest assured, I will not fail your trust. Good. Lord Shai, you and Chen Qing go to settle the loyal army. As for the military pay, I will prepare it. Yes, we take our leave. Zhang Shai and Chen Gui left the Wendy Hall. Chen Gui said, Lord Shai, I am unworthy, and I hope you will teach me more in the future. Zhang Shai sighed. We are all here to share the burden for the emperor. There is no need for politeness. The difficult path ahead has just begun. Chen Gui noticed that Zhang Shai looked haggard, clearly overworked, but he still stood tall, exuding a sense of composure. Zhang Shai did not take advantage of his seniority and high rank to dictate to Chen Gui. On the contrary, with great danger ahead. Everyone needed to cooperate and help each other. This was also the viewpoint expressed by Zhao Ning. Those who can unite should unite. As for promoting Chen Gui too quickly, given the current situation, it is all about using talent. Chen Gui asked, Lord Shai, do you want to take a short rest first? No need, let's go. Yuanza, you have just arrived in the capital, and the situation is very severe and urgent. Yes, I understand, let's go. Zhao Ning and Zhao Ding remained in the Wendy Hall. Zhao Qing, the situation will only become more severe than the past 6 months. I need you to handle the internal affairs. Zhao Ding hurriedly bowed. I am unworthy. And I am grateful for your Majesty's trust. I will do my utmost to repay your grace. Currently, with the Jin army retreating, the situation is actually chaotic. The national treasury has only 10,000 guan left, and there is a severe shortage of food in Bianjing City, which needs to be replenished in a timely manner. The capital has been cut off from the surrounding areas for nearly 6 months, and various places are in a state of paralysis. Meanwhile, the morale in the court is unstable, with many people fearing for their lives, and there are numerous idlers. Now, there is also the need to reorganize the defense line in Hebei, revive the defense line in Shandong, and stabilize the people's hearts in Shaanxi. Fortunately, there are capable officials like Zhao Ding around. Zhao Ning said, There are a few urgent and important matters that you must personally oversee, or there will be great chaos. First, quickly transport grain from the south. Second, quickly collect the taxes from last year from various regions to replenish the national treasury. Third, maintain order in the city. In the next 2 months, there will be a temporary food shortage in Bianjing City, and there will inevitably be unscrupulous individuals causing trouble. You must ensure order in the city. I will obey the decree, but now. I know. I will announce tomorrow at the morning court that you will take charge of the political affairs hall. Zhao Ding was suddenly shocked. He never expected to take charge of the political affairs hall so soon. He suddenly remembered that after the emperor dismissed He Li, no one was appointed as the vice prime minister for several months. Regarding the food situation, it will first be implemented through the central law, as the court has fixed grain merchants to cooperate with. Once you take charge of the political affairs hall, all documents will be recorded. Not only is Bianjing short of grain, but the north bank of the Yellow River is also short of grain. Where the military garrison established a few months ago requires even more grain urgently. I am aware of the stakes involved. Zhao Ning added. Some grain merchants in the market will certainly raise prices, but I have a plan for you. Please instruct me, Your Majesty. Divide the cooperating grain merchants into 5 levels. The lower the price they offer and the more grain they sell, the higher their level will be. Conduct a comprehensive evaluation, and those with higher levels will enjoy better policy treatment from the court in the future. This logic is actually quite simple. The court holds many state resources, such as the rights to manage salt and iron, as well as liquor, copper, aluminum, etc., all under the court's control. The Song Dynasty's state monopoly has been doing quite well. These resources cannot be quickly liquidated now, but can be provided to merchants in the form of credit notes, such as a tea voucher worth 1 million guan. As long as the merchant provides 1 million guan worth of grain, they can receive these tea vouchers and then buy 1 million guan worth of tea from the state-run merchants, transport it to the northwest, and sell it for 1.5 million guan. However, during this process, some merchants will inevitably take the opportunity to raise prices when the court is in urgent need of supplies. For example, in this case in Bianjing, a considerable number of merchants took the opportunity to raise prices. But you cannot directly scold those people. If you scold them, they will say they have no choice. Thus both sides end up in a quarrel, leading to chaos. If you try to punish those people, you won't be able to quickly find merchants to fill their positions. Therefore, you need to guide them with appropriate methods. Those who provide favorable conditions to the court will receive membership benefits and enjoy more policy dividends in the future. This can quickly help us get through the current difficulties. As for the future policy dividends, give them. But don't let me catch you breaking the law. I am someone who thoroughly understands the law and is skilled at fabricating charges. Your Majesty is wise. I will remember this. Zhao Ding couldn't help but be even more amazed at the emperor's clever thinking. The next day, early in the morning, during the morning court, with the Jin army retreating, all officials breathed a sigh of relief. The officials attending the court congratulated Zhao Guanzhao one after another. Zhao Ning did not take the opportunity to cause trouble. It was not the right time, and he had not yet grasped any evidence against anyone. Instead, he looked forward to further developments in the iron smuggling case of the Military Equipment Bureau. Previously, Bianjing City had been sealed off, and the merchant from Cizhou had been unable to investigate him. Now, it was possible to investigate. Finally, a major case could be opened. Zhao Ning scanned the audience and said to the court officials, Chen Gui has made contributions in aiding the emperor, and I promote him to the Hebei defense commander, granting him the title of Minister of the Ministry of War. Chen Gui immediately stepped forward. I thank your majesty for your grace. Zhang Shai has made contributions in defending against the enemy, granting him the title of Minister of the Ministry of War and appointing him as the Military Affairs Minister of the Military Administration. Zhang Shai stepped forward. I thank your majesty for your grace. At this moment, the Minister of Revenue, Mei Zhili, stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I am dull. What is the Military Administration, and what is the Military Affairs Minister? It manages the logistics and troop deployment of the Hebei military. Only then did everyone realize. And Mei Zhili continued, This is a matter of the Privy Council. Why is there a military administration? The Privy Council has numerous affairs. And given the war-torn situation in Hebei, a separate Privy Council minister is needed to handle military affairs. Mei Zhili did not say more and said, I understand. After speaking, he stepped back. The other ministers also did not say much. After all, this matter came too suddenly, and they had not yet privately discussed it. What if they were all taken down by the emperor in the court? So, everyone behaved very honestly. Zhao Ding, I am here. You have made contributions in coordinating Bianjing, taking charge of the Political Affairs Hall, being appointed as the Grand Chancellor, and granted the title of Director of the 3 departments. I accept the decree with gratitude. With this appointment from Zhao Guanjia, everyone was immediately astonished. They never expected that Zhao Ding would be appointed as the Grand Chancellor. The Grand Chancellor and the Vice Grand Chancellor are both heads of the Political Affairs Hall. If there is a Grand Chancellor, there cannot be a Vice Grand Chancellor. And vice versa. With the Jin army retreating and food shortages in the capital, Zhao Xiangong quickly coordinate the grain and oversee the tax collection in the capital. I accept the decree. Zhao Ning made arrangements for some important matters in Bianjing City. Everything was finally moving forward. Meanwhile, our Zhao Go and his group of sycophants were left bewildered. What happened? How did we become the main battlefield of the war here? Chapter 62. The request for help from Jiumei. Yu Fei enters the capital. The Minister of Personnel, Mo Cho, stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, since the Jin thieves have retreated, we must urgently summon troops from Hebei and Hudong. We can send someone across the Yellow River to inform the governor of Hebei, Zhao Yi, and the pacification envoy of the Northeast, Fan Na, to come to the capital to prepare for military defense. The fact that even someone like Mo Cho understands the need for defense indicates one thing. The officials of the court no longer dare to speak of peace negotiations. At least for now. As for whether a group will emerge later to suggest peace negotiations once defenses are established, that remains uncertain. Regarding Zhao Go, many people in Kaifeng still do not know that he is now the Grand Marshal of the Hebei troops. After all, when Zhao Go was appointed, the Song Emperor Zhao Huan sent a secret letter and dispatched someone to leave the city. Furthermore, they are even less aware that Zhongzhe has called upon hundreds of thousands of volunteers in Hebei, and naturally do not know that the main force of the Jin army is already approaching Daming. Zhao Ning said, As for the defense in Hebei, I will discuss it with Duke Shai, so there is no need for everyone to worry. With this statement from Zhao, he effectively shut down any attempts from others to intervene in military affairs. After all, everyone is still trying to grasp the sudden establishment of a military administration. This is related to military politics, which holds significant power, and naturally, some people want to intervene or even place their own people within it. Mo Cho, as the Minister of Personnel, controls a portion of personnel authority, and he would not want to be idle. At this critical moment, without more information, the crowd fell silent but began to think separately. Surely this military administration needs personnel? They should quickly take the opportunity to place their own people in it. While Kaifeng enjoyed a brief period of calm, Daming was once again engulfed in smoke and flames. Daming is the capital of the Song dynasty. The northern Song had 4 capitals: Nanjing, Yingtian, not Jinling, Daming, Dongjing, Kaifeng, and Shijing, Luoyang. At this time, Zhao Go was in Daming. His hundreds of thousands of troops were in a dire situation, with many dead and others fleeing. 80,000 troops entered Daming City and began to hold their ground. Wanyan Wushu. That familiar feeling of collapsing with one blow has returned. Wanyan Yinshu, fighting against the Song army here feels so satisfying. On April 15th, Zhao Go convened an emergency meeting. He said, Everyone, think quickly of ways to repel the enemy. Originally, these troops were to defend the kingdom, but now they are surrounded. Huang Qianshan said, I have said before that if we had moved to Dongping Prefecture in Shandong, we would not be in this situation. It is meaningless to discuss this now. We must quickly think of ways to repel the enemy. If Zhao Go was previously a little fearful and apprehensive, he was now truly terrified. He had just been appointed as the Grand Marshal of the Hebei troops and had just begun to taste the flavor of power. How could he be besieged by the Jin army now? Once a person gains wealth or power, they begin to fear death. Wang Boyan said, Grand Marshal, Send someone to find Zhongzhe for assistance. But Zhongzhe is currently preparing to rescue the capital in Hebei. Will he send someone? He will. Zhongzhe is the deputy marshal, under the command of the Grand Marshal's office. Your command is military orders. But last time I instructed him not to act rashly. And he did. Will he heed my orders? He will. It is your highness who is in trouble now. He dares not come. Zhang Jun immediately said. It is because Zhongzhe did not listen to your command, Grand Marshal, that the emperor has already negotiated peace with the Jin. And he still wants to fight against them, which is why the Jin have turned their anger upon us. Zhao Yi said. Yes, this responsibility must fall upon Zhongzhe. Wang Boyan cursed these people in his heart. What time is it now? And you still expect others to save you while throwing the blame onto them. If you must shift blame, do it after the rescue. Wang Boyan said. This matter is significant. Zhongzhe's unilateral actions have violated the emperor's negotiations with the Jin. Once the Jin withdraw, we will report to the emperor and let him make the judgment. You all need not say more. Zhao Go nodded and said. Convey my orders to let Zhongzhe lead the troops to support us. Yes, in truth. These people all know that there has been no official conclusion regarding the emperor's negotiations with the Jin, which means there has been no imperial envoy sent from the court. However, they choose to collectively feign ignorance and believe. Why? Because it provides them with an excuse to avoid the Jin. If the court questions them later, they can say that at that time, the situation was delicate and it was hard to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Fearing it would disrupt the great affairs of the state, hence they did not dare to act rashly, but they did send someone to verify. As for who was sent, they can find someone to take the blame later. From Daming to the vicinity of Huazhou, where Zhongzhe is located, there is less than 300 miles. With horses running faster, they arrived in half a day. By evening, Zhongzhe received a request for help from Daming. Lu Hao said, Commander Zhong, what should we do now? The Grand Marshal has ordered us to mobilize troops to Daming. What about Peng Ju? Has he returned? He has been out for a day. He should be back by now. After a moment, Yu Fei returned. He had been sent out yesterday afternoon to lead a small unit of cavalry scouts across the Yellow River to ascertain the enemy's situation and had just returned. Commander. Peng Ju. Zhongzhe's address to Yu Fei had already changed, indicating a significant shift in his attitude towards him. To be addressed by the marshal with a title indicates that this junior officer is regarded as exceptional in the marshal's eyes, akin to how Zhao Ning addresses Zhang Shai, not simply calling him by name, but referring to him as Duke Shai and Zhao Ding as Minister Zhao. What is the situation? Commander, I have investigated near the capital, and the Jin thieves have completely retreated. Really? Is it absolutely certain? Absolutely. Zhongzhe continued. How long will it take to ascertain where the main force of the Jin army has retreated to? Yu Fei replied, currently, there are no leads. But if we want to find out, it will only take a few days. Lu Hao, worried, said, Commander Zhong, now that the crisis in the capital has been resolved, Daming is in imminent danger. The Grand Marshal's military order is here. If you do not go, it will be seen as disobeying military orders and you will face military punishment. Yu Fei also said, Commander, what Lu Tongji said is reasonable. Even if we ascertain the Jin army's retreat route, it will take time to catch up, and we may not know the details of their troops during their retreat. I am also concerned that the Jin thieves may intentionally set ambushes during their withdrawal. Zhongzhe furrowed his brow in thought for a moment and said, You make valid points. Let us go relieve the siege of Daming. Then Zhongzhe added, Peng Ju, I am sending you to the capital to report the situation. You must see the emperor in person and deliver my report to him, so he can rest assured that I will rescue King Kong. Yu Fei said yes. Not long after, Yu Fei took Zhongzhe's report and set out again towards Dongjing. On April 20th, Zhongzhe led 50,000 troops, rapidly advancing towards Daming. In an instant, news spread across the counties of Daming that Marshal Zhong had arrived. The previously defeated situation suddenly lifted the spirits of the people. Meanwhile, Yu Fei also entered the capital with Zhongzhe's report. Chapter 63. Zhao Go, listen to me. It is not as Yu Fei said. In addition to arranging for Zhao Ding to oversee the collection of last year's taxes, Zhao Ning also instructed Zhang Shai to send scouts across the Yellow River to investigate the situation. After all, the Jin army had only retreated a few days ago, and no one knew where they were now, whether they had retreated to the Kai prefecture area to continue fighting or had directly returned to the north. While gathering intelligence, the defense lines of the capital were also busy. Chen Gui had already rushed to the Yellow River a few days prior to set up camp there, while also organizing military and civilian efforts to construct watchtowers and fortifications. Zhang Shai has been personally inspecting the Yellow River defense line these past few days. On this day, after Yu Fei crossed the Yellow River, he was immediately stopped. He was first taken to Chen Gui. I am the general of the Hebei militia, Xiao Wu Lang Yu Fei, under the command of Vice Marshal Zhongzhe. I have come to the capital on the orders of Vice Marshal Zhong to report on the military situation in Hebei. Chen Gui and Zhang Shai exchanged glances. Zhang Shai knew that Zhongzhe was the general of the Hebei militia, but when did Zhongzhe become a vice marshal? Is this document meant for His Majesty? Yu Fei replied, yes, it was personally written by Vice Marshal Zhong. On the surface, it bore Zhongzhe's official seal, which indicated he was the general of the Hebei militia. So, what is the current military situation in Hebei? Yu Fei hesitated for a moment, and Chen Gui said, this is Zhang Shai, the Minister of War and Military Affairs. Yu Fei did not know Zhang Shai, but from the title and position. He understood he was a high official, so he said, in response to Minister Zhang, one unit of the Jin army is advancing east and is currently besieging the Grand Marshal in Daming Prefecture, while another main force has retreated north. Zhang Shai exchanged glances with the others. The Jin army is retreating north? This is what they are most concerned about. Yu Fei, how much do you know about the Jin army's retreat? Yu Fei said, 7 days ago. I crossed the Yellow River southward and discovered that part of the Jin army was crossing north. Later, while investigating near the capital, I found that the Jin army was completely withdrawing. I then returned to Huazhou to report the Jin army's movements to Commander Zhong. 7 days ago was April 13th. Zhang Shai had sent Zhang Zhongxiong to investigate the situation on the 14th to confirm that the Jin army had indeed retreated. The timing matches. Did you encounter the main force of the Jin army in Huazhou? We discovered their movements, but Daming Prefecture requested assistance from Vice Marshal Zhong, who led troops east to support Daming Prefecture and did not engage the retreating Jin army. The Grand Marshal? King Kong. Zhang Shai suddenly remembered that Zhao Guanjia had mentioned the waxed letter appointing King Kong Zhao Go as the Grand Marshal of Hebei. Yes. The Jin army is besieging the Grand Marshal while another main force retreats, and Vice Marshal Zhong is leading troops to support? Zhang Shai was even more puzzled. Logically, the Grand Marshal's office should have a strong and robust force, so why would Zhong Zhe, who is in Huazhou, go to support? Zhang Shai began to understand Yu Fei's words. One unit of the Jin army launched a surprise attack on Daming Prefecture, while another unit retreated north. This strategy sounds a bit like drawing the tiger away from the mountain, intentionally attacking Daming Prefecture to attract Zhong Zhe, allowing the main force to retreat. The general logic sounds like this, but the Grand Marshal's office should not be lacking in troops, right? Zhang Shai couldn't make sense of this logic. Are we supposed to let the Vice Marshal rescue the Grand Marshal? You must know that Zhao Go issued the command to summon troops for the king, and the main force should be in Zhao Go's hands. Zhong Zhe is in Huazhou. As a Vice Marshal, does he have more troops than Zhao Go? For a moment, everyone was confused and even suspected that Yu Fei was lying. Zhao Go, everyone, listen to me. I was testing Zhong Zhe's loyalty. You must not think that I cannot handle the Jin people. But does Yu Fei have a motive to lie? He is just a Xiu Wulang. The Song dynasty has 53 ranks of military officials, and Xiu Wulang is the 44th rank, which is quite low. What motive would such a low-ranking military official have to lie? Zhang Shai asked again, how many troops does Zhong Zhe have? Vice Marshal Zhong leads 50,000 troops to support Daming Prefecture. And how many troops does the Grand Marshal have? Yu Fei answered truthfully, claimed to have 100,000. What the hell? Zhang Shai exclaimed, Yu Fei, do you think we are fools? The Grand Marshal has 100,000 troops and needs Zhong Zhe's 50,000 for support? Zhang Shai and the others showed expressions of surprise and doubt. Zhang Shai said, Yu Fei, the situation is severe now. Whether this document was truly written by Zhong Zhe, I cannot fully trust you at the moment. However, I will send someone with you to the capital to meet His Majesty, and you and your men must disarm completely. Yu Fei hesitated for a moment and said, yes, I will follow the arrangements. From Yu Fei, Zhang Shai roughly gathered some information about the military situation in the north. If what Yu Fei said is true, then what exactly happened in Hebei these past few months? What was Zhao Go doing in Hebei? What has Zhong Zhe been doing in Hebei? The Jin army's retreat, what does it have to do with Zhao Go and Zhong Zhe? That evening, Zhao Ning and Gao Qiu were discussing the expansion of the Imperial City Department in the Windy Hall. From the current situation, it seemed that the Imperial City Department needed adjustments. Everything from personnel structure to the functions of the office needed to be restructured. The previous personnel arrangements of the Imperial City Department were managed by the Central Secretariat in the capital, which was under the control of Lu Qingqi, whom Zhao Ning had killed before. New officials had already been arranged there. However, personnel in the Imperial City Department could not be under the Central Secretariat, otherwise, they would be too restricted. Gao Qiu's role needed to be repositioned. He could no longer be the favored minister of Emperor Huizong. He had to transform into a harsh official for me, otherwise, he would have no value. Gao Qiu, with a flattering smile on his face, said, your servant is here. What orders does your majesty have? Zhao Ning suddenly said, the late emperor still thinks highly of you. Gao Qiu was immediately drenched in cold sweat and said, your majesty, I am now your majesty's servant. Whatever your majesty wants me to do, I will do. Zhao Ning smiled slightly and said, I was just saying that. Don't take it seriously. Gao Qiu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, thinking, damn, chatting with this majesty is really a short-lived affair. He suddenly surprises you. Gao Qiu, in the future, I want to see the shadow of the Imperial City Department in every one of the 24 routes of the Song Dynasty. I want to know what the officials are doing and the situation among the common people. They must report to me regularly, understand? That is certain. Your servant will handle it, please rest assured. If I find out that the reports from the Imperial City Department differ from the actual situation, I will hold you accountable. Is that clear? No problem. Your servant will definitely be loyal and dutiful. I will arrange for people to recruit personnel for you. You must promptly implement what I have instructed. I will not interfere with how you do things. If you don't understand, bring someone who does. I want results. Yes. How should I put it? At the beginning of the Song Dynasty, the Imperial City Department had nearly 30,000 people, in addition to supervising the military. They also gathered intelligence and secretly monitored the officials. This started in the era of Zhao Kuangyin. However, later, the literati opposed the emperor playing with this, and the later Song emperors gradually reduced the personnel. Chapter 64. Meeting Yu Fei. In fact, many people in the Imperial City Department abused their power to disturb the people. During the reign of Emperor Zhenzong, someone robbed a roadside merchant, and the merchant reported it to the capital, which reached Zhao Guanjia's ears. In a fit of anger, Zhao Guanjia confiscated the assailant's property and expelled him from the palace. The Imperial City Department that Zhao Ning is now using is more for the sake of national security. The general idea is, now that the Jin army is rampant and has installed many spies in our dynasty, I want to organize people to counter the spies. This is not targeting all of you present. Please do not misunderstand. Zhao Ning then asked, how is the progress of the military equipment corruption case you assisted Zhao Ding in investigating? It can't just be those officials. What about the merchants involved in the civilian sector? Can we dig deeper? I remember Zhao Ding said that the iron supplier was a merchant named Wang Sun from Xizhou. Now that the capital has been unsealed, shouldn't this Wang Sun be brought to the capital? And what about the steward of the Prince of Yun's residence? Has he returned to his hometown? Shouldn't we bring him back to the capital from his hometown? I don't care what methods you use. I want results. Do you understand? Zhao Ning, I have no money left. I urgently need money. Do you understand? Faced with Zhao's series of sharp questions, Gao Qiu broke out in a sweat. Yes. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will take care of it right away. Just then, Wang Huaiji walked to the door and said, Your Majesty, there is someone outside the palace who wishes to see you. No, can't you see I'm busy right now? It might be because the national treasury is too tight lately that Zhao Ning felt a bit irritable. He said that someone came from Hebei, a young officer named Yu Fei, who brought military intelligence. Damn, Zhao Ning instantly jumped up. That's right, this time he did jump up. Gao Qiu, who was nearby, was startled. Hurry, quickly summon him. Wang Huaiji didn't expect Zhao to suddenly become so excited. Wait, where is he? Outside the palace. I'll go find him myself. After saying that, Zhao Ning stood up and left the Windy Hall. After taking a few steps, he turned back and returned to the Windy Hall. Go. Let that guy named Yu Fei come here to see me. Wang Huaiji was momentarily confused by Zhao's sudden change. He paused before saying, Yes, Your Majesty. I will go right away. Why not go to the palace gate to personally greet Yu Fei? Because at this time, Yu Fei's achievements were not enough for the emperor to personally welcome him. From the perspective of someone in the 21st century, Yu Fei's arrival would definitely be exciting. Not to mention going to the palace gate to greet him. Even going out of the city to welcome him would be appropriate. However, that is based on historical events that have already occurred. At this moment, Yu Fei was still just a young martial officer, and his military talents had not yet truly developed. In other words, Yu Fei was still in the process of leveling up. He had not yet reached his full potential. Once he reached his full potential, he would be the Yu Fei who commanded thousands of troops, creating a situation where they would freeze to death rather than dismantle houses or starve rather than plunder. Without military achievements, having the emperor personally welcome him would have the following effects. First, it would make people feel perplexed. A small, unknown martial officer, who had achieved some military merit in battles, would have the emperor come to greet him personally. What about the many others in Hebei who had also distinguished themselves in battle? Shouldn't His Majesty also personally welcome them? Second, it would elevate Yu Fei's status too high, attracting jealousy, which would be unfavorable to him as a small martial officer. Therefore, according to normal protocol, it was sufficient to meet him. Before long, Yu Fei entered the Windy Hall. Being able to enter the Windy Hall was also a great honor for a military general, let alone for Yu Fei, who was still a low-ranking military officer at the time. Young martial officer Yu Fei pays respects to Your Majesty. Zhao Ning immediately hid his slightly trembling hand and said calmly, No need for formalities. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yu Fei held up the document from Zhong Zhe and said, Your Majesty, this is a document from Vice Marshal Zhong, who instructed me to deliver it to the capital and hand it over to you personally. Bring it here. Yu Fei walked over and presented Zhong Zhe's document. Zhao Ning carefully observed the young man in front of him. At this time, Yu Fei was 24 years old, by 21st century standards. He should have just graduated from university for a year. Yu Fei had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His gaze was bright, his posture was upright, and he had a robust physique, full of youthful vigor. Yu Fei was definitely not someone with low emotional intelligence. He was even a bit shrewd. Moreover, Yu Fei had strong self-control. Historically, Yu Fei once got into a fight after drinking. Later, Zhao Go mentioned it to him and suggested he should quit drinking. So Yu Fei abstained from alcohol afterward. Those who often talk about emotional intelligence likely think that being emotionally intelligent means being good at flattering others. After kneeling for a long time, they do not allow others to stand. Zhao Ning took the document from Yu Fei's hand, opened it, and quietly read it. This document was a report on military intelligence from Hebei written by Zhong Zhe over the past few months. It basically aligned with the historical trajectory that Zhao Ning understood. The only potentially divergent factor was Zhao Go's actions. In the historical narrative, Zhao Go had moved to Dongping Prefecture earlier this year, fleeing far away. As for why he had not fled now, it might be because the capital had not fallen, and Zhao Go still did not dare to have any treacherous thoughts. Or perhaps his subordinates did not dare to show any signs of rebellion. At the very least, they did not dare to make it obvious. So, it seems that Zhao Go, who claimed to have 1,000,000 troops, still needed Zhongzhe to rescue him? How embarrassing. Ninth sister, be more mindful. Zhao Ning set the document aside and said, I have finished reading it. Yu Fei said, I have completed my mission and will take my leave. Wait, does your majesty have any further instructions? Yu Fei was actually quite excited inside. As a small martial officer, he had the opportunity to see the emperor today. Who else had such an opportunity? Zhao Ning thought for a moment about how to talk to Yu Fei without making it seem too strange. Yu Fei, where are you from? I am from Tangying County in Xiangzhou. Zhao Ning, knowing the answer, asked, what is the situation in Xiangzhou now? The military and civilians in Xiangzhou, under Vice Marshal Zhong's leadership, do not fear the Jurchens. Zhao Ning thought, hey, good job, Yu Fei, seizing the opportunity to speak up for Zhongzhe. It seems that Vice Marshal Zhong is a rare talent for our Song dynasty. Zhao Ning smoothly started a conversation. He knew that Yu Fei would be very cautious in communicating with him, the emperor, since both parties were still unfamiliar with each other. It would be best to start with a third party that everyone knew well. This is the trick to conversation. Although he could not openly give Yu Fei an important position at this time, he definitely needed to get to know him better and build a closer relationship to prepare for the future. He actually wanted to directly give him an important military position, or even keep him by his side for training. But he knew that Yu Fei belonged on the battlefield. Throughout history, no famous general has risen without the bloodshed of the battlefield. The saying a general's success is built on countless bones is not just a saying. Zhao Ning sighed, appearing to be worried. Yu Fei noticed and hesitated for a moment before bravely saying, is your majesty worried about the situation in Hebei? I am not only worried about the situation in Hebei. I am foolish and unable to share your worries. I feel ashamed. No, Yu Fei. You have done very well. You have followed Vice Marshal Zhong through thick and thin, and you must have fought bloody battles with the Jin people. Hearing Zhao's tone and words, Yu Fei felt a little touched. Before meeting Zhao, he had imagined what the current emperor was like. He should be a person full of majesty, radiating the aura of a true dragon. For a junior officer, it was originally too distant from the emperor. But at this moment, having the opportunity to enter the palace to meet him, Yu Fei felt it was unbelievable. He did not know that his teacher Zhongzhe was very thoughtful about him. Loyalty to the monarch and serving the country is my duty. I dare not take credit. You need not be so formal. Whoever has made contributions or mistakes, I will deal with it fairly. Zhao Ning immediately began to amplify his role, saying that there were many affairs in the country. Not only the situation in Hebei was precarious, but also Hudong and Shandong were in danger, and the capital was in urgent need of grain. When war comes, it is the common people who suffer, and my heart aches greatly. Zhao Ning wished he could shed a few tears. Although he did not know why the emperor suddenly said these things to him, Yu Fei was still moved by Zhao's emotions and immediately said excitedly, your majesty still has 1,000,000 soldiers ready for battle. Although the Jin thieves are rampant for a time, the people in Hebei and Hudong are all loyal to the court. When I was in Hebei, the military and civilians worked together. Although the Jin thieves are strong, they could not break through our defenses. And even our army took the initiative to attack and defeated the Jin army. If everyone in the court thought like you, Yu Fei, why should I worry about not recovering lost territory? For the past half year, I have been unable to eat or sleep. Every time I think of the people in Hebei and Hudong being slaughtered and ravaged by the Jin thieves, my heart feels like it is being cut by a knife. I wish I could fight alongside you all. The best actor was none other than Zhao Ning. Yu Fei could no longer hold back and was moved to tears. A person like Yu Fei would not shed tears even if he were pierced by swords. A man has tears but does not shed them lightly. But when it comes to the country, discussing the nation, and mentioning the suffering of the common people from war, it immediately touched the softest part of this young man's heart. The loyalty to the country instilled by his mother constantly reminded Yu Fei, your majesty, please take care of your health. I am willing to sacrifice myself for you. Yu Fei knelt down and performed a grand salute. Zhao Ning quickly helped him up. Please rise quickly. Zhao Ning seemed to have tears in his eyes as he continued. Yu Fei, do you know that during the siege of the capital, the Jin army has attacked Bianjing City multiple times? But it was the unity and bravery of the military and civilians that repelled the Jin army time and again. In the court, many have told me to negotiate peace with the Jin people, demanding that I pay reparations and cede land. At this point, Zhao Ning's tone had become agitated. Filled with anger, and combined with the tears at the corner of his eyes, he resembled a combination of Liu Bei and Cao Cao. I will chop off their heads. I will announce to the citizens of the city that even if I die in battle, I will never surrender to the Jin people. This dynasty has rules against killing scholars and officials. Yu Fei, do you know why I do this? Your majesty is wise and decisive. I do not know. If I really negotiated peace with the Jin people and paid reparations, how could I face the countless military and civilians in Hebei and Hudong who are still resisting? The emperor's tone suddenly rose, his voice echoing in the hall. How could I face you brave soldiers who risk your lives to kill the enemy? Yu Fei was even more moved. Your majesty, I am willing to fight to the death for you. If you let me go north to fight now, I will immediately engage the Jin thieves in a desperate battle. No. Zhao Ning patted Yu Fei's shoulder and continued excitedly. The military and political affairs of the dynasty have been lax for a long time. I know that you have suffered many grievances fighting on the front lines. I want to reorganize the imperial guards to forge the steel and iron backbone of the great Song again. This is a time when the dynasty needs capable people. How could I let a brave warrior like you die for no reason? Yu Fei, here. Zhao Ning looked into Yu Fei's eyes and asked, do you think I am right to chop off those people's heads? Your Majesty, I am merely a martial artist, a lowly martial servant, and I dare not rashly comment on the Emperor's sacred judgment. Speak your mind, I will not blame you. Your Majesty is wise and decisive. If in the future, I still need to kill more traitors, will you support me? I am willing to go through fire and water for your Majesty. If your Majesty asks me to climb a mountain of knives, I will not blink and will immediately climb. Zhao Ning, a cunning person, understood very well that when chatting with a young man like Yu Fei, it was necessary to talk about ideals and ambitions. He needed to ignite his passion with ideals. Zhao Ning suddenly said, I grant you the title of Left Martial Officer. Yu Fei was slightly taken aback and immediately said, I thank your Majesty for your grace. What is the difference between the title of Left Martial Officer and Yu Fei's previous title of Martial Servant? The Martial Servant was the 44th rank among military officials, while the Left Martial Officer was the 13th rank. What is the use of this military rank? Note that this is a rank, not a position. In the Song dynasty, positions and ranks were separate. A military officer's position could be that of a governor of the Hebei militia or a military commander, army commander, or a marshal. However, the rank more often reflects a kind of favor and is linked to salary. Unlike Jing Chao, who served as the emperor's claws, doing dirty work, Yu Fei was a combatant, and combatants must be open and walk the righteous path. Therefore, he could be given a good rank, but the position must match his contributions. As for the position, Zhao Ning had already arranged it, but would not tell him now. Jumping 30 ranks at once, you should become one of my people now. Zhao Ning also took the time to listen to Yu Fei detail the situation in Hebei over the past few months, occasionally affirming their contributions. Of course, Yu Fei inadvertently revealed that the Grand Marshal also had contributions. This was undoubtedly a very clever way of speaking. He could not only mention Zhongzhe, otherwise, it would cause resentment. After Yu Fei left, Zhao Ning took a deep breath. All right, now that Yu Fei has appeared, Han Shizhong should not be far away. At this time, Han Shizhong is in Daming. Meanwhile, Zhongzhe's army had arrived in Daming, making the situation in Daming very delicate. Chapter 66, The Envoy of Wanyan Wuzhou. On the evening of April 21st, in Xizhou, someone came running and said, My lord, everything is packed. Good, place it outside. I will count it later. Yes. After speaking, the servant went out. Brother Wang, since you are going to Bianjing City, why not sell the grain to Marshal Zong at a cheaper price? The man speaking was Li Kan, a cloth merchant from Xizhou. Wang Sun said, Brotherly, what time is it now? It is wartime. Do you know that grain in Hebei is worth more than gold now? I am already losing money selling at 8 guan per shur, and someone is offering 10 guan per shur. Now Bianjing is also short of grain. When I transport it there, not to mention 10 guan per shur, even 20 guan per shur, those nobles will fight to grab it. Li Kan sighed, Brother Wang. Hebei is resisting the Jin. Marshal Zong is a man of great righteousness, and all factions support him. Now that Marshal Zong is advancing east to rescue Daming, he urgently needs military grain. This grain usually sells for at most 1 guan per shur. Are you not afraid of the court investigating you for raising prices so brazenly? Ha ha ha, investigate me? Who dares to investigate me with my backing in Bianjing City? Wang Sun laughed loudly. Do you know the Prince of Yin? Li Kan's expression darkened, and he shouted loudly, Wang Sun, this country is in dire straits. What are you talking about the Prince of Yin for? Are you really not going to sell me any face? I won't sell. If there's nothing else, please leave. After Li Kan left, Wang Sun called in his son Wang Li and said, Sell the grain to Zhongzhe for 8 guan per shur, not a single one less, understand? Will Zhongzhe buy it at 8 guan per shur? If they don't buy, where will they get grain? Wang Sun laughed, saying that half of the grain is hoarded in our hands now. If he doesn't buy, he won't have anything to eat. Father, will the government investigate us? We have Prince Yun behind us, who would dare to investigate. By the way, those iron smelting workshops, do not allow them to sell. Keep them and have someone watch over them. Yes, yes. Wang Li smiled and said, Father has foresight, knowing that there will definitely be a grain shortage at this time, and has already hoarded enough grain. Wang Sun picked up the tea on the table, smiling broadly. The Jin army had retreated back to the north a few days ago, and Xizhou is temporarily safe now. Just as he was smiling, a servant suddenly ran in. Master, people from the Yamen are looking for you. Oh, who are they? Wang Sun stood up, preparing to go out to greet them. But the people from the Imperial City Division had already entered. Gao Qiu felt that Wang Sun was too damn unlucky, causing him to be questioned in front of the Zhao family. So, after Zhao Ning mentioned this to him, Gao Qiu quickly sent people to Xizhou to arrest him. Before setting out, Gao Qiu told his lackeys, I know what crooked thoughts you all have. Don't think about taking money to let someone else take his place. Understand? If it turns out that this is not the right person, you will all die, and your families won't be spared either. The treatment in the Imperial City Division is not low now. Don't think of going down the wrong path at this critical moment. Just as Wang Sun walked out, He saw a group of people in brocade clothes entering the front courtyard. These people had cold expressions and all wore swords. Wang Sun quickly asked, "Honorable officials, I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Before he finished speaking, the leader, He Bin, said, "Who is the owner of the Wang family iron smelting workshop in Suzhou?" "I am Wang Sun." He Bin took out his badge and said, "I am the commander of the Imperial City Division, acting on the Emperor's orders to arrest you and your whole family to return to the capital for interrogation." Wang Sun was stunned. He Bin said, "Men, seal this place." "Yes." On April 22nd, at the Marshal's mansion in Daming City, Zhao Go said anxiously, "I wonder if Vice Marshal Zong has arrived?" Wang Boyan beside him said, "Don't worry. Great Marshal, Vice Marshal Zong will definitely come, and he may have already arrived." "Really?" "Yes, I guarantee he has arrived." This is also one of the reasons why Zhao Go relied so much on Wang Boyan. This guy is very perceptive and understands people well, mastering human nature. He knew that with Zhongzai's character, he would definitely come and would never stand by and watch. Zhao Go sighed and said, "I feel guilty towards Vice Marshal Zong." The Great Marshal need not blame himself. The current situation is unclear, and with news of the Emperor negotiating peace with the Jin, it is right for the Great Marshal not to act rashly. Wang Boyan understood Zhao Go's state of mind very well. Did Zhao Go need strategies? No. What Zhao Go needed was psychological comfort. Zhao Go was too young. He became the Great Marshal at 20, with no prior experience. And it was inevitable for him to panic. The lack of practical experience made it hard for him to judge which strategies were correct. So psychological comfort and appeasement would allow Zhao Go to accept it more easily. For Wang Boyan, no matter how the situation changed this time, as long as he protected King Kong, he would rise further in his career. As for someone like Zhongzai, since he was willing to act, let him do it well. We only need to sit back and enjoy the results. Zhao Go certainly did not have 1,000,000 troops, but he had quite a few. The Song army that had retreated from Hebei and Hudong had gathered here. These Song troops were not like those temporarily formed by common people as Zhongzai's were. They came from Taiyuan Prefecture, Hejian Prefecture, and Zhongshan Prefecture. That area was the most important military defense line in the northern Song dynasty. The three towns were the country's shield. However, these three towns fell one after another in the first year of Jin Kong. And the results of the Song dynasty's efforts here for 100 years were all in vain. Moreover, when the war broke out, elite troops were dispatched from the northwest. And many famous generals from the Western Army were thrown in, such as Zhong Shizhong, Yao Gu, and also Zhakachio, who went to support Taiyuan, whose family surrendered to the Jin. Zhe, the general from the Yang family generals, and there were those like Wang Bing, who defended Taiyuan to the last man, suffering dozens of wounds and drowning himself in the river. He was the one who was portrayed as a traitor in water margin, but in history, he was a loyal and righteous general who died for his country. Some of the defeated troops retreated south and were recruited by Zhao Go's call to arms. This included Zhang Jun, who had previously followed Zhong Shizhong, and Han Shizhong, who had followed Lu Yanqing, the commander of Fuyin Road. Fuyin Road is one of the towns in Shaanxi, located in the northwest. Additionally, Lu Guangshi, one of the 4 generals of the Southern Song dynasty revival, was also among them. Therefore, Zhao Go's forces actually gathered a batch of elite troops from the Song dynasty. However, the war situation was still like this, which was enough to show that the military gap between the Song and Jin dynasties in this era was not small. Almost half of Hebei and Hudong had been swept away by the Jin army, and the so-called elite of the Song army had been beaten to the point of having no power to retaliate. From the first year of Jin Kong to the second year, it can be said to be the worst time for the situation. A dark iron curtain loomed over Hebei and Hudong. Large territories were lost. The nation's elite were severely damaged. The Gu family of the Zhe clan defected. The Zhong family and Yao family generals were completely wiped out. And there were many officials in Shandong who defected. So, now that Daming Mansion is besieged, objectively speaking, it really can't be blamed on Zhao Go. If it were a normal person, such a situation might also occur. The military gap between the Song and Jin is not something an ordinary person can bridge. People like Zhongzai are 1 in 10,000. At such a time, those who can stand up and carry the banner are all of iron will. After all, Zhao Go is just an ordinary person at this moment, just a 20-year-old young man. Can we expect him to turn the tide? Zhongzai is a person with a heart as vast as the sea. He would definitely not stand by and watch just because of Zhao Go's previous actions. Moreover, Lu Hao was right. If Zhongzai does not save King Kong, there will definitely be a bunch of people in the court using this matter to impeach him, which would be detrimental to his politics. Therefore, both emotionally and rationally, he must be saved. On April 21st, the rain had not stopped, and Zhongzai's troops were already at the side of Daming Mansion, only a few miles away from Wanyan Wuzhu's cavalry. Everyone was already on high alert, and the advance camp's war chariots were also ready. War chariots had gradually been phased out after the Warring States period. It would be more accurate to say they were slowly diminished. In fact, in the absence of cavalry and heavy infantry, the Central Plains Army would also use war chariots. Even in the late Ming dynasty, it was famous for using a large number of war chariots to cooperate with firearms against the Jurchens. The late Ming strategist Sun Qingzong liked to make such configurations. This could be considered a desperate countermeasure. At this moment, however, Wanyan Wuzhu sent a messenger to meet Zhongzai. Chapter 67. Throw this traitor out and behead him to honor my flag." The messenger from Wanyan Wuzhu walked along the way and was somewhat surprised to see the strict military discipline of the Song army and the neat camps. Zhongzhe's army, apart from Lu Hao's men, was basically not a regular army. But Zhongzhe's military discipline was very strict. He had already executed many heads. For those local bullies and rogues who want to come here to make a living, Zhongzhe welcomes them. But if they make noise and do not obey military discipline, Zhongzhe will immediately hang their heads up to show to the public. The messenger raised his head and looked at the heads hanging on the wooden pole in front of him. He counted a total of 12 heads, and the puddle on the ground was red, indicating they had just been cut off not long ago. Those heads still had their eyes open, staring ahead, their mouths slightly ajar, and their faces retained the fear from before their death. They had been caught playing around during formation and were pushed down to be executed on the spot by Zhongzhe. Compassion does not govern troops. It is not just talk. The combat effectiveness of Zhongzhe's troops is not something to be boasted about. The old general himself leads by example, inspecting the soldiers in the heavy rain and eating with them on ordinary days. Such behavior was actually rare in the past Song Dynasty army. The military and political system of the Song Dynasty had been nearly ruined by Tongguan, with many in the army receiving empty rations and drinking the blood of soldiers. Besides unqualified weapons, there were frequent insults to soldiers' dignity and deductions from military pay. So, why is Yufei's army so strong? Because both Yufei and Zhongzhe are not part of the old military and political system, and they haven't brought those bad habits with them. This is also why Zhao Ning insisted on establishing the military and political council. Zhongzhe had just returned to his tent and took off his raincoat. "Marshal, the Jin army's messenger is here to see you." Lu Hao exclaimed in surprise. "What does the Jin army's messenger want at this time?" Li Chui said, "Marshal, our army is about to go to war with the Jin army. Why not execute this messenger as a sacrifice for our military flag?" Li Chui had previously been unwilling to fight the Jin people until Zhongzhe threatened to behead someone in front of the three armies, which made him willing to go into battle. Once the battle began, confidence surged, and now he was like a man on fire every day. Moreover, once a man achieves a little success, he tends to boast. Li Chui often boasts in the army about where the Jin thieves are, claiming that his big knife is already thirsty for action. Lu Yan said, "This subordinate agrees. Our army is about to fight the Jin thieves. And the Jin thieves' messenger has come at the right time." Zhongzhe ordered, "Bring the Jin army's messenger in." Soon, a person entered. "Deputy Marshal Zhong. Who are you?" "I am Lu Wangda, here on the orders of General Wuzhu to meet Deputy Marshal Zhong." "You are a Han person?" "Indeed. I am the county magistrate of Cheng'an County in Daming Prefecture." "You are the county magistrate of Cheng'an County." Zhongzhe was greatly surprised. Cheng'an County is less than 50 miles west of Daming City. "Indeed. You surrendered to the Jin army?" Lu Wangda said, "Marshal Zhong, this is not surrender. I am someone who knows the times and is a wise man. The Jin army is strong and unstoppable. Even the capital has been besieged. And the Grand Marshal has also been surrounded. Before you arrived, the troops of the Grand Marshal's mansion were defeated and in disarray. Zhao Ning learned of the Jin army's retreat on April 14th, and now it was April 22nd. In fact, many people in Hebei still did not know that the Jin army had retreated. Only places like Xizhou, close to the main force of the Jin army's retreat, would have heard rumors that the Jin army was retreating north. After all, in ancient times, news did not spread as quickly as in the 21st century. Lu Wangda even thought the Jin army was still besieging Tokyo. As for the Tokyo side, they did not immediately send someone to Hebei to announce the Jin army's retreat, because they were not well informed about the situation in Hebei and could not rashly send someone to announce the Jin army's retreat. Such military and national matters are not a joke. The bullets are still flying. Zhongzhe glared at Lu Wangda and said, "You, as an official of our Song dynasty, actually surrendered to the Jin thieves. How can you face your sovereign?" "Deputy Marshal Zhong, the emperor is still trapped in Tokyo City." Lu Wangda showed no guilt at all, as if he were quite happy. Previously, when the Jin army moved south, Daming Prefecture served as a shield north of Kaifeng, and Lu Wangda was always at home in fear, terrified of being killed by the Jin army. Now that he had surrendered, saving his life seemed to him to be no change at all. It was merely a change of superior, still being an official, still receiving pay, living comfortably. The Song dynasty is finished. Whether the emperor can escape from Bianjing is questionable, and the Grand Marshal cannot hold out for long. General Wuzhu said, "You are a talent. As long as you surrender, he will surely reuse you and will not let you be buried for decades like in the Song dynasty before you have a chance to stand out. Since you have surrendered, how dare you come to see me? Aren't you afraid I will behead you?" Lu Wangda said, "I am a messenger of the Jin army, representing General Wuzhu. I come to bring you a great future. How could you kill me? You should thank me." Zhongzhe laughed 3 times. "It is precisely because of scoundrels like you that the national court has fallen prey to the Jin thieves. I, Zhong, would rather die in battle than surrender. You ungrateful Zhongzhe, General Wuzhu gives you a chance, and you do not cherish it. Come, take this person out and behead him as a sacrifice for our military flag." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Lu Wangda was immediately horrified. "Zhongzhe, you cannot kill me. I am a messenger of General Wuzhu." Li Chui suddenly stood up and walked 3 steps forward. "You old bastard. If you dare to kill me, General Wuzhu will not spare you." Lu Wangda cried out in despair. He thought Zhongzhe was completely insane. He could not understand why. With the Song army nearly annihilated and the Song dynasty on the brink of collapse, many places surrendering or eager to surrender, Zhongzhe still dared to act this way. Old bastard Zhong, you cannot kill me. Zhongzhe, Marshal Zhong, Grandfather Zhong, I kneel before you. I bow to you. Please do not kill me. Spare my life. I am a subject of the Song dynasty. I have not. Lu Wangda, in the pouring rain outside, had his head cut off, and blood flowed into the puddle. The sky thundered and flashed, and the 12 heads on the wooden pole seemed to be watching this scene. Soon, Lu Wangda's head was sent back to the Jin camp. Lu Hao said, Marshal, our military rations are only enough for half a month. If we do not rescue Daming City within half a month, we will be in danger. The grain prices reported from Xizhou and Xiangzhou have already reached 8 guan per shur. What? How dare they? Zhongzhe was furious, feeling as if a fire was burning in his heart. In such a critical situation, they still thought of profiting from the national disaster. Marshal, the Song army in front is assembling. They have no armor, and some do not even have swords, but they are assembling. No one dares to make noise because the commander of the entire army, this 68-year-old scholar, stands in the rain wearing a raincoat. He is like a stabilizing force. With him, the Song army is tightly united. Wanyan Wuzhu launched an attack, and Zhongzhe's troops faced the elite cavalry of the Jin army in the heavy rain, with dozens of chariots forming a core, clashing with Wanyan Wuzhu's cavalry. Both sides fought fiercely, with heads rolling. The Jin army attempted to break through the Song army's formation several times, but failed to achieve their goal. By evening, the Jin army began to retreat. General Han Chang of Wanyan Wuzhu returned to report, Your Highness, forgive me. We were unable to defeat the Song army, but we beheaded thousands. Zhongzhe was furious. Wanyan Wuzhu was enraged. Now, just when there seemed to be an opportunity to capture Daming Prefecture, a Zhongzhe had appeared. If it had been someone else, it would have been better, as the Jin army could quickly defeat the opponent. However, it was Zhongzhe's troops, which were not so easily defeated. Even if they inflicted heavy losses on the Song army, they could not quickly cause the Song army to rout. Without a rout, the blow could not be considered a true blow. Your Highness, forgive me. I will fight again tomorrow. There is no time left. The marshal has already retreated to the north. If we stay in Damingfu for too long, once the Song army from Kaifeng moves north, we will face several times the enemy. Once May arrives, the weather in the central plains will be scorching hot, making it difficult for the Jurchens to endure. Most importantly, the Jurchens also need to return to the northeast to farm. The Jurchens are a mix of fishing, hunting, and farming, not purely nomadic. And they have a lot of arable land. The Mengenmoke system is essentially a military agricultural integration. If they don't go back soon, some land will be left fallow. Moreover, upon returning, the Jin court will discuss merits and rewards. What if they miss the opportunity by returning late? Chapter 68. The situation is gradually being sorted out. I am going to start taking heads. In actual history, Zhongzhe had engaged with Wanyan Wuzhu. That was in the second year of Jinyan, which is the early part of the second year after the Jinkong humiliation, when the Jin army was pressing on all sides. Wanyan Wuzhu's target was the capital, and at that time, Zhongzhe was the garrison commander in Dongjing. Wanyan Wuzhu launched multiple attacks, but was unable to breach Zhongzhe's Yellow River defense line, returning empty-handed. The Western army commanders in Damingcheng were not incapable of fighting. For example, Han Shizhong and Zhang Jun historically had victories against the Jin. Even the shameless Lu Guanshi had some successes. Although the Song military and political system was corrupt, the Western army had fought against the Western Xia for 100 years and nearly wiped them out. If it weren't for the sudden rise of the Jin, the Western Xia might have truly disappeared. Despite their many bad habits, these people had been killing on the battlefield for years. So why are they fighting so poorly now? The reason is simple. They are scared. In the first year of Jinkong, it wasn't just the Western army. All 3 northern garrisons were swept away, and Zhang Shizhong's army of 100,000 was annihilated, as well as Yao Gu's tens of thousands. Taiyuan was turned into a ghost city. Almost half of the entire Song military force was rapidly destroyed. Zhang Shidao died, Zhang Shizhong was killed in battle, Yao Gu perished, and Zhikaqiu defected. The 3 great generals that the Song had relied on for 100 years fell. The enemy easily besieged the capital, and everyone was stunned. They hadn't even recovered their senses and lacked a strong backbone. When the Turkic army marched south, the newly established Tang dynasty was shocked. Crown Prince Li Jianxing and Emperor Li Yuan considered moving the capital to Xiangyang. If it weren't for Li Shimin stepping up to suppress this, the Tang might have turned into a southern regime right after its founding. The Western army commanders in Damingcheng were in a similar state, frightened and lacking a backbone. In fact, historically, Zhao Guo's move from Damingfu to Dongpingfu, ignoring the siege of Dongjing, was a collective tacit agreement. At this time, Zhao Guo was eagerly looking outside, hoping to see Zhongzhe's army. Until April 25th, Wanyan Wuzhu had spent 3 days exhausting himself against Zhongzhe. Realizing that Zhongzhe's troops were as hard to kill as cockroaches. Forget it, I can just go back. Just when some people in the surrounding counties of Damingfu were thinking of surrendering one after another, Wanyan Wuzhu waved his hand. Retreat. In the afternoon, news of Wanyan Wuzhu's retreat reached Wanyan Yenshu. Upon seeing that Wanyan Wuzhu had retreated, Wanyan Yinshu also ordered a retreat. The original plan was to cover the main forces' withdrawal, and there was no need to waste time here. In the evening, Zhao Go learned of the Jin army's retreat and was overjoyed. Hurry, quickly send someone to verify. The news of the Jin army's retreat spread throughout Damingcheng, and everyone was delighted. At this moment, in Zhongzhe's command camp, a report came in. Marshal, scouts report that the Jin thieves have retreated. Zhongzhe calmly replied, it is a bit faster than I expected. Lu Hao was immediately overjoyed. Great. Lu Hao breathed a sigh of relief. If the Jin didn't leave, their military provisions would soon run out. According to the Jin army's marching speed, from outside Dongjing to now, they should have already reached Taiyuan. Wanyan Wuzhu's retreat could be described as swift, like a whirlwind, quickly moving north from Daming, racing as if fearing to fall behind. Wanyan Yinshu was the same. Those who were still preparing to surrender to the Jin army due to the siege of Dongjing looked around and exclaimed, where did everyone go? On the morning of April 26th, Zhongzhe ordered the camp to move west. Lu Hao asked, Marshal, aren't we going to Damingcheng? No need. The crisis in Daming has been resolved, and we need to quickly return to Xizhou. The Jin army has just retreated, and people's hearts are still unsettled. There are many matters waiting for us there. If the Jin army truly retreated completely, shouldn't we return to the capital first? Since the Jin have retreated and the siege of the capital is lifted, and the emperor is safe, I will immediately return to Xizhou to oversee the situation. Lu Hao sighed and said, Marshal, you are the one who has made the greatest contribution in this campaign to save the emperor. Yet you do not think of going to the capital to claim your merit. I admire your magnanimity. In times of national crisis, what does it matter how great the achievement is? In Damingcheng, at the marshal's residence, Huang Qinshan said, the Jin army must have been frightened away by the great marshal's bravery. Wang Boyan said, Great Marshal, we still cannot confirm whether the Jin army has truly retreated. They may be deliberately luring us out. Zhao Go asked, so what should we do now? Wang Boyan replied, send someone to Huazhou to gather intelligence. While the situation outside had changed significantly, the marshal's residence in Damingfu was still being cautious. Inside Damingcheng, a junior officer lamented, the Jin army must have indeed retreated without a doubt. Someone nearby said, Han Liangshan, what nonsense are you talking about? No one can be certain now. Why did the Jin suddenly besiege Damingcheng? It's suspicious. The weather is about to get hot, and the Jin dislike the heat. If you were the commander, after besieging Damingcheng for several days, would you suddenly withdraw your troops? I don't know. How can we think of such questions? Don't forget, the Jin also need to eat. Their supplies are running low, and the number of volunteer soldiers in Hebei is increasing. Han Shizhong, you are just a military officer. Stop talking nonsense. On April 27th, in Dongjing, at noon, the messenger sent to Tongguan returned. Your Majesty, it has been reported that the troops from various towns in Shanxi have retreated to their respective routes, and the various governors have already arrived in the capital. He was referring to the loyal army that was blocked outside Tongguan by Wanyan Lushi, which consisted of troops from various routes in Shanxi. In total, there were over 100,000 troops. Wanyan Lushi also retreated along with Wanyan Zhonghan. Since that is the case, why should the loyal army retreat back to Shanxi? Isn't that foolish? It is unavoidable. The food in Kaifeng is currently being rationed, and every meal in Bianjing is a third of what it used to be. Zhao Ding is currently overseeing the transportation of food from the south into the capital. If suddenly over 100,000 troops arrived outside the capital, starving, would Zhao Ning dig mud for them to eat? The army would be eating the mud dug by Zhao's officials while drinking Yellow River water, giving a thumbs up. Your Majesty, the mud you dug is really delicious. Everyone loves it. Therefore, they can only be sent back to Shanxi. But the various governors have all brought their troops. Zhao Ning wrote while saying, let them come and see me. Yes. Not long after, Wang Huaiji suddenly arrived. Your Majesty, the Zhang Jun you asked for has arrived. Where is he? He is outside the palace waiting for summons. Zhao Ning said, let him come and see me. Yes. This is wonderful. I was just thinking of having Zhang Jun oversee the various routes in Shanxi. Now that he is here, we can discuss the matter together. By the way, Your Excellency, a high official asked me to convey a message to you, saying that Wang Sun from Xizhou has already returned to the capital. Oh, Zhao Ning finally put down his pen. My money bag has finally arrived. Let's see how many people are involved in this case. If we can dig out the Prince of Yun, that would be just perfect. Let the Imperial City Division investigate first. Yes, Zhao Ning asked again. By the way, what is the news from Hebei? Has there been any latest news about Zhongzhe and King Kong? Chapter 69, Emperor Zhang Jun's Audience. The strategy of sovereign and ministers has yet to receive the latest news. I understand. Zhao Ning is not anxious. Everything cannot be rushed at the moment. Within Bianjing, there are various opinions regarding the situations in Hebei and Hedong, creating an atmosphere of alarm and panic, making the people uneasy. In times of chaos and confusion, as the emperor, one must not be hasty. It is essential to remain calm and composed, so that others will not be flustered. An opportunist will not find it easy to create trouble. Chess must be played step by step. He is convinced that the Jin army has indeed withdrawn, and that Zhongzhe will be able to stabilize the current situation. First, Zhang Jun arrived at the palace and summoned Zhang Jun in the Windy Hall. Zhang Jun is undoubtedly an indispensable figure in the historical transition between the two Song dynasties. He is even more suited to be the chief minister than Li Gang. Li Gang had been criticized by many for not understanding military matters, and even Yu Fei had once impeached Li Gang. Of course, this does not mean that Li Gang truly lacked military knowledge. Rather, opinions varied, or it could be said that Li Gang's military talents were only half-baked. But is Zhang Jun's military talent really that good? Not necessarily. The true strength of these individuals lies in their ability to maintain the overall situation at critical moments. At the turn of the Song dynasty, there were too many unreliable people. Take Tongguan, for example, who, when ordered by the Liao to adopt a policy of nonviolent resistance against the enemy, later abandoned everyone on the northern front and fled alone back to the capital when the Jin invaded. In certain key positions, it is not always necessary to master highly specialized skills, but one must understand how to stabilize the overall situation, bear responsibilities, and enable those beneath them to operate in an orderly manner. This is something that both Li Gang and Zhang Jun excelled at. When Zhang Jun entered the Wanda Hall and saluted the emperor, he said, "I pay my respects to your majesty. May you be in good health. You have arrived." Zhao Ning replied in a flat tone, "I wonder why your majesty has summoned me. I have heard that during your previous service in the Privy Council as a compiler, you conducted considerable research on military affairs. Now that the Jin have retreated and the northern front is in chaos, I wanted to hear your thoughts." Zhang Jun was slightly surprised. He knew his official position had not yet reached the level where the emperor would summon him to discuss state affairs alone. "Your majesty, I am dull-witted and dare not speak recklessly about state affairs. You may speak freely. If you say anything wrong, I will pardon you. Then I will dare to speak frankly." Zhang Jun's gaze had already fallen on the map. "Your majesty, I need to refer to this map." "Go ahead." Zhang Jun stepped to the map, and as he focused on it, his demeanor seemed to change instantly. He pointed to the northern part of the capital region and said, "Your majesty, if the Jin have not fully retreated and are still gathering in Hebei and Hedong, we must promptly adopt a strategy of solid walls and scorched earth." Zhao Ning remained silent, allowing Zhang Jun to continue speaking, watching calmly. The strategy of solid walls and scorched earth has two main points. First, a portion of the local people should retreat south of the Yellow River, while others should enter cities like Xizhou and Xiangzhou. Second, we must cut off all food supplies outside the cities. For example, in Xizhou and Xiangzhou, we should leave 100,000 troops and civilians in each city, with each person receiving 1 pound of food per day, totaling 3 million pounds of food per month. The supply point should be set in Huazhou, which will serve as the logistics supply point with heavy troops stationed there to transport food regularly. Zhang Jun pointed at the map, speaking fluently. He then indicated the northeastern direction of Huazhou. "We should use Damingfu as a second supply point, connecting Daming and Huazhou with the Yongji Canal, using the Yellow River to supply food to Daming City. If we manage to ensure mutual transportation of supplies between these 2 points, the food supply issue will be easily resolved. With our food supply secure, the Jin will not dare to linger and will inevitably withdraw completely to the north." Zhao Ning paused, unable to contain his excitement. Zhao Ning's plan was to establish a military defense line stretching 2,000 miles from Shaanxi in the west to Hebei in the east. The eastern route of Hebei is part of eastern Hebei, while the eastern route of Jing includes parts of Hunan and all of Shandong, and the eastern route of Jingdong covers most of eastern Shandong. The Jin troops must be retreating now. What the Song dynasty needs to do is establish a defensive system in the north and gradually drag the war into a protracted state. After all, the Song dynasty is plagued with internal issues, and only by establishing deep defenses and stabilizing border crises can Zhao Ning begin to implement reforms internally, truly enriching the country and strengthening the military. What Zhang Jun just mentioned is clearly a more detailed execution plan. This is precisely the talent Zhao Ning needs. The emperor formulates top-level strategic planning, while the chancellors break down and refine this planning, ensuring execution. Zhao Ning did not interrupt Zhang Jun, indicating for him to continue. Zhang Jun did not stop and continued. "If the Jin army has completely retreated, we need to quickly pacify the hearts of the people in Hebei and Hedong, and establish interconnected fortifications in this area to prevent the Jin from invading south again at the end of the year." At this point, Zhao Ning interrupted Zhang Jun, saying, "Will the Jin invade south again at the end of the year?" "Your Majesty, yes they will." "How do you know?" "Of course. The Jin army is skilled in winter warfare, and winter is our weakest time." Zhao Ning certainly knows that the Jin army will come, as historically, they launched another major southern expedition at the end of this year, with a scale larger than the second defense of Tokyo and a longer front. The reason he is studying Zhang Jun is actually to continuously understand him. Zhang Jun continued, "If I were the commander of the Jin army, I would inevitably extend the front next time." Zhao Ning felt even happier in his heart, and he continued to ask, "Why?" "The Jin army has long besieged Tokyo without success, and even if all main forces gather in Tokyo, they cannot expand their victories. If they extend their front lines, they could defeat our Song dynasty's northern front." Zhang Jun pointed to the eastern Hebei and eastern Beijing roads, saying, "This place is the right arm of our nation. If we lose our right arm, then the capital will be in danger." From a strategic map perspective, if we lose that area in Shandong, the Huai River region will be completely exposed to the Jin Army's iron cavalry. Zhang Jun continued. If the eastern Beijing Road, Shandong, falls, then the eastern Huainan Road, around Jiangsu, will be in danger. What does it mean for the eastern Huainan Road to be in danger? This means that the economic and grain center of the Song dynasty would be cut off. The transportation canals of the Song dynasty were centered around the capital city of Dongjing, stretching southeast and forming many waterways. The taxes from the southeast were already the highest in the Song dynasty. During this era, the southeastern economic circle was dominated by the Taihu economic circle. If the eastern route of Jingdong were to fall, the Jurchen army would immediately advance to Yangzhou, attacking Suzhou, with their military might aim directly at Hangzhou. At that time, it would be meaningless to defend Dongjing. It would no longer matter because the source of tax revenue would be cut off, leading to a lack of money and a portion of grain also being severed. They would truly have no choice but to abandon Dongjing and flee south. Following the old path of Zhaogo, Zhao Ning took a deep breath. Zhang Jun's words were indeed profound, echoing his own thoughts exactly. Therefore, the next war would surely be on a larger scale and even more brutal. Chapter 70. Strategic Deception Against the Jin State? Zhao Ning continued to ask, what good strategy do you have? Zhang Jun said, if we want to preserve the eastern route of Hebei, we must strategize in Shaanxi. Indeed, Zhang Jun has a special fondness for strategizing in Shaanxi. In the official history, it was he who proposed the strategy to govern Shaanxi. It was precisely this move that preserved the southern Song dynasty, providing a buffer period for the rise of figures like Yu Fei and Han Shizhong. Zhao Ning continued to pretend not to understand, saying, why govern Shaanxi to secure the eastern route of Hebei when they are nearly 2,000 miles apart? Your Majesty, look here. By stationing heavy troops in various regions of Shaanxi to prepare for a northern expedition and attract the main force of the Jin army, we can relieve the pressure on the eastern and central fronts. Zhang Jun pointed to the Shaanxi area, then indicated the Hedong route, Shaanxi province, the western and eastern routes of Hebei, and also the eastern route of Jingdong. Shaanxi is where our Song dynasty's elite troops are concentrated, with countless skilled warriors. The Jin army would not dare to underestimate us and would surely come with heavy forces. Zhao Ning said, so you mean a strategic deception? Strategic deception? Zhang Jun was slightly taken aback, not expecting Zhao to use such a precise term. It couldn't really be called strategic deception because it was an open strategy. At the beginning of the War of Resistance against Japan, the Japanese army planned to advance from north to south. Strategists at that time believed that the best approach was to attract the main force of the Japanese army to the eastern front, drawing them from east to west. Why? Because, historically in China, advancing from north to south is relatively easy. There are several major routes southward. As long as those cities are captured, the south has little room for resistance. However, if the Japanese army advances from the eastern front to the west, the Jiangnan area, in the east, with its many lakes and marshes, would greatly restrict the movement of tank divisions. Moreover, after expending great effort to reach Wuhan, entering Jingzhou, and moving westward, they would encounter mountainous terrain where tanks cannot operate. This is a grand strategy. At this time, Zhang Jun's proposal to govern Shaanxi and attract the main force of the Jin army into Shaanxi would undoubtedly provide preparation time for these two militarily weak areas, effectively exchanging space for time and making a strategic layout. This was exactly the purpose of Zhao Ning seeking out Zhang Jun historically. Zhang Jun had lost several battles, but that didn't matter. Cao Cao had also suffered many defeats. Every individual is talented. There is no lack of talent. Only leaders who do not know how to use people. Each person's strengths vary, and their positions should naturally be different. Moreover, the demand for talent also varies with the situation. For example, in the current situation, Zhang Jun is greatly needed, even if he repeatedly fails in governing Shaanxi. Because the purpose of governing Shaanxi is not to launch a northern expedition or to recover lost territories in the east, but to restrain the main force of the Jin army. This task, while easy to speak of, is extremely difficult to execute. Who would be willing to go to Shaanxi knowing that it might lead to certain defeat? After all, someone has to take the blame for failure. And such actions are contrary to human nature. The court of the Song dynasty is full of those who shift blame. Who would want to go? Zhang Jun is willing. Then let him handle it. There is absolutely no doubt about Zhang Jun's loyalty. He is a reliable minister. If your majesty believes this is strategic deception, that can also be justified. Zhao Ning continued. So, in governing Shaanxi, we must let the Jin army know? Yes. We must let the Jin state know about our ostentatious efforts in Shaanxi, and we must truly make a grand show there. Zhao Ning stood up and walked to the map, studying it for a while. The eastern front must be secured. Even Zhao Go knew to protect the eastern front in history. The southeast is the area with the highest tax revenue for the Song dynasty, primarily due to developed grain transportation, leading to lower transportation costs and quicker mobilization. In ancient times, limited transportation infrastructure meant that land transport of grain consumed nearly half of the total grain on the road. This issue does not exist in the southeast where water transport is developed. This time, Zhao Ding is gathering grain from the southeast. Zhao Ning paused for a moment, suddenly looking at Zhang Jun and saying, are you willing to personally go to govern Shaanxi? I fear I am unworthy, and and may not be able to fulfill this task. That's fine. I appoint you as the privy councillor and the governor of various garrisons in Shaanxi. Are you willing? Zhang Jun was completely stunned. His current position was merely a chief scribe. What rank is the chief scribe of the Kaifeng prefecture? It is roughly at the same level as a county magistrate. To suddenly rise from a county magistrate to the highest military and political commander, taking charge of the western region, is akin to a county chief directly becoming the deputy of the military commission. Wait, if Zhang Jun can be promoted like this, why can't Yu Fei be directly promoted to a senior officer in the army? The two roles are entirely different. Zhang Jun, more accurately, is to take the blame for the current situation. After this task is completed and the situation changes, he may not be suitable to remain in the Privy Council. But Yu Fei is different. He is someone meant for long-term cultivation. Thus, the way to utilize talent must be analyzed specifically in conjunction with the current situation and the characteristics of the individuals, and should not be templated. When Zhang Jun finally reacted, he hurriedly knelt and said, "What merit do I have to receive such favor from your majesty?" Zhao Ning quickly helped him up, saying, "You are my right-hand man. The current situation is severe, and I must entrust this great task to you. I hope you will not refuse me." Zhang Jun was shocked, delighted, excited, and grateful all at once. What immense trust it took to assign such a heavy responsibility. "I will not fail your majesty's expectations. I am willing to go through fire and water for your majesty." Zhao Ning thought to himself that going to Shaanxi is truly not a task for ordinary people. The various routes in Shaanxi during the Song dynasty not only suffered from internal strife, but were also extremely exclusive. For example, the fierce General Chu Duan in Shaanxi at this time is a typical example. He would have to be adjusted. Otherwise, if Zhang Jun went, he might end up killing Chu Duan. Chu Duan is also a talent. Although ambitious and unrestrained, it would be a waste to kill him. Very well. Your appointment decree will be issued in the next couple of days. Today, I happen to be summoning the governors of the various routes in Shaanxi. You may stay here and meet them with me. I obey. In fact, the positions and ranks in the Song dynasty are separated to flexibly handle talent. For example, Zhang Jun holds a 7th grade official rank, but the rank does not represent his position, which can be assigned based on specific circumstances, especially for the position of governor. The so-called governor is a temporary supreme military commander. For example, Li Gang was appointed as the governor of Hedong and Hebei last year, meaning he was temporarily responsible for the overall situation and would return power after the task was completed. Zhang Jun still felt it was unreal. He never expected to suddenly become a privy councillor. It should be noted that the privy councillor is one of the top officials in the two ministries. Soon, the governors of the 6 routes in Shaanxi arrived at the Windy Hall. Zhao Ning did not intend to discuss the governance of Shaanxi with them. He only wanted to soothe them and familiarize himself with them. As for the upcoming matters in Shaanxi, that would be left to Zhang Jun. Do not doubt those you employ those you do not doubt. If Zhang Jun is to achieve something in Shaanxi, he must be given enough authority and not be interfered with. Chapter 71. Your Majesty, pay attention to one point before long. Qian Gai, the overall governor of Shaanxi. Fan Jisu, the governor of Yongxing Road. Zhang Shun, the governor of Fuyan Road. Wang Si, the governor of Huanqing Road. Zhao Dian, the governor of Qinfeng Road. Wang Yi, the governor of Shihe Road, and Shigong, the governor of Jinyuan Road, entered the Windy Hall. All 6 governors of Shaanxi were present, with Qian Gai at the forefront. The ministers pay their respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Zhao Ning said. There is no need for you all to be overly courteous. Qian Gai said. We apologize for our tardiness in coming to serve the emperor. Please forgive us. I have heard that you have been confronting the Jin army at Tongguan. The journey from Shaanxi to the capital is long and arduous. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone. The ministers replied, we are fearful. Originally prepared to secretly curse upon returning to the capital, they did not expect to be summoned directly to the palace. Once inside, Zhao Guanjia did not say much, and his tone was calm, which surprised them. Zhao Ning was actually angry. You have over 100,000 troops, nearly 200,000. Blocked by the tens of thousands of troops of Wanyan Lu Shi at Tongguan, unable to advance. If it weren't for the current chaotic situation prioritizing stability, I would have already initiated a heart-striking mode. Has the main army returned to Shaanxi? Qian Gai said, reporting to your majesty, they have returned to Shaanxi. Good. I summoned you here for no other reason than to discuss the plans for the various routes in Shaanxi. Logically speaking, Zhao Ning's influence on the overall situation was significant. In the actual history, the capital city was breached, and the Jin army gained a large amount of wealth and grain. Wanyan Lu Shi, blocked at Tongguan, also received ample logistical support, and after Wanyan Zhonghan's withdrawal, Wanyan Lu Shi was ordered to engage in military action against the Song dynasty in Shaanxi. Wanyan Lu Shi was known as the god of war in the Jin army, a commander with extremely strong tactical skills. In terms of tactics, Wanyan Zhonghan and Wanyan Zhongwang might not compare to him. Wanyan Zhonghan and Wanyan Zhongwang were likely comprehensive talents, skilled in both strategy and tactics, while Wanyan Lu Shi was a genius in tactics. Wanyan Lu Shi used tens of thousands of troops to cut off over 200,000 Song troops, and then defeated them one by one. This seemingly simple tactic requires very high demands on the commander and the army when executed. One battle severely weakened half of the Western army. Then he swallowed most of northern Shaanxi, with his military force directly aimed at southern Shaanxi. However, at this time, because Zhao Ning held firm in the capital, it triggered a butterfly effect, and Wanyan Lushi also retreated due to lack of food, alongside Wanyan Zhonghan. The troops in Shaanxi were preserved. However, based on current estimates of both sides' comprehensive national power, the Jin dynasty would soon deploy troops in Shaanxi, or rather, launch a full-scale military campaign. The various commanders in Shaanxi had been stationed there for several years and were still useful. They could not be replaced. However, the overall commander could be changed. The commander is the highest military and political leader in a region, a fixed position with a term. The overall commander is temporarily appointed and can manage several commanders. Zhao Ning said, the various routes in Shaanxi are the key military strongholds of our Song dynasty. I want to deploy more troops to reclaim the lost territories in Hedong Road, Shaanxi province. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood that with Taiyuan lost, Zhao Guanjia was unwilling to accept it. Taiyuan is a key stronghold in northern Central Plains. Once Taiyuan falls, there will be no barrier for the western capital, and the capital will be in danger. If Taiyuan can be recaptured, it can advance east into Hebei to restrain the Jin army, securing the Hebei route and compressing the entire strategy to the northern part of Hebei. The people present had failed this time and did not dare to speak much, only saying, Your Majesty is wise. Zhao Ning said, Qianqing, there are many affairs in the capital. You should return. I will send another overall commander to Shaanxi. Qiangai did not dare to say much. After all, being ineffective in assisting the king, the emperor not holding him accountable was already very merciful. He said, I obey your orders. You are all loyal ministers of the Song dynasty. I understand in my heart that sending you to manage Shaanxi is the court's trust in you, and I hope you will cooperate with the court's arrangements. Zhao Ning started to speak formally. In fact, he wanted to stabilize people's hearts first, and then find suitable individuals to replace them one by one. This matter of replacing the commanders needed to be discussed slowly with Zhang Jun. There was no rush, and it could not affect the military and political situation in Shaanxi. Everyone said, Your Majesty is wise. We will do our utmost. Nonsense. The commanders are all civil officials, each one an actor, expressing their willingness to cooperate in front of the emperor, but once they return to their posts, they engage in all sorts of tricks. After meeting with the various commanders in Shaanxi and stabilizing their hearts, Zhao Ning arranged for Wang Huaiji to notify the officials of the Central Secretariat to draft the appointment edict for Zhang Jun. However, now the real problem began to surface. Establishing such a vast military depth defense line requires how much money, how many people, how much material, and what talents and important positions are needed in various places. A military defense line is not simply the front line. The most important thing is the mobilization system and logistics system. This includes medical supplies, grain dispatch, military camp construction, and the mobilization of civilian manpower. This is definitely an unprecedented massive project. Every aspect requires money. This will undoubtedly be a huge expense, and if a prolonged war occurs, it must be an ongoing massive expense. How much money is really needed? Perhaps investing 10 million guan would only create a splash. For him, who currently has only 10,000 guan in the treasury, this is simply. Zhao Ning stayed alone in the Windy Hall for a while, thinking carefully about some upcoming matters. He had already sent someone to find Li Gang, as many things still needed to be discussed when Zhongzhe returned to the capital. The officials from the eastern and western courts would hold a full meeting. After all, establishing a complete military and political system requires cooperation among the officials. After leaving the Windy Hall, Zhao Ning felt his head buzzing, and he did not think much more about it. As night fell, the clouds and mist after the rain sank into the dusk, and late April in the capital gradually had a hint of summer warmth. Zhao Ning went to find Zhu Lian, who was embroidering. Upon seeing Zhao Guanjia, she stood up and said, Your Majesty, it's so late. Haven't T you rested yet? I can't sleep. Your Majesty, I will have someone make some light snacks. No need. Looking at Zhu Lian, Zhao Ning felt it was truly pleasing to the eye. Especially those eyes like autumn water immediately pulled Zhao Ning out of the tedious and exhausting government affairs. The tip of his nose was filled with Zhu Lian's body fragrance. Why did he suddenly come to find Zhu Lian? For what? I don't know. Perhaps he felt that the air was relatively dry recently and needed some moisture to lubricate it. Your Majesty, it's so late. Before Zhu Lian could continue speaking, Zhao Ning had already embraced her and then strode to the bed. Your Majesty. Zhao Ning took a deep breath. Zhu Lian had long legs, so white. 2 red clouds flew up on Zhu Lian's face, and her gaze towards Zhao Ning suddenly became infatuated and gentle. Zhao Ning could feel her skin, as smooth and delicate as silk. Before long, Zhu Lian's neck turned red, and her cheeks seemed to be dripping with water. The cool night was like water. The next morning, Zhao Ning went directly to the Windy Hall, where Gao Qiao was waiting outside. Your Majesty, Gao Taiwei so early. Have you had breakfast? Yes. Come, let's go in and talk. Upon entering the Windy Hall, Gao Qiao presented a document with both hands and said, Your Majesty, this is Wang Sun's confession. Chapter 72. Pulling up carrots with dirt. I want to turn this into a major case. Although Gao Qiao was once a favored minister, he had mixed with Su Zizhan when he was young and had some knowledge. Later, he went to the northwest and earned military merit under Lu Zhongwu. Liu Zhongwu was the father of the famous General Liu Qi, who resisted the Jin during the transition between the two Song dynasties. Gao Qiao's military career had some interesting stories, and now it seems that having him handle this matter is more than sufficient. At least Zhao Ning was very satisfied upon seeing this confession. What? This confession involves many officials? That is secondary. No matter how many officials are involved. It is merely a one-time house raid. Having money is certainly a good thing. But Wang Sun's matter also revealed two even more serious issues. First, Wang Sun's son. To suffer less physical punishment, exposed the matter of Wang Sun selling grain from Zhongzhe at a high price, 8 guan per dan. Second, Wang Sun's family estate actually included 3,000 acres of good farmland. Why are these 2 points considered serious? One reflects the current behavior of certain merchants in Hebei. Aside from Wang Sun, are there no other merchants profiting from national disasters? The second point reflects that people like Wang Sun are using their money to rapidly consume social resources, which is what is commonly referred to as land consolidation. A merchant actually has 3,000 acres of land. Is this normal? This was quite normal in the Song dynasty, but it was not normal in the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty had a land equalization system, and the courts before the Song were constantly finding ways to curb land consolidation. By the time of the Song dynasty, regarding land consolidation, they simply laid flat. The Song said, "Hey, I'm just lying flat. You can do whatever you want." The matter of Wang Sun's land is just a glimpse of the bigger picture. He has money and befriends powerful figures, so naturally, he can consolidate fertile land. The consequence is that countless people lose their land, become tenants, landlords can raise rents at will, and tenants can't afford to farm, turning into displaced persons. Displaced persons in the Song dynasty became a notorious social issue. National resources are rapidly consumed by the upper class, leaving not a bit for the common people. As a result, at this moment, Hebei and the Eastern River area are not only swept by the Jin army, but also plagued by bandits, making life unbearable for the people. Upon seeing this, Zhao Ning felt both furious and damn happy. The anger stems from the inaction of the Zhao Song's successive officials, leading to the country being riddled with wounds. It has only been a little over 100 years since the founding, and interest groups have already gnawed away at the country. Now it's not just ethnic conflicts, but also internal class conflicts. The happiness comes from the fact that there are quite a few officials on this list. This Wang Sun not only owns his own ironworks and fertile fields, but also engages in tea trading. The Northern Song period was when tea truly began to rise. And during this time, most tea was still grown in the south and transported to the capital via the Grand Canal. If tea is transported to the north, the price doubles. If transported to the northwest, the price can multiply by 7 or 8 times. This is also why the middlemen in the Song dynasty could make so much money. Tea vouchers are a very valuable resource, just like in the 21st century. Wanting to acquire land requires a land purchase qualification certificate. Wang Sun not only obtained the iron-making qualification, but also a large number of tea vouchers to transport tea to Hebei at high prices. To obtain these, he must have paid a significant amount of money to certain officials. After reading this, Zhao Ning felt ecstatic, but furrowed his brows and angrily said, "All officials involved must be taken to the Imperial City Division for questioning one by one." "Go handle it immediately," Gao Qiao said. "Your Majesty, this matter involves officials from the Ministry of Finance. Should the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court be involved as well, I order you to first apprehend them. Bring them to the Imperial City Division. The Imperial City Division will conduct the initial interrogation, and those found guilty will follow the appropriate procedures." "Yes, I will handle it." Just as Gao Qiao went out, the Emperor's voice came from behind. "Come back." Gao Qiao quickly turned back. "Your Majesty, is there anything else you command? Have you sent someone to investigate the situation on the north bank of the Yellow River? What have you found?" Replying to Your Majesty, it can be confirmed that Prince Kong is supporting the Daiming Prefecture, which was learned when capturing Wang Sun in Suzhou. Wang Sun wants to sell grain to Prince Kong at a high price, which is the reason. As for the others, we are still collecting information. Gao Qiao thought to himself, the Jin army had retreated less than half a month ago. Even if my people could fly, it would be impossible to get detailed news back immediately. "Did the person you sent, Ma Kuo, go?" He went. "How is the river transport in Bianjing lately?" "It has already resumed. I have inquired, and many boats are running southeast, likely transporting grain. I also heard that a large number of merchants have gone south, likely to buy grain. Now, as long as they can transport food, it can be sold at a high price." "I understand. You hurry and go capture them." "Yes." "Which officials are involved this time?" "There are 2 chief clerks from the Tea Bureau, 3 chief clerks from the Salt and Iron Bureau, 1 chief clerk from the Ministry of Finance, and 1 vice chief clerk from the Ministry of Finance." Of course, it also mentioned the steward from the Wang Fu of Prince Yun. What is the Tea Bureau? This was an agency established by Kai Jing to generate money for Emperor Huizong Zhaoji by selling tea vouchers. The Salt and Iron Bureau goes without saying. It has departments for salt cases, tea cases, and iron cases, all related to salt, iron, and tea. What? ISNT this redundant? This ISNT anything. Because this is the bureaucracy of the Song dynasty, having 2 similar departments is quite normal. But why are officials from the Ministry of Finance involved? Because the Ministry of Finance has tea warehouses, locks along the Bien River, and departments such as the Market Supervision Bureau and the Fragrant Drug Warehouse. Of course, the Ministry of Finance has many departments underneath it as well. Does the Ministry of Finance also involve tea? Exactly, it does. This is one of the characteristics of the Song Dynasty, redundant officials. There is no such thing as too redundant, only more redundant. The Ministry of Finance was a separate bureau created during Wang Engshi's reform, responsible for state finances and political orders, almost covering half of the government's functions. You can imagine how many departments and officials it has underneath. After Wang Engshi's departure, the reformist and conservative factions fought fiercely, and later Kai Jing of the reformist faction came to power. How could he possibly abolish the Ministry of Finance? But Kai Jing established the Tea Bureau to start making money with tea vouchers. With this layering, the bureaucracy of the Song Dynasty accumulated over time, and the number of officials skyrocketed. Officials have positions, salaries, and can earn extra money. They don't work, their functions overlap, and they push responsibilities onto each other. Why not enjoy it? Therefore, the case of Wang Sun is a very typical case. Pulling up radishes brings mud. Doing business in the Song Dynasty, especially in tea and iron, naturally involves relationships with these bureaucracies. This is it. My money is being waved at me by the court. It also conveniently gets rid of a batch of officials who are just occupying positions and saves the court manpower and expenditure. One word, refreshing. At this moment, the capital still does not know that the largest case since the Jingkong period is about to unfold. This will be a bloody storm, and for the first time, it will expose the sharp internal contradictions since the Jingkong period. Chapter 73, The Rhythm of Major Events. Why is this considered the largest case since the Jingkong period? The previous case of the armory's iron armor already involved a number of officials and didn't seem that substantial, right? That is different. In Wang Sun's case, there is the matter of Wang Sun forcibly buying fertile land locally. This matter, in a small sense, is the norm in the Song Dynasty. In a larger sense, as long as Zhao Ning is willing to take it seriously, he can take this matter and thoroughly investigate the involved officials, pulling out a few more radishes. Clearly, Zhao Ning is ready to get serious. After Gao Qiao left the palace, he immediately returned to the Imperial City Division and sent 3 groups of people to apprehend individuals, respectively targeting the Salt and Iron Bureau, the Tea Bureau, and the Ministry of Finance. These 3 bureaus are all fat water bureaus, all dealing with money and commerce. When the Imperial City Division personnel arrived, they were still sipping tea and chatting in the bureau, and even Wang Chuanqing, the vice chief clerk from the Ministry of Finance, was about to step out to the east gate to find a girl and discuss life. But before he could take a step, he was captured. You, what are you doing? This is the Ministry of Finance's important place. We are from the Imperial City Division. Gentlemen, we have no other business. Just want to invite you back for a cup of tea. Nonsense. When did the Royal City Division have the power to arbitrarily arrest people? You all quickly step back. Otherwise, I will send a memorial to His Majesty, and you won't be able to escape. Commander Heben said. Good. Go back to the Royal City Division and give him paper. Let him write. If he doesn't write 1,000 words, he is not allowed to stop. Come on. Arrest him. You dare. Arrest him. Several people from the Royal City Division came up and apprehended Wang Chuanqing, while the officials inside who were drinking tea and chatting all poked their heads out. Heben rushed in with his men and also took away a chief clerk, shocking the other officials. The officials from the Ministry of Revenue immediately flared up like a cat that stepped on its tail. These Royal City Division ruffians are too arrogant. We must impeach them. Everyone angrily returned to their positions, picking up their pens with righteous expressions, and began writing impeachment memorials. Now, not only the Ministry of Revenue officials were writing furiously, but the officials from the Tea Bureau and the Salt and Iron Office also began to write. Each official seemed to be possessed by Fan Zhongyan, clearly impeaching the Royal City Division while striking a pose of worrying about the world before enjoying their own happiness. Gao Qiao was indeed quick, a real man. By noon, those officials were invited to the Royal City Division for tea. Wang Chuanqing was confused. Where's the tea? Wasn't I called here for tea? Why am I handcuffed and bound? Others were also handcuffed. The people from the Royal City Division began to whip these officials and drip wax on them. Royal City Division, speak. Hurry up and speak. Wang Chuanqing, don't hit me. Don't hit me. Royal City Division, speak. If you don't speak, we'll beat you to death. Wang Chuanqing, I'll talk. I'll talk. What do you want me to say? You should ask. You start hitting without asking anything. What do you want me to say? Meanwhile, as Gao Qiao was busy whipping those officials, Zhao Ning changed into armor, brought the Imperial Guards, and left the city of Tokyo, heading towards the new military camp in the north of the city. People were about to be executed, so he needed to meet with the military and establish some connections, so that in case of unexpected situations, the army could provide support. Zhao Ning also brought Yu Fei along. Yu Fei originally wanted to return to Hebei to report, but Zhao Ning temporarily kept him in Bianjing. There were new arrangements for Zhong Zai's matter, and it wasn't useful for Yu Fei to return now. It was better to stay in the capital for a while. The news that officials from the Ministry of Revenue, the Salt and Iron Office, and the Tea Bureau were captured by the Royal City Division quickly reached the Eastern Court. The Minister of Personnel, Mo Cho, was in the Hall of Politics and, upon hearing this, didn't he immediately think of seeking justice from the Emperor, but instead started pondering what had happened. He quietly ran to the royal city division to find Gao Qiao and inquired about the whole matter. Logically speaking, arbitrarily arresting officials in the Song dynasty was akin to stepping on a cat's tail. However, Mo Cho, the minister, didn't think this way. He began to contemplate the issue of choosing sides. Now that Zhao Ding had taken charge of the Hall of Politics and was preparing to bring supplies into the capital, the political situation was changing. He heard that Li Gang was returning to the capital, and if he didn't act soon, he might lose his position as Minister of Personnel one day. Is Zhao Ding a reformist or a conservative? Will he exclude me? Will he be another Kai Jing? What will happen to the political situation when Li Gang returns? Is there still a place for me? Mo Cho genuinely felt his political crisis. Therefore, he prepared to start currying favor with the Zhao family. Gao Qiao had already gained power by currying favor, now walking sideways in Tokyo City. No one dared to provoke him. If he also started to curry favor and build a good relationship with Gao Qiao, could he soon resist the new changes in the political situation? Realizing this, the clever Missouri Cho hurriedly ran to the palace, ready to showcase his skills in flattery. You see, bureaucrats are never a united front. They compete for interests and scheme against each other. Everyone is competing for the limited market. If you don't fight for it, it will belong to someone else. Unfortunately, just as Mo Cho reached the palace gate, he was informed that Zhao family had left the palace. At this time, hearing that Zhao family had arrived, Zhang Shai came from the military camp on the south bank of the Yellow River to the new military camp, personally leading the new military officers to welcome His Majesty. When Zhao Ning arrived, everyone said in unison, "We pay our respects to Your Majesty." There is no need for formalities. Zhao Ning dismounted and glanced around. The new army was armored and lined up neatly, displaying a magnificent military presence. This army had performed exceptionally well in the previous city defense. Zhao Ning had Zhang Shai select another group of the best soldiers, all of whom had experienced blood and fire. Their demeanor was entirely different from before. Zhao Ning said to Zhang Bofan, "Zhang Qing, this armor looks great. Take it off and let me try it." Zhang Bofan was taken aback, and those around him were also surprised. Zhang Bofan quickly said, "Your Majesty, I dare not. You are the supreme ruler. How can I?" "No need to worry. Taizu also came from the military and wore armor. Why can't I? Take it off." Zhang Bofan glanced at his father. Zhang Shai said nothing, tacitly agreeing. Zhao Ning then removed his armor, as he had come wearing armor. After taking it off, he put on Zhang Bofan's armor. Yu Fei, watching from the side, was even more astonished. This official family is really interesting. After Zhao Ning donned Zhang Bofan's armor, he walked up to the soldiers in formation and stopped in front of a regular soldier, saying, "Wang Ji, I remember you." The soldier was taken aback, his face turning red with excitement. "Your Majesty." He was somewhat nervous. No, he was extremely nervous. Zhao Ning patted his shoulder and said, "After battling the Jin army, I went to comfort the wounded. I remember you were carrying the wounded on your back, and I still remember that your left arm's armor was broken, and your hand was injured." Wang Ji became even more excited and shouted, "Your Majesty, my injury is healed." "Good. You are a good man." Zhao Ning scanned the crowd and suddenly shouted, "You are all good men. All are fine sons of our great song." Everyone shouted, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" The cheers rose higher and higher. After a while, Zhao Ning raised his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet, and only then did it settle down. He then said, "I know that you all are concerned about the salary issue over these past few months. I previously promised not to arbitrarily withhold salaries. The Jin army has retreated, and I have arranged for Minister Zhang to tally the military records, and next month, all of your salaries will be distributed together." Once the emperor said this, everyone began to discuss. The military officers shouted loudly, "Silence." Gradually, it quieted down. Zhao Ning then spoke kindly. "I know you all need salaries to support your families. Please convey to your families that I will not treat those loyal to the country unfairly." The emperor's few words, along with wearing Zhang Bofan's armor, immediately crafted a respectable image here. Even Yu Fei felt moved. With such a Zhao family, how could the great song not rise again? However, when they returned to the palace in the afternoon, the imperial desk in the Wenda Hall was filled with memorials, all related to Gao Qiao's arrests in the morning. The impeachment memorials against Gao Qiao came flying in like snowflakes. However, Gao Qiao was not to be underestimated. His interrogation results had already come out. He finished reading it himself and was sweating profusely. If this thing is given to Zhao Guanjia, what will happen next? This will inevitably lead to a political storm. Chapter 74, while sending money, also sending lackeys? I am in a dilemma. Gao Qiao has not come yet, but Mo Cho has rushed over. Wang Huaiji said, "Guanjia. Minister Mo says he has important matters to report." "Oh." Zhao Ning was somewhat surprised and told him that he was tired and wanted to rest. He said there were urgent matters to report, and if Guanjia did not see him, he would not leave. Dare to threaten me? No, wait. Zhao Ning found it strange. Mo Cho was not a headstrong person. When did he become so bold? Go, summon him into the palace. Yes. Mo Cho entered the palace. And as he approached the Windy Hall, he saw Wang Huaiji. "Zhongwan Wang, thank you. Minister Mo, please go in quickly. Guanjia is inside." "Ah, good. Thank you. Thank you." Mo Cho organized his thoughts and walked into the Windy Hall. "I pay my respects to Guanjia. May you be well. No need for formalities." What matter do you seek from me, Mo Qing? Guanjia, I do indeed have urgent matters. Oh, speak freely. Zhao Ning thought that Mo Cho was preparing to talk about Gao Qiu's actions this morning. This guy thinks he is capable again lately? The officials of the Song dynasty have not yet gotten used to the reorganization of the Imperial City Division. They will certainly be shocked and then jump up in rebellion. It seems our Minister Mo is going to be the vanguard. Guanjia. Mo Cho suddenly changed his tone to one of sorrow at that moment. Like the leading actor of Tokyo, Guanjia, now our great Song is in danger. Zhao Ning was slightly stunned. What the hell? What are you up to, Minister Mo? Mo Qing, what do you mean by this? Today, I heard that several officials are suspected of corruption and have been captured by the Imperial City Division. I feel deep sorrow. Oh, Zhao Ning immediately became interested, but he remained calm as water, showing no emotional fluctuations. Mo Qing, please elaborate. Your Majesty, the Jin thieves have just retreated, the capital is in ruins, the northern front is still fraught with danger, yet the officials are not thinking of progress. Corruption is rampant. As a subject, having read the Sage's books, not thinking of loyalty to the emperor and serving the country, this is not what a minister should be. And in the court, the vermin run rampant, leading to the decline of the state. There is a danger of national ruin. I dare to speak frankly. If I have angered your holy heart, please punish me. Oh my. Zhao Ning looked at Mo Cho calmly. Damn it. I thought you were here to plead for those captured officials. Turns out you're here to be a sycophant. I almost thought you, Mo Cho, were a great loyal minister. Then, Mo Qing, what good plan do you have? Mo Cho immediately replied. I believe we must rectify the court, reform the governance, and eliminate corruption so that the talents of the world can be utilized by the court. Zhao Ning nodded, without saying anything. Look, these idiots know the current situation. They all know. Each one of them knows that the Song dynasty is plagued by numerous ailments, knows that corrupt officials run rampant, knows that bureaucrats are draining the lifeblood of the nation, but they all pretend not to know. And Mo Cho is definitely not someone who suddenly had a conscience struck by lightning. He must have sensed a threat. Half a month after the Jin army retreated, everyone gradually recovered from the shock. The seemingly calm court is actually brewing a storm. Healy has stepped down. Sun Fu is still in the sky prison. Feng Xie has been dismissed. During Zhao Ji's reign, Kai Jing and others were all executed. Li Bangyan was demoted to Mingdao Palace. And Wu Min and Su Churin were excluded from the capital last year. Tang Ku and Geng Nanzhong are both idling at home after being dismissed. The court is currently undergoing a phase of power restructuring. Rumor has it that Guanjia has sent people to recall Li Gang and Qian Gai. The minister of the household department stationed in the northwest has also returned to the capital. Power is changing and the winds are rising. At this sensitive time, the Imperial City Division has moved. Mo Cho keenly sensed the political crisis. He wants to engage in political speculation. Seeing that Zhao Guanjia was silent, Mo Cho's heart began to race. After a long while, Zhao Ning said, how to rectify? What? How to rectify? Damn, this minister really hadn't thought that far. I just came to brag, flatter your majesty, and express my stance. Mo Cho, being a top scholar, quickly thought of something and said, naturally, it is to strictly assess the political achievements of officials, conduct fair evaluations, so that those capable can take their positions. That is just nonsense. Zhao Ning smiled and said, Mo Qing, you may retire for now. I am tired. Guanjia, please go down. Mo Cho wanted to say something, but seeing the emperor did not wish to speak further, he said, I take my leave. Mo Cho exited the Wendy Hall. Is Mo Cho useful? Yes. A sycophant sent over, and moreover the Minister of Personnel, of course, he must be used. If Mo Cho doesn't flatter, Zhao Ning will have to change people. What is power? Financial power and personnel power are power. Having money and the authority to change people is the power of life and death. For example, with a word from the emperor, the leader of the army can be dismissed, the chancellor removed. This is personnel power. Financial power goes without saying. Next, to rectify the governance, implement reforms, the personnel power must be firmly held by the emperor himself. Shortly after Mo Cho left, Gao Qiu arrived. Guanjia. This is the confession document. Zhao Ning eagerly read it. He almost applauded. Good. The properties under these officials' names are truly one more than the other. Why do you think Su Shi couldn't afford a house back then? Because Su Shi was an upright official, a pure idealist, a political commentator, with the talent of a chancellor. Unfortunately, he died young. But by the end of the Northern Song, what kind of people were in the court? Kai Jing himself embezzled 14 million guan, about 7 billion yuan. Tong Guan, Wang Fu, Li Yan, each one of them is more corrupt than the last. Now, in the court and among the people, corrupt officials and scoundrels are everywhere. From good farmland, to tea trade, to salt trade. Each one is using their power for personal gain. Most importantly, this case has revealed over 30 officials. As night approached, Zhao Ning personally visited the Imperial City Division's prison. At this time, Wang Chuanqing was beaten and bruised, seemingly very tired, asleep, still snoring. Upon sensing movement, he quickly opened his eyes and shouted loudly, I have said, don't hit me. I have said. Gao Qiu said, Your Majesty has arrived. Wang Chuanqing was taken aback and quickly cried out, Your Majesty, I am wronged. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Please take charge for me. Wang Qing, I hear you have named quite a few corrupt officials? Yes, yes, yes. Everything I said is true. Wang Chuanqing nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. They have all smuggled tea through me before. What did they do with the tea? This, I do not know. If you do not provide sufficient evidence, how can I arrest people? If I cannot arrest them, how can I spare you? Zhao Ning said. As long as you provide sufficient evidence again, and I verify it to be true, I will immediately release you, balancing the merits and faults, and reducing the punishment. Chapter 75, a large sum of money arrives. Wang Chuanqing is certainly not a man of iron bones. He wants to see the emperor himself, as he does not trust the promises made by others. But if the emperor draws the pie and does not fulfill it himself, how will he gain the trust of others in the future? Who would dare to believe what the emperor says? Wang Chuanqing revealed a mysterious smile, possibly due to the wound on his face, and immediately began to howl in pain. Gao Qiu said from the side, "What are you howling about? If you don't speak up, I'll keep beating you. Speak, speak, Your Majesty. I have made an account book that records all the details of the people who came to my place to collect tea, who sent them, how much they collected. Everything is recorded. We just need to follow my records to find the person who collected the goods. Asking them will reveal everything. Where's the account book? It's in my home." Zhao Ning thought for a moment. If a certain official wanted to collect goods from Wang Chuanqing, they would naturally have to report their identity. Otherwise, who would dare give goods to someone who didn't identify themselves? Even if you want to bribe someone, you need to confirm that the person is your target, right? If that person sends their own people to take your bribe, you also need to confirm that the person sent is indeed from your target, right? Therefore, there is a saying, if you want to keep something a secret, you must not do it. Doing something sneaky will inevitably leave traces. Everyone is not foolish and knows to verify identities and keep a backup for themselves. Wang Chuanqing flashed a lewd smile at Zhao Ning, seemingly trying to please him. However, in Zhao Ning's eyes, that smile was as lewd as it could get. Your Majesty, I also have a roster. I also have a roster. The chief bookkeeper of the tea house, Zhang Fu, shouted over here. Zhao Ning gestured, and Gao Qiu took people over to interrogate them one by one. The investigation began, starting with obtaining the roster. As night fell, the sound of dogs barking faintly echoed in the streets. A team of royal city guards in brocade clothing and black boots split off to act. A total of 38 officials were involved, some in office, some out of office. That night, they were all captured by the royal city guards. News spread quickly throughout the city of Dongjing, and officials were shocked. Some even wanted to go to the palace to meet the emperor in the middle of the night. The palace gate's guards had obviously increased, and not even a fly could get in. So far, no one knew why those officials were arrested. Prime Minister Zhao Ding was not in the capital. The position of Vice Minister of State was vacant, and the Minister of Personnel, Mo Cho, was asleep and unavailable. For a time, people were in a state of panic. The next day, early in the morning, before dawn, Gao Qiu arrived at the palace gate with the confession documents. Gao Qiu had no problem entering the palace. Like a diligent old bee, he rushed to Wendy Hall to await the emperor's arrival. Zhao Ning also got up early. He was not only waiting for the interrogation results, but there would also be a ceremony to pay respects to the martyrs at the Loyal Martyrs Shrine, commemorating the souls of those who died guarding the city of Dongjing. Officials from the Ministry of Rites and the Bureau of Sacrifices, responsible for sacrifices, supplying sacrificial animals, tablets, and incense, were all mobilized. When Gao Qiu arrived at Wendy Hall, Qin Hui was also waiting there. Qin Hui bowed. "I have seen you, High Commander Gao." Gao Qiu nodded. Qin Hui's official rank and position were far lower than his, so he didn't pay much attention to him. "I heard you manage the Dongjing Daily?" "Yes, I manage the Dongjing Daily." "What will the Dongjing Daily publish today?" "It will publish tributes to the fallen soldiers, including their names, family members, and deeds." Gao Qiu asked again. "Hey, I've always had a question. What about those who cannot read? Tea houses and taverns have storytellers, all serving the court." At this moment, Zhao Ning walked in. "We pay our respects to Your Majesty." "Come in," Zhao Ning said as he stepped into Wendy Hall. Breakfast was already prepared. It was very simple, a few steamed buns and a bowl of meat soup. The emperor's breakfast was just as simple. "How is it?" Gao Qiu first took out the confession documents. They all confessed. "This is the confession document, and here is the list provided by Wang Chuanqing and Zhang Fu. These are the land, property, and account books that I had my men search for overnight in their residences." Goodness. It seems High Commander Gao didn't sleep a wink last night. Seeing Gao Qiu with two big dark circles under his eyes, one might think he was a loyal minister worried about the country. This old fellow must have taken quite a bit of kickbacks in the middle. Zhao Ning didn't ask much about this. After carefully reading through these documents, he couldn't help but be shocked. He mainly noted a few points. First, the land, which is the means of production. Second, the commercial assets, which is money. Third, the real estate, which is also money. Goodness, the least amount of land was 3,000 acres. The average was 4,000 acres, and with 38 officials, that's about 150,000 acres. Assuming an average family needs 10 acres of land to support themselves, that means 15,000 households. With an average of 5 people per household, at least 75,000 people could be supported. The means of production for 75,000 000 people are firmly in the hands of these 38 individuals. This reflects the most real aspect of the current Song dynasty. And there are commercial assets. Wow. Selling tea and salt to the north? The north? Referring to selling to the previous 3 northern towns, Taiyuan, Zhongshan, Hejian. Zhao Ning asked, Gaoqiu, did they sell tea and salt to the north? Did they sell it to the border, or did they already cross the border? Gaoqiu was slightly taken aback. Your Majesty, isn't it all written here? But he quickly reacted. Since it was all clear, the emperor was asking, which meant. Gaoqiu replied, although they say they sold to the border, based on the actual situation, as long as they crossed the border, the price of tea can triple. I believe they absolutely sold tea to the Liao and Jin states. During the Northern Song period, the North had not yet cultivated tea. Tea was not a commodity, but a luxury item consumed by the aristocracy. Salt, on the other hand, was a major commodity and a necessity. Eating vegetables without salt is like chewing wax. Zhao Ning angrily said, these people are too bold. How dare they do business with enemy states? In the past, during the Song Liao period, this would have been an issue. The 2 countries were brother states, and there was a non-aggression pact. So trade at the border was quite normal. But this time is different. Now it's the Jin state that seeks to destroy the Song dynasty. Gaoqiu, I am here. Have the records of these people's criminal backgrounds been compiled? They have all been recorded at the Royal City Guards. Good. Hand them over to the Dali Si and the Ministry of Justice. Let the people from the censorate get involved as well. The 3 departments will review this matter. You arrange it and go quickly. I will obey the order. Gaoqiu accepted the order and exited Wendy Hall. He knew that the 3 departments' review was merely a formality. The charges had basically been set last night. As for the outcome of the punishment, Gaoqiu didn't dare to think about it. Come back. Your Majesty. Is there anything else? In the Wang Sun case, have we not yet found the Prince of Yun? Your Majesty, forgive me. The steward of the Prince of Yun's residence seems to have evaporated from the world. It seems the Prince of Yun is very meticulous in his actions. No wonder he could become the top scholar. The Prince of Yun's intelligence is definitely on point. Go. Gaoqiu left Wendy Hall, breaking into a cold sweat. After all, among those 38 officials, some were involved at very high ranks, and even a member of the royal family was implicated, the great-grandson of Emperor Taizong. Prince of Pu Zhaozhongli. This fellow illicitly took a lot of tea credits at the tea market, worth 30,000 strings of cash. Enough to pay the salaries of 30,000 troops for 2 months. So what is the total asset of these 38 people? Nearly 5 million strings of cash. Chapter 76. I will perform a head-rolling show for you all. The royal family. The royal family is not my relative Zhao Ning. Even if they were, this must be dealt with. Talking feelings with the emperor? Isn't that nonsense? Talking feelings with the emperor is like talking love with a scumbag. After Gaoqiu left, Qin Hui was still in the Wendy Hall. Has today's newspaper headline been arranged? Qin Hui took out a newspaper and handed it to Zhao Ning. Zhao Ning began to read. The headline praised the fallen soldiers who defended the city, detailing their stories and mentioning their families. It concluded with Zhao's commendation of the fallen soldiers. After reading, Zhao Ning was very satisfied. In the Song dynasty, when major actions were taken, public opinion and the military had to be controlled, commonly referred to as the pen and the gun. Qin Hui, do you think that having the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the censorate investigate the case will yield results? Qin Hui said, I dare to speak frankly, the process will take a long time. Oh, so there are countless officials in our dynasty who are ineffectual and unambitious, especially in the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. You are right. If I let you take the position of Minister of Justice, can you give me an account in a few days? Qin Hui was taken aback and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I am insignificant and dare not. I am letting you do it. Who dares to say you are insignificant? Qin Hui pretended to hesitate for a moment before saying, The Emperor's trust. I will do my utmost. Good, I will arrange this matter. You can gradually step down from the newspaper work. I will find someone to replace you. Yes. Qin Hui was overwhelmed with emotions, but was delighted. However, he didn't know that being Zhao Ning's Minister of Justice was a one-way street, and his fate was likely sealed. Zhao Ning liked to use 3 types of people. One type is capable and principled officials like Zhao Ding. The second type is unscrupulous officials like Qin Hui, who will do anything to achieve their goals. The third type is pillars of the state like Zhang Jun and Li Gang, who dare to take responsibility and handle affairs. In the late dynasty, some matters could not be made public, and unscrupulous officials were necessary. As for the newspaper matter, Zhao Ning had already found a suitable candidate. Such an important task could no longer be handled by Qin Hui. Early in the morning, the newspaper sold out. All the breakfast shops, tea houses, and taverns were discussing the content of the newspaper. There were also storytellers giving commentary, and for a time, people praised the soldiers who had sacrificed themselves. In the morning, the streets of Dongjing were crowded. The martyr shrine was located near the Taishui and the Guozijian. Exiting the palace, heading south along the Imperial Street, crossing the Kai River, and walking a bit further would get you there. The emperor's ceremonial team was solemn and dignified, with all the officials accompanying him. Upon arrival at the martyr shrine, Zhao personally disembarked to pay respects. The crowd erupted into cheers, with countless people shouting, "Long live our emperor." Half of Dongjing could hear it. What is the people's heart? This is the people's heart. The newspaper cut out the middleman and directly reached the common people, and that is the effect. Of course, the current influence of the newspaper was only within Dongjing. Once it expanded further, it would inevitably provoke backlash from the literati and even local gentry. This was a contest for discourse power. Subsequently, some elite troops selected from the new army, clad in armor and wielding long spears, marched in formation with great military bearing in front of the martyr's shrine. Zhao personally awarded each of them a dagger as a symbol of honor. In fact, Zhao Ning wanted to give medals, but it was impossible to arrange that in such a short time, so he used daggers as a symbol instead. The civil officials nearby saw a group of soldiers in armor coming here to receive the emperor's rewards and were infuriated, but they dared not say anything. Now, the entire city's populace praised these soldiers, and if anyone dared to jump out and criticize them, wouldn't that be seeking death? Finally, in front of the martyr's shrine, Zhao gave a brief and concise speech, using plain language, absolutely no flowery words. The 3 towns in the north have fallen, taken by the Jin thieves. This is my fault. I have let down my ancestors and the people. Fortunately, the military and civilians in the city united to defend Dongjing, and with the loyal troops, we worked together to drive out the barbarians. Zhao scanned the crowd, and everyone remained quiet. There were designated people nearby recording the emperor's words. These would go into the history books and the newspapers. Now, although the Jin thieves have retreated, the war has not ended. Their desire to destroy our Song dynasty is unquenchable, and they will return at any moment. They sacrificed themselves. Zhao pointed at the stone tablet in front of the martyr's shrine. For guarding our homeland, they sacrificed, but they will forever live in our hearts. From now on, there will be countless good men like them, advancing one after another to continue guarding our homeland. They should be respected by us. Zhao Ning suddenly drew his sword and shouted at the top of his lungs. The 3 towns have been lost. From now on, the capital is the front line. I am willing to join you all in guarding our homeland and fight the Jin thieves to the bitter end. I will never retreat, unless they step over my corpse. The young men were instantly ignited by the emperor's words, their blood boiling like flowing lava. They clenched their fists and shouted excitedly, "Long live our emperor! Long live the Song dynasty!" The sound spread like a tsunami, rolling through the crowd. The crowd was completely stirred up. After returning to the palace, the ministers requested an audience regarding last night's events. What was Zhao Ning's attitude? Not seeing anyone. At noon, Gao Qiu came again. Gao Qiu's report this time was very simple. The Ministry of Justice was unwilling to cooperate and had raised many doubts about the case. Unwilling to cooperate? Good. I have already thought of their way out. Those who are unwilling to work can get lost. What? Unwilling to be the Minister of Justice and still hope to keep their position? Get lost together. All positions and titles revoked, demoted to commoners. That day, Minister of Justice Zhou Ding packed his things and left. Before leaving, he put on a righteous front, unafraid of power. The reason for such a swift dismissal was that the Minister of Personnel, Mo Chou, had already knelt down, hearing that Zhao was going to dismiss Zhou Ding. Mo Chou immediately jumped up, hurried back and forth, and completed Zhao's intent with lightning speed. After finishing, he almost couldn't wait to rush into the palace to inform Zhao. Zhou Ding was removed, and Qin Hui took his place. The Song dynasty welcomed a cunning and ruthless official. Of course, at this time, Qin Hui had not yet become that dark, but he definitely had the potential. Moreover, Zhao Ning intended to guide him to become that dark, to do more dirty work, so that when the time came to eliminate Qin Hui, there would be plenty of reasons. When it comes to cunning, Zhao Ning probably wouldn't lag behind either. On April 29th, the very night Zhou Ding was dismissed, Qin Hui entered the criminal ministry courtyard with the official seal and began the investigation. The Supreme Court and the censorate were mere decorations. That night, working overtime, the investigation results came out. What was the result? All guilty. Early the next morning, the investigation results were presented to Zhao Ning's desk. Qin Hui offered a very straightforward and agreeable sentencing suggestion. All to be executed. Chapter 77. I am the tyrant who kills without hesitation. Zhao Ning did not expect that Qin Hui would complete the task in one night. The censorate, the Supreme Court, and the criminal ministry conducted a joint investigation, known as a triad trial, which originated in the Tang dynasty. According to the normal judicial process in the Song dynasty, the censorate would impeach. The Supreme Court would conduct a preliminary examination, the criminal ministry would conduct a review, and then report to the emperor for a decision. This involved the chief of the Supreme Court and the censorate chief. Zhao Ning gave Qin Hui 5 days. After all, persuading these two roles would take time. Unexpectedly, in just one night, Qin Hui submitted the final report for the 3 departments' review. This not only made Zhao Ning happy, but also raised serious alertness towards Qin Hui. It is said that Qin Hui took the blame for the death of Yu Fei on behalf of Zhao Go, but that is a misunderstanding of history. Yu Fei was conspired against and killed by both Zhao Go and Qin Hui. It was not simply a matter of one taking the blame for the other. How far did Qin Hui's control over power extend? He had placed his confidence in finance, judiciary, administration, and military, to the extent that later, after Qin Hui's death, Zhao Go remarked, "From today, I no longer need to hide a dagger in my boots." What does this mean? Zhao Go said, "From now on, I no longer need to hide a dagger in my boots." Do you think Qin Hui was just taking the blame for Zhao Go? Is it possible that Zhao Go had to hide a dagger to guard against Qin Hui? Qin Hui was undoubtedly one of the most terrifying figures among ancient power ministers when it came to manipulating power. If Yu Fei was a military genius, then Qin Hui was a genius in intrigue. Such a person can be used but cannot be used for long, and being too sharp can easily backfire. Zhao Ning was already aware of this. Overall, the efficiency of the Song dynasty had not been this high in over 100 years. There were numerous redundant offices and a plethora of idle officials. These idle officials received salaries and held social status, using their identities and money to monopolize resources and continuously expand their own power. For instance, among the 38 officials this time, 29 held idle positions. They were so idle that they bought fields, took money, and engaged in business to grow their family enterprises. This is truly remarkable. If they were executed, there would be no need to find successors. All that was needed was to send someone to count the properties to fill the national treasury. Regarding Qin Hui's report, the emperor naturally signed off on it decisively. The judiciary did not require the approval of the Council of State. After the Ministry of Justice submitted it, the emperor was the final authority. Zhao Ning wrote decisively, execute. Of course, preparations had to be made before the execution. Now it was the emperor executing people, not a gang leader. When the emperor executes, he must first clearly define the charges and subsequently create sufficient public discourse. The charges were as follows. First, corruption and bribery, using power for personal gain. Second, forced purchase of good farmland. Third, trading with the Jin state, colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. These three major charges were assigned to different officials this time. For example, the highest-ranking official, the Tongfeng Dafu Chao Lu, was a third-rank official. This was a nominal position. One could enjoy the benefits of a third-rank official without any duties, simply lying at home while the court supported him. How much was the monthly salary for a third-rank official? About 170 guan per month, which, when converted based on grain prices, amounted to approximately 85,000 yuan a month. Seeing this, how distorted has the current Song dynasty become? The Song dynasty devised various taxes to burden the people, draining the resources of the world, and provided high salaries to civil officials, which did not result in honesty. Instead, it led to inflation, monopolization, corruption, and exploitation. This matter was hardly discussed in the court, but was decided with the emperor's decisive stroke. The headlines on May 1st caused an uproar in Dongjing. Upon seeing the handling of these 30-some officials, ordinary citizens applauded. For a time, discussions filled the city of Dongjing. Some even cursed these corrupt officials. When the Jin people attacked, it was them who wanted to surrender, and they are the ones who usually exploit the common people. Well done. Zhao's family truly is a wise ruler throughout the ages. This is a relief for the people. Zhao's family is eliminating harm for the people, killing corrupt officials. A holy emperor. The common people praised this. If this had happened in a time without newspapers, the information received by the public might not have been the same. Perhaps it would have been about a tyrant listening to slanders and indiscriminately killing innocent loyal subjects. This incident caused a minor earthquake in the officialdom. After all, 38 officials were sentenced to death, which was simply unprecedented. On May 1st, a large group of officials rushed to the palace gates, demanding an audience. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Wang Huaiji hurried in, saying, Your Majesty, many officials outside are requesting an audience. Do not see them, I am busy. They said, if Your Majesty does not see us, we will kneel here until we die. Oh, threatening me, Zhao Ning said coldly. Then let them kneel there forever, until they die. Wang Huaiji saw the emperor was getting angry and dared not say more. They could not stir up much trouble now. The people's hearts were in Zhao Ning's hands, and it was impossible for them to incite public sentiment. Zhao Ning's prestige had reached unprecedented heights both in Dongjing and among the Imperial Guard. In the afternoon, the Imperial City Division began to act separately, starting the raids. By evening, a heavy rain began to fall. 37 officials were escorted to the execution ground. The number of executioners in the capital was insufficient, so people were directly transferred from the various divisions of the palace guards, with Jing Chao assisting in the beheading, ready to step in if there were any accidents. There were a total of 7 executioners, worried that there were too few to finish the job. There were also a dozen guards standing by. In the pouring rain, some officials numbly knelt on the ground, while others struggled and shouted loudly, I am wronged. Your Majesty, I am innocent. With one stroke, a head rolled on the ground, landing in a puddle, face up, still staring wide-eyed. Blood gushed in the rain, staining a large area red. Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the heads. I will give you money. I have a lot of money. I'll give it all to you. Spare me. I don't want to die. The guards stood in the rain like sharp guns, silent. With one stroke, the rain washed the blade clean, and then continued. There was no such thing as waiting until autumn or noon for execution in Zhao Ning's regime. I want them dead now. Moreover, killing had to be done with the intent to ruin their reputations. Public opinion would thoroughly disgrace them. Why does the Song dynasty pay high salaries to promote honesty, yet have so many corrupt officials? Is it the ancient rule of not killing scholars and officials? Nonsense. The Song dynasty never had an ancient rule against killing scholars and officials. Those who say the Song dynasty's ancient rule was not to kill scholars and officials are simply reading marketing literature. Zhao Kuangyin came from a military background. Did he not kill ministers? At least 15 high-ranking officials recorded in the Song history. The annals of Emperor Taizu were executed by Zhao Guangyi. This is just what is documented. There are many more unrecorded. Zhao Guangyi also executed officials, and those who were corrupt were punished severely, leading to heads rolling. Until Zhao Guangyi dealt with the corrupt official Wang Huai, when his brother Wang Mian interceded, he was spared from death. This set a bad precedent. During the reign of Emperor Zhenzong, they began to stop executions. By the time of Emperor Renzong, executions became even rarer. By the time of Emperor Shenzong, indulgence became the norm. As a result, a whole court full of corrupt officials was tolerated. Half of the national treasury was spent on salaries, which were used to maintain concubines and acquire land. They had already become a malignant tumor crawling on the land of China. After killing those 37 people, there was still one person, Prince Pu. Executing a royal family member could not be done directly. A different method was needed. But was the killing and confiscation of properties over? No, it was not over. Those merchants colluding with officials, when the Jin army was besieging the capital, offered me high prices. You should reflect on your own identity and status. Chapter 78. Zhao Go has returned. People have been killed, and the rain is still falling. The ministers at the palace gate have already slipped away. On such a rainy day, who would stand there in the rain? If one truly wanted to resist the Zhao family, they would not ruin their own bodies. After all, each of them is wealthy. With the Jin army retreating, the good days are coming back. Let us walk outside the Donghua gate. Go chat about life with the girls. Isn't that nice? The next day, the appointment edict for Zhang Jun's position as the Chief of Secret Affairs was issued. The Chief of Secret Affairs is equivalent to the Chief Minister of the Privy Council, abbreviated as the Chief of the Institute. This position represents that the official is a dispatch officer, and in the Great Song Dynasty, only dispatch officers had real power. This position is the head of the Privy Council, equivalent to the Chief Minister, overseeing national military and political affairs. He was also given the position of Governor of Shaanxi, sending him to Shaanxi. Clearly, Zhang Jun is nominally the head of the Privy Council, but in reality, he is primarily responsible for Shaanxi, that is, the Western Front. The killings from yesterday have already stirred up a storm, and today, promoting a registrar to head the Privy Council has left many officials stunned, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Many people, upon receiving this news, immediately asked, "Who is Zhang Jun?" When Minister of Personnel, Right Vice Minister Tang Ke heard this news, his first words were also, "Who is Zhang Jun?" Chen Jiran, the left Vice Minister of Personnel, said, "Lord Tang. This person was still in the Privy Council last year as an editor and once impeached Li Gang. Oh, I remember now. It's him." Tang Ke was greatly surprised. How could such a minor editor be promoted to chief of the institute? What exactly does the emperor see in him? What faction does Zhang Jun belong to? Is he a reformist or a conservative? Why did the emperor promote him to be in charge of the Western affairs? A series of doubts swirled in his mind. Chen Jiran said, "Previously, I thought this position of chief of the institute was reserved for Li Gang. Wasn't it said that the emperor had sent someone to summon Li Gang back? Who would have thought that a Zhang Jun would emerge midway?" He shook his head in confusion. To be honest, if Li Gang were to return to the Privy Council, many people would be very happy. Why? Because Li Gang is very rigid and cannot adapt. He would definitely offend a large number of people upon his return. And everyone likes such a person to rise to power. Once in power, they can start to criticize. After that, they are likely to be removed, and after being removed, they are likely to put their own people in power. This is how it operated in the first year of Jinkong. But now, it is Zhang Jun who is in power. What kind of personality does Zhang Jun have? What means does he employ? What is his concept of military and political governance? Everyone is left in the dark. This blank state leaves no way to proceed. I am increasingly confused about what the emperor is thinking. 37 heads have been cut off without hesitation. In the history of our dynasty, there has never been such a massacre. The emperor is just like Gao Qiu and Qin Hui. These two are treacherous ministers. It seems I underestimated Gao Qiu. Tang Ke stroked his beard, asking if the censorate had impeached Gao Qiu. Yes, a petition for impeachment was submitted early this morning, but there has been no response. Tang Ke sighed and said, "Then we shall wait." Chen Jiran continued, "Lord Tang, quite a few people have told me they are preparing to resign. The emperor has been blinded by treacherous ministers, and now the people are in a state of panic. If this continues, who would still be willing to hold office?" Tang Ke scoffed internally. Do they have the guts to resign? Although those people are already very wealthy, being an official makes them even richer. Who would be willing to give up their power? No one. They are just coming here to vent their frustrations and want you, Chen Jiran, to act as the vanguard to pressure the Zhao family. Tang Ke understood this well, but he didn't say it out loud. If those people want to play this game, let them. After all, Tang Ke is currently in a position with little responsibility. The right vice minister is just below the grand minister in rank. The political landscape is changing, and for a moment, everyone is at a loss. The selection of those who will participate in governance has yet to be finalized. The recommendation petitions are still being submitted. Within a few days, the recommendation petitions have piled up like a mountain, but Zhao Ning has not looked at a single one. Why? Because our Song Dynasty's recommendation system is as nonsensical as the Ming Dynasty's court recommendations. A group of bureaucrats recommends their own people based on their own ideas. Once the recommended are in power and problems arise, the recommenders bear no responsibility. Since they are not accountable, many either speak without thinking or seek personal gain. Therefore, there is no need to look at those recommendation petitions at all. This recommendation system also needs to be reformed, but not now. There are priorities. On May 2nd, after a batch of people had just been killed, news from Hebei finally came through again. Upon learning that Zhongzhe was retreating from Cizhou and that the crisis in Daming Prefecture had been lifted, with the Jin army retreating on all fronts, Zhao Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Qiu and his sycophants were still busy with their looting. Meanwhile, reports from various prefectures in Hebei were being rushed to the capital. One petition after another fell before Zhao Ning like snowflakes during this period. The news slowly spread in the capital that the Jin people had already withdrawn from north of Cizhou. On May 4th, some news came in that the main force of the Jin army might have retreated to Taiyuan Prefecture. Now, the court could truly confirm that the Jin army had indeed retreated north. But regarding where they had retreated to, it remained a mystery. What was the situation like in Kai Prefecture now? With Taiyuan fallen, wouldn't the subsequent situation be worse than ever? On May 8th, Gao Qiu and his sycophants were still busy. Not only were they looting, but they were also investigating merchants who had dealings with those officials. As for how to deal with the families of the executed officials, they had already decided. Exile to the frontier. What? The current frontier is near Handan? Then let us send them there. Aren't we going to establish strategic depth there? They will be made to do hard labor. How many families were there among the 37 officials? A total of 50 people. That is about 80 people per family. This also indicates another issue. The Northern Song was the beginning of a population explosion in ancient feudal dynasties, first breaking the 100 million mark. By the end of the Northern Song, with bureaucratic corruption rampant, the poor couldn't even marry, let alone have children. This is called being forced to be single, leading to extinction. In contrast, the wealthy can marry many and have large families. This reflects the extreme disparity between the rich and the poor. If this issue is not resolved, the Song dynasty is doomed. On May 9th, the envoy sent by the Zhao family arrived in Cizhou to summon Zhongzhe to the capital. On May 10th, Grand Marshal Zhao Go, leading his loyalist army, arrived on the north bank of the Yellow River under the pretense of supporting the throne. At this time, Zhao Go had also confirmed that the Jin army had indeed retreated, and his pressure suddenly eased. Zhao Go's army, with banners like clouds, looked imposing. Those who didn't know would think they had just gone north and rubbed the Jin army into the ground 100 times. On the morning of May 10th, Zhao Go's petition reached the capital. He was still very respectful of protocols, after all, having led an army of 100,000 loyalists. And now that the Jin army had retreated, if he were to directly approach the city, it would be an overstep. So he first properly submitted a petition to Zhao Ning. Chapter 79. Our Song dynasty may falter in war, but making money is absolutely paramount. Wang Boyan said to Zhao Go, Your Highness, you have made great contributions in supporting the throne this time. Congratulations, Your Highness. Zhao Go sighed and said somewhat dejectedly, Aren't all the merits belonging to Zhongzhe? Your Highness, Zhongzhe is also from the Grand Marshal's office. His deputy marshal was appointed by you. And his achievements are also your achievements, aren't they? Zhao Go was slightly taken aback. According to Wang Boyan, it seemed to make sense. Such great merits would naturally prompt the emperor to personally welcome you. Just as he finished speaking, someone below announced that the emperor's envoy had arrived. The person who came was Zhang Jun, who had just taken office not long ago. Zhang Jun was welcomed into the tent. Prince Kong, may I ask who you are? I am Zhang Jun, the head of the secretariat. Everyone was stunned, especially Prince Kong and Wang Boyan. Wasn't the head of the secretariat last year Feng Xia? Who is this Zhang Jun? I am here on the emperor's orders to greet the royal army and to summon Prince Kong to the capital. Zhao Go said, I accept the decree. Zhang Jun said, Prince Kong, please hand over the Grand Marshal's seal. Huang Qinshan quickly interjected, the Grand Marshal was appointed by the emperor. How can you just demand it be handed over? This is the emperor's edict. Do you intend to disobey it? Huang Qinshan immediately withdrew his head. They were dependent on Prince Kong, but they were not yet willing to rebel alongside him. Despite Zhao Go now having an army of 100,000, which was quite impressive, this army was not solely raised by him. His prestige within this army was minimal. Who would dare to follow him against the emperor? Therefore, with a decree from Zhao Ning, Zhao Go had no choice but to hand over military power. Reluctantly, Zhao Go handed over the Grand Marshal's seal. Zhang Jun took it and said, Your Highness, prepare yourself for an audience with the emperor. All right, Zhao Yi said, what about our arrangements? Zhang Jun replied, You will remain stationed here for now. I will make arrangements. May I ask, Sir Zhang, how long will the 100,000 troops be stationed here? And how will the supply of provisions be resolved? The questioner was Wang Boyan. This matter will be arranged by the West Court. You need not worry. With one sentence, Zhang Jun retorted Wang Boyan, implying that the wartime state had ended, the Grand Marshal's seal had been surrendered, and the Grand Marshal's office no longer existed. With all military and political affairs handed over to the Secretariat. After saying this, Zhang Jun left. He went to find someone the emperor specifically wanted to see. Who? Han Shizhong. Soon, he found Han Shizhong. Han Shizhong, puzzled, asked, May I ask what this superior wants with me? You are Han Liangchen? Indeed. I am Zhang Jun, the head of the Secretariat. Han Shizhong was even more shocked. He knew that the head of the Secretariat was the highest official of the West Court. Han Shizhong belonged to the Western Army, while Zhang Jun's identity was that of the highest commander, surpassing even the Western Army. I am not looking for you. The Emperor wishes to see you. Han Shizhong was completely stunned. Soon, Zhang Jun took Zhao Guo and Han Shizhong across the Yellow River, heading towards the capital. The Jin army had retreated for almost a month, and Zhao Ding was continuously sending supplies to Dongjing. The grain in Dongjing was increasing day by day. It was still barely enough to ensure that the 100,000 troops on the north bank of the Yellow River had enough to eat for a while. The reason the 100,000 troops remained there was actually due to Zhang Shai and Zhongzai's arrangements. As a central defensive force, they were incorporated into the Hebei defense line, and a considerable portion of them might enter the new army to receive entirely new military training. Thus, they remained there. Coincidentally, Zhao Ning had also made some money from confiscations, and it was time to distribute salaries to the army and reorganize the Hebei defense line. On the morning of May 12th, Zhao Ding returned to the capital. The first thing Zhao Ding did upon returning to the council hall was to hear that Zhao Guanjia had beheaded 37 people on the first day of May. In short, he went mad. Upon hearing that the chancellor had returned, some officials immediately ran to the council hall entrance, beginning to lament their days of fear in the capital during this period. Then everyone denounced the treacherous minister Gao Qiu and cursed Qin Hui for bringing calamity to the country. Zhao Ding expressed his shock. How could such a terrifying event happen while he was away? He immediately went to the palace to see the emperor. Upon hearing Zhao Ding's request for an audience, Zhao Ning immediately summoned him, and he had already anticipated that Zhao Ding would mention the killings. As a civilian official of the Song dynasty, Zhao Ding would certainly find it difficult to accept the sudden execution of so many people. To win over the chancellor, Zhao Ning had prepared a set of arguments. This set of arguments would surely turn Zhao Ding into a loyal supporter. Zhao Ding entered the palace. I pay my respects to your majesty. You have returned. You have worked hard during this time. I have been closely monitoring the grain supplies entering the capital. I have heard that grain is being unloaded daily at the crossings of the Bian and Kai rivers. The first batch of grain dispatched from the two Huai regions has already arrived in the capital. I have just verified it upon my arrival. Currently, there are records indicating that 500,000 shur have arrived, and within 3 months, 3 million shur will arrive one after another. 3 million shur is equivalent to 3.6 billion jin of grain. Dongjing has around 1.2 million people. If each person consumes 1 jin of grain per day, the daily consumption is 1.2 million jin, which means 3.6 billion jin can sustain them for 300 days. Of course, this is the ideal scenario. More grain is certainly needed to ensure the normal operation of Dongjing. The grain transportation system of the Song dynasty is indeed quite developed. Much better than the Ming dynasty's reliance solely on the Grand Canal. This is also the most important reason for continuously establishing the capital in Kaifeng. So, does this mean that the grain crisis in the capital has been greatly alleviated? If grain from Jinghu Road, Hubei, and Hunan also enters the capital in succession, then the grain problem in the capital will be easily resolved. What about taxes? I have already issued directives to the various regions, except for Hudong Road and Hebei Road, instructing them to collect taxes. Currently, the two Huai regions, part of Anhui and Jiangsu, have reported a total income of around 3 million guan, with 10,000 bolts of cloth and silk, and 1 million shur of grain, and 800,000 bundles of grass. Upon hearing this figure, Zhao Ning immediately sensed something was wrong. The two Huai regions are among the wealthiest in the Song dynasty, with many canals passing through, an annual cash income of only 3 million guan. Who are they trying to fool? Zhao Ning had reviewed the entire financial income of the Song dynasty just a few months ago when the Jin army was still besieging the city, and he had almost memorized it. In the time of Emperor Yingzong, around 60 years ago, the annual total cash income reached 36,822, 541, 165 guan. In short, that's 36,82 million guan. The average income per road among the 24 routes of the Song dynasty was 1,53 million guan, and the income from the two Huai regions was definitely significantly higher than the average. In the time of Emperor Yingzong, it had already reached 5 million guan. By the time of Emperor Huizong, under Kai Jing's governance, the total national income had exceeded 50 million guan, not counting grain and cloth. The total income from the two Huai regions was around 7 million guan. The Song dynasty may not have been good at warfare, but when it came to making money, it could claim second place, as no other dynasty would dare to claim first. Chapter 80. There is no retreat for you and me, the ruler and the subject. The Song dynasty's financial income would likely make Chongzhen cry in the toilet. It should be noted that in the late period of Chongzhen, if they could not raise 3 million taels in cash a year, they could only increase taxes, leading to nationwide uprisings, barely exceeding 10 million taels. At the end of the Northern Song dynasty, under Kai Jing's manipulation, the income exceeded 50 million guan. 1 guan is approximately equal to 1 tael, which was not from grain. Why did the Song dynasty have grain income? The taxation system of the Song dynasty was based on the two-tax system, where farmers directly paid grain as tax. During Kai Jing's time, The grain income reached as high as 35 million sure. What does this mean? The tax revenue of the Ming Dynasty, also based on the two-tax system, was generally around 28 million sure, which was the rule set by Zhu Yuanzhang. Later, it declined to about 10 million sure and then disappeared, with no cash income. It wasn't until Zhang Zhuzhing vigorously implemented the single whip law that there was a significant influx of silver. If Emperor Wu of Han was seen as harvesting chives, then the Song Dynasty regularly dug up the roots of chives. Were they wealthy? Yes. The year before Kai Jing died, which was 2 years ago, the cash income of the Song Dynasty reached 50 million guan. However, the fiscal expenditure reached 49 million guan. Grain income reached 35 million sure. But grain expenditure reached 37 million sure. Where could you argue this? Zhao Ding did his best and provided the fiscal revenue of the Huai region in just 1 month. This capability could be considered quite solid. Zhao Ning did not pursue further questions, as it was a time of war. With the area north of the Yellow River under attack and the capital besieged, which undoubtedly affected administration, some officials were certainly trying to take advantage of the situation to embezzle money. He knew that Zhao Ding was under a lot of pressure. Zhao Ding was different from the likes of Qin Hui and Gao Qiu. Zhao Ding was a true loyal minister of the state, who could not be controlled through intimidation or coercion. Zhao Ning sighed and said, "Zhao Xiangong, you've worked hard. It's reassuring to have some conclusions so soon." Zhao Ding hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, I heard that you executed 37 officials in the capital?" Zhao Ning was silent for a moment, unsure if he was brewing emotions, and replied in a tone of helplessness and sorrow, "Yes." Upon hearing this change in tone from Zhao Guanjia, Zhao Ding could not help but ask, "What troubles you? Your Majesty? You must be thinking that I shouldn't have killed so many." Zhao Ding was simply confused and worried that if the executions were too harsh, it would tarnish Your Majesty's virtuous rule. "Come, look at these," Zhao Ning said, picking up the documents compiled by Gao Qiu. They were charged with embezzling tea taxes, colluding with local merchants, and trading with the Jurchens. Zhao Ning's face showed a mix of disappointment and anger, stating, "Our dynasty has a deep-seated grudge against the Jurchens. Countless civilians in Hebei and Hedong have perished at the hands of the Jurchens. If I do not execute them, how can I explain to the military and civilians in Hebei and Hedong? I ask you, how can we win this war against the Jurchens?" Zhao Ding replied, "Strengthen military discipline, reform the court, enrich the country and strengthen the army, eliminate the old and innovate." Zhao Ning said, "Let me tell you, the key to winning this battle lies with the people. The court must mobilize the commoners, establish military towns in Hebei, and set up a complete logistics system in the south. All these must involve the common people. Therefore, we must respect public opinion and stand with the people. Only then can we defeat the Jurchens. I have often been unable to sleep at night for the past 6 months. The corrupt practices of the dynasty have reached a point where reform cannot be postponed. How can we gain the support of the people? Come, look here. These lands should be verified by the Ministry of Revenue. You should also know that land consolidation, tax evasion, and the rise of refugees have led to a significant number of soldiers and redundant officials. The income of our dynasty is high, but the expenditure is even higher. These are all my pressing concerns. Shaanxi will soon need to deploy more troops, and military camps must be established in Hebei and Hedong. Military towns must also be set up in the eastern part of the capital. The situation is so urgent that we cannot delay any longer. You and I have no way out." Zhao Ning's tone sounded very sincere, as if he were pouring out his heart. If Gao Qiu were here, he would suspect that the Zhao Guanjia he knew before was a fake. Zhao Ding was moved by the emperor's candid tone, especially the last remark that you and I have no way out, implying that the emperor treated him as a national hero, sharing both fortune and peril. This was the pressure placed on Zhao Ding, so he would not think that killing so many people was wrong. The most serious issue was not their corruption, but there were 3 points that the court must pay attention to. First, regarding land. I have instructed someone to verify that their land holdings far exceed what they declared for tax purposes. They all have hidden lands and evade taxes. With so much land in their hands, the number of refugees increases, leading to internal turmoil in our Song dynasty, making it impossible to go to war with the Jurchens. Second, regarding private transactions with the Jurchens, could there be someone secretly sending information to the Jurchens? This indicates that we are doing a poor job in countering spies. I know they have complaints about the Imperial City Department. I expanded its recruitment precisely to deal with the spies from the Jurchens. Third, during wartime, the control over merchants must be stricter. Look at this Wang Sun, who dared to supply substandard iron materials to the military. What does it mean to climb the pole? This is it. Once the case is revealed, killing and confiscating property is a must. But digging deeper into the underlying issues and using them to instigate reform to achieve one's own goals is the key. Killing and confiscating property addresses the symptoms. To destroy an order, a new order must replace it. Otherwise, chaos will ensue. Bringing these issues to light as typical cases and discussing reform plans is the fundamental solution. Only by addressing the root causes can we truly resolve the problems. Only by solving these issues can the administrative efficiency of the Song dynasty improve. And with improved administrative efficiency, a sound military logistics system can be established to ensure that the frontline troops can fight effectively. Therefore, logistics is not just about transporting grain. Without reforming the bureaucracy, it becomes futile. Zhao Ding was convinced by the emperor's words, even feeling a surge of passion. It seemed that Zhao Guanzhao was indeed intent on reforming and innovating. Zhao Ding said, I am dull. If that is the case, those people indeed deserve to be executed. Good. I have summoned Zhongzhe to the capital, and Li Gang will arrive soon. Our task is heavy. I want to establish a long defensive line here. Zhao Ning informed Zhao Ding. Let me tell you, the number of people to be executed will only increase, but I will never engage in indiscriminate killings. He grasped Zhao Ding's hand and spoke in a tone so sincere it was touching. Here, Zhao Ning stood before the map of Kaifeng. I have already decided. We will start with land reform, beginning in Kaifeng. The new policy will start from Kaifeng. Zhao Ning began to express his thoughts on land reform, limiting it to Kaifeng and not affecting other places, making Kaifeng a model, essentially a reform special zone. After finishing, Zhao Ding was already sweating. Before long, it was already afternoon. Gao Qiu was still busy with his cronies, confiscating property and making money. Meanwhile, Zhao Go returned to the capital and quickly entered the palace. Soon, he appeared before the emperor in the Windy Hall. Chapter 81. Who dares to have an opinion? I will let Zhou bite him. Zhao Ning saw a young man walk in. This young man had a handsome face, fair skin, and was quite similar to the young stars of the 21st century. This was Zhao Go, the founder of the Southern Song Dynasty, a rather controversial historical figure. Zhao Go walked up to Zhao Ning and bowed, saying, I pay my respects to your majesty. Quickly, no need for formalities. Zhao Ning's attitude was very good, every hair on his face radiating warmth and a smile. He stood up, walked to Zhao Go, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Zhou Go, you've worked hard this time. Zhao Ning almost blurted out, Zhou Mei. The Song dynasty did not have titles like ninth brother and ninth sister. Regardless of their rank, they would address each other as brother or sister according to their order, which had nothing to do with age. They all worked to alleviate the burdens of the royal family. After you left, I reflected deeply. I should not have let you take such a great risk. After pouring his heart out to Zhao Ding, Zhao Ning began to do the same with Zhao Go. However, the purposes were completely different. Observers naturally recognized Zhao Go as incompetent for his performance in Hebei. Even Zhao Ning knew he was hiding in Daming Prefecture, with the situation relying entirely on Zhongzhe's support. However, the ministers did not share this view. They believed Zhao Go had established the Grand Marshal's office and appointed Zhongzhe to go south to Huazhou to resist the Jin army. They might even consider Zhao Go's appointment wise, thus attributing merits to him. As for Zhao Go's refusal to fight, who could provide a standard for that? Wang Boyan might argue that the Grand Marshal had already dispatched Zhongzhe as the vanguard and was mobilizing supplies in the rear to await the right moment for a full attack. The cleverness lies in the timing of any time. The Chinese language is indeed profound. This is politics. If Zhao Ning were to argue strongly with Zhao Go about his actions, it would instead lead to great misunderstandings in the court, even dragging him into a quagmire of debate, thus being fanned by petty people like Wang Boyan. It should be noted that our Song dynasty has never lacked treacherous ministers, especially during the late Northern Song period. Packs of treacherous ministers are always watching the court with their big eyes, ready to stir up trouble at any opportunity. Does this really mean they recognize Zhao Go? Nonsense. It is impossible to recognize Zhao Go. The right path is to use Zhao Go. Zhao Go's return will undoubtedly greatly enhance his political prestige. After all, it was he who volunteered to go to the Jin camp. Which group would be most affected? The royal family. Originally, they sent Wang Su to negotiate, but he was detained, and Wanyan Zhonghan specifically demanded a prince come to negotiate, yet no prince dared to step forward, except for Zhao Go, who took the initiative. Just this point alone greatly increased Zhao Go's prestige among the royal family upon his return. It can be said that from now on, he can look down on the other princes with a condescending gaze. This makes things easier. I happen to want to implement land reform now, and much of the land in Kaifeng Prefecture belongs to the princes. Moreover, the royal family is quite wealthy. First, eliminate Wang Pu to set an example. Then incite Zhao Go to have the royal family hand over unreasonable assets. And finally, Zhao Ning will come out as the good guy, playing the old trick of intimidation. This will minimize the royal family's resistance, benefiting everyone. The sudden affection from the Zhao family truly catches one off guard. Zhao Go said, serving the country with loyalty is the duty of a minister. As long as the royal family is safe, I will be at ease. Ninth brother, tell me about your experiences during this time. I really want to know what dangers you faced. Hearing Zhao Ning's gentle voice, Zhao Go was even a bit moved. He did not know that this kind elder brother had beheaded 37 people in one breath just half a month ago, leaving heads rolling without even blinking. Thus, our Zhao Gu began narrating his experiences over the past 6 months. He was somewhat honest, describing Zhongzhe fairly objectively, but when it came to himself, he glossed over it as waiting for the right moment to act, ready to strike at any time. Zhao Ning smiled, like a warm man patiently listening to his sister's unhappy stories, occasionally affirming and encouraging her. After finishing the conversation with Zhao Ning, Zhao Go was quite surprised. His elder brother seemed like a different person. Is this the same elder brother who was panicking and at a loss just half a year ago? After hearing Zhao Go's account, Zhao Ning appeared deeply moved. He sighed, having just been warm and now suddenly looking troubled. The Jin army has retreated, and the siege of the capital has been lifted. Why is the royal family worried? Ninth brother, my heart aches. I made you suffer. Zhao Ning almost clutched his chest. I was most unwilling to let you go to the Gene camp that day. Do you know that after you left, I had nightmares every day, worried about you? Your Majesty, it's all in the past, and I volunteered to go. Zhao Go did not expect Zhao Ning to express such genuine feelings, which moved him even more. Alas, if every royal family member were like you, how could our Song dynasty not thrive? Zhao Ning seemed to be losing control of his emotions. He turned around, walked over to grab a cup of tea, drank it, and slowly calmed down. This statement struck a chord with Zhao Go. Although Zhao Go took the initiative to go on this mission, he felt a deep anger towards the cowardice of the Zhao princes. In fact, according to historical records, it might also be because of this that Zhao Go did not want to save those with the surname Zhao at all. In his heart, he believed that none of those with the surname Zhao were good people. When the country was in crisis, only he, the often marginalized ninth prince, was willing to step forward. If Zhao Go said he had no grievances against them, that would be absolutely impossible. Zhao Ning was exploiting this psychology. Zhao Go was dissatisfied with them in his heart, but his outward words were still quite beautiful. Your Majesty, this trip is perilous, and we cannot blame them entirely. Ninth brother, do you know the real reason they are unwilling to go? Why? Take a look. Zhao Ning picked up the asset records of Wang Pu and handed them to Zhao Go, saying, look at Wang Pu's assets. Look at how much money and land he has. Such a luxurious lifestyle. Would he be willing to give it up? Zhao Go took it, glanced through it quickly, and upon seeing it, he nearly exploded on the spot. No wonder these people are unwilling to go. They are all so damn rich. Zhao Go instantly hated them even more. At this time, Zhao Go had only been appointed king of Kong for a few years, was just 20, and had not yet accumulated much wealth himself, so seeing this naturally made him want to curse. So, I go to the front lines to negotiate with the Gene camp. Get captured, and negotiate, while you continue to enjoy your lives in the capital? Just look at how big Wang Pu's business is. Zhao Ning added fuel to the fire. Wang Pu is the great-grandson of Song Taizong, having accumulated wealth over several generations. Of course, his assets are considerable. Do you understand why these people are unwilling to go? Zhao Ning sighed. Zhao Go's hands were trembling slightly. Why does the royal family have Wang Pu's assets? Because Wang Pu was caught doing business with the Jin people. Upon hearing this, Zhao Go became even angrier. Even though I was cowardly on the front lines, at least I was still in the tiger's den. And what about you? Hiding inside the city while doing business with the Jin people. Zhao Go angrily shouted. How outrageous. These people are truly outrageous. What do you think I should do? Naturally, we should investigate strictly. Zhao Go felt an unequal balance in his heart. Fortunately, I have returned. Your Majesty, this matter must be investigated strictly, otherwise. How can we explain it to the people of Hudong and Hebei? Zhao Ning unintentionally revealed a hint of a smile at the corner of his eye. He grasped Zhao Go's hand and said, Good. With your support, ninth brother, I can rest assured. After talking with Zhao Go, Zhao Ning had a rough idea. He then ordered someone to notify Gao Qiu that they could go seize Wang Pu's assets. Any royal family member who dares to stand up, I will let Zhao Go confront them. Chapter 82. There is no need for the king to be nervous. I just want to kill you. During this time, Gao Qiu was busy going back and forth, mainly seizing the homes of those officials. All sorts of antiques, paintings, and rare treasures were confiscated. During this time, you can see a special group of people in front of the Daxiangguo temple, shouting and selling various antiques. Those people were sent by Gao Qiu. Today, he received the emperor's order to raid the residence of Prince Pu, and Gao Qiu felt that this task was somewhat challenging. After all, he was a royal relative. But when he thought about how he had offended all those civil officials, it didn't seem to matter much. So he brought his men to the Prince Pu's residence. The residence had been surrounded for half a month, and the charges against Prince Pu had been announced long ago. Prince Pu declared, Whoever dares to touch me will die. The guards of the imperial city only sealed off the residence and did not force any action, as they were still waiting for the emperor's orders. They dragged this out for half a month. Finally, on this day, action was taken. The guards of the imperial city rushed in and captured everyone who attempted to resist. Inside, there were screams and pleas for mercy, along with angry shouts. You dare to touch me. I want to go to the palace to see the emperor. I am the great-grandson of Taizong. I am a royal relative. I want to see the emperor. Let me go? If you dare to touch me again, I will kill myself. If Prince Pu were to die, the civil officials wouldn't make a fuss, but the royal family would definitely not sit idly by. The news quickly reached the Dezongzhengxi, which was responsible for managing the royal family. During this time, the siege of Prince Pu's residence had already caused a stir among the royal family, and now that the guards of the imperial city had stormed in, it set off even more outrage. In the evening, Zhao Ning was having dinner in the palace with Zhu Lian. After dinner, they planned to discuss some philosophical questions about life, such as why different postures create different sensory experiences. Just as they finished eating, Gao Qiu came rushing in. He presented a ledger, which was the result of Gao Taiwei's labor over the past half-month. It detailed the confiscated assets of 37 officials. After selling all the gold, silver, treasures, antiques, and rare items, the total came to 3 million guan. 3 million guan. There were 100,000 troops just south of the Yellow River. And Zhang Shai had amassed another 30,000 troops at the Yellow River defense line, with another 30,000 troops in the city. The army in the capital would need to pay 6 months' salary, and those who had just come south to assist the emperor would likely need a year and a half of salary, as the war had started back in January of last year. Most of this assisting army consisted of troops from the west in Hebei and the Hedong army, who hadn't received their salaries for over a year. Calculating it all, the Imperial Guard would need to pay 180,000 guan, and the assisting army would need 900,000 guan. In total, that would be 1.08 million guan. If this money were distributed, everyone would naturally be happy, and then Zhengzhou could stabilize Hebei and the Hedong defense line much more easily and quickly. Moreover, military expenses from Shaanxi would also need to be paid. Adding in the rapid establishment of major camps in Hebei, this money would likely be burned through quickly. If it gets burned through, so be it. The immediate priority is to stabilize people's hearts. How to stabilize people's hearts? With money. Everyone is out here trying to make a living. Who doesn't have a family to support? There are still 700,000 guan left, and you told me last time that there were 5 million guan. It's still in Prince Pu's residence. No action has been taken yet. Reporting to the emperor, action has already been taken. But the people below say that Prince Pu is resisting fiercely. Remember one thing. You are holding the emperor's decree, understand? Zhao Ning's tone was sharp as a sword. Gao Qiu immediately replied, I understand. Then go handle it immediately. Gao Qiu sensed the killing intent in the emperor's tone and said, I will take care of it right away. Gao Qiu quickly arrived near Prince Pu's residence. The guards of the Dezongzhengxi would definitely have heard about the situation by now and would surely be coming. If this matter drags on and gets messed up, he would definitely be scolded. Thinking of this made Gao Qiu feel anxious. Night was falling, and he asked the people beside him, have you secured the area around Prince Pu's residence? Rest assured, not even a fly can get in. Gao Qiu held a piece of cake in one hand and a jug of wine in the other, eating the cake and drinking the wine as he walked toward Prince Pu's residence. When he reached the entrance, he could still hear shouts coming from inside. The servants and maidens of Prince Pu's residence had already been sent away, and everyone else who could be captured had been taken. Only Prince Pu remained, holding a kitchen knife in his left hand and a dagger in his right, saying to those around him, whoever dares to catch me, I will stab myself. If you force a prince to death, the emperor will destroy your clan. Naturally, no one dared to move. Tired, Prince Pu locked himself inside. He was waiting for the people from the Dezongzhengxi to come. The Dezongzhengxi was responsible for managing the royal family, and its people would never allow the guards of the imperial city to act recklessly. It was said that the guards had been arresting people all over the capital recently, causing public outrage, and many officials had decided to collectively impeach the guards. As long as he could drag it out until then, he would be safe. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Get lost. If you dare to come in again, I will die in front of you. You are forcing the bloodline of Taizong to death. Your whole family won't be enough to be executed. Your Highness, it's me. Who are you? I am Gao Qiu Gao Taiwei. We played Kuju together 2 years ago. Have you forgotten? Gao Qiu, what are you here for? I heard you are now in charge of the guards of the imperial city. They are your people, right? How dare you treat me this way? Be careful they don't leave you with no place to bury your body. Your Highness, you misunderstood. Everyone has misunderstood. Today's incident is just a misunderstanding. During the Song Dynasty, there was no title of prince. It was not used until the Qing Dynasty. Misunderstanding? My things are about to be emptied out, and you call that a misunderstanding. Go tell the emperor it's a misunderstanding. Go tell the officials and the Dezongzhengxi it's a misunderstanding. It really is a misunderstanding. I came to resolve this misunderstanding. Please open the door. No. If you don't open the door, how can I explain? After hesitating for a moment, Prince Pu picked up the kitchen knife, pressed it against his neck, and then opened the door. Upon opening it, he saw Gao Qiu with a big smile on his face. Gao Qiu said kindly, Your Highness, long time no see. I really missed you. Gao Taiwei, what do you want? Nothing much. Look, I've sent the people outside away. This is just a misunderstanding. Gao Qiu brought in a person carrying wine and meat. Your Highness, you haven't had dinner yet, right? I specially brought you some good wine, a gift from the emperor. Gao Qiu appeared like a friendly neighbor, and with his chubby appearance, he seemed harmless. The saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, so Prince Pu walked over, sat down, but still looked at Gao Qiu with some vigilance. Your Highness, let me tell you, today's incident was caused by the Ministry of Justice's people. It has nothing to do with me. The Ministry of Justice? Is it that Qin Hui? Oh, so it was him. The king of Puyang was furious. And this king would definitely not let him go. Yes. Come. My lord, drink more. After drinking, there's more. Today you can drink without worry. Other matters will be handled by me, Gao Qiu. I will take care of it for you. Oh, Grand Counselor Gao, you are the best. After this, I will definitely praise you in front of the emperor. It's just a small matter, nothing to worry about. The king of Puyang drank heartily. And after getting a bit tipsy, he vaguely saw Gao Qiu seemingly taking something. Curiously, he asked, Grand Counselor Gao, what are you doing? Oh, nothing, my lord. You continue drinking. I'm just getting some 3-foot white silk. Chapter 83. The national treasury is cleaner than my face. The next day, early in the morning, Gao Qiu was waiting outside the Windy Hall. What? The king of Puyang committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Zhao Ning was taken aback, as if he had no knowledge of this matter at all. Oh dear, Why did the king of Puyang think this way? This news quickly spread. Li Gongyan, the minister of the Grand Council, was about to report to the emperor regarding the king of Puyang when he heard that the king had hanged himself, momentarily stunned. Since he committed suicide out of fear of punishment, does that mean he implicitly admitted to all the charges? This makes things easier. Let us use the king of Puyang's case as an example to rectify the royal family. 2 days later, the king of Puyang's assets were investigated. A total of 1 million strings of cash were found, which was 300,000 strings more than previously estimated. Most importantly, the king had 100,000 acres of good land. This instantly shifted the focus of the problem to this issue. Alright, now with an extra 300,000 strings, the money is basically in. Let us distribute the salaries. First, let us pay the military salaries. Then, let us pay the officials, starting with those in Kaifeng. When Zhao Ning saw the salary report from the Ministry of Revenue, he was shocked. Just for Kaifeng, they needed to distribute 1 million strings. Official, Tyrant. You are ruthless, you are a tyrant. Zhao Ning. Come on, distribute the salaries. Official, Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise. The urgent need for money was finally eased, but the money in hand was still not much. This over 5 million strings would be enough for 2 months. After 2 months, the local financial revenue should be coming in, right? On May 18th, Zhao Ning set out early in the morning, riding a horse, wearing armor, and taking the various officials from the Hall of Reverence out of the palace. He waited 30 miles outside the city. Waiting for whom? Of course, he was waiting for Zhongzhe. In the morning, Zhongzhe crossed the Yellow River and arrived in the capital. From a distance, he saw flags waving in the front. Commander Zhong, that is the Emperor's carriage. The Emperor personally came out of the city to welcome you. Upon hearing this, Zhongzhe immediately rode his horse over. When he arrived, Zhongzhe dismounted and stepped forward. I pay my respects to your majesty. How dare I trouble your majesty to come out personally? I deserve death. Zhao Ning was moved and also dismounted to support Zhongzhe. Commander Zhong, you have finally come to the capital. I apologize for making you wait. No worries. No worries. Quickly, let us enter the palace together. Let us have a good talk. You and I. Everyone entered the palace. At this moment, news arrived that Li Gang had entered the capital, and he was also invited into the palace. At this time, inside the Windy Hall, Zhao Ding, Li Gang, Zhang Jun, Zhongzhe, and Zhang Shai had all arrived. This was the first core team formed by Zhao Ning. The next important figures to change the battlefield situation. Zhao Ning said, since everyone is here, I will be brief. The Jin army will definitely invade again at the end of November or early December this year. Our time is urgent. I have only one request for you all. Repel the Jin army. He stood up and walked to the map. You must have seen my article on the early battles of the Song army, right? Zhao Ning's gaze fell on Li Gang, who was a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking more like a farmer who often worked in the fields than a scholar. Mr. Li? In response to the emperor, I have read it. Do you have any objections? I have none. That's good. Let us go directly into the overall strategy. The next phase of the Songjin War is a stalemate between the two sides. Our goal is not to launch a northern expedition yet, but to drag the situation into a protracted war. Therefore, I want to establish a defensive line from Shaanxi to the eastern road of Hebei. The roads in Shaanxi will be overseen by Zhang Jun, deploying 300,000 troops. The western road of Hebei, the towns in Hedong, will be commanded by Zhongzhe, deploying 150,000 troops, using Damingfu, Huazhou, and Weizhou as the defensive line to protect the western capital and the eastern capital. The eastern road of Hebei and the eastern road of the capital will have a depth of several hundred miles, and we will establish defenses with 150,000 troops under Li Gang's command. Is there any objection from you all? I know you are worried about military expenses. There is no need to worry about that. I will provide you with ample support. It's impossible not to worry. The annual military expenditure of the Song dynasty in the past was over 30 million strings. Now the treasury is cleaner than Zhao Ning's face. How can we go to war without money? Just to say at present, Li Gang must go to the eastern road of Hebei, and he must distribute salaries to calm the troops' hearts. It can be said that now over half of the military and civilians north of the Yellow River are eager for their pay. Your Majesty, I, Li Gang, was just about to speak. Zhao Ning seemed to see through Li Gang's thoughts and said, I will first allocate 1 million strings to you, Mr. Li. Go and calm the hearts of the people. Li Gang was taken aback and said, I thank your Majesty. Commander Zhong, the troops in Suzhou, please report quickly. All military and political affairs of the Central Line Defense will be transferred to the Military and Political Affairs Office, with Zhang Shai unifying military and political arrangements and grain distribution. Zhongzhe quickly said, I thank your Majesty. With such arrangements, do you all have any objections? We have no objections. Next, of course, it's time to calculate the accounts, based on the total military force deployed, the total structure, and to estimate the total costs needed for the front line. In the following days, the total budget for the Western, Central, and Eastern lines was reported. 30 million strings. That's right, 30 million strings. The largest portion is not the salaries. The salaries for the soldiers amount to just over 2 million strings, but the costs of grain transport, grain losses, and the salaries of military and civilians, as well as the construction of multiple fortifications, all require money. Additionally, there are many refugees in the north now, and the disaster relief funds are included as well. This is simply astronomical for Zhao Ning at present. After excluding Shaanxi, the relief army, the garrison in the capital, and the official salaries, the money just obtained from confiscated properties is only 1.22 million strings remaining. And in the next 3 months, Zhongzhe would need 5 million strings to establish fortifications north of the Yellow River. On May 20th, Zhang Jun set off for Shaanxi. Several days later, Zhongzhe and Zhang Shai received the 100,000 relief troops from Zhaogou at Ligu Crossing and began to reorganize the troops. On May 25th, to quickly stabilize Hebei and calm the hearts of the people in Hedong, Zhao Ning wrote a decree. The people of Hedong and Hebei are exempt from taxes for 5 years. Once the news spread, the Tokyo Daily immediately published it as the headline. Exempting taxes? This is benevolent governance. This not only boosts public support in Kaifeng, but also directly enhances it in Hebei and Hedong. These two places had already suffered from the destruction of war and could hardly collect much tax. It would be better to exempt them, keeping people there to ensure adequate manpower for the front lines. Everything was arranged. At this time, in Taiyuan Prefecture, Wanyan Zhonghan had finished reading the report about Longda Prefecture. He said, "What was Zhang Bangchong's reaction?" Wanyan Xin replied, "The spies reported that Zhang Bangchong appeared very frightened. Pass the message, if he dares to act recklessly, kill him, who will then become the emperor of the Chu state." Wanyan Zhonghan coldly said, "The Song dynasty has surrendered so many officials, it's easy to support another one." He was referring to the Chu state that had just been established in Longda Prefecture. This was the result of a collective discussion among the high-ranking Jin army when they returned to Taiyuan, from Taiyuan Prefecture south to Huaizhou, and from Zhengding Prefecture south to Huaizhou. Large areas in between had only been impacted by the Jin army, but not occupied. The military and civilians there still leaned towards the Song dynasty. If no measures were taken, the Song dynasty could quickly regain these vast areas. Therefore, to buy time, the high-ranking Jin army decided to let Zhang Bangchong declare himself emperor in Longda Prefecture. This was quite awkward because Zhao Ning's article on the early stage of the Song-Jin War clearly stated that the Jin army would support a puppet regime to counter the Song dynasty. When retreating, Wanyan Zhonghan swore he would not follow Zhao Ning's writing. However, when they arrived at Longda Prefecture, there was no other choice. Supporting a puppet regime to restrain the Song army only needed to last half a year, after which the Jin army would immediately march south. This was the best strategy. Now, Wanyan Zhonghan felt extremely frustrated, as Zhao Ning's article was like a nightmare that lingered in the minds of the high-ranking Jin officials. On the 2nd day of June, in Tokyo City, a clear morning after a night rain, a faint mist lingered over the Bian River. The sky gradually brightened, and the summer breeze brushed over the Green Lotus. Boats cut through the water, laden with goods. The ferry terminal was bustling with activity. The air was filled with the fragrance of soil and grass, and small shops along the roadside opened one after another, as carts loaded with goods transported them to designated places. The commercial development of the Song dynasty broke the patterns of the Tang dynasty, and with the increase in goods, the government built many places within the city specifically for merchants to store their products. These places were officially called to houses, and they were commonly found in towns throughout the Song dynasty. Not only merchants could store goods, but individuals could also stockpile personal items, albeit for a fee. This system was widely implemented by Zhu Yuanzhang during the early years of the Ming dynasty. Based on the current storage numbers into houses, the volume of major commodities in Tokyo City was gradually increasing, such as grains, fruits, oil, salt, cloth, silk, and medicines. The Central Plains dynasty was like this. As long as there was no war and space was given to the people to breathe, they would quickly recover and thrive. Extra, extra, Li Gang is back in the capital. Extra, Li Gang is back in the capital. Appointed as deputy director of the Privy Council. Extra, early in the morning. The newsboy was shouting in the bustling area. The people of Tokyo City were gradually getting used to newspapers and enjoyed reading them. Some literate individuals bought a copy almost daily to closely follow the important changes in the court, while those who were illiterate enjoyed listening to others read it. Give me one too. Really? Li Xiangong is back. The emperor is wise. He has finally summoned Li Xiangong back. Just as Zhao Ning was about to leave the palace and head out of the city, he overheard the discussions of passers-by and couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the common people of Tokyo City were quite excited about Li Xiangong's return. Li Gang had quietly entered the capital 10 days ago, and on June 2nd, after completing the appointment process, he became the deputy director of the Privy Council, the same position previously held by Sun Fu. He also concurrently served as the commanding general of the Eastern Road and the Eastern Capital, holding significant military and political power. His task was to reorganize the Eastern defense line, which was urgent. Furthermore, Zhao Ning granted him the power of life and death. It took 10 days to finalize the appointment documents, which showed how many officials in the capital were dissatisfied with Li Gang. These guys couldn't stop Li Gang from rising to power, but they deliberately delayed the process. Zhao Ning couldn't help but sigh. It was true that many officials in late northern Song didn't like Li Gang, but it was also true that the common people had a different attitude toward him. Zhao Ning casually asked Jing Chao beside him, "Jing Chao, what kind of person do you think Li Xiangong is?" Jing Xiao replied, I don't know much about Li Xiangong. But last year, he was in charge of defending the city, and the people loved him. Jing Xiao also couldn't understand what Zhao Ning was thinking and didn't dare to answer casually. In the first year of Jing Kong, when the Jin army first invaded the south, it was Li Gang who led the entire city's military and civilians to repel the Jin army. Since then, Li Gang became a banner against the Jin. Especially during the second invasion of the Jin army, sweeping through Hebei and Hudong, people began to reminisce about him. In actual history, when Tokyo City fell, the last regret of Emperor Qinzong of Song was dismissing Li Gang and not listening to him. When Zhao Go ascended the throne, the first thing he did was summon Li Gang back and appoint him as chancellor, fully raising the banner against the Jin. Such a person was not liked by the bureaucrats, was marginalized by various military towns in the north, and in history, lived a life of unfulfillment. Zhao Ning didn't ask further. After a couple of days, he would discuss some tactical strategies with Li Gang, who would then head to the eastern front. Zhao Ning rode out of the city with his people. Currently, supplies of grain were continuously coming in, and he had only heard some reports about the situation among the people. Without seeing it with his own eyes, he felt uneasy. After all, those below had a tendency to report good news, but not bad news. This characteristic was transmitted layer by layer among the bureaucrats, making it nearly impossible for the frontline situation to reach the emperor's ears. Even if it did, it would have changed 100-fold. So today, before Li Gang and Zhongzhe came to report the upcoming tactical strategies, he slipped out in plain clothes. He first observed at the ferry by the Bian River for a while, seeing large and small boats arriving fully loaded, which made Zhao Ning feel reassured, truly reassured. While the northern military defense line was indeed important, the people's livelihood was also crucial. In the future, the capital would become a logistics supply point for the central line. The people's livelihood must be stable. Good minister. The very tense Han Shizong heard the emperor suddenly call his name and quickly replied, I am here. Have you been to Bianjing before? Reporting to your majesty, this is my first visit. Zhao Ning smiled. There's no need to address me as your majesty outside. We are on a private visit. The emperor's gentle attitude somewhat eased Han Shizong's nervousness. Yes, young master. By later standards, Han Shizong was at least 185 meters tall, a solid figure from the northwest, and very strong. Having a long military career, his skin had turned bronze, giving him a more powerful appearance. This guy's personal combat ability was also remarkably strong. Zhao Ning said, I understand that you are having a hard time fighting in the northwest. After speaking, Zhao Ning rode his horse, surrounded by the officials of the palace, and headed towards the southern city gate. The order in Bianjing gradually restored, and the guards on the city tower became more serious. After leaving the city, Zhao Ning headed south. He did not go far, only stopping near Zhuxian town. About 20 miles away, there were quite a few boats traveling on the grain transport river flowing through Zhuxian town. The Song dynasty indeed placed great importance on water conservancy, having developed many tributary rivers centered around Kaifeng and Dongjing, which was also a key reason for the prosperous commerce of the Song dynasty. Last year, when the Jurchens besieged the city, it was not just Bianjing that suffered heavy losses. The surrounding counties and villages were severely damaged due to the siege tactics. At present, various places were slowly recovering. The northern bank of the Yellow River would be the front line in the future, and the grain production near the capital had to be guaranteed. Zhao Ning saw an old man running with a hoe and found it strange. He couldn't help but ask, Old man, why are you in such a hurry? The old man shouted without looking back, The officials are coming to seize grain. If I don't go back now, I'll starve to death. Hearing that, Zhao Ning was greatly shocked. He looked at Gao Qiu with a puzzled expression, as if to ask what was going on. Gao Qiu shook his head like a rattle, indicating that he also did not know what was happening. Zhao Ning's face darkened as he looked at Gao Qiu and said, If I heard correctly, he said the officials are coming to seize grain? Gao Qiu nodded with some trepidation. It seems that way. Yu Fei. Did that man say that just now? Yu Fei, who was accompanying them, replied, Indeed. The officials are seizing grain in the villages near the capital? Let's go take a look. Zhao Ning followed the old man and rushed over. Chapter 85. I am a kind-hearted person. Zhao Ning led his people, following the old man towards the village ahead. Not far ahead, they saw a crowd gathered. A young man, holding an iron rod, had one foot on the head of a young man. I told you, the court is short on grain. I am here on the orders of the officials to buy grain. Do you understand? I'm offering you money. He pressed his foot down on the young man's head. The young man's face was covered in mud, but he did not dare to resist. Fellow villagers, we are here to buy grain. Baozheng, come here. Coming. Young Masterly. A middle-aged man hurried over with a smiling face. In the early years of the Song dynasty, the traditional village system was still in place. But after Wang Engxi's reforms, the Song dynasty had fully implemented the Baojia system. Even until the fall of the northern Song, the Baojia system did not disappear, and it continued in the southern Song. Even the Ligia system in the Ming dynasty had some similarities to the Baojia system. Young Masterly here. Young Masterly, with one foot on the young man, held an iron rod in his left hand and said kindly, Wang Baozheng. You need to explain to the villagers that I am here on the orders of the court to buy grain, so that everyone doesn't misunderstand. I've already explained to them, and they still ran away? Wang Baozheng said anxiously, Young Masterly, please wait, I will send someone to search house by house. Search for what? Li Zhu said impatiently, I already said I am here to buy grain. It's a mutually agreeable purchase, you know? I know. I know. Wang Baozheng nodded hurriedly. Li Zhu leaned closer to Wang Baozheng and gritted his teeth. Wang Baozheng, keep a close eye. You need to understand that for every share of grain sold to the city, you can get a guan of silver. A guan. When can you earn so much money? Yes, yes. I will go now. Wang Baozheng turned and began to knock on doors house by house. Li Zhu pressed down hard on the young man under his foot. Resist. Keep resisting. Weren't you very brave just now? You dared to hit this young master. Do you know this young master was sent by the court? Someone, drag him away and break his legs. At that moment, a middle-aged couple hurried over. Spare us. My lord, spare us. They knelt in front of Li Zhu as soon as they arrived. Our son doesn't know better and has offended you, my lord. Please spare him. He is our only child. Li Zhu kicked the middle-aged man in the head. Hand over all your grain. If you do, this young master will spare him. Young master, we really have no grain left. If we give more, we will starve to death. If you don't hand it over, I will break his legs in front of you. The young man, lying on the ground, shouted with difficulty. Father, don't hand it over. I'd rather die than give it. Stubborn kid, kill him. Let us see if this group of stubborn villagers is tougher than this young master's iron rod. Just as Li Zhu's lackeys were about to act, a voice suddenly called out, Stop! Li Zhu and the others turned to see Zhao Ning riding over with his men. Upon seeing this group on horseback, Li Zhu immediately removed his foot. He knew this group had some influence. In the Song Dynasty, commoners could not ride horses. Horses were strategic resources, and the Song Dynasty was notoriously short on horses. Many officials did not have horses. Zhao Ning rushed over, glanced at the scene before him, and then looked around. Seeing Wang Baozheng and his lackeys knocking on doors, with some even kicking doors, Zhao Ning's anger immediately surged. His gaze fell on Li Zhu as he said in a deep voice, What is going on here? Li Zhu was not afraid and replied, This official. I am Li Zhu. Li Huan is my father. Gao Qiu quickly explained from the side, Young master. Li Huan is a well-known wealthy merchant in Dongjing and one of the merchants cooperating with the court. 6 months ago, the Li family exchanged a lot of grain with the court. The grain exchange he mentioned referred to the Li family supplying grain in exchange for salt or tea orders at the tea market. At that time, the grain distribution in Dongjing was uneven, and it was Zhao Ding, the governor of Kaifeng, who called upon many wealthy households to supply grain. Zhao Ning remembered this matter. Those wealthy households had high demands. After the last incident where 37 officials were executed, he had the Ministry of Justice start an investigation into merchants who had dealings with those officials. He did not expect to encounter a major merchant from Dongjing here today. What a surprise. Upon hearing Gao Qiu's explanation, Li Zhu began to climb the ladder. My father, Li Huan, is friends with Wang Qingji, the magistrate of Kaifeng. The magistrate of Kaifeng referred to an official within the Kaifeng government. In Justice Bao, the character Gongsun Su is a magistrate, managing criminal cases, household registration, and tax collection. Equivalent to a provincial-level official. Gao Qiu quickly added in Zhao Ning's ear, Wang Qingji is the magistrate of Kaifeng. Although this guy Gao Qiu was a rogue, he was absolutely reliable in academic matters. He had once been Su Shi's attendant and had perfect memory. Now, the Imperial City Department was expanding its recruitment, and it was his duty to memorize the list of officials from the Kaifeng government. If the emperor asked him about it one day and he couldn't answer, he would probably be scolded. It seemed that our Taiwei Gao's work attitude was very good right now. Zhao Ning asked, What are you doing here? Li Zhu, however, did not answer directly but said, Young master, may I ask your name? You sound like a Bianjing person. It's fate that we meet. Let us be friends. I asked you what you were doing here. Zhao Ning's tone grew cold. Can't you understand my words? When Li Zhu heard Zhao Ning's high and mighty tone, he immediately felt displeased. Li Zhu, who grew up in a wealthy family, was usually treated like a star. However, seeing Zhao Ning and his group on horseback, he did not dare to act too arrogantly. He laughed and said, Sir, we are just here to buy grain, and we'll leave after we're done. Why would we hit anyone over buying grain? No one was hit. He just fell down in front of me. You can ask him if he fell by himself. The middle-aged man quickly came over to help his son up and hurriedly said, Yes, yes. We fell by ourselves. Li Zhu shrugged and said, You heard it. They said they fell by themselves. Zhao Ning sneered. He did not dwell too much on this issue and continued to ask, Who sent you to buy grain? The court. The court? Zhao Ning's smile became even more amiable, which appeared very friendly to outsiders. Even Han Shizhong, who did not understand the emperor, felt that the emperor was a kind person. However, Gao Qiu was already prepared. Zhao Ning continued, There is a grain shortage everywhere. How could the common people here have excess grain? Who from the court sent you to buy? Li Zhu feigned ignorance and chuckled, Sir, we are just buying grain. It's a transaction, mutually agreeable. I pay, they provide grain. What's the problem? I asked, Who sent you to buy grain? I've already told you, the court. Who from the court? Sir, why do you need to meddle in our affairs? Li Zhu said, We are here to buy and will pay for it. Li Zhu was not afraid. He felt he had backing and continued. How about this? You contribute some money, not too much, just 500 guan. And I'll give you 1,000 share of grain to sell in Dongjing. He even smiled at Zhao Ning. Gao Qiu immediately interjected. The grain price in Dongjing is still 7 guan per share. What does 7 guan per share mean? With 500 guan, 1,000 shi could sell for 7,000 guan in Dongjing. An ordinary soldier's 2-month salary is 1 guan, and their annual salary is 6 guan. This ordinary soldier would need to save for 1,167 years without spending a single coin to accumulate that amount. Yet Li Zhu casually mentioned making someone 7,000 guan. The disparity in wealth and income was astonishing. Those who protect the country may freeze to death or die in battle, living on meager salaries. While the court was so short of money that the emperor himself had to cut 2/3 of the living expenses. The area around Kaifeng had been devastated by the Jin army, and countless people were already struggling to get enough to eat. Which is why he had Zhao Ding urgently transport grain from the southeast, and could not afford to touch Kaifeng. At this moment, hearing this person calculating the profits so calmly, Zhao Ning felt that there were still not enough people to kill. Gao Qiu added, "You could make 6,500 guan." Upon hearing this, Yu Fei was shocked. Was there really grain among the people of Zhuxian town? It couldn't be possible. They had just experienced war. How could there still be grain? Yet Li Zhu still wore a smile. How about it? Just turn it over for 6,500 guan, sir. We can all make money together and even become friends. Did you not say the court sent you to buy grain? Yes, the court sent me to buy grain. But the court didn't say I couldn't make money. With the court backing me, you can rest assured to make money. I wouldn't tell just anyone. Was it Wang Qingji who sent you? Sir, some things are better left unsaid. So you won't answer? Sir, there's money to be made. Why do you need to get involved in this mess? It won't do you any good. Zhao Ning smiled. After laughing, he said calmly to Jing Chao, "Break one of his legs." Concerned that the guards might use too much force, he emphasized, "Just break one for now." Jing Chao immediately dismounted, and the other guards followed suit. Li Zhu was momentarily at a loss. By the time the guards surrounded him, the thugs Li Zhu had brought were just then picking up their weapons, surrounding Li Zhu. But they were no match for the guards. The imperial guards had indeed been weakened during the reign of Emperor Huizong, but ever since Zhao Ning had crossed over and promoted Jing Chao, the training of the guards had become increasingly strict. Moreover, the height requirement for the royal guards started at 1.8 meters. Although these men had not been on the battlefield, it was a piece of cake to deal with Li Zhu's lackeys. Not to mention the presence of fierce fighters like Han Shizhong and Yu Fei nearby. The guards quickly subdued these men, making them cry for mercy. The old man and family hurriedly hid to the side. The thugs who were still kicking doors heard the commotion and cast shocked glances over. Wang Baozheng, seeing the situation, was so frightened that he hurriedly hid under a big tree, while a dog next to him barked at him. Wang Baozheng quickly said, "Be quiet, or I'll stew you." After the guards dealt with Li Zhu's men, Li Zhu was clearly frightened. But he stubbornly said, "Sir, my father Li Huan is friends with Wang Qingji, Before he could finish, Jing Chao stepped in front of him and suddenly kicked his knee. Yu Fei could draw a bow of over 300 pounds, and Jing Chao could also draw over 200 pounds. How powerful was this kick? There was a cracking sound as Li Zhu's left leg broke like a dry twig. His body tilted, falling to the ground with a heart-wrenching wail. He never expected that these people would be so terrifying when they acted. Wang Baozheng, hiding behind the tree, was nearly scared senseless. "Speak. You came here to extort grain." Li Zhu covered his leg, screaming in agony. "If you don't speak, I'll break your other leg. It's my father. My father said to buy grain near the city and sell it in the city. Don't hit me." I said, "Who instructed your father?" Zhao Ning did not believe that this was just a simple businessman behind it. In the countryside, buying grain at 500 won per shire and selling it at a high price in Bianjing, the profit margin was enormous. He remembered that on April 23rd, Zhao Ding had issued a decree in the capital that prohibited the casual collection of grain in the countryside. This was because the wealthy were all in Dongjing, and the grain shortage in the city created a massive profit opportunity. Wang Sun, a merchant from Xizhou, hoarded a lot of grain before being captured, preparing to sell it at a high price to Zhongzhe. If Zhongzhe could not afford it, he would immediately head south to sell it in Dongjing. No matter the price, there would be buyers. Where did Wang Sun's grain come from? Wasn't it extorted? In such a special period, this was a huge profit. On the surface, they were merchants, but was there not collusion with those in power behind the scenes? My father said it was Wang Qingji, that the Jinggu Road Transport Office would cover it. Zhao Ning's face had completely darkened. See, a mere merchant dares to blatantly disregard the court's decree. Even at this point, some officials were still thinking about making a fortune. Zhao Ning dismounted and walked toward a thatched hut. Inside the hut was a muddy floor, and in the summer, bugs crawled on the ground. A lackey of Wang Baozheng was holding a rough clay pot, pouring the last remaining rice into his bag. Seeing Zhao Ning and his men enter, he looked somewhat at a loss. Zhao Ning waved his hand, and the person was kicked out with a few kicks. The family in the thatched house sat on the wooden bed, not daring to make a sound. A little girl, about 8 years old, curled up in her parents' arms, looking at Zhao Ning and his group with fear. Zhao Ning picked up the cloth bag and poured the rice back in, then looked around. It was very simple, and there was not much oil left in the house. He felt deep sorrow in his heart. The upcoming war would be brutal. He was still thinking about establishing a deep defense line along the Yellow River and mobilizing the masses to build a large-scale logistics system. He was also considering recalling Ma to organize guerrilla forces in Hebei. With the current state of the bureaucrats in the Song Dynasty, how could they efficiently organize a logistics team? No way. Go back and kill. Go back now. Zhao Ning took a deep breath and said gently to the little girl, don't be afraid. It's okay. It's okay. You'll have food soon. After saying that, he went out. To be precise, the one most afraid right now was Gao Qiao. At this moment, the Imperial City Division had not yet had the chance to investigate, but was caught by the Emperor. How big is the psychological shadow area for Gao Taiwei? Chapter 87. Do you all like to profit from the country's calamity so much? But it cannot be generalized. The recruitment expansion of the Imperial City Division had just begun, and the new recruits were not immediately capable. Even in games, you need to level up. Let alone in reality where you recruit people for extensive training. After Zhao Ning walked out, he glanced around, and Gao Qiao, quick-witted, commanded people to immediately disperse and drag those who had broken into the houses out. Go, go, stop shouting. Ouch, you little beast, dare to bite me. I'll kick you to death. Behind the big tree, Wang Baojing lowered his voice and growled at the dog, even picking up a stick to fight with it. The dog, looking pitifully thin, was beaten a few times and ran away in a fright. Gao Qiao looked over and spotted Wang Baojing, immediately ordering people to bring him up. What are you sneaking behind the tree for? Wang Baojing hurriedly said, this official, I was just passing by. The several lackeys of Wang Baojing who were caught immediately began to speak up. Wang Baojing, you instructed us to go in and steal the grain. You can't just ignore us. What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Baojing jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, wishing he could tear those people's mouths apart. Oh, it turns out to be Baojing. Perhaps feeling scared, Gao Qiao put in extra effort. Looking as if he was going to dismember this group of bastards today, he asked Baojing, are those your people? No, they are not. Gao Taiwei chuckled, with every pore on his face exuding a chilling malice. Lying will get your tongue cut off. Wang Baojing said, I am an official scribe of the court. If you hit me, you are resisting the court. Baojing is equivalent to a village head, not an official, but a scribe. The distinction between the two did not matter much in the Pre-Qin era, but it became clear during the Tang and Song dynasties. The ninth-rank officials are still officials, appointed by the court, hence called court-appointed officials. The scribe, on the other hand, is a clerk, like the Ling Shi of the Han dynasty. Personnel employed by the county office, their salaries reported by the county office based on personnel quotas and then uniformly distributed. In the Song dynasty, Baojing was a type of scribe. The lowest officials in the Song dynasty were the county deputy and the county captain, equivalent to a deputy county magistrate. As for the personnel managing the villages, they were typically people like Wang Baojing. They were usually wealthy and powerful in the village, selected by the county magistrate to be responsible for conscription and tax collection. As for the clerks in the county office, they might be unsuccessful scholars. Scribes had a low status in the official system. Officials looked down on them and viewed them with disdain. However, they were still considered employed by the court, and ordinary people certainly could not hit them or torture them. Moreover, during the Song dynasty, the phenomenon of strong clerks and weak officials was common. But that's a different story. Gao Qiao said, come here, cut off this guy's tongue, and let him record with a pen. Yes. Immediately, two people came forward, ready to cut off Wang Baojing's tongue. Wang Baojing was so scared that he quickly knelt down. Sir, all these dealings were ordered by young Master Li. I had no choice. I am just a small scribe, and he said if I didn't do it, he would break my legs. You are a court scribe. How could a merchant's son dare to break your legs? Wang Baojing's eyes turned, and he said, he has a powerful backer. I don't dare to offend him. I am just a small scribe. Please spare my life, sir. Gao Qiao looked towards Zhao Guanjia, seemingly seeking his opinion. Zhao Ning said, take him back to the Ministry of Justice for interrogation. Yes. Originally, he had been in a good mood recently. Zhang Jun was assigned to Shaanxi, and the strategic constraint in Shaanxi was starting to take shape. Li Gang was working on the Eastern Front strategy. The first batch of military salaries had been distributed, and the officials in Kaifeng had also received their pay. Taxes and grain were slowly entering the capital. Everything was gradually being sorted out. But now this incident once again stirred up Zhao Ning's anger, feeling that some troublesome people wanted to harm him. They all seemed to be trying to send him to live in a thatched house in the north. After surveying the surroundings had become dull, he led a large group of court officials back to the capital. Hundreds of people on horseback drew attention as they passed. As soon as Zhao Ning returned to the palace, changed his clothes, and went to the Windy Hall, Wang Huaiji said, Your Majesty, this morning, Prince Yan came to seek an audience, but you were not here, so he left. What did he come for? Wang Huaiji said. He said it was related to the matter of Prince Pu. Prince Pu has passed away, and many members of the royal family are worried. Prince Yan also wanted to discuss this matter with you. He is concerned it may lead to internal disputes within the royal family. The impact of Prince Pu's death would not end here. After all, Prince Pu was the great-grandson of Emperor Taizong, holding the title of a royal prince. In ancient times, it was a family affair, and the whole country was made up of various families. The royal family was aware of the dark dealings among themselves. Once exposed, and with a death involved, everyone naturally could not sit still. Prince Yun was merely trying to test the waters, but upon finding Zhao Ning absent, he left a message and departed. He probably went to find Zhao Go. The royal family members were likely also looking to Zhao Go to handle this matter, especially since Zhao Go had just returned after achieving great merit and held the highest prestige among the royal family. Given Prince Yun's nature, he was likely trying to win Zhao Go over. and those noble families would probably also seek to ally with Zhao Go, using him as a shield. Zhao Go might also be thinking about whether he could squeeze something out of them. If they managed to reach a united front, it would not be good. At present, Zhao Ning did not intend to deal with the royal family's matters. After all, the incident he encountered in Juxian town today was more urgent and important, as it involved people's livelihoods and the defense issues in the coming months. In the inner city of Bianjing, at the intersection of Yiqiao Street and Chongmingmen Avenue, there was a residence with the words Li Residence written on the doorframe. This was the home of the wealthy merchant Li Huan. In ancient times, society had a strict hierarchy. Not just anyone's residence could be called a fu. In the Song dynasty, only the residences of the two prime ministers, who were the heads of the government, and those of princes could be called a fu. All other officials were referred to as zhai. The residences of commoners were the same. Moreover, in the early Song dynasty, there were also restrictions on the scale and design of commoners' residences. However, as the Great Song dynasty stabilized internally, with national prosperity and peace, and as commerce developed increasingly, life became more extravagant, and merchants rose one after another. Some of the old rules were broken. For instance, residences in the inner city, particularly in this area, were basically all mansions. This area is comparable to the third ring road of Beijing in the 21st century. Any house here would cost at least 20,000 guan, approximately 10 million. Larger ones could reach 100,000 guan, and some even 200,000 guan, about 100 million. At this time, a man dressed in silk was welcomed inside. Li Huan wore a smile. Master Zhang, your visit brightens my humble abode. Zhang Song looked around and said, Brotherly, your residence is quite unique. Oh no. Master Zhang is overpraising me. Soon, Li Huan dismissed those around them. Zhang Song said, I am here on orders from above to relay a message. According to rumors, the court is preparing troops. You saw today's newspaper. Li Gang is about to go to the Hebei East Road. And the overall commander of Hebei and Hedong has also been decided. Oh, Li Huan's eyes brightened. Whenever the court goes to war, merchants like them are sure to profit. Chapter 88. This is one of the fundamental national conditions of the Great Song dynasty. The court goes to war, and merchants profit? That's right. In the Great Song dynasty, whenever there was war, merchants were bound to profit. The Great Song dynasty was a very remarkable dynasty in ancient China. It had many state monopolies and considerable bureaucratic capital. From the princes down to the three dukes, prime ministers, and even county magistrates, there was a fervent pursuit of commerce. For example, real estate investment in the capital city, smuggling salt, and reselling tea, grain, and various herbs. For instance, during the reign of Emperor Ren of Song, Zhang Kejiao, the transport commissioner of Jiangnan, smuggled over 10,000 pounds of salt in the department. In the fourth year of the Qingli era, in March, the transport commissioner of Jiangxi moved to a state. And for every 100 guan of salt, a third of the money was deducted, and through bribery with Li Yuqing and Jizhou, the iron tax was waived. It can be said that salt officials and various transport officials profited from their privileged positions. As history entered the Song dynasty, with large-scale development of fertile land and a booming population, after the court emphasized water conservancy and the unprecedented development of grain transportation, the overall economy surged. The state made the economic pie larger and the total GDP higher, yet the common people became poorer. Why? It was all because officials competed with the people for profits and colluded with wealthy merchants, further forming a monopoly of privileges. Meanwhile, the common people could barely afford to eat. The Jin state hung over the north like a sharp sword. Once war broke out, various transport offices would be unable to timely transport grain and would inevitably rely on private merchants. They would either directly buy grain from merchants or use the entry method, allowing merchants to transport grain to the borders. Often at this time, due to urgent demand, merchants could set prices different from usual. So, do you know why the military expenditure peak of the Great Song dynasty accounted for over 70% of total revenue? The Great Song dynasty periodically harvested the common people, and after the court drained the swamp, it was divided among bureaucrats and the powerful. This is the overall situation Zhao Ning is currently facing. The Zhang Song in front of him is an official in the transport office of Kaifeng Prefecture. Li Huan happily asked, who is the overall commander of Hebei and Hedong? It could be Zhongzhe. Zhongzhe? Li Huan was somewhat surprised. This was the person mentioned a few days ago in the Tokyo Daily, who had achieved 13 victories against the Jin people, Zhong Rilin. It is undoubtedly him, though the appointment decree has not yet been announced. Li Huan quickly asked, what is this person like? Is he willing to cooperate with us? I have heard that he has a strong character. It might not be easy to deal with him. Li Huan thought for a moment and said, I have always believed that there is nothing money cannot settle in this world, just that the money might not be enough. I calculated a rough estimate. If the court establishes a military town in Hebei and Hedong, if there are 200,000 troops stationed, they would consume at least 50,000 stones of grain a month just for food, and with the grain transport team, it could reach 100,000 stones. If we also consider the grain demand from the people in Hebei and Hedong, it might be around 5 million stones, 600 million jin, of grain a year. At least that number. If we can grab 1 million stones and give Zhongzhe a favor, we could earn 1 million guan. Not to mention salt, iron, and cloth. If we can take it all, earning 5 million guan a year is not a problem. I am not greedy. I only need 100,000 guan, 10 million won, from this. I have calculated this amount to be quite low. Currently, in the capital city, grain is selling for 7 guan per stone. And there are buyers, Zhang Song said. Regarding the collection of grain in the countryside of Kaifeng Prefecture, it is essential to keep a low profile. There have been orders from above that the Imperial City Department is currently expanding. If this gets to Zhao Guanjia's ears, it might cause a big commotion. Master Zhang, rest assured, we are going to buy with money, offering payment, not robbing. Who wouldn't want money in this world? Li Huan laughed. Zhang Song laughed too, yes. Who in this world doesn't want money? But as powerful figures, they did not know that some families were almost out of rice. What use was money to them? This is the vision of why not eat meat porridge. I have paid, so this business can be done. I am not robbing. By the way, Master Zhang, I heard that the court has newly established a military and political institute. You are quite well informed. Indeed, a military and political institute has been set up. What is this office for? It is in charge of military and political affairs in Hebei and Hudong. Strange. Isn't this under the control of the Privy Council? Who knows what Zhao Guanjia is thinking? This is not something you and I can worry about. If there is a new office, can our grain transport and smuggling of salt still proceed? Yes. By the way, many officials were killed last month. Now Li Huan expressed some concerns. What are you afraid of? There is Deputy Minister Xiao. Yes, I was being reckless. Come, Master Zhang, let us have tea. This is Longjing tea transported from Hangzhou last month. Zhang Song picked it up, took a sip, and with a look of enjoyment said, receiving 200,000 stones of grain in Kaifeng Prefecture should not be a problem. Selling all 200,000 stones in the capital city is your task. Don't make it public, as the scrutiny from above is tight. 200,000 stones at 7 guan per stone, 1 for million guan. Don't worry. I will privately contact those who want to buy. Ha ha ha. If this is done well, Deputy Minister Xiao will not treat you poorly. Thank you, Li Huan said excitedly. By the way, Master Zhang, I heard that when the Jin people were in Kaifeng Prefecture, they plundered quite a few people, and some wealthy households either perished or fled south. I was wondering if you could help me buy some of the vacant good land. This matter, I will convey to Deputy Minister Xiao. Thank you, Master Zhang. While the two were conspiring on how to get rich, a sudden noise came from outside. Zhang Song immediately became alert. He stood up and anxiously looked outside. Li Huan said, Master Zhang, there is no need to worry. I am quite safe here. The presiding judge of Kaifeng Prefecture, Wang Qingji, is a friend of mine. No one dares to casually trouble me. Then what's that outside? It must be my subordinates making noise. I will go reprimand them. Please remain calm. Li Huan stepped out and shouted loudly, what is all the noise about? At that moment, the steward hurried over, saying, Master, someone outside is looking for you, and they are even fighting. Looking for me, and fighting? Li Huan was instantly angrier. How outrageous. They dare to intrude into my Li Huan's courtyard. Today, I will see where these bold rascals come from. The scoundrels who dare to seek death here. He quickly walked out. Gao Qiao was feeling quite depressed because of the matter in Juxian town. So when he returned, he scolded Hebin, and now Hebin was quite upset. Hebin came to the Li residence to catch someone. His temper was very irritable. Always feeling like he was being scolded, all because of the person named Li Huan living here. Hebin thought, after I capture you and torture you until you wish for death, I won't even carry the surname He. Chapter 89. I am not a sage ruler. I am a tyrant who kills without blinking. Who dares to intrude into my courtyard? Li Huan rushed out with his men. As soon as he came out, he saw the officers from the Imperial City Division and was slightly taken aback. Who are you? Who is Li Huan? It's me. Arrest him, Hebin said coldly. He then added, take him back and beat him hard. With his command, the officers rushed over and surrounded Li Huan and the others. What are you doing? Who are you? Arrest them all. Not a single one is to be let go. On what grounds do you arrest people? Li Huan was furious. Do you know who I am? I, Li Huan, am friends with Wang Qingji, the judge of the Kaifeng Prefecture. You. Before he could finish, Hebin slapped him across the face. With that slap, he stopped talking and became obedient. Inside, Zhang Song heard the commotion outside and quickly ran away. After a while, Hebin cursed. What's that awful smell? Everyone smelled it and had to cover their noses. Commander He. At that moment, someone ran over, caught someone trying to escape over the wall, and fell into a latrine. Damn it. Hebin almost jumped up. You guys couldn't have rinsed it out with water first? Zhang Song was already being dragged over, and it was he who fell into the latrine. Sir, I am Zhang Song, the chief clerk of the transport office of the Jingji Road. Is there some misunderstanding? However, Hebin was too lazy to pay him any mind. Waving his hand, telling the men to take him away to wash him up and then bring him back. If they brought him out onto the street, wouldn't the officers from the Imperial City Division be humiliated? Soon, Li Huan and his son Li Zhu were in the dungeon of the Imperial City Division. Beaten to the point they could hardly recognize themselves. Almost everyone in the Li family had been interrogated. Although the questioning of the servants didn't reach the level of torture. An hour later, the confession documents and the account books of the Li family's business were placed on Zhao Ning's imperial desk. The confessions included statements from many people, such as Li Huan, Zhang Song, and even Wang Qingji, the judge of the Kaifeng prefecture, who was caught and brought in for questioning. Also included was the left minister of the Ministry of Revenue. The Song dynasty had a system of 2 prefectures and 3 divisions, where the 3 divisions were financial offices. However, after the reform by Emperor Xinzong, power had fully returned to the Ministry of Revenue. The left minister of the Ministry of Revenue was in charge of household registration. Clearly, those people wanted to collect grain in the Jingji Road, and they needed to know which places had how many people. All the evidence pointed to one person, Xiao Ziqing, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue and the transport officer of the Jingji Road. According to Zhang Song's testimony, many people went down to collect grain, and after collecting it, it was secretly sold within the city of Dongjing by Li Huan. The enormous profits were distributed proportionally. This was also why Li Zhu dared to tell Zhao Ning that he would invest money to collect a batch of grain for profit. There was a demand within Dongjing city, and the grain supply from the southeast could only barely prevent riots within the city. Wealthy people had become accustomed to luxurious living and were willing to pay high prices. With business comes killing. Who would care if the rural folks had extra grain in their homes? They only looked at the cold numbers in the accounts and the profits in their own pockets. Xiao Ziqing, the transport officer of the Jingji Road. What kind of official position is the transport officer? The transport office, also known as the granary office, was responsible for the finances and tax revenues of one road and also handled the supervision of official affairs. In the early years of the Song dynasty, due to constant wars, the transport officer was only a temporary position responsible for the transport of military grain. By the mid-period, 24 transport offices began to be established, wielding great power, having almost all powers except for military authority. Later, it was gradually divided among a few other offices. Since the transport office involved finances and tax revenues, it was naturally linked to people's livelihoods. You can understand it as somewhat similar to the Minister of Revenue in the Ming Dynasty or a provincial governor, but with greater power due to the authority to oversee officials. This distribution of power is unreasonable. Go, bring that person back to me from Chenlu County. I want to see him before dark. Damn it, does the emperor need to be this anxious? Gao Qiao thought to himself, following this emperor is really exhausting. He still maintained a respectful demeanor and said, yes, I will arrange for someone to go right away. After Gao Qiao left, Zhao Ning said, Wang Huaiji, Your Majesty, what is it? Go summon all the officials. We will hold a meeting in the Chue Gong Hall at the U hour. Yes, I will handle it right away. Wang Huaiji found it strange. It was already evening, and it was very rare to summon all the officials to the Chue Gong Hall at this time. Wait, does Your Majesty have any other matters? Send someone to call back Zhong Zhe and Zhang Shai. Yes, to Zhao Ning. This matter could not be delayed for even a moment. Right now, in various places in the Jingji Road, there must be many people thinking about plundering grain in the countryside. The profit margins are so substantial. Human nature is simply fragile in the face of such profits. Moreover, the upcoming middle line defense system requires a lot of manpower from the Jingji Road to cooperate. If a bunch of short-sighted vampires drain the manpower, even if Zhao Ning had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would be powerless to turn the situation around. This matter must be handled with a thunderous approach. Delaying even a day could mean a household's grain being plundered. At the U hour, in the Chue Gong Hall, the officials who usually attended the morning court had arrived. Everyone found it strange that it was already evening and they still had to attend court. Although a few officials had been taken away by the Imperial City Division today, the reasons had not been disclosed and the grain collection case had not yet spread. So it was natural that the officials did not know what the emperor intended to do. Soon, Zhang Shai and Zhong Zhe also arrived. Since Zhong Zhe was drafting the defense strategy for Hebei, it was inconvenient for him to immediately depart for Xizhou. So he took this time to organize the military affairs by the Yellow River, as they were suddenly sending over 100,000 troops. In the window hall, Gao Qiao said, Your Majesty, the person has been brought here. Brought to outside the Chue Gong Hall. Zhao Ning glanced at him, and he immediately said, yes. After a while, Zhao Ning arrived at the Chue Gong Hall. The officials bowed and said, We pay our respects to Your Majesty. May you have peace. You all may rise. Zhao Ning sat down and scanned the crowd, saying, In the evening, I summoned all of you to the hall, interrupting your enjoyment of dinner with your families, which is indeed inappropriate. The crowd remained silent. Zhao Ning continued, But if I hadn't called you all here, I fear that the state would be ruined in an instant. Upon hearing the emperor's words, the ministers were all startled. Damn it, Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell? Zhao Ning did not wait for them to respond and asked again, Zhao Xiangong. Zhao Ding stepped forward. How much grain has currently arrived in the capital? A total of 1.5 million shur has entered the capital, sold uniformly by the court at a price of 800 yuan per shur. This price is actually the court selling at a loss. The cost of grain transported from the two Huai regions is nearly 2 guan per shur. In other words, for every shur sold, Zhao Ning will lose 12 guan. Selling 5 million shur means he will lose 60 million guan. But it has to be sold this way, because this is the normal grain price from the past. Many people can't even afford this price. For example, outside the capital, they are using disaster relief grain. The current situation can only be like this to get through this period. Another 2 million shur will enter the capital later. Once this grain arrives, it will naturally alleviate the situation significantly. Zhao Ning spoke up. Gentlemen, The people regard food as paramount. Am I wrong? Everyone replied, Your Majesty is correct. Now that the capital is suffering from war, grain is urgently needed. The court has gone to great lengths to transport grain from various places to stabilize the livelihoods in the capital. Do you gentlemen think I am doing the right thing? Everyone again replied, Your Majesty puts the people first. You are a wise ruler. Your Majesty is enlightened. Zhao Ning suddenly darkened his tone, and his expression changed, angrily saying, I am not a wise ruler. I am a tyrant. I am a tyrant who kills without blinking. Do not put this crown of a wise ruler on my head. I do not want this crown. Chapter 90. All of you see clearly. Gao Qiu stood there, bowing his head as if in thought, but in his heart, he was saying, Zhao Guanjia really blocked the path of some upright officials right from the start. As long as I am not moral, you cannot kidnap me. The others did not know why the emperor suddenly flew into a rage, unaware of the situation, and did not dare to move around. After all, half a year ago, Su Bingzhe, who moved around recklessly, was executed outside the Chui Gong Hall. For a long time, some people even dreamed about Su Bingzhe at night, as if he was smiling and saying to them, Don't be cowardly. Come out and confront Zhao Guanjia. Keep confronting him. After Zhao Ning's gaze swept across everyone, he continued, Since you all believe that we should stabilize the people's livelihood now, let us ask this important minister of the capital how he is handling it. Bring Xiao Ziqing to me. Before long, the deputy minister of revenue and transport commissioner of the capital, Xiao Ziqing, was brought into the main hall. Upon seeing the emperor, he immediately shouted, Your Majesty, I finally see you. These people. He pointed at the members of the imperial city division, angrily cursing. These people are abusing the court's officials. They are ignoring Your Majesty. They shut up. Zhao Ning shouted angrily, and Xiao Ziqing trembled all over, hurriedly closing his mouth, scared and shivering. I ask you, do you know Zhang Song? Upon hearing the name Zhang Song, Xiao Ziqing's heart jolted, and he stammered, I have too many official duties. I may not remember everyone's name. It doesn't matter if you don't remember, I'll help you recall. Come, bring all those people to me. The ministers were even more surprised. What on earth happened? They saw a group of people, bruised and battered, being brought into the Chui Gong Hall. Even Wang Baozheng was brought in. From small officials to merchants to officials, every participant in this case was present. It even included the Kaifeng Prefecture, Judge Wang Qingji, and Deputy Minister of Revenue Li Rulin. Seeing these people, Xiao Ziqing immediately began to sweat, but after all, he had seen the world, being the Deputy Minister of Revenue and Transport Commissioner of the capital. He forced himself to calm down. Li Zhu, confused, raised his head, and, upon seeing the person sitting above, trembled all over. He immediately knelt on the ground, pressing his forehead to the ground loudly, saying, The commoner did not know it was Your Majesty. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Come, my ministers are all here. Tell them what you have done, so that certain officials who sit in their offices every day and are ignorant of the common people can understand what is happening outside. The commoner dares not. You don't dare? When you had one foot on that young man's face, how did you dare then? Speak. If you don't speak, I will execute you now. Li Zhu never imagined he would one day enter the imperial palace. He never expected that after entering the palace, he would be interrogated in front of the court's heavy ministers. He was so scared that he was trembling all over, and even his breathing became difficult. He began to stutter, and although his words were somewhat incoherent, he managed to explain the general situation. On one side, the ministers listened, some with serious expressions, others with anger. Wang Baozheng continuously banged his forehead on the floor, making loud sounds and repeatedly saying, Your Majesty, the commoner is wronged. I was coerced by Li Zhu, the commoner. Oh, how were you coerced? Tell the court officials to listen carefully. At this moment, the advisor Li Hui stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this is Chui Gong Hall, the place where court ministers discuss national affairs with the emperor. It is inappropriate to interrogate criminals here. Please, Your Majesty. Before he could finish, Zhao Ning interrupted forcefully. What is inappropriate? This is a matter of state. It concerns the safety and livelihood of the people. What could be more important than this matter? I want everyone to see clearly what is happening among the people now. The emperor's retort left Li Hui standing there, too fearful to continue speaking. Every day, sitting in the office, who reports to me clearly about what happens outside. Governing the country. How to govern? Where does the governance method come from? The emperor scolded back fiercely, not knowing the real situation among the people. How dare you speak of governing the country? Li Hui quickly withdrew. The hall fell silent for a moment, and Wang Baozheng cautiously said, Li Zhu said if I did not comply, he would break my legs. Nonsense. You are a clerk, working for the government. How could a merchant dare to threaten you like that? Do you think I am so easily fooled? If you don't tell the truth now, I will hang your head on the city wall. Yes. The commoner will speak. It was Magistrate Wang who ordered the commoner to cooperate with Li Zhu. It was Magistrate Wang. Wang Qingji angrily shouted, Nonsense. The commoner speaks the truth. Magistrate Wang also ordered the commoner to collect more taxes when collecting taxes in Juxian town. Wang Qingji's face turned pale. What? Do you want to tell me that you are wronged? Your Majesty, I was also ordered by Deputy Minister Xiao. I was just carrying out orders. At this moment, Xiao Ziqing turned his head, looking coldly at Wang Qingji, and he actually calmed down. Magistrate Wang, do not speak carelessly. I am not familiar with you. Do you have evidence that you acted on my orders? Accusing a court official, do you know the consequences? Deputy Minister Xiao. Half a month ago, Zhang Song came to see me, and he said you were backing him. Everyone's attention turned to Zhang Song, who quickly spoke. Your Majesty. Everything I need to say is in the confession. It was Deputy Minister Xiao who instructed me. He sent me to do it. You all speak nonsense. I am the Transport Commissioner of the capital, a key minister under your Majesty, responsible for the livelihoods, taxes, and grain transport of the capital. And I also have the duty to supervise officials. How could I break the law? I have always hated corrupt officials who exploit the common people. Xiao Ziqing had a righteous expression, as if he were the embodiment of justice. He continued, you all committed such heinous acts, and now in front of the court. Before the Son of Heaven, you still dare to argue. I advise you to stop resisting and struggling in vain. The net of heaven is vast, and will not miss anything. Damn, if this speech were to be taken out of context by unscrupulous people, the public would think Xiao Ziqing is the reincarnation of Baozhang. Zhao Ning smiled as he looked at Xiao Ziqing and said, so, are they framing Xiao Qing? Xiao Ziqing knew that as long as there was no solid evidence, even the emperor couldn't do anything to him. After all, he was the Deputy Minister of Revenue and the Transport Commissioner of the Capital Region, a solid high-ranking official. To deal with a high official, there must be ironclad evidence. Otherwise, if this trend started, wouldn't anyone be able to find scapegoats to target the high officials of the court? Zhao Ning said, well said. The heavens have a vast net that is loose, yet does not miss. He then scanned the assembled officials and said, have you all heard clearly? The official Li Jue stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, without solid evidence, one cannot convict, and it is not enough to rely solely on testimony to reach a conclusion. Otherwise, if this trend continues, the court may face collapse. Well said. Zhao Ning looked at Li Jue and said, I would not arbitrarily punish a high official. In my eyes, all high officials are the pillars of the court, and I have a great deal of trust in them. They are the support of the Song dynasty. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziqing almost smiled, as if to say, you few minor officials think you can bring me down? Go find someone else to take the blame. Just when Xiao Ziqing thought he was in the clear, Zhao Ning's gaze fell on Gao Qiao. Bring her up. Yes. Gao Qiao immediately walked to the entrance of the hall and shouted, Bring her up. A woman was brought in, a very beautiful woman, probably in her early 30s. In ancient times, this age was considered advanced, but she still had charm, with a graceful figure and enchanting features, especially her eyes, which seemed to captivate souls. However, at this moment, the woman looked terrified and helpless. Commoner female pays respects to your Majesty. Xiao Qing, come and see if you recognize this woman. Upon turning to see the woman, Xiao Ziqing instantly appeared as if struck by lightning. But he still tried to keep calm. Your Majesty, I do not know her. Li Yinyan immediately retorted angrily. You deadbeat. You said you would marry me properly. Xiao Ziqing immediately became furious. You little slut, shut your mouth. Do you know where this is? You dare to speak nonsense in front of the emperor. As soon as Xiao Ziqing finished speaking, Zhao Ning picked up the ledger on the imperial table and threw it at Xiao Ziqing. Look for yourself. The ledger hit Xiao Ziqing's head, and he let out a cry, hurriedly kneeling on the ground and shouting, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Pick it up and look for yourself. Xiao Ziqing hurriedly picked it up, trembling hands flipping through it frantically. Look closely. I want you to see every single word. Xiao Ziqing began to browse. The hall fell silent. After flipping through a few pages, Xiao Ziqing's face instantly paled, and he cried out, Your Majesty, this is fake. This is not mine. Someone is trying to frame me. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for me. The beautiful woman said, Xiao sir, this is yours, you left it here with me. And you told me not to let anyone else see it. Nonsense, this is not my handwriting. Who are you, you little slut? To dare to slander a high official in the court. At this moment, Zhang Song said, Your Majesty, the handwriting in this ledger is mine. Every single word was written by Xiao Ziqing instructing me to write. You are talking nonsense. On what basis do you say I asked you to write this? You all say I instructed you, but do you have evidence? Li Yinyan said, Your Majesty, I can testify that Xiao Sir goes to my place every month for pleasure. And he once told me he would divorce that tigress at home and marry me. And this ledger was handed to me by him, telling me to keep it safe. And he would regularly send some over. I don't even know you. Your Majesty, every word is true. Xiao Sir has 2 moles on his left buttock. A simple check will reveal it. As soon as she said this, the officials around changed their expressions. What the hell? How can this be? Exposing one's south pants in the court? Everyone began to discuss, and Zhao Ding said from the side, Silence. The court finally quieted down. Xiao Ziqing was sweating profusely, and he continued to argue. Even if I know you, even if I have a relationship with you, on what basis do you say this ledger was given to you by me? The notes on it are Zhang Song's, and have nothing to do with me. Maybe you slept with him, and when the matter was exposed, you framed it on me. Gao Qiao glanced at Xiao Ziqing, as if to say, Still arguing? Since the emperor dares to bring you to the hall, do you think you can get away with it? Zhang Song said, Deputy Minister Xiao. Look carefully at the 20th page. Whose handwriting is that? Xiao Ziqing's heart sank, and he hurriedly flipped to the 20th page. Upon seeing it, he was dumbfounded. Zhang Song said, You wrote one yourself each time, and then gave it to me, so that I could write a copy for preservation, but for my own safety. I also made a few copies of your handwriting and kept the real ones. Xiao Ziqing's face had frozen, as if he had put on a fat mask. He finally understood why his lover Li Yanyan was here. It turned out Zhang Song had long since put a green hat on him. This pair of scoundrels had been fooling around together, and when Zhang Song was caught, he thought of his life-saving charm and brought out Li Yanyan. Xiao Ziqing stared at the 20th page. It was indeed his handwriting, and he wished he could swallow those words one by one. Zhang Song spoke in a tone of relief. There are too many accounts. You haven't even reviewed them. The hall fell into dead silence again. Zhao Ning lowered his voice and said, Deputy Minister Xiao, do you have anything else to say? Your Majesty, I was momentarily bewitched. I only made the mistakes that most officials make. The surrounding officials looked at Xiao Ziqing with anger. For instance, the Deputy Minister of Personnel Chun Jiran shouted, Nonsense. What do you mean by the mistakes that most officials make? We are all loyal ministers of the Emperor, while you yourself are corrupt and greedy. Do not smear others. Others began to curse Xiao Ziqing, all stating that they were good officials serving the country and the people, completely different from him. Silence. Zhao Ning interrupted the noise in the court. Only then did everyone quiet down. Do you know why I summoned you all to the Hall of Imperial Proclamation this evening? Do you know what the consequences will be if this matter is not thoroughly investigated? Will the common people of the capital region be drained of their blood and flesh by you people using your power? Will their bones be boiled down to nothing? The Emperor's sharp gaze swept over everyone. His voice in the hall seemed to condense into a great mountain, pressing down on most people until they could hardly breathe. How long has it been since the Jin army withdrew? Not even 2 months. How? So soon you can't help but turn against your own people? Are you all trying to drive the common people to rebellion, fatten yourselves up, and run to the south with the money before the Jin army returns? Tell me, how should I deal with Xiao Ziqing? Li Gang was the first to stand up. Your Majesty, such treacherous subjects must be killed to quell the people's anger. Li Gang was just like that, opening his mouth to call for blood. Zhang Shai said, this concerns the current military establishment in Hebei. If such behavior is not severely punished, the consequences are unimaginable. I also feel he should be executed. Zhongzhe stepped forward and said, as the transport commissioner of the capital region, in a time of national crisis, instead of thinking of ways to save the country, he actually exploits the people's resources. Such shameless, treacherous ministers. How can we not execute him to apologize to the world? I request your Majesty to immediately execute this person to shock the hearts of the people. These 3 had all been in the army, and killing was too normal for them. When all the officials saw that the 3 big shots had expressed their views, it was clear that Xiao Ziqing could not escape death. Therefore, they all followed suit and said, Your Majesty, please execute this man immediately. This is the effect of dragging the public trial to the Chui Gong Hall today. If it had gone to the Ministry of Justice, he would naturally have died quickly, but the effect would not have been as good. How did Xiao Ziqing die? He was collectively requested to be executed immediately by the entire court of civil and military officials. This is how it was reported in the official news sent to various places. Who would not be afraid upon seeing this? Other local officials, upon hearing this. Who would not be afraid? This is the deterrent. Since all the ministers believe this man should be executed immediately, then I will follow their wishes. However, I believe this case is extremely heinous, concerning the lives of thousands of common people in the capital region and the safety of the dynasty. Executing him alone is not enough to deter the world. Zhao Ning waved his hand. Execute Xiao Ziqing immediately and send his head to the 24 transport offices as a warning. What does it mean to send the head to the 24 transport offices? The Song dynasty has a total of 24 routes, each managed by a transport office. After beheading Xiao Ziqing, his head will be passed around for everyone in each transport office to see, along with the details of his crimes. Zhao Ning then said, let all the transport officials write a commentary and self-reflection on this matter and submit it. Anyone who does not write it, get out. Xiao Ziqing cried out, Your Majesty, spare my life. It was not over yet. Zhao Ning continued. The negative impact of this matter is immeasurable. Killing Xiao Ziqing alone is not enough to quell public anger. Give me the extermination of his clan. Chapter 92. The disaster of collusion between officials and merchants. After saying this, Zhao Ning did not give the officials a chance to respond and turned to leave the Chui Gong Hall. Extermination of the clan does not mean annihilating the 9 clans. Simply put, it means killing the entire family. As for relatives, investigate one by one and deal with those who have issues. First, eliminate the biggest offender. The follow-up to this matter will naturally involve the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice to carry out judicial procedures, but it is estimated that it can be completed by tonight. Your Majesty, please spare my life. In consideration of my efforts at the transport office in the capital region. Spare me this time, Your Majesty. Xiao Ziqing was dragged away by the palace guards, struggling and wailing in despair. Zhang Song, Li Huan, and others were taken to the Ministry of Justice prison. Zhao Ning was not a mindless killer. As long as they cooperated well during the confession process, they could basically save their lives. This was also a system he was committed to promoting. The Song dynasty had far too many corrupt officials. To save time in investigating corruption, it was necessary to establish a policy of leniency for those who confessed. One must understand that time is life when investigating corruption. For instance, if the confession took 1 more day this time, Perhaps more places would face the same fate as Zhuxian Town. What is most important? Timely loss control and timely rescue are the most important. Those like Zhang Song basically saved their lives. Similarly, those who confessed last time, like Wang Chuanqing and his group, also saved their lives. But while they might escape the death penalty, they could not evade living punishments. All were exiled to the frontier. Just as night fell, Xiao Ziqing was sent to the execution ground. For Zhao Ning, killing did not have so many rules. If you were to die immediately, even if the king of hell refuses to accept you, it is useless. Xiao Ziqing cried and shouted on the execution ground, but no one paid him any attention. The cold moon was silent, and the people around held torches as the executioner approached with a ghostly knife. With one slash, Xiao Ziqing's head fell to the ground, blood gushing out, and the headless corpse slumped to the side. His head was quickly wrapped up and treated with special medicine to prevent it from rotting in the summer, then sent out overnight. The capital was restless tonight. The Xiao residents had been completely surrounded. For someone like Xiao Ziqing, a deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue and Transport official in the capital region, there were probably nearly 100 family members, including elders, peers, and juniors. All were captured, and the Xiao residence was sealed. Subsequently, Li Huan's residence was also sealed. Then, all other merchants implicated from the confessions of Zhang Song and Li Huan, as long as they were on the list, were all to be arrested. This night was a sleepless one. Wang Sun's case had not yet ended. Although those 37 officials had lost their heads and Prince Pu had been killed, the merchants colluding with the officials were still being investigated. As a result, upon turning around, many merchants on the investigation list were implicated in the Xiao Ziqing case. Among these people, many had sold grain to Zhao Ning at high prices months ago, and the list was kept by Zhao Ding. Of course, after killing people, it was not over yet. Urgently sending people to strictly investigate various places in the capital region, discovering similar situations, and arresting all to prevent the situation from escalating was the top priority. That night, Zhao Ning was in the Windy Hall, staring blankly at various maps. With such an incident occurring in the capital region, were there similar situations in other areas? Wang Sun had stored grain in Hebei, and the situation in Hebei might be worse than in the capital region. What the ancients referred to as eating one another's children was nothing compared to this. The grain shipped from the two Huai regions was priced at an average of 2 guan per shur, indicating that some merchants had very ugly faces, while others were still willing to cooperate with the court. The Song Dynasty, the tax system was in shambles, with heavy burdens of harsh taxes and miscellaneous levies. Although the prohibition of trade had increased the national treasury, it also formed a monopoly of official privileges, making life unbearable for the people. Killing cannot eliminate corruption. It can only deter temporarily, but cannot clear the root cause. Zhao Ning always believed in a saying: construction is always harder than destruction. If one wishes to destroy the old order, one must establish a new order. At this moment, Zhao Ning did not have the heart to ask too much about the situation in other southern regions. It was time to initiate the first round of small-scale reforms in the capital region as a pilot. Lost in thought, Zhao Ning fell asleep. Not long after, the sound of footsteps at the main hall door woke Zhao Ning. It was Wang Huaiji entering. "Your Majesty, what is the matter?" Song Shuren requests an audience. She said the medicine you wanted has succeeded. Succeeded? Quickly summon her in. Soon, Song Shuyuan entered, looking very pleased, and said, "Your Majesty, I recently tested on several rabbits with infected wounds, and after a few days, they all recovered." She held some documents with detailed records of the experiments. Zhao Ning took them, read them carefully, and said, "You did very well, but this does not prove the success of the medicine yet." "Why?" Song Shuyuan's head was filled with question marks. Wasn't it already successful? "We cannot determine whether the rabbits healed on their own or relied on the medicine." Zhao Ning patiently explained. "Moreover, even if it is possible that the medicine worked, is there a possibility that these medicines could be fatal? You only tested on 10 rabbits. The sample size is too small. Also, we cannot ensure that the medicine really entered the rabbits' bodies. What you said about the silver needle penetrating cannot be confirmed." The more Zhao Ning spoke, the more disappointed Song Shuyuan felt. However, as a palace official, she dared not express her true feelings too much in front of the emperor. Of course, there is also a possibility that our medicine played a role. Medicine involves lives and must be approached with caution. You can visit the Tai Bureau more often and chat with those people. Your Majesty's teachings are correct, I understand. Seeing Song Shuyuan's face showing unmistakable fatigue, Zhao Ning comforted her. There's no need to rush. Go back and rest well. Things cannot be accomplished in one go. This Song Shuyuan was also very beautiful. Like a neighbor's younger sister, always radiating a sense of vitality. Such a girl is very likable. Song Shuyuan was the inner minister of Song Qinzong Zhaohuan. During the humiliation of Jingkong, these female officials were also captured and taken to the north. Now, her fate has changed. Zhao Ning admired her work ethic the most. She was meticulous, undeterred by difficulties, and worked bit by bit. The minister understood and said, "Your Majesty, you should rest early," and took his leave. On June 3rd, at noon, after finishing his lunch, Zhao Ning was enjoying the coolness in the imperial garden and unknowingly fell asleep. He had a dream in which he was captured by Wanyan Zonghan and imprisoned in a cellar, eating dirt. When he woke up, he was drenched in cold sweat. Wang Huaiji, seeing Zhao Guanjiao awake, cautiously said, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" "I'm fine. You just had a nightmare. I will get some cool ice water to calm you down." "No need." Even if it was hot, Zhao Ning would not drink ice water. In ancient times, ice was harvested from frozen rivers during winter and stored in ice houses. It was not sanitized, so drinking it could lead to stomach problems and eventually illness. He only drank boiled water. Wang Huaiji continued, "Your Majesty, the various ministers are requesting an audience. I saw you resting and did not dare to disturb you. Call them in." "Yes." Soon, Zhao Ding, Zhang Shai, Li Gang, and Zhong Zhe all arrived. "Your Majesty, please sit." As they sat down, they noticed Zhao Guanjia seemed to have just woken up, with a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Zhong Zhe said, "Your Majesty has been working day and night. You must take care of your health." Zhao Ning washed his face with a basin of water brought by Wang Huaiji and said while drying his face, "Zhong Qing, you should take care of your health. I have already contacted the Imperial Medical Department to assign a physician to accompany you. Your Majesty's kindness overwhelms this old minister." Seeing Zhong Zhe's frail body, Zhao Ning felt somewhat reluctant. He was concerned that the pressure in the coming months would be immense and feared Zhong Zhe would exhaust himself like in history a few months later. "Zhong Qing, remember to prioritize your health." "Yes." The Xiao Ziqing and Wang Sun cases have some overlap with certain merchants. Before discussing defense strategies, have you all considered a question? If we defeat the Jin state and reclaim lost territory, what is the most important thing? Chapter 93. How to win the hearts of the people. Zhao Ding said, "Since your Majesty has stated that this is a prolonged war, the most important thing is naturally the people's hearts. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world." The others clearly agreed. Zhao Ning added, "Zhao Xiangong is correct. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world." It's not difficult to say this. Throughout history, most monarchs understand this principle. Even if I were to ask Xiao Ziqing what is most important in governing the world, he would answer that the people's hearts are the most important. The emperor's words left everyone in silence. The people's hearts are indeed important, but why do we all know this yet still engage in corruption and oppress the common people? Zhao Ning continued to refine the question, asking, why does Xiao Ziqing, knowing the importance of the people's hearts, still oppress them? Because in his heart, the people's hearts are merely grandiose words to deceive the common people. How many officials in this dynasty think like this? Like Xiao Ziqing, they use their power for personal gain. They even know that if this continues, the state will be in danger. But who truly cares about the state and the common people? Zhao Guanjia's words made those present even more silent. All present were loyal ministers who cared for their country. Take Zhong Zhe, for instance. During the examination, while others wrote flattering essays about false peace to please the examiners, he criticized the corrupt policies and presented good solutions. How many can have such patriotism that disregards personal prospects? And then there's Li Gang. When the Jin army besieged the city and Zhao Ji wanted to flee south, Li Gang bluntly told the emperor that fleeing would lead to the collapse of the people's hearts. If he wanted to escape south, he could do so, but he must relinquish the throne first. In that situation, many ministers had already privately fled the capital, but few like Li Gang stood firm against the emperor and took charge at a critical moment to protect the entire city's populace. As for Zhao Ding, historically, he was one of the 4 prime ministers of the Southern Song dynasty. It can be said that Yufei's later northern expeditions and the stability of the Southern Song's political situation depended on statesmen like Zhao Ding. But how many are like them? More people enter the officialdom merely for personal advancement. The saying one person achieves the Tao, and even chickens and dogs rise to the heavens is most common in the Song dynasty. Countless people strive to enter the officialdom not to govern the country, but to enjoy wealth and fatten their families. The people's hearts? To them, it's merely a slogan to deceive ordinary people. Zhao Ning continued, I have heard that in the snowy mountains of the north, avalanches occur at specific times. This happens when the snowflakes fall to a certain extent and cannot bear the weight of the accumulated snow, resulting in an avalanche. Before the avalanche, each snowflake falling from the sky thinks of itself as just a tiny snowflake, and falling down will not make an impact. Zhao Ning's metaphor made them understand the true meaning he wanted to convey. Many officials believe that taking just a little won't affect the vast country. A few seemed contemplative, and Zhao Ning sighed, saying, when the avalanche occurs, not a single snowflake is innocent. This led to a longer period of silence. Both the emperor and ministers seemed to be pondering this issue. Li Gang broke the silence first, saying, Your Majesty, I believe that virtue is most important. By selecting virtuous officials who care for the people, the hearts of the people can be won. When the people's hearts are with the court, they can be utilized for the court to accumulate military supplies and strength to fight against the Jin thieves. Li Qing's reasoning is certainly valid, but our dynasty has hundreds of thousands of officials and clerks. It has always been a difficult task to select virtuous individuals, and those with virtue may not necessarily possess talent. The competition between virtue and talent has been a problem for thousands of years. Zhao Ding said, Your Majesty, I believe that governing the country cannot be left to every individual being virtuous. People have their selfishness. This is an ancient principle. The current situation is that the governance of our dynasty has long been lax, with numerous corrupt policies, preventing loyal individuals from holding positions while those who seek to survive and enjoy life are in power. He continued, First, we must rectify the governance. Zhong Zhe, however, said, The root of the dynasty's corrupt policies must be addressed. Without eliminating the corrupt policies, governance cannot be improved. If the national treasury is empty and military and political affairs are in disarray, how can we fight against the gene thieves? I believe we must eliminate the corrupt policies of the dynasty, which can be categorized into four: taxation, commercial laws, redundant officials, and redundant soldiers. Reducing taxes to relieve the people, establishing commercial laws to regulate the regions, cutting redundant officials to save costs, and streamlining redundant soldiers to strengthen military and political affairs. If these four can be achieved, we can enrich the country and strengthen the military. Zhao Ning couldn't help but exclaim. Zhong Xiangong is unparalleled. He can lead thousands of troops and assist the emperor in governing the country. Your heartfelt words are amusing, Zhao Ning said. Zhong Qing's words are reasonable. With your words, I feel much more reassured. If Zhao Guanjiao's words were to be translated, their general meaning would be, since you all agree to eliminate the corrupt policies, then I can pile up heads like a mountain without any worries. With the strong support of you all, stabilizing the border defenses will not collapse. Then, by nurturing core forces like Yu Fei and Han Shizhong, there will be no risk of collapse when taking action across the nation in the future. Following this, Zhao Ning carefully reviewed the defense strategies of Zhongzhe and Li Gang regarding Hebei and Hedong. The main content of Zhongzhe's plan was as follows. First, establish a military defense line centered on Daming Prefecture, extending 500 miles north and south. This military defense line stretches from west to east, including Longda Prefecture, Xizhou, and Daming Prefecture, which are three military towns. Daming Prefecture is situated by the Yellow River, with developed transport and a large population, making it the most significant of the three towns. Second, using Jinsheng, located south of Longda Prefecture, as a logistics base to supply Longda Prefecture. 40 fortified towns will be established along a north-south depth of 500 li for exchanges between the two sides. Third, using Xiangzhou as the logistics base for Xizhou to establish 50 fortified towns along a north-south depth of 500 li fourth, to the north of Daming Prefecture. A defense line stretching several hundred li will be established between Qinghe and Dezhou to guard the stronghold of the Yellow River. Fifth, considering the permanent residents of each town. This involves a total population of nearly 8 million. Sixth, the initial investment is 10 million guan. Li Gang's content is as follows. First, Sangzhou and Yongjing military prefecture serve as the defense line, renovating 50 fortified towns with the aim of retaking Hejin Prefecture. Second, using Xinzhou as the front line to restrain Zhending and Hejian. Third, this involves a total population of approximately 5 million. Fourth, the initial investment is also 10 million guan. The details further include the location of each fortified town, the number of military and civilian personnel needed for mobilization, local corvée labor, food reserves, expenses, and the time frame for completion. These two strategies can be considered quite detailed. They have probably not taken a break in the capital for the past few days. One of the most important points mentioned is that the Song dynasty has previously had an excess of troops and a surplus of personnel, and the establishment of future military towns will require strict discipline and troop numbers. Zhang Shai, who had been silent, said, Your Majesty, please review the new military policies. After Zhao Ning finished reading, he began to look at what Zhang Shai presented. This document was co-authored by him and Zhongzhe, detailing the new military organization, unit numbers, troop levels, military pay, logistics, and promotion mechanisms. Every detail is included. Thus, Zhao Ning finally felt a bit more reassured. With specific strategies in place, it was time for execution. Zhao Ning said, I have you all, which is my fortune and the fortune of the country. Do not worry about military expenses. I will continually support you. Everyone stood up and said, Your Majesty is wise. We will do our utmost. You all should proceed boldly. I will bear all the consequences for you. Chapter 94. The Jin Dynasty court enveloped by Zhao Ning's scheme after this arrangement was made. Li Gang also tidied up and headed to Sangzhou to oversee the situation. Previously promised to him, he was first given 1 million guan for pacification, and Zhao Ning arranged for a troop to be dispatched specifically from Zhangshai to accompany him to Sangzhou. Subsequent military expenditures will naturally continue to flow. After the strategic discussions were completed, Zhongzhe also rushed to the front lines, where the central line was under the most pressure. After all, the capital was just behind, and the flat plains of Hebei, including Xizhou and Daming Prefecture, posed the greatest difficulty against the Jin cavalry. On the 5th day of the 6th month, at Huaining Prefecture in the capital, the Jin Emperor Wanyan Wukamai summoned the meritorious officials from last year's southern expedition against the Song. Wanyan Wukamai hosted a grand banquet. Come, gentlemen, after this great victory against the Song, I raise my glass to you once again. After finishing, Wanyan Wukamai drank his cup in one go. The first to drink was Wanyan Zhonghan, who had the greatest merit in this campaign, and only after he finished did the others drink. Your Majesty. This time Zhonghan captured Taiyuan, attacked Bianjing, and took tens of thousands of Han prisoners, greatly strengthening our dynasty. Those who contribute should be greatly rewarded, so that the capable can exert their strength. The speaker was a middle-aged man, around 40, with a thin face but a resolute and strong outline, especially his eyes, sharp like those of a hawk. His tone suggested he was not requesting, but rather negotiating with Jin Emperor Wanyan Wukamai as an equal. Just sitting there. He exuded a significant sense of pressure. In contrast, Jin Emperor Wanyan Wukamai, who was somewhat overweight, seemed much more affable by comparison. This man was the crown prince Wanyan Gao, a hardliner against the Song and the head of the faction seeking to destroy the Song. He was the full brother of Wanyan Aguda. The Jin court operated under the Boji Lai system, where Wanyan Gao held a position equivalent to that of a prime minister, second only to one man and above all others. Moreover, as the crown prince, he was set to become the future emperor of the Jin, giving him an extremely prominent status that even Jin Emperor Wanyan Wukamai regarded with some trepidation. The Jin military's previous 2 southern campaigns against the Song were both driven by Wanyan Gao. Wanyan Wukamai smiled and said, "What Wanyan Gao says is reasonable. Our dynasty is different from the Song. In our dynasty, those who contribute must be rewarded. Zonghan, your servant is here. I grant you 1,000,000 taels of silver. You may take half of the Han prisoners captured from the Song." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Wanyan Gao continued, "Your Majesty, the 3 towns of the Song have fallen, and nearly all their famous generals have perished. Now it is like a piece of meat on the chopping block. If it were not for the prolonged deployment, Zonghan would have likely already breached Bianjing. I believe that merely rewarding with money and people is insufficient to convince everyone. What suggestion do you have, Wanyan Gao? Why not grant a red document and iron certificate, ordering Zonghan to establish a marshal's office in Taiyuan, preparing for the unification of the Central Plains on behalf of Your Majesty?" Naturally, Wanyan Wukamai was unwilling to do so, but he could not refute Wanyan Gao's proposal. Wanyan Zonghan had achieved great merit, having captured most of the regions in Hudong and important prefectures in Hebei, causing the Song to nearly lose their entire northern defense line. Such a contribution, to reward with money and personnel, indeed would not satisfy a nation that valued strength. Wanyan Wukamai was also determined to unify the world, and this was precisely the moment to utilize Wanyan Zonghan, so he could not create opposition. Wanyan Wukamai glanced around, and Wanyan Zongwang stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, I have a word. Speak freely. Has Your Majesty heard of Zhao Guanjiazan the early stages of the Songjin War?" As soon as Wanyan Zongwang said this, the atmosphere around them changed. "Oh, I have not heard of it. I happen to have a copy here." Wanyan Zongwang took out Zhao Ning's article and presented it. Wanyan Wukamai had indeed studied Han literature, so reading Zhao Ning's article was not difficult for him. The surroundings fell into dead silence. Wanyan Gao looked at Wanyan Zonghan with an inquiring gaze, but Zonghan remained silent. After reading, Wanyan Wukamai's expression changed. He passed the article to Wanyan Gao, who smiled and said, "That timid Zhao Guanjia could have no profound opinions. He is merely using some pitiful morals to condemn us. Such an article is not worth my time." He said this, yet still began to read. Upon finishing, he laughed heartily. "I have seen many instances of post-event Zhuge Liang behavior. Zhao Guanjia actually dares to present such a humiliation." Wanyan Gao? This article was written by Zhao Guanjia in December. What? The smile on Wanyan Gao's face froze. His expression began to darken, and he stared intently at Wanyan Zongwang, saying, "Zongwang, you say this article was written in December?" "Yes." "When was your largest-scale siege?" "December 30th. So this article was written before your siege?" "Yes." The scene fell into dead silence. Wanyan Zonghan's expression turned ashen. At that moment, surely AI stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "Your Majesty, I have a word. Speak." What Zhao Guanjia wrote, and what the marshal has done are actually not coincidental. What do you mean by that? We withdrew our troops. Naturally, because of the exhaustion from prolonged warfare. We supported Zhang Bangchong, naturally to stabilize the situation in the Hedong region south of Taiyuan Prefecture. However, this does not mean that those behind Zhao Guanjia are correct. I believe this is merely a distraction thrown out by Zhao Guanjia to confuse us. Wanyan Gao immediately responded, saying, "Our army withdrew after failing to capture Bianjing due to a long battle, and after retreating, we supported the Chu state in Hedong. This is not difficult to deduce. He is simply using a simple deduction to mislead us, making us believe that his other deductions are also true, in order to disrupt us, preventing us from once again fully engaging in warfare against the Song." Wanyan Zonghan suddenly laughed and said, "Your Majesty, in fact, my support for Zhang Bangchong is intentional, precisely to make Zhao Guanjia believe that his writings have had an impact on us, thus lowering his guard against us." Wanyan Wuchi Bot then laughed heartily. "Zonghan is indeed the foremost military strategist of our dynasty. It was because of Zonghan that our Jin state was able to destroy Liao and attack Song." His words were not an exaggeration of Wanyan Zonghan. In terms of merit, apart from Wanyan Aguda himself, no one else can compare to Wanyan Zonghan. Seizing the moment, Wanyan Gao immediately said, "Your Majesty, since this is the case, there should be great rewards." Wanyan Wuchibot said, "Good. Zonghan, I am here. I grant you a red document and an iron certificate to establish the marshal's office in Taiyuan to seek to unify the world, except for me and in Banboji Lai. No one else is allowed to interfere with the affairs of the marshal's office, and I also allow you to recruit advisors and talents for the use of our dynasty. I accept the decree and thank your Majesty for your grace." Is this reward excessive? Not excessive. Historically, Wanyan Zonghan was rewarded in this way. This reward contains both Wanyan Wuqibat's helplessness and his political wisdom. The power structure of the Jin state is completely different from that of the Song. And Ban Boji Lai held great power, had his own officials, financial income, people, land, and army. This kind of power distribution is equivalent to the feudal lords during the spring and autumn and warring states periods in the Central Plains, having their own fiefdoms with their own finances and armies. Wanyan Wuqibat could not afford to be careless. Wanyan Zhonghan said, "Your Majesty, after I return to reorganize, I can lead a large army south again in November to destroy the Song in one fell swoop." Chapter 95. My land reform. Wanyan Zhonghan said so, but he actually had a sense of urgency in his heart. The Jin state is currently in a period of expansion. The various commanders and generals in the army have become increasingly unruly as their military achievements rise. The contradictions among the factions in the court have already begun to emerge. If we stop advancing south now and cease military actions against the Song dynasty, the contradictions within the Jin state will immediately shift from external to internal. If that happens, internal contradictions will inevitably explode in a short period of time, making them difficult to reconcile. This is what Wanyan Wuqibat does not want to see. Just like the American Empire, they can only keep waging wars abroad. Once they stop, the interests of various military factions will be harmed, and internal contradictions will inevitably explode in a short time. This is politics. On the 6th day of the 6th month, Zhao Ning called for Yu Fei and Han Shizhong early in the morning to have breakfast together. Being able to have breakfast with the emperor, both were genuinely surprised and honored. Although they did not know why the emperor valued them so much, they were also very touched. Peng Ju, I am here. I originally wanted to keep you in the hall of front officials, but the situation in Hebei is urgent right now, and I hope you can go to the front line to achieve merit. Your Majesty's kindness, I will remember in my heart. I have discussed with Zhong Zhe and Zhang Shai, and the people's lives in Hebei are currently very difficult, with thieves rampant and bandits harming the people. I hope you can lead an army to quell the various rebel forces. I accept the decree and will not fail your Majesty's trust. Yes, Hebei and Hedong are currently in a state of devastation, and Zhong Zhe must maintain control of the overall situation and reorganize the defenses. The Jin army has not yet advanced south, and Yu Fei cannot just sit idle. It would be good for him to practice his skills against the rebels rising in Hebei. Good officials, Han Shizhong said, I am here. You have achieved merit multiple times in Shaanxi, capturing Fong La and resisting the Jin army. I have heard of it. I am not afraid to tell you. I called you here because I want to reuse you. Han Shizhong immediately said, Your Majesty, please give your orders. I would not hesitate to give my life. You will go to the eastern route of Hebei. Li Gang needs your support, and I will give you 10,000 troops. I accept the decree and thank your Majesty. Before long, Wang Huaiji brought in wine and poured it. Zhao Ning raised his glass and said, This journey will undoubtedly be fraught with danger. The road ahead is full of thorns. As your sovereign, I drink to send you off. After speaking, Zhao Ning drank the wine. Yu Fei and Han Shizhong also drank it. The martial virtue of the national dynasty has been in decline for a long time. I have the heart to revive it. And I hope the two of you will assist me. The two knelt on the ground and said, We are willing to leap into fire for your Majesty. Good, good, good. Zhao Ning helped them up. Yu Fei and Han Shizhong also set off. So far, the arrangements for the defense line have been made. On the 7th day of the 6th month, early in the morning, Qin Hui was already waiting respectfully in front of the Windy Hall. Zhao Ning walked over and saw Qin Hui, saying, Go in and speak. Qin Hui followed him in and presented the handling results of the Shao family. In early June, the city of Dongjing could be described as a scene of blood and gore, with heads rolling. The Shao family, over 100 people, had all been executed yesterday, and the grass at the execution ground was dyed a long strip of red. Additionally, the Li residence was raided. In the past 2 days, 5 wealthy merchants in Dongjing have also been investigated. For a time, the common people were having a great time gossiping about it in the newspapers. This time, Zhao Ning was still unclear about how much money could be seized. But the officials of the Hall of Front Officials and the Royal City Division were busy back and forth. On the 8th day of June, on a sunny and pleasant morning, Zhao Ning summoned another famous person from the transition between the two Song dynasties. Who? The student Chen Dong. Chen Dong was the leader of the students who, 2 years ago, called for the severe punishment of Tong Guan and others under Song Qinzong Zhaohuan. This person came from a poor background, with a strong character, being honest, proud, and unafraid of the powerful. He is a standard hardliner of the pro-war faction. When Chen Dong arrived at the Windy Hall, he saluted and said, Student pays respects to Guanjia. No need for formalities. Thank you, Guanjia. Chen Dong, I am here. Do you know why I called you here? The student does not know. I have long heard that you are upright and have a hatred for evil. The student only wishes to do his part and does not dare to claim credit. The national dynasty is currently at war, and it has been reported in the newspapers. The student has seen that countless patriotic are rushing to the front lines, and I also wish to go. No, 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 you cannot go. You must stay in Dongjing. I have important matters to entrust to you. Chen Dong was taken aback. As a student, he was not an official, and it was not his place to discuss politics with the emperor. Please, Guanjia, clarify. The defense line in Hebei is about to be established, and there needs to be sufficient food supply for the military garrisons. Many grains from Huazhou, Weizhou, and Longda Prefecture may be allocated from the Jingji Road in the future. So I want to establish a large granary in the Jingji Road. Chen Dong was even more surprised. Such a military and national matter. Why did Guanjia not discuss it with the two ministries, and instead called him a student? Chen Dong said, Guanjia is far-sighted, and I have learned a lot. Don't say nice things yet. I need someone to handle this matter. Chen Dong said, Zhao Xiangong is a good official, and I believe he can handle it well. No. Zhao Ding has too many affairs. I need another person who can do it, and that is you. Chen Dong felt as if struck by lightning. Guanjia. The student. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Listen to me. Please, Guanjia, clarify. I come to ask you, where is the grain in the Jiangxi province? Chen Dong was taken aback for a moment and said, the grain is naturally in the granary. Where does the grain in the granary come from? Either purchased from merchants or collected from farmers through taxes. Where do the merchants and farmers get their grain? Your Majesty, are you playing with the student? Chen Dong replied, naturally, it comes from the fields. But where are the fields? Chen Dong had no way to answer this question. The fields are, of course, right there. Zhao Ning said, the fields are in the hands of the powerful, and the grain is also in their hands. This is land under the name of Kai Jing. Look. 800,000 acres. Chen Dong couldn't help but take a look, and upon seeing it, he was instantly dumbfounded. This is the land of Prince Pu, 100,000 acres. This is the land of those officials whose homes were confiscated by me, 150,000 acres. From Kaifeng to Luoyang. The contiguous fields are all in the hands of officials and the powerful. Zhao Ning said, I shouldn't have told you this. But the tax system is so corrupt that it has reached a point where it must be reformed. Otherwise, those grains will be held by these officials. Do you know the dangers within? Chen Dong shook his head. I do not know how much grain they have. It cannot be counted. And there are countless officials evading taxes, so the dynasty cannot collect enough agricultural taxes, and they suggest increasing taxes on the common people, leading to a life of hardship. In this way, how can Jiangxi province become the granary of the front line? Prompted by Zhao Ning, Chen Dong immediately understood. This means that the grain is all controlled by the powerful. The court has no grain and can only buy it, and also collects grain through summer and autumn taxes. In the end, neither the court nor the common people have grain, and the court can only buy it at a huge cost. Thus, the front line may not have enough grain. If this continues, with the people living in hardship, external enemies strong, and the internal people having no food, they can only rebel. Chen Dong's temper immediately flared up, and he excitedly said, this is treason. Zhao Ning also said, you are not wrong. These are all thieves of the country. Your Majesty, what do you need the student to do? I want you to lead a land reform in Jiangxi province. Chapter 96. New policies in the Hall of State on the 9th of June. The assets of Xiao Ziqing were cleared, with a total value of 2 million guan. For a time, it caused a sensation in Bianjing. Li Huan's assets were also considerable, totaling 800,000 guan. A merchant, with assets reaching as high as 800,000 guan. The most dazzling aspect was not the assets, but the good land. Xiao Ziqing had 300,000 acres of good land. Good heavens, he was richer than Prince Pu. The position of the transport envoy really is one of the most lucrative positions, especially as the transport envoy of Jiangxi province. When this fortune was revealed, it almost made Zhao Ning curse. Even more serious than the assets and good land was the grain. That rascal Xiao Ziqing actually hoarded over 100,000 share of grain. You must know that the entire capital is short of grain. Ordinary common people are thankful to have a full meal. This guy is hoarding 100,000 share, preparing to sell it at a high price to the wealthy in the eastern capital. The grain in Li Huan's granary was even moldy from being piled up. When the Jin army surrounded the city and the city was most in need of grain, the court exchanged it at a high price using salt vouchers. Yet Li Huan was still hoarding grain. It seems he has calculated that after the Jin army retreats, the grain prices will rise further, and he will sell then. This financial maneuver is good, very good, but it's not over. A few days later, the merchants that Gao Qiu had checked, each one hoarded more than 100,000 jin of grain. After seeing this, Zhao Ning directly overturned the table. A man's anger can cause blood to splatter 3 feet. This is what you are forcing me to do. Come here. Qin Hui. Have Qin Hui come to see me. All these merchants hoarding grain. Execute them all. Execute them all. Execute them all. What are you still dawdling for? Execute them all. And that Wang's son. I wanted to be cut in half. In June, the eastern capital was crowded with people. Blood flowed like streams in the execution ground. For a time, in the officialdom and the business world, everyone was terrified. The fields and grain are in the hands of bureaucratic nobles and merchants. Once war comes, the court must buy at high prices. The bargaining power. If reforms are not made soon, the military grain in the north will absolutely become a bottomless pit that cannot be filled even with billions of guan. If this is not changed, every time there is a war, bureaucratic merchants will profit, and the local common people will die in droves. On the 12th of June, the first new policy of the Song dynasty during the Jingkong era was issued. This new policy is very simple, equal land leasing. That morning, the new policy topped the headlines of the newspapers in the eastern capital, but did not cause much of a stir. At first, People thought it was just the court dealing with the good land of corrupt officials and did not take it too seriously. The core content of this new policy has 3 points. First, military merit families can lease 10 acres of good land, exempt from taxes for 10 years. Second, landless people can lease 5 acres of good land. In the first 5 years, pay 20 gene of tax per acre each year, and after 5 years, pay 10 gene of tax per acre each year. The annual yield of land in the Song Dynasty is about 23 shur, 276 gene, per acre, and in the south, it can go up to 38 shur, 456 gene, per acre. 5 acres of land has a total annual output value of 1380 gene. A family of 5, with one person consuming half a gene of grain a day, would consume about 3 gene a day, totaling 1095 gene a year. This leaves 285 gene, pays 20 gene to the court, and still has leftovers. Of course, this is the ideal state. There is a certain amount of grain loss, and there may also be natural disasters. However, overall, according to this tax, the burden on farmers will be greatly reduced. What? The original taxes of the Song Dynasty? That is a very complicated issue. The taxes of the Song Dynasty include head tax, cowhide, salt, wine, and other taxes, as well as buying and selling grain, etc. In short, there is nothing they cannot do, only what you cannot imagine. This new policy is naturally a great joy for landless people, especially for the group of refugees in the eastern capital and other landless people in the Gyeonggi province. Currently, the good land obtained from confiscating homes by Zhao Ning has already exceeded 700,000 acres, averaging 5 acres per household, which can be distributed to 140,000 households. With 5 people per household, it can feed 700,000 people. Moreover, the court collects 20 gene of grain per acre, so for 700,000 acres, it can collect 14 million gene. Considering the consumption during transportation, consumption during ancient grain transport, it can finally be converted to 60. There are also 8 for million gene, which can supply 280,000 frontline troops for a month. How did the army of Zhong Shizhong perish in Taiyuan? It was because there was no grain, the soldiers mutinied, and the Jin army took advantage of the opportunity. Why was there no grain? Was the Song Dynasty short of grain? No. The Song Dynasty already had 7.2 billion acres of land during the reign of Xinzong, and during the reign of Xinzong, the introduction of Kampa rice significantly increased crop yields, which was a key reason for the population explosion in northern Song. The Song Dynasty is not short of grain, but the grain does not reach the front line. Do you not see that the grain in the homes of wealthy families in the eastern capital is rotting, while soldiers on the front line are begging for a bite to eat? This is the fundamental reason for the Song Dynasty's defeats. Why did the 5 routes against Xia during the Xinzong era fail? It was also because the grain could not reach the front line, logistics collapsed, and the front line fell without a fight. Otherwise, the western Xia would have been destroyed decades ago. After the new policies were announced, Zhao Ning sneaked out of the palace early in the morning to see the public's reaction. The people were indeed discussing it fervently, but it didn't create any significant uproar. However, around noon, some refugees went to the newly established Agricultural Affairs Bureau to report. Zhao Ning saw a few refugees dressed in worn-out clothes emerging from the bureau, their faces beaming with the most innocent smiles. "We have land now. We have land." He saw one man squatting under a large tree in front of the bureau, crying loudly. Others were dancing joyfully in the open space, happy as simple children, while those around them looked on in astonishment. Of course, they had not only received land certificates, but also seeds. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Ning felt a deep sense of emotion. The common people just want a few acres of land and enough food to eat. Is that too much to ask? This is not just reasonable. It is the most basic and simple demand. After lingering near the Agricultural Affairs Bureau for a moment, Zhao Ning left and returned to the palace. The current land equalization and leasing policy had just begun. The supporting new policies would gradually be introduced to assist with the land equalization and leasing. The ultimate goal was to dismantle the powerful monopolization of land, regain the state's control over grain prices, and become a part of the Song Dynasty's war system. This new policy would certainly touch the nerves of the entire interest groups in the Song Dynasty, but it had just been announced and was still small in scale, not causing much impact. This was also why it was first implemented in the capital region. The capital region acted as a special reform zone, taking the first step to work out and smooth the model before immediately promoting it to the military towns north of the Yellow River. As long as the military towns north of the Yellow River could work out this model smoothly, not only would the cost of war decrease, but the common people would also be grateful for the emperor's benevolence. With the people's support and the new army taking shape at that time, I would be eager for the interest groups to oppose my new policies. Chapter 97, Alliance with Western Xia. On June 13th, Zhao Ning suddenly arrived at the Ministry of Justice's prison. Qin Hui brought out the former deputy chief Sun Fu and arranged a separate room for him. When Sun Fu saw the emperor, he was so excited that he knelt on the ground. "Your servant greets your majesty." Zhao Ning looked at Sun Fu, who had been living a hard life in the prison for more than half a year and had lost a lot of weight. However, Zhao Ning had already instructed not to torture Sun Fu. This person was of great use to Zhao Ning. He might be a bit foolish, but his loyalty was beyond doubt. Zhao Ning said lightly, "Get up and speak." "Thank you, your majesty." After a moment of silence, Zhao Ning said. The Jin army has retreated. They retreated in April. Your servant heard the jailers mention it while in prison. Your Majesty is wise. Under your Majesty's virtuous rule, the Jin bandits have retreated, and heaven has blessed our great song. All right. I'm not here to listen to you say this. Sun Fu felt a bit embarrassed, and said, I do not know why your Majesty has personally come to such a filthy place to see your servant. Do you know you almost brought disaster to the great song? Your servant reflects on this every day. I wish I could die in prison. But every time I think of your Majesty's concern for the state, I think that if there is still a chance, I must redeem my sins and share your Majesty's worries. Damn it. Zhao Ning understood why Song Qinzong, Zhao Huan liked to use Sun Fu. This guy is indeed loyal and speaks well. No wonder he could manage to become the deputy chief of the Privy Council despite his mediocre abilities. Zhao Ning remained silent for a moment and said, according to your crimes, I should have executed you long ago. Your servant has nothing to say. If your Majesty wants me dead, I will die immediately. After another moment of silence, Zhao Ning continued, but our dynasty is in need of talent. Given your past loyalty to me, I can give you a chance to redeem yourself. Sun Fu was taken aback and quickly said, please enlighten me, your Majesty. The Jin bandits have indeed retreated, but they will definitely attack our dynasty again by the end of this year. I need to make adequate preparations, and I need someone to go to the Western Xia Kingdom. Western Xia is the term used by the Song people. The Western Xia itself is called the Western Xia Kingdom, which is a derogatory term. I want to open trade with the Western Xia Kingdom and boost commerce. I want you to go to the Western Xia Kingdom. Are you willing to go? Sun Fu's mind took a while to react before he came to his senses and said, Your Majesty, why do you want to trade with the Western Xia Kingdom? Our dynasty has a long-standing enmity with the Tanguts. The Tanguts are subjects of our celestial dynasty. They dare to rebel against the celestial dynasty, and their hearts deserve to be punished. Damn it. Zhao Ning almost wanted to pick up the ink stick on the table and hit Sun Fu with it. Why can't he turn around? No wonder he went to ask the great deity Gua to dance on the city walls. Is it the time to talk about enmity now? Don't I know about the enmity between the Song and the Tanguts? Don't I want to deal with the Tanguts? Does the Great Song have that strength now? The Great Song is currently focused on self-preservation. Do you understand self-preservation? These words, however, could not be said to a minister. He tactfully said, given the current situation, we need to stabilize the Tanguts and establish economic ties with them. As long as we can withstand the Jin army's offensive by the end of this year, we can strengthen cooperation with the Tanguts next year and form an alliance. Is this feasible? Yes, as long as you do as I say. You will negotiate a deal with the Tangut powerful man Li Cheage. I am willing to open a larger-scale mutual market and allow Tangut salt to enter the Great Song freely. And I will also promise him to sell silk at a low price. Li Cheage is a member of the Tangut royal family, holding military power, and has significant influence in the Western Xia court. Instead of giving annual tribute to the Western Xia monarch, it is better to establish economic ties with such powerful figures. The more than 100 years of war between the Song and the Tanguts was largely due to the struggle for salt. No profit, no early rise. Countries only have interests. The officials in the Song court are all skilled in business. Many criticize Sima Guang for abandoning Wang Xiao's recovery of Long Yu and Hushi, calling him a traitor. That is a perspective from later generations. Sima Guang's thoughts were not motivated by betrayal, but by trade. The Great Song faces an annual fiscal deficit, and official salaries are increasing year by year. After Wang Xiao expanded the borders along the Huangshui, the Great Song's northwest territory indeed increased. But the court could not afford to maintain an army there. In other words, even if it was recovered, they couldn't afford to support it. If they can't afford it, they will eventually lose it. It is better to sell it proactively. This is the principle. After 100 years of war between the Song and Xia, the Great Song invested massive human and material resources to eliminate the Tanguts. Not just for the face of the Celestial Dynasty, but more practically for the salt produced in the Wu Pond and by pond within the Western Xia. The salt supply in the Great Song's northwest region relied on the expensive and bitter salt from Jieshi and Hudong, Shaanxi. Since the Tangut Rebellion, Emperor Taizong of Song prohibited the entry of blue and white salt, and both sides entered a century-long trade war. Later, it was restored and then interrupted. Both sides fought for a century, and although border trade existed, it was not prominent. Zhao Ning's strategy this time is to formally establish mutual markets and allow Li Cheage's people to come to the Great Song to make money while also selling silk at a low price. This is much better than giving direct payments. If I give him direct payments, Li Cheage would only be happy for a while. If I let him send people freely to sell salt in the Great Song, then the money will keep coming in. And by selling silk to Li Cheage at a low price, he can monopolize luxury goods in the Tangut realm, which would further enhance his political status. Does Li Cheage lack money? He certainly wanted money, so he allowed him to come to the Song dynasty to sell salt. But wouldn't it be even better if he could also elevate his political status? Military strength is fundamental, but economic cooperation can create deep ties. First, stabilize the Tangxiang. And after the Song-Jin War at the end of this year passes, deepen the ties. This way, a portion of the Jin army's military pressure can be diverted to the Tangxiang. Zhao Ning continued, the Jin state will inevitably send envoys to the Tangxiang. You need not worry about that. Talk to Richard, negotiate the benefits. He is the key person, understand? The minister understood. Now repeat my intentions back to me. Sun Fu then repeated it, adding his own understanding. Zhao Ning paused, finally feeling relieved. Sun Fu might be dull in military matters, but he was not foolish in governance. This is a characteristic of most civil officials in the Song dynasty. When it came to military matters, they would be confused. But discussing business would make them seem like a different person. You will first go to the northwest to meet Zhang Jun. I have already sent a secret letter to him, and he will cooperate with you. He will arrange everything afterward. Yes. Finally, Zhao Ning said, many people in the court are impeaching you, wanting me to kill you or even confiscate your family assets. I know you are loyal, and I cannot bear to do that. So I have brought your wife and children to Bianjing. You need not worry at all. Thank you, Your Majesty. After Zhao Ning left, he turned to Wang Huaiji and instructed him to relay a message to the Minister of Rights, Mo Chou, to arrange a position for Sun Fu in the Ministry of Rights as a Longzhou. On June 14th, Sun Fu finally emerged from prison, carrying Zhao Ning's mission as he set off for the northwest. Chapter 98. Zhao Kai, who continues to court death? Why arrange for Sun Fu to go as an envoy to the Tongxiang? Isn't it because the court of the Song dynasty is full of people who fear for their lives? The Minister of Rights, Li Ruoxue, is indeed tough. But if something goes wrong and he suffers losses in the Tongxiang, it would be too regrettable. So it's better to send Sun Fu. The personnel for the eastern, central, and western lines have been arranged, and those going to the western Xia have also been dispatched. Next comes the food supply. Continuously transport food to Hebei and Hedong to provide logistical support for Zhongzhe and Li Gang. Zhao Ding has arranged this, and he will report to Zhao Ning regularly. As for the candidate for the transport envoy of the capital region after Xiao Ziqing was executed, Zhao Ning has already found one. Li Guang. He will be directly assigned. The issue of food dispatch in the capital region will be handed over to Li Guang. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it is already June 20th. The food supply in Bianjing is increasing day by day. The new policy of land leasing is also being pushed forward in an orderly manner. The reason this new policy has not raised the alarm among officials and the powerful is that the lands being leased to landless individuals all belong to the royal estates, which were previously confiscated. In the eyes of the bureaucrats, this is merely a way for the Zhao family to manage their own estates. They have not thought in terms of land reform. After all, no one could imagine that Zhao Ning's true goal was to initiate an unprecedented land revolution in the Song dynasty. This also reduced a lot of unnecessary resistance for Qingdong. In just 7 days, 7,000 acres of land have already been leased out. This speed is truly remarkable. Leasing out 1,000 acres a day, with 5 acres per person, accommodating 200 people. This seems simple, but from household registration, identity assessment, to contract signing and sealing, it is a long process that requires execution. Qingdong has done very well in this detailed execution, with these matters initially running smoothly. The Agricultural Policy Bureau began to expand significantly. There is no need to worry about personnel. There are plenty of passionate young people in the Taixue waiting to serve the country. This is true. The Taixue of the Song dynasty is not like that of the Ming dynasty, which was filled with corrupt Confucians. One could say that Confucianism had not yet begun to decay during the Northern Song period. Sima Guang was an exception. The real corruption began after the Ming dynasty implemented Zhu Shi's Neo-Confucianism. According to Zhao Ning's planned schedule, by October of this year, all 700,000 acres of land will be leased out. These 700,000 acres are mainly distributed in the capital region. By doing this, the officials of various prefectures along these routes will have to cooperate, effectively running through the entire process. The problems that need to be exposed will also come to light. On the evening of June 20th, Zhao Go was in the Wang residence, drinking with Wang Boyan, who had come to report on his duties in the capital. Your Highness's return to the capital must have earned you a great reward from the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince indeed has rewards for this king, Zhao Go said casually. It might be a misconception, but after some time apart, Wang Boyan noticed that Zhao Go seemed to have changed somewhat. From the somewhat flustered young man in Daming Prefecture, he had become a bit more composed. The Zhao Go before him appeared calm and steady, seemingly more mature. It seems your Highness has something on your mind? Not really. Are you thinking about Zhongzhe? Zhao Go was slightly surprised and said, how do you know? This time your Highness established the Marshal's office in Daming Prefecture and appointed Zhongzhe as Deputy Marshal. After the matter is accomplished, when Zhongzhe arrives in the capital, the Crown Prince will lead the important ministers out of the city to welcome him. While your Highness was summoned into the palace without any reason and stripped of military power, anyone in your position would feel unjust. Wang Boyan did not finish his words, as the rest was a taboo and should not be said lightly. Zhao Go pretended not to understand. What do you mean by that? What I mean is that the Crown Prince's rewards and punishments are unclear. Zhongzhe now holds great power, while your Highness is idly at home. Anyone with eyes can see the injustice. The Crown Prince is wise and decisive. Do not speak recklessly, Zhao Go said with a slightly cold tone. Wang Boyan immediately said, I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, your Highness. Zhao Go sighed and said, this king just feels bored at home, doing nothing. You need not worry. Zhongzhe is getting old. The northern front is busy with military affairs, and his body will soon not be able to hold up. At that time, the Central Army will lack generals, and the Crown Prince will still rely on you. Zhao Go did not say much more. From this, one could see that Zhao Go had indeed grown. At least his political acumen had deepened a bit. At that moment, someone outside suddenly said, "Your Highness, Prince Yun is here to see you." "Prince Yun? Why is he here again?" Wang Boyan asked. "Your Highness, should I retreat? You can step aside for now." Prince Yun Zhao Kai stepped down from the carriage. Zhao Go politely said, "Third brother, please come in." Ninth brother, a few days ago, someone sent some Longjing tea from Hangzhou, and someone else sent some silk from Chengdu, so I brought some for you. The Song dynasty has the highest taxes in the southeast, with tea being famous far and wide, and the silk from Sichuan being the most renowned. Thank you, third brother. I cannot accept such kindness without merit. How can I trouble you? Oh, you say this as if we are strangers. Third brother, please come in. I have prepared wine and dishes. The two drank together. Zhao Kai suddenly sighed. In the blink of an eye, our little ninth brother has become a hero commanding thousands of troops. Zhao Go hurriedly humbled himself, saying, I dare not take such credit. Ninth brother, don't be modest. Your reputation in the royal family has soared, and everyone speaks highly of you. It's all for the crown prince's benefit. Ah, ninth brother. I am reminded of our childhood with our father. Time flies, and things have changed. Zhao Go thought to himself, don't start talking nonsense. Childhood memories? When you were a child, your father only favored the third prince, while he hardly paid any attention to the other princes. Zhao Go had little affection for Zhao Ji. Among the many princes, Zhao Go was quite inconspicuous. One could say that before the Jin army marched south, he lived quietly as the Prince of Kong, rarely seeing Zhao Ji more than twice a year. In contrast, the talented Zhao Kai had privately participated in the imperial examination and even achieved the top scholar title. Among the princes, Zhao Ji's favorite was Zhao Kai. Before Zhao Ji abdicated, the royal city office was managed by Zhao Kai. Moreover, Zhao Ji had repeatedly considered deposing Zhao Huan in favor of Zhao Kai. If it weren't for the Jin army's invasion disrupting the plans, Zhao Huan might have really been deposed. Ninth brother, do you know about the incident of Prince Pu hanging himself? I have heard about it. Do you know why Prince Pu hanged himself? Why? He was forced to death, Zhao Kai said with a serious face. Recently that Gao Qiao has been investigating other royal family members. The direct descendants of Taizong have been harmed by such treacherous individuals. If this spreads, how will our Zhao clan face the world? He continued, Ninth brother, among the royal family, your status is the highest. You must not turn a blind eye to this. If this continues, the royal dignity will be trampled upon, and after 100 years, how will we face Taizu and Taizong? Chapter 99. The Prince of Yun is courting death. He is giving me money. Zhao Go's expression was slightly calm, but he felt a bit proud inside. Being praised like this, it's natural for a young person to feel a bit elated, but he didn't show it. Seeing Zhao Go's indifferent expression, Zhao Kai continued, Ninth brother. The political situation is chaotic now, and some things I cannot conveniently discuss. I am just here to convey a message. Do not have any concerns in your heart. Even if you cannot appear in person, I believe everyone will not harbor resentment against you. Zhao Kai was also quite calculating. He understood the strategy of retreating to advance. He continued, the reason I hope you will step forward is entirely out of respect for the Zhao family. I have been worried lately that if things escalate, we will lose face in front of the world. The emperor has his own helplessness. There are some things he cannot say, nor does he want to, such as the incident with Prince Pu. The emperor probably knows a bit about it, but is holding back for the greater good. So there needs to be someone to share his burden, and ninth brother, you are the most suitable person. After listening to this, Zhao Go's heart became less resistant than before. This was a psychological tactic. Zhao Go said, third brother, I will go talk to the emperor about this matter. If I can help in any way, I will not sit idly by. Zhao Kai said, ninth brother, your understanding of righteousness humbles me. I have been reflecting on some matters recently. If the Jin army marches south again, it will require a prince to negotiate. I should also stand up bravely like you. Ninth brother, Zhao Go felt a bit more elated after hearing this. You finally realize how cowardly you were in the past, right? You finally understand how brave I am, right? There was a thorn in Zhao Go's heart, a thorn he had planted when he was in Daming Prefecture. Zhao Go was once a very brave person, but ever since he opened the marshal's office in Daming Prefecture, his actions had contradicted his past, resulting in a strong internal conflict. After returning to Tokyo, he longed for others to praise him for his bravery to numb and cover up his actions in Daming Prefecture. At this moment, Zhao Kai's words undoubtedly struck deep into his heart. If Zhao Ning had heard these words, he would not have believed a single punctuation mark of it. The two chatted for a while longer, and Zhao Kai stood up and said, Ninth brother, I will not disturb you any longer. I will visit again another day. Zhao Go sent Zhao Kai out. Wang Boyan came out. Yin Jun, Wang Boyan's courtesy name. The royal family has been investigated recently. Prince Pu has died. And the Prince of Yun hopes I can go to the emperor to speak for the royal family. What do you think of this matter? Wang Boyan thought for a moment and said, what is the emperor's attitude towards the royal family? Unclear. Prince Pu has died by hanging. Wang Boyan said, the royal family is the bloodline of Taizong. Concerning the dignity of the royal family, the emperor will not recklessly harm them. Regarding Prince Pu's matter, I believe there is more to it. The emperor also has his unavoidable difficulties. If your highness can help the emperor at this time, it will not only gain the hearts of the royal family, but also earn the emperor's further trust. In this way, It will be beneficial for your highness to return to military and political power and replace Zhongzhe. Zhao Go couldn't help but nod. Before dark, Gao Qiao entered the palace. At this time, Zhao Ning was discussing recent tax issues with Zhao Ding and Mei Zhili. The taxes from the two Huai regions and cash income had basically arrived. Gao Qiao met Zhang Shai in front of the Wendy Hall. Mr. Zhang, are you also here to see the emperor? Zhang Shai glanced at Gao Qiao and greeted him coolly, High Minister Gao. Seeing that Zhang Shai seemed unwilling to get close to him, Gao Qiao felt a bit awkward. Shortly after, Zhang Shai and Gao Qiao went in. Zhang Shai said, Your Majesty, news has come from the front that Zhang Bangchong has declared himself emperor in Longda Prefecture. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ding and Mei Zhili were both shocked. And even Gao Qiao beside them was stunned. Goodness, that Zhang Bangchong has gone mad, daring to do such a thing. Who is Zhang Bangchong? He was the prime minister during the reign of Emperor Huizong and also held the position during the early reign of Emperor Qinzong. He was a factional ally of the powerful minister Wang Fu, a standard peace faction. When Zhao Huan ascended the throne, with the support of Li Gang, he began to eliminate Zhao Ji's supporters, known as the Six Traders of Northern Song, including Kai Jing, Tong Guan, Wang Fu, and others. Zhang Bangchong, being affiliated with Wang Fu, naturally became a target for elimination. However, Zhao Huan did not directly kill him, but instead sent him to negotiate peace with the Jurchens. Zhang Bangchong was detained during that trip and never returned. Historically, when the city of Tokyo fell, Wanyan Zonghan retreated northward and supported Zhang Bangchong to establish a false Chu. Receiving scorn from everyone, Zhang Bangchong himself was also wise. After the Jurchens retreated northward, he returned power to Zhao Go. Now, with Wanyan Zonghan retreating north, supporting Zhang Bangchong to establish a false Chu in Longda Prefecture, such an act of a minister declaring himself emperor is undoubtedly the greatest usurpation in ancient times. However, rather than feeling anger at Zhang Bangchong declaring himself emperor, everyone was shocked by the event. Why? Because the emperor had mentioned in his article on the early stages of the Songjin War that the Jurchens would support a false dynasty to buffer the chaotic areas. If it were just a prediction, everyone would think the emperor was lucky. However, since the Jurchens besieged the city at the end of last year, every crucial decision made by the Jin army has validated the emperor's predictions. This left people in awe. When they regained their composure, Zhao Ding angrily said, Zhang Bangchong is a treasonous scoundrel. His audacity is too great. Zhang Shai said, Your Majesty, the military leader has already raised troops to attack. Zhao Ning thought to himself that Zhang Bangchong must have been forced into this, but at this point, he was undoubtedly doomed. Zhao Ning said, Convey my words, capture him alive. Is the emperor going to spare such treasonous scoundrels? Bring him to the capital for interrogation first. Zhang Shai said yes. I will convey the message right away. Zhang Shai turned and left. Seeing Gao Qiao arrive, Zhao Ding and Mei Zhili said, Your Majesty, we will take our leave first. All right, you two should rest early, and we will discuss again tomorrow. After Zhao Ding and Mei Zhili left, Gao Qiao said, Your Majesty, the Prince of Yun has gone to the Prince of Kang's residence. Oh, what for? To discuss the cause of Prince Pu's death. He said the emperor wants to investigate the royal family, and the Prince of Yun hopes the Prince of Kang can step forward to persuade them. Gao Qiao reported truthfully, but in his heart, he was already on guard. That son of a dog, the Prince of Yun, wanted to kill him. The Prince of Yun was feeling guilty about his misdeeds. Gao Qiao immediately began to stab at Zhao Ning. Your Majesty, should we investigate the Prince of Yun? Zhao Ning shot him a cold glance, not saying a word, and that look startled Gao Qiao. He quickly withdrew his head and fell silent. Gao Qiao realized he had spoken out of turn. After all, the Prince of Yun was a noble of noble birth, the emperor's own brother, and his comment was indeed a bit presumptuous. Even if the emperor wanted to investigate, he could not allow a subject to speak so audaciously about investigating a royal prince in his presence. Zhao Ning naturally understood Gao Qiao's little scheme. He had killed the Prince of Pu, and the royal family now hated him, so he was certainly thinking about targeting the Prince of Yun. Zhao Ning asked, What is the stance of the Prince of Kang? Gao Qiao replied, A man named Wang Boyan is in the Prince of Kang's residence. Wang Boyan suggested that the Prince of Kang step forward to gain fame among the royal family. Pausing for a moment, Gao Qiao added, The Prince of Kang is dissatisfied with your Majesty's appointment of Zhongzhe. He wants to replace him. Zhao Ning smiled at Gao Qiao and said, I see. You may leave now. Gao Qiao did not dare to ask further, uncertain of what the emperor was thinking. From his perspective, he naturally hoped that the emperor would eliminate the entire royal family. Was the Prince of Yun seeking death? That was just sending money to me. Chapter 100. Did the Prince of Yun's attempt to steal fail and cost him dearly? What? Target the Prince of Yun? Why would we want to do that? Isn't it better to leave the Prince of Yun, that little master of self-destruction, where he is? I like it when people self-destruct, especially when they incite others to do the same. To be precise, this isn't self-destruction, it's handing over knives, or rather, it's about money bags. The next morning, Zhao Ding and Mei Zhili came again. Previously, they had distributed the salaries from the Kaifeng prefecture and allocated 1 million guan to Li Gang. The new army salaries had also been distributed, along with military pay for the various garrisons in Shaanxi. There remained 110 million guan. Recently, after finishing the confiscation of Shao Ziqing, Li Huan, and that batch of merchants' homes, There were currently 430 million guan on the books. For the next 3 months, Zhongzhe needed 500 million guan. During these 3 months, military expenses for the western and eastern fronts would need to be prioritized, including military rations. Of course, there were also official salaries and other daily expenses. Zhao Ding calculated a total account, including the salaries of officials nationwide over the past year. The total required expenses were 32 million guan. The revenue from the two Huai regions had already reached 3 million guan. And with the remaining 430 million guan from confiscations, there was currently 730 million guan. There was still a deficit of 25 million guan. Managing a household is difficult. Zhao Ning could only express such sentiments. Naturally, other taxes and cash revenues were also being prepared gradually. Zhao Ding estimated that due to the wars in Hedong and Heshi, last year's grain tax might drop from over 30 million shi to 26 million shi. The cash revenue was expected to drop to 20 million guan, more than 30 million guan less than 2 years ago when Kai Jing was still in contention. Why? Because last year and this year, a large amount of the middle method was used, with salt and tea vouchers for exchange, which means expenses were advanced. This money was about 10 million guan, used in regions including Jingzhou, Hebei, and Hedong. However, Hebei, Hedong, and Jingzhou all suffered from warfare, further reducing cash income. Additionally, due to the capital being besieged and administrative collapse, officials in various regions manipulated the tax collection process to some extent, such as in the two Huai regions. When all this was combined, it naturally dropped to around 20 million guan. This year, with the emperor exempting taxes in Hedong and Heshi, the grain tax and cash income would further decline. Revenue was decreasing, but the court's expenditures were skyrocketing. It was now June, and the summer tax for the second year of Jingkong was beginning to be collected. Zhao Ding said, with the tax exemption in Hedong and Heshi, the expected grain tax income this year is around 25 million shi. I have already issued orders to the transport offices to strictly check the income from all prohibited monopolies. This year's cash income is expected to return to 28 million guan, and if the effects are good, it may even reach 32 million guan. This scale of income is certainly far from enough for the current Northern Front. By the end of this year, the entire military budget for the Northern Front is 30 million guan. Even if we brought last year's entire cash income to the capital, including confiscations, it would only be 27 million guan. If we add this year's 28 million guan, that's 55 million guan. After deducting the military expenses of 30 million guan, there would basically be nothing left for official salaries. What about next year? When calculated this way, the entire court's financial system is in big trouble. If the financial issues are not resolved, even if 1,000 yufeis were to come, they could not win this battle. Zhao Ning thought for a moment and said, first allocate 5 million guan to General Zhong. Currently, the people's lives in Hebei and Hedong are difficult, and the defense of the central line is of utmost importance. There must be no mistakes. Mei Zhili glanced at Zhao Ding, who said, I believe we should first use the middle method to encourage merchants to cross the Yellow River. Recently, I have contacted many merchants. When they exchanged grain for the court before, they did not raise prices, and some merchants even provided grain for the court for free. This is certainly good. We should record the names of these merchants, and the court can support them. But besides grain, military pay must also be delivered to the front lines to show the soldiers the cash. This is the court's attitude towards them, which is very important for morale. Zhao Ding helplessly said, yes. In fact, Zhao Ning already had more profitable methods in mind. Beheading and confiscation were just quick ways to make money in the short term. To truly win this battle, a sound financial income and mobilization system must be established, and long-term planning is needed. Zhao Ning continued, with the suffering in Hedong and Hebei, there must be countless refugees, so the grain sent to the front lines must be even more. To gather people's hearts, we should not be stingy with grain. We must pile up the grain from all the cities along this entire line to unite the people's hearts, so that the defense line will be stronger. Mei Zhili felt like he was going to collapse. Your Majesty, do you know how much grain would be needed? There are 8 million people in Hebei and Hedong, and many people in the north have fled south. To support so many people, just for 1 year, it would require 24 million shi, not counting losses along the way. Calculating this way, we need to prepare 35 million shi of grain to be. Mei Zhili calculated a figure for Zhao Ning, and it was essentially astronomical. The three of them calculated for a long time, and the more they calculated, the more despairing the Minister of Revenue became. Feeling like he wanted to bang his head against the wall, Zhao Ning comforted him, saying, don't worry, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Go gather the grain first. At noon, Zhao Ning invited Zhao Go to lunch. Zhao Go said, Your Majesty, there is something I don't know whether I should say or not. I actually have something to tell you, ninth brother. Oh, what is it? Someone has secretly submitted a memorial to impeach you, saying that you intentionally did not send troops from Damingfu and have dealings with the Jurchens. Zhao Go was greatly shocked. He quickly stood up, walked to the center, and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, I would never dare to have such intentions. Zhao Go was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Zhao Ning laughed. Ninth brother, you need not worry. I naturally do not believe such words. If I believed them, I wouldn't be telling you this at this time. Come, sit down. Zhao Go sat down, but his heart was turbulent. Who dared to slander him like this in front of the emperor? Zhao Ning continued. Your reputation has risen significantly since your return to the capital. It's inevitable that some people will be jealous of you, so you must be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Your Majesty. As for who sent the secret letters, I can't conveniently tell you. I worry that it might damage our long-standing relationship. Damn. Your Majesty, could you be any more obvious? Damaging a long-standing relationship? That's just short of directly saying that a certain prince is plotting something. Zhao Ning added fuel to the fire, saying, the hearts of men are corrupted. You must be cautious, old knife. You are the most outstanding among the royal family. And your hands are clean. In this special period, it's easy for you to be used by others. Zhao Go quickly regained his senses. Could it be that Zhao Kai sent the secret letters? Good. Third brother, it seems what you said yesterday was just a ploy to use me. The two fell silent and calmly continued their lunch. As they were finishing up, Zhao Go suddenly said, Your Majesty, I have something to report. Oh, you mentioned you had something to say? What is it? Some members of the royal family are behaving inappropriately, forcibly taking good farmland and privately selling salt and iron. Now that the country is in a time of turmoil, Your Majesty should properly regulate this. Zhao Ning pretended to ponder, saying, what old knight says is indeed true. But after all, they are royal relatives, and I have some apprehensions. Your Majesty, I am willing to share your burdens. Zhao Ning glanced at him, feigned hesitation for a moment, sighed, and said, Old knight, this matter involves great righteousness against kin. Have you thought it through? I have thought it through. Chapter 101. I intentionally cut the leeks of the nobles and wealthy by the end of the year. Military expenses will require 30 million guan. Even if we start collecting money from all over the country, it will be very tight to transport it to the northern front before the end of the year. Where can we find money? Of course, it's in the pockets of the royal family. They have plenty of money, land, and businesses. These guys don't hold official positions and are of no use, so it's most appropriate to squeeze them. Zhao Go, filled with passion, was completely deceived by the scheming, shameless dog emperor, yet remained oblivious. After chatting with Zhao Go, Zhao Ning felt that this matter was not over. He turned around and instructed the Tokyo Daily to start praising King Kong, saying how brave he was in the northern front and how dedicated he was in damning few. The public quickly praised King Kang's bravery. Zhao Go, seeing this newspaper at home, was so moved he nearly shed tears. In no time, King Kang's reputation further increased. If the scheming King Chao A man were here and saw this scene, he would surely laugh and say, what is being praised to death? This is exactly being praised to death. This event further solidified Zhao Go's resolve to act righteously against his kin. By the end of June, a large amount of grain poured into Bianjing. After more than 2 months of transportation, the grain in Bianjing was visibly increasing. A batch of grain obtained from people like Xiao Ziqing and Li Huan was also gradually released into the public. On June 25th, Zhao Ning received news that rice shops had opened in Bianjing, with grain prices set at 3 guan per shur. This price was still very high. During the reign of Emperor Shenzong, the grain price was about 700 won per shur. In the Tiansheng period of Emperor Rinzong, the grain price was 300 won per shur. By the time of Emperor Huizong, due to Kai Jing's rampant money printing, the grain price skyrocketed to 35 guan per shur, and even reached 4 guan per shur. It wasn't just Bianjing that was experiencing price increases. It was happening all over the country. Thus, the court's revenue increased. But it was essentially just squeezing the common people's resources. This is also one of the main reasons in history for defining Emperor Huizong as a foolish ruler and Kai Jing as a treacherous minister. Currently, with a large amount of grain entering the city, although the price was still at 3 guan per shur, at least the rice shops had opened. This meant that the grain situation among the people had started to recover to what it was before the Jin army's southward advance. However, for many common folks, it was still very painful due to the high prices. This was the legacy left by Zhao Ji and Kai Jing. In fact, there are special methods to quickly lower grain prices. What method? Confiscation. Why can confiscation quickly lower grain prices? The grain in the market, aside from circulating among the public, where else is it? Exactly, it's piled up in the granaries of the nobles. If they can't consume it, it just goes to waste. For example, people like Xiao Ziqing and Li Huan. They are just a reflection, in the homes of the royal family, which one doesn't have grain that they can't consume. On June 28th, during the morning court, Zhao Ning sat at the top and said, if you have matters to report, please do so. If not, you may leave. The Minister of Personnel, Chun Jiran, stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I have heard that a student named Chun Dong has been renting out good farmland in the agricultural department. What does Chen Qing have to say about this matter? Your Majesty, Chen Dong does not have an appointment from the Ministry of Personnel and is not a court official. How can he represent the court in renting land from the people? I believe this matter is inappropriate. You need not ask further about this. He was invited by me personally to manage my farmland. It has nothing to do with court affairs. Your Majesty, how can a royal private land matter require your inquiry? Is there such a rule in the court? This statement pushed Chen Jiran back, and he stammered, I dare not. After speaking, he retreated. At this moment, King Kong Xiaogo stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I have something to report. Oh, what does King Kong have to say? I want to speak about Prince Pu. As soon as Xiaogo said this, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly changed, becoming somewhat eerie. On the side, Prince Yong Zhaokai was pleased. thinking that King Kong was about to make a name for himself. Let us hear it. Prince Pu has been privately trading salt and iron, extorting tea taxes, undermining the court's integrity, and is suspected of colluding with the Jin people. This is extremely serious. Upon hearing this, Prince Yong was shocked to the point that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Damn, Zhao Laojiao, why aren't you following the plot? You were supposed to stand up for the royal family. Why are you pouring salt on the wound? You're not just pouring salt, you're whipping a corpse? Other ministers were also taken aback, not expecting King Kong to bring up Prince Pu. Zhao Go continued. Moreover, Prince Pu has hoarded grain, disregarding the safety of the country. I believe Prince Pu is not an exception. Your Majesty should investigate whether there are similar situations among other royal families. Upon hearing this, Prince Yong Zhao Kai's face turned green. The officials exchanged glances, and some even praised King Kong for his righteousness and impartiality. Zhao Ning slightly furrowed his brows, nodded, and said, Li Gongyan. The Grand Minister of Rights, Li Gongyan, stepped forward and said, Is what King Kong said true? The Grand Minister of Rights is the official in charge of the royal family. Li Gongyan stammered and dared not speak. If he acknowledged King Kang's words, wouldn't the royal family swallow him alive? I don't know. You don't know? Zhao Ning's face immediately darkened as the Grand Minister of Rights. You don't know? Li Gongyan was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, forgive me. What use do I have for you? Li Gongyan began to tremble. Zhao Ning took this opportunity to say, I see that you, Grand Minister of Rights, should no longer serve in this position. King Kong, I am here. From today onwards, you will take on the role of Grand Minister of Rights and manage royal affairs. I accept the decree. Before Emperor Shenzong, the Grand Minister of Rights was selected from the royal family. After Emperor Shenzong's reforms, officials were chosen to serve as Grand Ministers of Rights, managing various affairs of the royal family. Since we are going to utilize Zhao Go, we must give him a certain position and power, and create a public momentum for him. Let him severely investigate the royal family and dig out everything that can be uncovered. Zhao Ning began to climb the ladder. Regarding the matter of Wang Pu you just mentioned, I think it makes a lot of sense. Starting today, you will investigate this matter thoroughly for me. Yes, as a member of the royal family, it is indeed a disgrace for them to act so shamelessly. It is my shame, and I feel ashamed before the founding emperor and the second emperor. I must also reflect on myself. The ministers were stunned and quickly said, Your Majesty is wise. Time flew by, and soon it was July. A large amount of grain entered the Daoming prefecture along the Yellow River. There were also large quantities of armor coming from Bianjing to the Yellow River, heading to Shaanxi, Daoming prefecture, and the eastern route of Hebei, Shandong. This time, the armor exported reached as high as 200,000 sets, and the armory was working day and night. On July 2nd, Wang Xi entered the palace to meet the emperor. Your Majesty, this is the soap made according to the method you provided earlier. Zhao Ning's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly took it, examining it carefully and rubbing it in his hands. Your Majesty, we have tested it, and it is indeed very convenient for bathing. Good heavens! Zhao Ning was overjoyed. It really has been made. In fact, the method of making soap is quite simple. Wood ash, lye, and lard can produce the most primitive soap. However, the cost is very high. The high cost doesn't matter. I am not selling soap to ordinary people. I plan to use this to take advantage of the wealthy. Chapter 102. Using the Western Xia. Of course, ancient people had their own ways of bathing, but nothing is as convenient as soap, right? Moreover, adding some fragrance to the soap can create different scents. However, the manufacturing process has not yet been established. Even if it were, not much could be produced in a day, as the raw materials and manufacturing methods limited its supply. That's fine. The emperor has a huge resource advantage in business, making soap a top luxury item. The world of the wealthy is truly marvelous. They are willing to spend 500 yuan on a bottle of beverage and tens of thousands on an incredibly ugly bag. A garment worth over 100,000 yuan is thrown away after a short time. If you buy one and it gets damaged after some use, you go to the merchant to argue, and they will say, Our clothes were never designed to be washed. Not to wash. That's right. Just wear it for a while and throw it away. Who washes clothes among the wealthy? That's the reality of the wealthy. We make money from the rich. Zhao Ning wasn't in a hurry about this. To support this venture, Zhao Ning set up the Wensi Yuan separately. What is Wensi Yuan for? In the Song Dynasty, Wensi Yuan was responsible for crafting gold, silver, and exquisite items, providing decorations for carriages, ceremonial treasures, and various utensils. It is a comprehensive production institution with 42 subdivisions, including embroidery, tailoring, silk shoe making, waist nail making, and silk carving. There are plenty of artisans inside. Later, Zhao Ning directly disassembled and repositioned the Taifu Si. Previously, Taifu Si managed trade and finances during Wang Angshi's reforms. Such repetitive offices only serve to support idlers. Now, let's open up a new industry line and get to work. Time flew by, and amidst the public outcry, Zhang Bangchong was promoted from Longda Prefecture to Tokyo. It is said that Zhang Bangchong opened the city gates to surrender, expressing his willingness to return to the Song Dynasty. Zhao Ning temporarily did not attend to Zhang Bangchong. However, he heard that Zhongzhe was gaining significant momentum in Hebei. By July 20th, the total amount of grain arriving at the Huanghe port of Daoming Prefecture had reached 3 million shi, with countless ships traveling back and forth daily. Moreover, Zhao Ning had Ziyang Shai allocate 5 million guan to Zhongzhe, and the military and civilians across various regions were working overnight to build fortifications. In just over a month, 10 fortifications had already been erected around Deming Prefecture, Xizhou, and Xiangzhou. It mainly came down to money and food. When people have money, they no longer need to beg. With food, they no longer need to go hungry. Why was Yu Fei's army so powerful in history? Besides Yu Fei's strong military command, he provided ample military pay and supplies for the troops. This is the most basic necessity for warfare. Why did the bald-headed army collapse at the first fight? Because the military pay and food were embezzled by the upper echelons, leaving the frontline soldiers in miserable conditions. Emperor Wu of Han sent Wei Qing and Hui Zubing, each leading 50,000 iron cavalry north, but the logistics and supply troops numbered as high as 400,000. Therefore, once warfare reaches a strategic level, it largely depends on logistics. The defense lines in Hebei and Hedong were rapidly constructed, and of course, newspapers were indispensable at this time. Zhao Ning had arranged everything. A young man named Ouyang Che, a passionate youth, historically was killed by Zhao Go along with Chun Dong after submitting a memorial. Since he has such passion, let him go to the front lines as my reporter. Go to Hebei to promote the main battle. Use newspapers to unify the thoughts of literate people. And then organize people to appeal to illiterate farmers. In the vast lands of Hebei and Hedong, ignite the flames of resistance against the Jin. Of course, Ouyang Che was not given an official position directly, but went as a clerk. This is not important. In any case, the officials will undergo major reforms later. At this moment, the most important thing is to create momentum and strengthen the resistance line against the Jin in Hebei and Hedong. On July 22nd, Sun Fu arrived in Shaanxi. He met with Zhang Jun. I pay my respects to you, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Jun was only 30 years old this year. Last year, he was just an editor in the Privy Council, a minor official, while Sun Fu was the deputy director of the Privy Council, the second in command. Now their identities had completely changed. The situation is indeed ever-changing. Bo Yi, I have received a secret letter from His Majesty, and everything has been prepared for you. You can head north directly. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. By the way, you can agree with Li Cha-gu that the mutual market will be set at Huizhou by the Yellow River, and we can fully protect his people. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Sun Fu did not stay long in Shaanxi and headed north. On July 25th, he crossed the border of the Song dynasty and entered the territory of Western Xia. By July 30th, Sun Fu, as an envoy of the Song dynasty, arrived at the capital of the Western Xia kingdom, Xingqingfu. However, the ruler of Western Xia, Li Qianshan, did not immediately meet with Sun Fu. Sun Fu was arranged to stay at the embassy. He was left waiting for 3 days, with no one asking about him or entertaining him. Until August 4th, a person named Li He, who was traveling with Sun Fu, found out that the Jin envoy had arrived. Only then did Sun Fu understand why the ruler of Western Xia was unwilling to meet him. It wasn't that he didn't want to meet, it was that he didn't dare to meet. Li He, it's fine if you can't meet the Xia ruler. Meeting Li Cha-gu is the most important. You go and bribe Li Cha-ji's subordinates to try to get an audience with him. Yes, you can rest assured. 3 days later, on August 7th, Zhang Chunming, a strategist under Li Cha-gu, arrived at the Jin Wangfu. My lord, what brings Mr. Zhang to see me? My lord, our dynasty is in grave danger. Please, my lord, step forward to take charge. Oh, what do you mean by that, sir? Is the Jin envoy coming to our dynasty to meet with His Majesty? Yes, that is indeed the case. Did the Jin envoy request that our court join forces to attack Song by the end of this year? There is indeed such a matter. What does your Majesty think about it? Richard still respects Zhang Chunming a lot. Any knowledgeable Han person will be valued in Xixia. And Zhang Chunming is one of Richard's most trusted strategists. This matter is still undecided, as your Majesty is still discussing it with the Jin envoy. Your Majesty, may I ask how the Liao state was destroyed? Naturally, it was annihilated by the Jin people. No, the Liao state was destroyed by both Song and Jin together. What exactly do you want to say? After the Liao state was destroyed, how did the Jin treat the Song dynasty? Richard said, are you implying that if we destroy Song together with the Jin will turn around and attack us? Your Majesty must have had insights into this matter long ago. There is no need for me to remind you. Richard sighed and said, this king is naturally aware of the pros and cons, but the Jin state is indeed too powerful. Why not meet with the Song envoy first and hear what he has to say? Richard said, do you have dealings with the Song envoy? Zhang Chunming replied, to not hide it from your Majesty, they approached me, offering a large sum of money, hoping to meet with your Majesty to discuss the alliance between our two countries in detail. Zhang Chunming was honest. He knew Richard was a very clever person, and some things were better left unsaid, as Richard already knew. The Song and Xixia have been enemies for generations, and forming an alliance will likely be very difficult. I also believe that there are many obstacles to an alliance, but your Majesty should listen to what the Song envoy has to say before making a decision. Chapter 103. Old son, am stubborn. Richard said, good, as you say, arrange for the Song envoy to come to me tonight. That evening, Sun Fu prepared and arrived at the Jin Wangfu. Richard was a powerful minister of Xixia, holding military and political power, with fierce generals under him. As he walked in, He saw Xixia soldiers holding long spears, their expressions cold. The looks in the eyes of the soldiers towards Sun Fu were filled with hostility. The late Northern Song period was quite miserable for Xixia, being pressed down by Zhong Shidao and then beaten up by Jikeshi. How fierce was Jikeshi when he fought against Xixia? This guy pretended to be a Xixia officer, called everyone out, and then went on a rampage. The Xixia Queen Mother came with 100,000 troops to settle the score, and this guy, with 8,000 Song soldiers, routed the 100,000 Xixia troops. Even the Song dynasty, with a useless commander like Tong Guan overseeing the Western army, was beaten to tears by the Song troops. Moreover, this matter is related to Fan Zhongyan and Han Qi. Back then, when Fan Zhongyan and Han Qi strategized in the northwest, they proposed a step-by-step encroachment strategy. What is the encroachment strategy? It means that while I fight, I also build camps. I will establish Song camps all over the northwest. And wouldn't the northwest then belong to me? This is a costly strategy, but it is effective immediately. The Western army consistently implemented this strategy, and by the late Northern Song period, they had almost built the forts to Xixia's homeland. So, Fan Zhongyan was not an ordinary scholar. He was well-rounded in both civil and military affairs and cared about the country and the people. Unfortunately, in the late Northern Song period, the Jin state rose, and the Song dynasty was suddenly caught off guard. In theory, Sun Fu, as an envoy to Xixia, should have looked down on these Tang people. But the current situation was different, and being able to meet Richard was already quite good. After entering, Sun Fu saw a group of Tang military generals in the main hall, along with Richard's strategists. Richard sat in the middle, cutting meat with a knife, eating while drinking. He chewed loudly and slurped, with grease all over his beard. While eating, he also pushed his beard aside with his hand. As soon as Sun Fu entered, all eyes fell on him. The looks were filled with hatred, disdain, and murderous intent. If it were that Mo Cho fellow here, he would probably be scared stiff on the spot. But Sun Fu, this guy, in one word, stubborn. Therefore, everyone has their strengths, and used in the right place. He is a talent. Sun Fu walked in with a look of disdain, calm and composed. A big bearded man suddenly stood up, drew a knife, rushed over, and pressed the knife against Sun Fu's neck, speaking in clumsy Tang language. Where did this trash come from, daring to barge into the Jin Wangfu? The surrounding people immediately burst into laughter. Sun Fu said, "Is this your way of treating guests?" He spoke in Han language, and very few of the Tang people could understand. Zhang Chunming translated for Richard. The big bearded man said, "A defeated general dares to be so arrogant here. Killing you would change nothing." Zhang Chunming translated this sentence for Sun Fu. Not only was Sun Fu not nervous, but he also laughed heartily. The people around didn't understand why he laughed, feeling both curious and angry. The knife was pressed against his neck, and this guy was still able to laugh. After finishing his laugh, Sun Fu's expression became serious, and he said, "That is not the case for a defeated general. You should count carefully. In the battle between Song and Xixia, who won and who lost? If a Jin general were here and said I was a defeated general, I would have nothing to say, but you?" Sun Fu gave him a look as if he were an idiot. This enraged the big bearded man to the point of almost killing Sun Fu with one blow. The surrounding people, hearing Zhang Chunming's translation, all drew their knives, eager to try. Sun Fu glanced at the people present and almost exclaimed, "All of you here are rubbish. Kill this Song person. Your Majesty, this Song person dares to insult us. Let us kill him." A group of Tang generals shouted in Tang language. Zhang Chunming looked at Sun Fu with a smile and said, "Song envoy, you have angered everyone." Sun Fu wished he could tilt his head back and look at the sky, wearing a disdainful expression, and said, "I have heard that everyone present prides themselves on being true heroes. I am just a scholar. Yet you cannot defeat my Song soldiers, and do not dare to make noise against the Jin people, but vent all your anger on me. A scholar who cannot even lift a chicken. Do you really consider yourselves heroes?" Zhang Chunming translated Sun Fu's words accurately, and the group of Tang generals looked as if they had stepped on a cat's tail, ready to chop Sun Fu into pieces and throw him out to feed the dogs. "Tang generals, do you believe I will chop you to death? Sun Fu, come here. Tang generals, I will chop you to death." At this moment, Richard spoke. "Everyone sit back down. Your Majesty." Silence. As soon as Richard spoke, everyone finally retreated. Richard spoke in somewhat clumsy Han language. "Song envoy, it was just a small misunderstanding. Please take a seat." Only then did Sun Fu sit down, and the few people who came with him were drenched in cold sweat. "Damn, Sir Sun, you are too fierce, so stubborn." Sun Fu picked up the knife on the table, and the people around him instantly drew their knives. Sun Fu began to cut the lamb, the corners of his mouth lifting in a barely noticeable smile. "I, old Sun, may rank last in fighting, but my head is definitely made of steel. In one sentence, I am not afraid of death." Richard was also stunned by Sun Fu's momentum. Everyone fell silent, sitting there eating meat and drinking wine. Before long, a group of scantily clad, transparent-waisted girls entered to perform a dance for everyone. After the wine had been passed around 3 times, the generals all took their leave. Richard also dismissed the others, leaving Zhang Chunming, Sun Fu, and their group here. Richard smiled, and his tone softened. "Song envoy, there is no one else here now. Please. What brings you to our great Xia?" He was from the Tang royal family, having read the classics of the Han since childhood. and was naturally different from those military generals. Naturally, it was to join forces with Western Xia to resist the Jin. Richard said, "Are the Song envoys still unclear about the current situation?" Sun Fu thought to himself that His Majesty had indeed made an accurate prediction, foreseeing that the other side would inevitably inquire about the current situation. Sun Fu said, "May I ask, Your Majesty, what is the current situation?" The Song dynasty has lost 3 towns, the capital has been besieged for nearly half a year, and the million-strong army has been defeated by the Jin army to the point of collapse. The country is on the brink of destruction. Why should we ally with the Song dynasty at this time? Sun Fu continued, "Then why did the Jin troops retreat?" Richard pondered for a moment and replied, "The Jin people have advanced deep into Song territory. They cannot engage in prolonged warfare, hence they retreat." The king is right. The Jin have advanced deep into Song territory and cannot engage in prolonged warfare. How can we say the country is on the verge of destruction, with 3 towns lost? The Zhou family has surrendered, and the Zhong and Yao families have all but withered away. What does the Song dynasty have left to resist the Jin army? First, our dynasty has stationed 300,000 troops in the various towns of Shaanxi, and our military strength is greater than before. Second, the emperor advocates for war, and the whole country resists the Jin. Richard added, "Even so, can we achieve victory?" Chapter 104. The Game Between Nations. Although Sun Fu was sometimes impulsive and believed in Guo Jing's divination, do not forget that he is a staunch pro-war faction member. His attitude towards the Jin people is undoubtedly very tough. He stated emphatically, "The Celestial Empire has countless people, and with the strength of the whole nation, if I die, there will be successors. A defeat is merely a momentary setback. With a century of effort, we will defeat the Jin." The momentum shown by Sun Fu made Richard look at him with new eyes. Richard calmly said, "What benefits would an alliance with the Song bring us? At least for now, the Jin envoy has promised that as long as they capture Shaanxi, the territory of Shaanxi will belong to us." Wow. Sun Fu couldn't help but be surprised. The Jin envoy's promise to Western Xia was indeed identical to what the emperor had told him. His Majesty is truly perceptive. In fact, according to historical records, in March of the 2nd year of Jinkong, after Wang Yan Lu's defeat of Fan Jishu's royal army in Shaanxi, he ceded thousands of miles of land in northern Shaanxi to Western Xia. This was indeed true. The purpose of doing so was to win over Western Xia and prevent an alliance between the Song and Xia. However, Zhao Ning's arrival and his defense of Dongjing altered the situation, causing Wang Yan Lu's forces at Tongwan to be forced to retreat. Shaanxi still remained, and they had already sent Zhang Jun to reorganize the defenses there, while money was desperately funneled into that area. The situation had changed. At this moment, the Jin envoy came to Western Xia, saying that the Jin army would be dispatched to this side, but do not misunderstand. They are here to attack the Song in Shaanxi. Why attack Shaanxi? We attack Shaanxi to give it to you, in Western Xia. Indeed, our Jin country is so selfless. If you were the ruler of Western Xia, Li Qianshan, would you believe that? You would not only disbelieve it, but would probably curse in your heart. I have no enmity with you. Why do you treat me like a fool? Sun Fu asked, "Do you believe the words of the Jin thieves?" Richard chuckled and said, "You still haven't answered me. What benefits would an alliance with the Song bring? Our dynasty can promise that your green and white salt can enter our dynasty for free trade, and we will also protect your person, Your Majesty." Upon hearing this condition, Richard immediately found it hard to contain his excitement. Green and white salt is a specialty of Western Xia. When Li Yuanhao defeated the Song army, he pressed for more, demanding that the Song import 100,000 hu of green and white salt from Western Xia each year. If so, it would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. The Song dynasty had always debated the issue of green and white salt, with some in the court proposing to open designated trade points to prevent smuggling, while others, like the famous statesmen Han Qi and Bao Zheng, were staunchly against it. How does green and white salt threaten the Song dynasty? The main salt production area of the Song dynasty is in Hudong, Shaanxi province, where the price is about 44 yuan per jin. But how much is the best green salt worth? For one, this is price gouging. It can be said that the Song and Xia have fought for nearly 100 years primarily over salt. Therefore, wars between nations are not about the patriotic fervor spoken of by hot-blooded youths, but rather about economics. Making money and eating are the underlying logic of human society. War is also a commercial transaction. The court spends so much money to maintain the army and fight wars. If the outcome does not recoup the costs, it is not just the pro-war faction that will be ousted. The domestic economy will likely be severely shaken. After all, where there is a deficit, the officials will find ways to recover it. Where will they recover it from? Of course, by taxing the common people. Europeans began their great voyages for spices as well. Thus, human history is a history of sustenance. That said, Richard was internally quite excited, but he still harbored some reservations. After all, in the past, there was a brief mutual trade of green salt between the Song and Xia, which was later shut down by the Song dynasty. Richard said, "Mutual trade is indeed good. But if you go back on your word and close the trade, we will have no recourse." Sun Fu added, "Your Majesty, our dynasty is also willing to sell you silk at a low price." Richard perked up immediately. "Is that true?" "Absolutely true. The silk of the Song dynasty, when sold to Western Xia, instantly increases tenfold in price. Moreover, it is not just about making money, it also has political implications. There are factions in the Western Xia court, and people like Wei Ming Anhui are Richard's political enemies. Envoy from the Song. Let us conclude here for today. It is getting late, please return. Sun Fu pressed, Your Majesty, what about? Zhang Chunming interjected, Mr. Sun, please return. Sun Fu stood up and left with his people. At this moment, the ruler of Western Xia, Li Qianshan, was hosting the Jin envoy Gao Qingyi. Gao Qingyi raised his glass and said, Your Majesty, the commander will attack the Song in November this year. At that time, the Xia-Jin alliance will lead to the Song's demise. Li Qianshan replied, To be honest with you, I have just received news that the Song army is reorganizing 500,000 troops in Shaanxi, which is more powerful than before. If your country wishes to destroy the Song, it may not be so easy. 500,000. Indeed, 500,000. Li Qianshan said seriously. I sent spies to inquire, and the Song court has dispatched a general named Zhang Jun to Shaanxi to reorganize the army, raising an army of 500,000 to promote an eastern advance to reclaim Taiyuan and punish the Jin. Gao Qingyi immediately burst into laughter, saying, The Song army is nothing but rotten wood. How dare they speak such arrogant words? Once our great Jin army arrives, those rats will surely flee in panic. Though he said this, he kept a wary eye. Shaanxi is a military stronghold of the Song dynasty, with elite troops concentrated there. Moreover, the people of Shaanxi are martial and warlike. They must not be underestimated. This matter must be reported back to the commander immediately. In the end, Sun Fu did not meet Li Qianshan, but before leaving, he met Zhang Chunming. Zhang Chunming said, Prince Jin has promised to advocate for you in the court. His Majesty will surely be interested in the conditions you proposed. Sun Fu replied, Thank you. After saying this, he left, and Zhang Chunming's voice followed. If you want a Song-Xia alliance, the Song must prove that it can withstand the next attack from the Jin army. Zhang Chunming is right. The relationship between nations is based solely on interests. Western Xia and the Song dynasty have always been enemies. And Western Xia naturally understands the principle of the loss of lips means the loss of teeth, and would not easily trust the Jin's promises. However, they also would not hastily agree to an alliance with the Song dynasty, especially given that the current situation is one of absolute dominance of the Jin over the Song dynasty. If we rashly form an alliance, and the Song dynasty is destroyed, wouldn't the initiative of the so-called blue and white salt trade fall into the hands of the Jin state? In that case, offending the Jin state would bring no good consequences. This is the game of nations. The Song dynasty must withstand the next attack from the Jin army, allowing the Western Xia to see that the Song dynasty will not be immediately destroyed. Only then will they agree to cooperate. From this point, it can be seen that in the midst of the disputes among nations, only by striving for self-improvement can one have confidence at the negotiation table. At the time Sun Fu went to Western Xia, Zhao Ning's efforts to profit had already begun to yield results. Chapter 105, Isn't it just about making money? I still have 10,000 methods yet to be utilized. August already carried the scent of autumn, from Shaanxi in the west to Zhangzhou in the east. The autumn wind rustled, turning the poplars yellow. Whether in Shaanxi or Hebei, the shadow of war still loomed. The rumors of the Jin army moving south in November were no longer a secret. The mobilization order from Dongjing City was rapidly transmitted north of the Yellow River. Various states and prefectures thousands of miles apart received notifications, and all entered a state of wartime readiness. Although the mobilization system in this era was weak, various places were influenced to varying degrees. Additionally, with the highest commanders in the eastern, central, and western lines already in place, the long-dormant war machine of the Song dynasty began to operate slowly amidst debates and disputes. Young men in the village donned their mothers' patched clothes, packed provisions, and left the villages they had lived in for over a decade or two. They were about to join the army. It was said that all recruits from the vicinity of Zizhou and Daming Prefecture had received salaries. Moreover, those who died in battle would receive 30 guan as compensation. In this era, where human life was as cheap as grass, 30 guan was already an astronomical figure for the common people in Hebei and Hedong. Some were willing to sell their lives for the sake of their children or parents. Countless people gathered from the countryside to the military towns being established, joining this unprecedentedly large-scale defense line. Time is life. Especially in Hebei and Hedong, the defense line faced vast plains, which were also the front line for the capital. And in a few months, it would inevitably be the focus of the Jin army's attacks. When Ouyang Che arrived, the Hebei wartime daily was quickly established in Daming Prefecture. There were 300 students from the Taishuo accompanying him. These students had all petitioned to execute Tong Guan and others in the first year of Jinkong. Later, when Li Gang was dismissed, they petitioned for his reinstatement. Even when Emperor Zhao Huan sent officials out of the city to negotiate peace, they participated in the beating of those officials who sought peace and surrender. This was not unusual in the late Northern Song dynasty. When the Jin army first moved south, the court dispatched officials northward, and those negotiating peace were scolded wherever they went, with some even beaten to death on the way. Chengzhou Confucianism was not welcomed in the southern Song, continuously suppressed, until the Ming dynasty was established, where scholars could only read the 4 books and 5 classics, showing no concern for national affairs. However, the Song dynasty was different. Its Confucianism remained quite healthy. Before the Jingkong humiliation, the ideological framework of the Song dynasty was relatively robust. Active technological construction, commercial trade, and the fighting spirit of the lower classes were still present. The only ones undermining the country were the emperors of the Zhao family. Upon the arrival of the students in Daming Prefecture, they began to promote war ideology through newspapers. Following the emperor's wishes, even the crumbling walls at the village entrance were inscribed with phrases like resist the Jin thieves and defend the homeland. They also wrote a letter from the emperor. Literate villagers shouted loudly at the village entrance, resist the Jin thieves and defend the homeland. For the lower classes, this was the first time they heard voices from the palace in the capital. Although these voices were still weak, appearing only through a few words on some dilapidated walls, it indicated that Zhao Ning was using the most direct and simple method to break through layers of obstacles and rebuild the mobilization system of the Song dynasty. The Dongjing daily in the capital was an attempt, while the Hebei wartime daily in Daming Prefecture was a breakthrough. Of course, to quickly mobilize more people and expedite the establishment of the defense line, it required more than just newspapers as tools for ideological promotion. More practically, it required money. With generous rewards, brave men will emerge. On August 10th, a memorial from Jingzhou Prefecture, Chang'an, was sent to the capital, where Zhang Jun reported on the overall situation of the military forces in Shaanxi. The various military towns in Shaanxi had mobilized 250,000 troops and civilians, claiming to have 500,000, but they lacked money and armor. The 80,000 sets of armor sent previously were completely insufficient for the new recruits. On August 12th, a memorial from Daming Prefecture stated that Longda Prefecture had stationed 50,000 troops, Suzhou 30,000, and Daming Prefecture 70,000. These were all regular troops recruited for service. And combined with the supporting military and civilians, the total number exceeded 300,000. Fortunately, it was Zhongzhe who was in charge of the main line, as he was currently the only one who could rapidly summon such a large number of personnel along the central line and make proper arrangements. However, there was also a problem. As soon as 5 million guan entered Hebei, it began to flow out like a rushing river. Zhang Shai mentioned in his memorial that to quickly build fortifications, cash was being used across Hebei and Hedong to boost morale. This was an unavoidable situation, as the time left for the Song dynasty to prepare was too short. The three towns of Taiyuan, Hejian, and Zhongshan had all fallen, and the defense line had been breached. To establish a defense line in a few months, only the most crude and straightforward methods could be employed. As for Li Gang's arrival in Sangzhou, the previously leaderless Hebei East Road and Jingdong East Road began to spread the news. The people finally saw the court's attitude. However, the transmission of information in this era was extremely limited. News could be relayed between state capitals, but could not immediately reach the grassroots. Fortunately, the 1 million guan that Li Gang brought immediately helped him gather a group of people in that area. At the critical moment, the most straightforward and useful thing was still money. On August 13th, Zhao Ning also received Li Gang's memorial. The reports from the three defense lines all revealed the same point: lack of funds. Zhang Jun and Shaanxi even acted unilaterally, reallocating tax funds to military expenses, causing many officials to be informed that their monthly salaries were suspended when they went to collect their allowances. This action, which harmed bureaucratic interests, immediately triggered backlash from some. For example, Li Boyan, the governor of Qinzhou, sent a memorial to the capital to complain, accusing Zhang Jun of misappropriating taxes with intentions of rebellion. As soon as this news reached Dongjing, it caused a huge uproar. A group of bureaucrats who had long been waiting for Zhang Jun to make a mistake immediately started working late into the night, writing furiously. They wrote articles on everything from national security to official integrity, and even Zhang Jun's personal character, claiming that he was inattentive in class as a child, bullied classmates, spat everywhere, and peeped at neighboring girls bathing, his moral corruption reaching a level that angered both gods and men. Of course, some would certainly bring up the Chenxiao mutiny and the usurpation of the throne as a scare tactic, which was a common means used by the literati of the Song dynasty to intimidate the Zhao family. When Zhao Ning received Li Boyan's memorial, he commented, "This person is sowing discord between the ruler and subjects during a time of war. I suggest investigating whether he is a spy sent by the Jin." Li Boyan was merely a microcosm of the many bureaucrats. The only issue that Zhao Ning faced now was money. For Zhao Ning, any reform at this moment would be a distraction, as the most important thing right now was to make money in such a short time. To prepare for the next defense, the right people have already been arranged, and all that remains is money. As long as we withstand the Golden Army's offensive this year, the Songxiao alliance will surely succeed. On August 15th, the atmosphere of the Mid-Autumn Festival in Tokyo was thick, and the common people rarely felt the peace again. Early in the morning, the streets were bustling with people. Not only had the rice market resumed, but tea houses were also starting to have customers. As for the brothels outside the Donghua Gate, business was slowly improving as well. A few officials from the Imperial City Division walked straight into Chunfeng Tower, and the matron immediately greeted them with a beaming smile. "Gentlemen, please come inside." The leader, He Bin, said, "Mama Zhang, is Minister Wang here?" "Minister Wang is not here." "What? You have such boldness to hide it when the Imperial City Division is looking for someone? Eben said slowly. You wouldn't have spies from the Gene people here, would you? Minister Wang is upstairs in room Tian. Soon, the door to room Tian was kicked open, and Wang Zhongwan, the commander of the Imperial Guard, was sweating profusely as he was calming down a young and beautiful girl, suddenly interrupted and startled. Who is it? So bold? Wang Zhongwan angrily shouted. When he saw it was someone from the Imperial City Division, he became even more furious. Get out. Minister Wang, get out. Don't think that just because you have Gao Qiao backing you, I can't do anything to you. Get out. Eben looked at Wang Zhongwan with the same gaze he had when looking at Wang Sun and Li Huan, and gently said, Minister Wang, His Majesty requests your presence.